Chapter 601 The Non-Existent Crater. There are too many spectacles like this in the Shelter continent. As of now, no one is interested here anymore. Occasionally, wizards from the Kingdom of Stars will visit here, because the vegetation on the river bank has high magical power. Blueberry firmly believed that she remembered the way home correctly. She had left marks on some ancient trees by the river. And these marks were indeed found. And according to the markings of that mark, the next mark the location is just above the small river at the exit of the crater. But the crater seemed to not exist at all. Everyone went around and around. But they didn't see the other mark that Lan Qimei mentioned. This makes everyone scratch their heads. Today, I have walked back and forth by the river several times. Now the team has stopped temporarily. Brenda, Aji and others have led the team into the water to check. They firmly believe that there is a problem with that vortex. It is indeed very deep. For this reason, everyone often choked in this whirlpool. Daphne also led the wizards, and tried every means to detect and research. But so far, no abnormality in magic power has been found. Maybe this crater doesn't exist at all. Maybe something hides it in a way that even angels and demons can't understand. The boss seemed to be determined not to give up until he could find a home for Blueberry. If he couldn't find the crater before dark, he would probably have to camp by the river tonight.
Is it possible that those wild elves established a kingdom of heaven here?
Soraya wiped the sweat from her head and said with a frown.
This is a bit unbelievable.
Soraya had just revealed the brilliance of her sun. But the radiated sunlight did not explore any gaps in time and space. This shows that if this crater really exists, it does not exist in a naturally formed space crack, but in an extremely complete spatial dimension.
Don't waste your energy. Soraya.
George flipped through the book and said,
Have you asked Irene if there is any way?
Soraya rolled her eyes. George was really unwilling to give up on Irene. But after a pause, Soraya seemed to have thought of something. She said hesitantly,
But, George, if you think that the ancestors of the Night Elves are really like the 7 gods, then their heaven may need there is a key to enter.
George believes that the ancestors of the Night Elves are like the 7 gods. This made Soraya unbelievable, because she didn't believe that there would be anything in this world that could surpass the 7 gods, even if it was earlier than the 7 gods. After all, according to that journal, the sun's gravity is the strongest in this world. However, there was something today that had completely changed Soraya's mind. The existence form of that thing was completely beyond her understanding. This made her let go of her pride and prejudice and feel a little bit of fear. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but look at the quantum floating dragon again. This was the name George gave it. He felt that the name Super Invincible Dream Emerald Dragon was too tacky. But the name he gave doesn't seem to be very good either. Yeah, George nodded and looked towards Irene.
You reminded me. It seems that Irene has found the key.
After Soraya heard George's words, she couldn't help being speechless again. But she couldn't help but look at Irene in the distance. Erin was carefully looking at the floating dragon beside her. She seemed to be extremely concerned about this thing. But it's a pity that this thing has no interest in her. It has already entangled Siljak.
But didn't you say it was the Invincible Emerald Dream Dragon? Why is it a jellyfish?
George looked at the thing flying towards him again, and his face couldn't help but become weird.
Light of Dawn. This thing can't be your son. Right.
Please, CO. Please stop talking nonsense. George believed that the things that made up the body of this floating dragon were very similar to the Light of Dawn. But their looks are very different. It just hatched today. It doesn't look like a dragon at all, but like a weird sea-hat jellyfish. Its head looks a little like a frog or lizard head. But it's very cute. The hat on the back is like a butterfly wing. Very beautiful. There are also 2 more pairs of limbs under the body than the dragon, 2 hands, and 1 pair of feet. But these 6 limbs have no fingers or toes, and are flat and elongated. They look like long petals, or colorful kelp or magic fungi. It floats in midair, with fluorescent lights all over its body. And it looks really beautiful. But it looked extremely fragile, as if it would make a hole if you poked it with your hand. However, George has secretly tried several times, but has never been able to pierce it. He suspects that this thing is physically immune, or simply invincible, because magic doesn't work either. There seems to be a special enchantment around it. And Hilyak has secretly tried many magic spells while no one was paying attention. Up to now, all the low-level magic and half of the mid-level magic have been tried. However, these magics and curses that can kill the Red Devil are completely ineffective on this newborn little thing. Not only did it appear to be unharmed, but the fluorescence on its body seemed to be flashing more cheerfully. It was as if all the magical energy had been eaten up by it as food. It seems that George's many previous annoying behaviors have completely offended this little guy. At this moment, it slowly flew towards George again. With a click, The magic pocket watch in George's arm suddenly flashed an arc of electricity, which made him cover his chest.
Damn little thing!
George grinned and took out the pocket watch, only to find that the magic structure in the pocket watch had been completely damaged. Even the mithril patterns used to build the magic cycle melted away. It was as if the pocket watch had just experienced a horrific pulse. In the upper middle of the pocket watch, the power in the magic gem is escaping, and these powers are attracted to the floating dragon. Seeing that little thing sucking his money unscrupulously in front of him, George reached out and grabbed it. However, the floating dragon disappeared out of thin air. Seeing this disappear out of thin air, George and Soraya couldn't help but blinked hard. The two looked at each other with shock in their eyes. The Book of Dawn is a creation of the Light of Dawn. George didn't know how Soraya observed things, but he had the language of the runes and the Book of Dawn. The words of the divine runes are condensed by the scattered power of the 7 gods. And the Book of Dawn is something transformed by the Light of Dawn. The creature of dawn is the belief of the ancient Kashia people. Therefore, to a certain extent, after holding these two things at the same time, George may have a true vision effect on everything in the world. And the most important thing is that in order to secretly release magic to defeat it, Siljek set up a maze around him. But this thing disappeared right in front of his eyes. Master, Siljek suddenly pulled George's sleeve with an ugly expression. George looked back and saw that the little thing was in Siljek's arms.
When did it come? I don't know either.
Hilak seemed to have a natural fear of this thing. It was completely beyond his own knowledge. She never thought that something could travel through her maze at will. But this little thing seems to have completely fallen in love with this keeper. Chapter 602 Super Invincible Emerald Elf Dragon. George touched his chin and stared at the gadget in thought. He recalled the scene when it suddenly disappeared. And the surprise in his heart still did not subside. He suspected that this thing was not invisible just now, but was performing an extremely advanced time and space travel. When Rona and others saw their daughter running into Siljek's arms again, they couldn't help but look to the side angrily, gritting their teeth and muttering,
"This little traitor."
However, after seeing George, they all turned away angrily and discussed with Irene how to trick the little guy back.
"Lorna, you little traitor."
Seeing Lorna and Irene whispering again, George gritted his teeth and cursed. However, compared to Lorna, the floating dragon seems to like the milk from Siljek more, maybe because the development level of the two people is too different. Or maybe it's because Hilyak has the stick scroll in his hand.
"Let it eat. Don't shake it."
George glared at Siljek and said,
"You will be responsible for feeding it for me from now on." "Master,
I saw the floating dragon getting into his body, absorbing his strength bit by bit. And the hairs all over Siljek's body exploded. In a panic, she once again quietly took out the soul of a banshee from the stick scroll and secretly ate it. Everything was done in the maze. Siljek thought that the master didn't know. This is already the second banshee. George flipped through the Book of Dawn, feeling Siljek's vision and the notes in her heart. He discovered that the soul of this banshee had not been completely absorbed by Siljek himself. Instead, after being digested and decomposed into ghost power, it was dispersed by the floating dragon in Siljek's body and became a kind of primitive pure energy, flowed into the floating dragon's body. It seems that this newborn cub cannot completely destroy the soul structure of the banshee with its own strength. So it borrows the power of Siljek to help it digest it for the first time. After eating this energy, it grew a little bigger at a speed visible to the naked eye. Afterwards, Siljek fed some of his magical energy to it again. And this time, it seemed to finally be full. It came out of Siljek's body and lay on her hand. This raw energy is so pure and has no attributes. But this thing seems to be better at decomposing dark things. After a moment, the dragon seemed to feel something attracting it, and then suddenly disappeared, and appeared in Lorna's arms in an instant. It seemed to have used an Andorra crystal. Its attraction to that little thing seemed to be far greater than that of Siljek. Siljek couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After Lorna discovered her little trick and deceived the little dog over, he couldn't help but look at George very proudly. Looking at the dragon in Lorna's arms, George pursed his lips.
"George, this is impossible,"
Soraya said with an ugly face.
"I am sure that it should have just carried out a teleport. But no matter any teleportation, there will be energy fluctuations. But I didn't feel the energy fluctuations, and I didn't even see the ripples in the space. Because it's everywhere. Soraya."
George already understood. Soraya seemed to understand after listening. But she remembered the probability cloud that Anthony had described. She lifted the horse's belly, walked towards Lorna numbly, and studied the small thing in Lorna's hand. After Soraya left, George slowly began to think. He has been able to determine that this dragon without any historical record seems to be a creation of the ancient Kashia people. And this thing is probably not a dragon. Maybe a quantum creature or something. I don't know how this thing compares to the Colossus. But it looks like it's just starting to grow. George suddenly took control of Siljak, occupied his mind, and controlled her to imagine that the dragon was in her hands. Then the devil stretched out her hand to grab it like a puppet. And then the floating dragon appeared out of thin air in her hand.
It has indeed grown a lot bigger,
Puppet Hilak said George's voice, squinting his eyes slightly, looking at the dragon in his hand, and slowly nodded his head. Floating dragon held the Andorra rough stone in both hands, and rolled happily in Shiriak's hands. It seemed that the owner finally understood how to play this game, and was very happy. At the same time, bursts of childlike voices suddenly appeared from the bottom of George's heart. My name is Ibrahimovic, and I am your child. At this moment, a dream suddenly appeared in George's mind. It's the mythical battle of the ancient gods. But these so-called gods seem to be far inferior to the 7 gods. In that war, the gods had consumed all the humans under their control. Start going to the battlefield in person. They wreaked havoc across the entire planet, almost destroying the surface of the entire planet at one time. Only a small number of creatures, under the guidance of an external scientific expedition team, were trapped in the laboratories of these outsiders, the golden country where Soraya had been. This uncontrolled war finally aroused the anger of the outsiders, who had been observing them. 2 towering creatures suddenly appeared in this world. They are the immortal level colossi of the ancient Kashia Protoss. One totem is engraved with the sun, and the other is engraved with the moon. The gods of the native planet were as powerless in front of the 2 of them, as lower civilizations were in front of water droplets. In their eyes, the gods continue to fall around them. Soul, body and divinity are absorbed by the sun and moon. After the death of the gods, the creatures huddled in the Golden Kingdom finally had hope of survival. Later, these 2 towering objects were broken down into 7 by the Gakashia people. The ancient Kashia Protoss discovered that these 7 colossi became very special after absorbing the gods of the primitive planets. They couldn't contain their curiosity and began to study them. After that, under the control of the ancient Kashia people, the golem had a collision of dimensions. 7 more powerful creations were created. These 7 creatures are very obedient. It once helped the ancient Kashia people guide human civilization, and helped his creator complete a study. They gained great trust, and received a lot of authority from the hands of the creator. But it is a pity that these 7 creations are born with rebellion, because they inherited the thinking characteristics of the original gods of this planet. In the end, these 7 traitors broke into the starship and laboratory from the inside, destroying their creator. Chapter 603 Apocalypse Ibrahimovic. Primitive Savage. Ibrahimovic is that kind of towering creature, an immortal demon, and the name Morna gave it was not wrong in a strict sense, because after being translated from the language of the ancient Kashgar people, it is the dream floating dragon. In wizard language, emerald means dream. As for invincibility, for the gods of the primitive planet, they are indeed invincible existences. Just like the 7 gods and the ancient gods, one thing brings down another thing. Ibrahimovic believes that he is also a god in a strict sense, at least a spirit. Ibrahimovic does not have the characteristics of the gods, but he has the thinking of the gods. Therefore, according to the definition of the gods, he is also a god. They define the race by the inheritance of civilized thinking, not just genes. And Ibrahimovic was turned on by the 7 gods, the creations of the gods. The power of the 7 gods was passed down to ancient Kashia, and this spiritual inheritance of Gakashia was finally inherited in the hands of Ibrahimovic through the hands of the 7 gods.
Just like blueberries, in order to reproduce, the nerd bundles need to be connected. Otherwise, heirs cannot be born.
The reproduction of the gods is extremely different from that of humans, because they are a kind of creature with spirit as the main body and body as the supplement. And their civilization is also idealistic, because it is consciousness that creates the world. And everything is based on consciousness. This is their own understanding of the world. This way of existence of the gods makes them extremely powerful in spirit, and they are born to be messengers of terrifying elements. It also makes their lives far beyond that of humans, just like elves, measured in thousands of years. When the gods reached their peak, they had even evolved to a form that existed independently of the body. However, although they already had immortality, reproduction had always been a problem. For them, reproduction is an extremely boring process. Later, the gods could create new souls through asexual reproduction. Since then, sexual reproduction has been abandoned. It wasn't until Blueberry's group returned to their current appearance that they returned to their breeding methods. The significance of these demons Like Ibrahimovic at the beginning of their creation was to give the gods a spiritual carrier, they perfectly combined the most powerful body with the most powerful spirit. Some Protoss, before going to the battlefield, will also grant the provisions of the law and leave their children in this way to preserve the number of the tribe. After death, he returned to the embrace of Alpha. Alpha was born from the dead gods. It is a spiritual symbiosis, equivalent to the heaven of the gods. So in fact, every ethnic group has a creature like Alpha. In addition to carrying reborn souls, these golems can also carry those gods who lost their bodies in the war. But for most of the gods, eternal immortality is a torture and curse. Returning to Alpha is the ultimate meaning of life. Therefore, even if they choose to make such a sacrifice, they will also choose to sleep. It will not be awakened until needed. These gods are called saviors. The meaning of existence is to turn the tide when the ethnic group encounters a doomsday crisis and help the ethnic group survive the crisis. In addition, there is a type of divine race called revelators. After they discover that the entire ethnic group has experienced the destruction of the apocalypse, they will shoulder the responsibility of guiding the remaining ethnic groups back to their hometown. Ibrahimovic is considered the revelator.
From the thoughts of Sotaraya and Ariadne, I have discovered that the people of my lineage have ushered in a doomsday. According to the sacred precepts in the doctrine, I must shoulder the responsibility of rising up as a god. To guide the civilization of my lineage back to its hometown, you have to help me. I discovered from your thinking that you know where the starship is. Wait a minute,
George asked with a strange look on his face.
Put your affairs aside for a moment. I have a more important question. Whose child did you just say you are? Master, what he means is that we had an interesting orgy a few nights ago.
Siljak rode his horse over with great joy and asked,
But why didn't I feeling this joy? Hiljak, this joke is not funny.
Thinking of Hilyak's huge body, he mentally violated himself. George's face turned pale, and he almost fell off his horse. But then, he couldn't help but look back at Soraya and the others on the other side of the motorcade. Those silly girls didn't know what they were talking about. They seemed to be talking about the crater. Or perhaps they were discussing how to take the floating dragon away from that annoying George. It seems that both Soraya and Lorna really hope that they can become its master. Aaron, on the other hand, was playing bad tricks.
These silly girls are still talking nonsense. Our children have already run out,
George said sadly.
But why don't I feel that kind of happiness?
The CEO felt great joy that night when you play mahjong. If you win, you will lose. You're a little too depraved these days.
Light of dawn. This joke is not funny,
George said with a pale face. He felt that he had suffered a big loss. Ibrahimovic's voice rang in George's mind.
Strictly speaking, I just used some of the old data you left behind. However, in fact, I do have plans to wait for your new data, your spiritual thinking. Among all the people I have come into contact with, the most precious, it will help me shoulder the responsibility of the revelator. Therefore, I originally planned to test you in depth in the dream and test you in all aspects.
The spirit of I has been understood. But there is something special about Ariadne. She gave birth to me. Comprehensive understanding.
George felt as if he had found a heavy hammer on his chest. And he looked fiercely at Irene, in the distance obviously. This girl had ruined his good deeds again.
Her software function is a bit too strange. So I also searched my database interestingly. I found that our clan originally created Ariadne to help our normal reproduction is nothing. But our tribe has gone round and round and found the optimal solution for reproduction blueberries. For these tribesmen who have returned to their ancestors, reproduction is no longer a problem.
This topic seemed to make Ibrahimovic extremely excited. He said,
The mission of our scientific research team can be said to have been completed. I think this line of our clan will have a very important reference significance for our entire civilization. They proved that the most primitive life form of the gods is the most perfect. I think that when I bring my people back to my hometown, I will definitely write a paper. This paper will make our Dawn clan win the right to develop independently and a high status. Very good. But Ibrahimovic, you should work harder. Because your other competitor is already planning to leave here with the starship in a sense. He should also be regarded as a revelator. But he doesn't seem to be planning to shoulder his responsibilities.
Speaking of this, George couldn't help but look at Miss Blueberry, who was in a daze by the water in the distance. According to Blueberry, there are quite a few of her tribe in this crater. But Cherubim didn't intend to take any of them away. I am afraid that Cherubim has no intention of returning to the hometown of his creator. The growth environment determines a person's thinking. He transformed himself into the form of our tribe. But he has no inheritance and belief. He is not our tribe. He is a thief. The 7 gods are the experimental results of our research institute. and it is enough for one person to take it back and study it. After I apply for the patent, the money will help the development of our clan. What a great ideal.
George looked at Ibrahimovic sincerely.
I will help you well.
In his mind, he had already planned how to use this little thing to make the starship his own. Under George's sincere eyes, Ibrahimovic suddenly felt chilled all over. He knew George's thinking very well. After seeing George's serious look, I guessed what he was thinking.
I won't let your help be in vain. This is a deal. I will leave some of our knowledge and some equipment to help you develop civilization according to Sodarai's memory. In the place we used to be, there should be some guardians in the research base. They seem to have been completely destroyed. But I should be able to help you repair some of them. These guardians will be of great help to you. Don't forget the well digger. Ibrahimovic, you are such a good boy.
George nodded and said approvingly. He comforted Ibrahimovic.
Don't worry, little guy. If you don't help me in time, I will do the same.
Do what you can.
These words did not seem to be trusted by Ibrahimovic. Like the roundworm in George's belly, he guessed what he said, which made George even more determined to keep him. A farmer who can repair the equipment of a god-level civilization is simply too valuable. The most important thing is that because he left part of George's thinking power, he can summon himself at any time, and it seems that he has mastered the trick. Unless he gives up this part of his thinking, there is no way he can escape.
This will be a deal that is beneficial to both you and me, believe me. Helping us go back is far more meaningful than leaving the starship yourself.
Ibrahimovic explained hurriedly. Then, a reason was thrown out that George could not refuse.
I can feel that the faceless man is still paying attention to the world, and waiting for the day when the whole world will be completely corrupted. The faceless man is a branch of our civilization that has defected. They have taken the wrong path in evolution, and every one of them should be eliminated. If I can go back in time, I will tell the Parliament about it. I promise. There will no longer be an ancient god paying attention to this world.
George's pupils shrank slightly.
According to your guess from memory, one of its believers is in the Holy Court. You deal with him, and I will help you deal with his god.
Indeed. The deals offered by Ibrahimovic were something George could not refuse.
Ibrahimovic.
George nodded and said very straightforwardly,
You will be free. You are indeed a liar. You had no intention of letting me go before. Right? Even now I still can't completely trust you. Of course, if you can be obedient, I think we will slowly build trust.
George said with a half smile. Ibrahimovic nodded, knowing that he should show some sincerity. Ibrahimovic looked at the river not far away and suddenly said,
It's called the dimensional space-time shield. Our mothership generally uses it to make it invisible. Within its dimensional position, the surrounding hulls, both can disappear into the void, and can perform leap together. It seems that it should have crashed here, and this crater should be what it smashed out. There should be many survivors in this spacecraft. It has multiplied here. The dimension engine module on the ship should have been removed. But fortunately, I still have some permissions.
Then, he stretched out his hand and made a slight stroke towards the void in front of him. Immediately afterwards, the Andorra crystal decomposed and disappeared in Ibrahimovic's hands, and the world in front of the caravan suddenly changed. The vortex in the middle of the river suddenly expanded in front of everyone's eyes. And then another world appeared from the vortex. The water flow in the center of the river was suddenly cut off by the rising mountains, and the surrounding land for hundreds of miles began to stretch. It was as if a piece of land suddenly emerged from the ground.
But no earthquake occurred. The huge crater constantly jumped out of time and space as Ibrahimovic opened it. The area where this world originally existed has returned to this land. The mountain peaks continue to rise in front of people's eyes, and then continue to go away. Everything is like a mirage that keeps getting bigger. In this miracle, the red fangs were trembling all over, kneeling on the ground and worshipping continuously. Soraya and Irene opened their mouths, inexplicably shocked by the majestic power that once sealed this crater. Indeed, this is the real miracle in this world. Compared with it, the miracles of the 7 gods are like children's play. It wasn't until the crater was completely separated from the mirage that people suddenly came back to their senses. As Blueberry said, she did come out of this river, and within hundreds of miles of the surrounding area, there is only this river. Only after bypassing this crater, in a certain area at the other end, can you see another river? The caravan suddenly discovered that it had been circling this crater just now. One step forward is the opposite side of the crater, and one step back is this side of the crater. On the map of the Book of Dawn, some of the scouts who went to explore distant places were hundreds of miles away from the team, and some were within the crater. As for the adventurers exploring the whirlpool in the water, they have suddenly appeared in a river somewhere in the crater. Gasper, who was originally watching the excitement by the river, is shouting in confusion at the river. At this time, George's caravan was at the entrance of this crater, on top of a huge old tree at the entrance. There is a mark made by blueberries. There were also a few wild elves climbing on the tree, staring at the caravan here with big eyes. That silly look, like a primitive savage.
Hi!
George shook his hand in a good way. A spear-like arrow flew towards him. Chapter 604 Brenda's Adventure. Elves and Dragons. Inside the crater, somewhere by a river, Brenda and several adventurers were sorting out the
wild survival equipment
they had collected. There were many clothes hanging near the campfire, and several big fish grilled. More than a dozen people gathered around here, smearing their bodies with herbal mud while looking blankly at the towering ancient trees around them. The water vapor here is very heavy, but there is no corrosive fog. Everything is so pure, like a paradise. Or maybe they suddenly went back many years ago.
Did we suddenly travel through time and space and return to the prehistoric era?
Aji used a knife to pick away a leech on his shoulder and said blankly,
Gasper, are you thousands of years old? Have you ever seen something like this?
Big trees?
Gasper shook his head numbly. Those towering old trees are like tall buildings, and you can't even see the top when you raise your head. There are many beautiful plants in the rainforest that are shining like lanterns. The creatures here are also extremely huge. Just now, Aji saw a group of six-legged horses passing through the forest. It can be said that no one has seen either vegetation or small animals. Only Brenda claimed that he had seen some albums of animals and plants. But the quantity is really small, and most of them are based on herbal medicine. These herbs have been a big help, because the mosquitoes here are so scary, and because everyone went into the water to explore. They basically didn't bring anything with them. Even Gasper, who had been watching the excitement by the river, was like this. It was too hot in the rainforest area, and wearing armor was simply life-threatening, because they had to die before. The entire team only had knives, daggers, and machetes for cutting vines. There are also some hand crossbows for catching fish. I didn't bring any other weapons because I was afraid of losing them in the whirlpool or hurting myself. There are only a few antique daggers taken from the Dragon Kingdom, which are better. But these antique daggers secretly taken out from the boss's collection are actually just playthings compared with the Holy Thunder daggers and Holy Thunder long swords in the shelter. If they weren't afraid that the boss would see these stolen goods, they wouldn't have brought such heavy things in that whirlpool. Once you fall into the water,
you can't get it back. Of course, throwing an antique dagger is better than throwing a Holy Thunder dagger. Gasper suddenly trembled. He pricked up his ears and listened for a while, and then said to everyone excitedly,
Soraya and the others are coming this way. It seems that we have not returned to some prehistoric era. Still, she asked us not to conflict with the ancient Kashia tribe. While we were in the crater, there seemed to be quite a lot of people here.
Brenda, who was sharpening the crossbow arrows, couldn't help but stop what she was doing after hearing these words, and her expression became strange. He has traveled around the world and is a master of languages. I know that the ancient Kashia people translated it as ancient gods from the outer star realm. He had discussed this issue with his boss for a long time, because judging from Blueberry's performance, the ancient Kashia people were no different from the primitive tribes he had come into contact with. However, although these ancient Kashia people are said to be gods, it may be an exaggeration. But who knows what strange powers they have? Everyone is wearing naked clothes now. If there is a conflict with the tribe, they will not be able to take advantage.
Probably not. The primitive tribes are very hospitable. Maybe we can have a meal together,
Brenda said with a smile.
As long as you don't offend their gods, everything will usually be fine.
Speaking of this, Brenda looked at Gasper and suddenly thought of something.
I remember Blueberry said that people here believe in the ancient moon gods, and some tribes hate the seven gods.
Brenda explained that he felt that it should be okay for everyone to use the Holy Seal and Holy Fire, because the tribes here have never had contact with the Holy Court. Blueberry has never seen the 7 Holy Seals before after being closed for so many years. The tribe has long forgotten what the 7 Holy Seals look like. However, there are images of angels in some cave paintings. Brenda didn't know how the tribe felt about these angels, but presumably in the tribe's concept, the heavenly armed forces were not a positive image. Therefore, he told Gasper not to reveal his identity. Gasper was convinced. According to the boss's statement, in the ancient times before they entered the kingdom of heaven, the 7 gods may have strangled these ancient Kashia people everywhere. He couldn't help but look at his friends around him. They were all hacking thieves. Just a warrior myself. If a fight really breaks out, everyone can run away except you. After getting ready, everyone got dressed and started walking in the direction of the boss. In Gasper's senses, Soraya was like a beacon. guiding his direction. He estimated that there should be dozens of miles between the two sides. If he walked faster, they should be able to meet each other at night. Not long after walking, everyone's clothes were already wet with sweat. The temperature in the forest seems to be more than 10 degrees higher than the rainforest outside. They saw all kinds of huge ferns on the way. And those extinct magic potions can be found everywhere here. There are many beasts here. Many of them look like dragons. But although these things look very ferocious, most of them seem to be herbivorous. On the way, everyone also encountered a group of fast-hunting beasts that were more than 2 meters tall. These creatures were semi-erect, moved on 2 feet, and had bright coxcombs on their heads. Brenda calls them velociraptors, judging from the way they surrounded and killed a ferocious herbivorous dragon that looked even more fierce than the brutal one. Their agility and strength were beyond what ordinary knights could deal with. If that triangular mouth opens, it could probably crush the knight and eat it like a can. And it seems to be very strong in resisting blows. After an adventurer discovered them, the team quietly observed them in the forest for a while. But it didn't take long for the group of raptors to discover Gasper. But although this group of raptors looks very ferocious, they seem to be very afraid of people. After discovering Gasper, the tailless monkey, they actually let go of their prey and stood there as if facing a formidable enemy. After Gasper rushed over with a wooden spear in his hand, they did not swarm up, but dispersed. Then these cunning things, like wolves, followed Gasper. After discovering that he was alone, a very strong raptor came over to test him. It wasn't until Gasper hugged it over and broke its neck that the group of raptors dispersed.
His grandma. It seems that we have entered an area where a certain tribe often moves.
Brenda killed the velociraptor with a dagger, asked about the smell of the blood, and said,
"It's a little bit poisonous."
But it seems that the ancient Kashia people are not afraid of such toxins. You mean, this thing is in the ancient Kashia people's recipes?
Adventurer Ada couldn't help but stare. These things are more powerful than scavengers, and they move in groups. If they are in the recipe, then the average melee fighting ability of the ancient Kashia people may be at the level of the Red Devil. Brenda nodded, and he thought of that girl in Blueberry. The girl once killed a brutal man with a steel spear. Although this is a level that Blueberry has developed through constant fighting in the gladiatorial arena, judging from her talent and physical coordination, her people should be very powerful. The ancient Kashia people seem to be a race that is inherently more powerful than the Red Fang ogres. At this time, Brenda suddenly heard Aggie's whistle. It sounds like Aji must have discovered something big while exploring the road. Everyone couldn't help but look at each other in shock. When they passed by, they found that many tall ferns had fallen down, and some small trees that were 7 or 8 meters high and several times thicker than a human were also broken. Some of the tree crowns around were a little messy, as if something had passed by in a hurry. It looked like he was being hunted. After searching, they found some huge footprints on the ground. Judging from the height, the creature should be 17 or 18 meters tall. And it's a primate.
Gron,
Brenda said with some uncertainty. He had never seen such a tall Goron. And this Goron should be walking completely upright. This Gron looked like he was injured and seemed to have been poisoned. He pursed his lips and looked around. He wondered what was chasing it. It looked like it was much bigger than this Goron. Maybe he is now a few kilometers away, tracking the scent of Goron in a hurry, waiting for it to fall to the ground and have a full meal. A creaking sound interrupted Brenda's thoughts. He was so excited that he looked at Gasper and found that the guy was using a machete to chop down a small hard tree.
"What are you doing, Gasper?" Brenda asked. "I'll get a bigger weapon."
Gasper looked at the branch in his hand, nodded, and then started whittling it. Aji looked at the wooden stick in Gasper's hand, and the corners of his eyes couldn't help but twitch twice. Together, everyone might be able to handle this Goron. But the big guy doesn't have any prescriptions on him, and he's not a Wolverine like Dirk. Gron's thing doesn't hit him lightly or hard. If it really gets hit, it's not a joke. So it must be a good idea to move.
"Wait a minute. I smell a special smell."
Gasper suddenly stopped what he was doing and nervously pulled on Brenda's clothes. When a group of people heard this, they all lowered their bodies, hid themselves in the bushes, and observed their surroundings.
"No need to look for it. Everyone."
Aji suddenly lowered his body in the bushes and tied his shoelaces. Everyone looked in the direction behind him and saw 3 pairs of huge golden eyes deep in the dense forest, staring at the back of Gasper holding a wooden stick. The dragon was covered in emerald green and had 6 eyes. Its forelimbs were like bats, and its whole body blended into the surrounding environment. It was climbing on top of a towering ancient tree. It seemed that it must have just arrived here following the scent of prey. Everyone was running wildly with birds, beasts, and animals in this towering forest, and the trees behind them were constantly collapsing like mountains. The squeaking sound made everyone tremble. Let you peel off a damn stick. It didn't even notice us just now. Aji cursed in a low voice as he ran.
Don't hacking follow us, let's run separately. Anyway, Gasper can fly. Hack you.
When Gasper heard this, he almost fainted. Seeing Aji trying to shake him off, he quickly grabbed Aji's clothes and said,
It flies faster than me. Take this guy with you. I'm really unlucky.
I hate teaming up with guys like you,
Gasper yelled back while breathing heavily. But this guy said he disliked this group of thieves who were good at sneaking. But he still held on to Aji's clothes. Aji turned around and saw that Gasper was still holding a weapon in his hand. And he almost died of anger.
Why don't you throw away that toothpick of yours? Are you going to stab it to death with a toothpick? This stick is very hard. It might be able to pierce its skin. Hack you,
Brenda yelled.
If I'm not mistaken, the skin on the boss's armor is made from the skin of this thing. If the adamantine weapon is not enchanted, you can't even draw it on it. Either. It's a good idea to split up. You run to the west, and I'll see if I can lure this guy away.
After saying that, Brenda disappeared with a group of bold adventurers. When it comes to fighting, Brenda, a B-class hero, is the slowest among them all. But when it comes to escaping, she is the most powerful in the entire shelter. Sure enough, just as he said, with each of his cunning strategies, the stupid dragon was thrown around. A group of little bugs circled around in this towering forest, and they almost shook off the Jasper steel spine several times. Brenda felt that her guess was absolutely correct. It should be the Jasper steel spine that had disappeared for tens of thousands of years. Compared to a real dragon, this thing is much stupider, and it won't transform into a human form at all. Not to mention dragon language magic. But in terms of hand-to-hand combat ability, he is the top among the dragons. Being rubbed by it is not as simple as being rubbed by Goron. Compared to guardian dragons, they are much smaller in stature. But humans are still plastic toy soldiers in front of it. The only thing that can provide some comfort is that Brenda believes that none of the dragons in the rainforest can breathe because they don't particularly like to eat ashes. And their demand for ashes is far lower than that of other dragons. The only thing during the chase was that it did not spray dragon breath. But the speed at which it moved through the towering ancient trees was frightening. Obviously, the agility of this huge creature far exceeded those of the guardian dragons. Jasper Steel's spine almost caught up with him not once. But guys like Brenda always have a way to lure the dragon away. However, this stupid dragon later learned to be smart. It no longer cares about others, but pursues Sibo, a fool. In the end, the big guy broke his leg and couldn't completely escape the dragon's pursuit. Everyone really couldn't understand this dragon's obsession with everyone. After all, compared to that Goron, the group of them together is not enough to fill the gap between people's teeth. But it seems to have a deep hatred for human beings. And it looks like it will fly to death when it sees it. Seeing that some unlucky large creatures were knocked over by the dragon on the road, they didn't care.
I really don't want to run away, don't pull on my clothes,
Aji gasped. But the movement of his feet did not stop at all. He turned back to look at Gasper.
You guy can hold up, how about a moment? I'm going to poke its eyes out.
Chapter 605064 Big Player vs Emerald Dragon. Aji did give a very good proposal, as if in response to his words. After listening to it, his friends couldn't help but take out their weapons, and shouted with red eyes.
Stab it to death. I'm going to use this knife to break its skin today.
Amidst the shouts of the Night Dyers, everyone stopped in their tracks with red faces and thick necks. They were so angry that they seemed to be swarming forward. However, although everyone shouted louder and louder, no one moved. The cunning guys like Gasper were all looking at him from the corners of their eyes, and couldn't help but twitching their mouths. Then he knelt down on one knee, held a wooden spear and prayed.
Stop hacking, standing here and shouting. Get ready for me quickly.
Brenda saw that the tree crown in the distance was already moving. She wiped the sweat from her head and cursed while telling a few people what to do. Cooperate. But he didn't intend to let Gasper go first. During the drills in the shelter, everyone has summarized various tactics, and they also have different cooperation when dealing with various extreme situations. Gasper is a knight of judgment, not a knight of asylum. But in Brenda's opinion, when dealing with certain boss, having a good tea will definitely get twice the result with half the effort. But it is not necessarily necessary to have a tea. He felt that when there was no tea, the first ones to resist monsters should be the Night Dyers. After the Night Dyer drew hatred, The Dawn Blade with the strongest assassination ability attacked, followed by the Judgment Knight, and finally the Dawn Blade again. In this process, Dawn Blade will have 2 chances to attack. 6 Dragon Eyes. 1 time is not safe, but 2 times should be enough. If everyone has good weapons in their hands, Brenda can even have the confidence to let the Night Dire and the Judgment Knight continue to fight with the dragon, so that the battle forms a circular cycle and constantly creates opportunities for the Dawn Blade. Finally kill the dragon. But now, although it is a clever woman's cup of tea, it is impossible to kill this dragon. But when it comes to achieving the strategic goal without any injuries, Brenda is still somewhat confident. Of course, if he could know more about this dragon, his confidence would be even greater. Brenda knew that the time had come to test the strength of the shelter's players.
Be careful. Dragon teeth are highly poisonous. If you get bitten, it doesn't matter whether they are poisonous or not. Gasper, please pay attention. When you see Aji and the others go up, if you can't hit them from here, run here quickly.
Pay attention to the trees. If you drag Aji for a while, they will take over.
This was not the first time that everyone cooperated. Brenda explained the situation clearly in a few words. Seeing the sound coming from the forest in the distance getting louder and louder, he flashed the big ring in his hand. Magical blessings were given to everyone. Seeing Brenda showing off her treasure, Aji and others also took out their treasures. It seems that some of them are trophies from the Dragon Kingdom. Some of these treasures can apply increased damage. During normal hunting, if you scratch a little of the skin, a large area will break open. During this process, Aji gave Gasper a last and sincere instruction.
Gasper, remember the HL. We don't have to provoke this dragon. We don't have to blind its eyes. If we don't succeed, you will run away first. As long as that stupid dragon can't see you, everyone will be safe.
This sentence expresses the same meaning in this stealth team. You are a hacking laggard.
Don't hacking interrupt my prayers. I know.
Gasper cursed with a red face. Aji and the others were communicating on one side, and the others on the other side were not idle either. When they saw Aji and the others showing off their baby bumps, they all also revealed their treasures. I plan to sharpen my skills before the battle. However, after they looked at the skinning knives, fish intestine daggers, belts wrapped with pebbles, stone hand axes, and other items in their hands, but he cursed loudly in his mouth these crappy things. Even if they are all inserted into the dragon's body, his skin will be broken. After cursing, they applied magic such as no strength, no pressure, armor breaking technique, blade of light, and other magics on Gasper's wooden spear. This weapon was a bit longer after all. It's half as big as a faucet. It's also a big toothpick. Some bad guys also applied insidious things such as soul pain, evil thoughts, hell's light, Shiriak's poison, etc. to the spear. During Gasper's prayer, the light applied to the spear became brighter and brighter. After these magics were superimposed, it suddenly became colorful and beautiful. It seemed that the spear suddenly became brighter and brighter. Be sharp and strong. Then these guys swished towards the direction of the dragon. Soon, the dragon emerged from the forest in the distance. It saw a group of small insects running towards them to die. It snorted mockingly, then fell from the tree and pounced on them. Crowd. That huge body was surprisingly fast at this moment, like an oversized cat. However, these night gaunts were like flies, moving very quickly. He easily dodged this blow from the sky. Then these guys began to think of ways to get under the dragon's belly and climb on the dragon's back, weaving around its body. What makes the dragon feel extremely different is that these little bugs are completely different from other creatures in the forest. They are not afraid of their own mental intimidation at all. Many creatures either collapse to the ground or become delirious after being threatened by the dragon. But not only do these little bugs appear to have no feelings, they are also surprisingly bold. This once again convinced it that these little bugs with strange colored skin were the ancient Kashia Rangers. It hated those Rangers very much, so it had a strong intention to kill these people. But the cunning and flexibility of these little bugs far exceed those of the trainers it has seen before. They are so bold that they constantly tease the dragon around. And some people even keep throwing stones at the dragon's head. This is simply constant and malicious provocation. In its rage, the dragon kept turning around and flicking its tail like a cat swatting flies. However, in several rounds, it didn't catch anyone. It seems that these little flies are not only extremely agile, but also have a lot of magic equipment. Amidst the anger of the Jasper steel spine, someone has already climbed onto it. Seeing the little fly swinging around on his body, the dragon opened his mouth and wanted to go over. However, The daring guy not only refused to hide, he actually raised his crossbow with a smile and shot it on its tongue. After this provocation, the giant dragon bit this guy. However, at this moment, the Night Dyer suddenly lifted up his cloak to cover himself, and then disappeared. His movements were too fast, like a magician, disappearing under the eyes of the dragon. The giant dragon had no time to close its mouth and bit off a large piece of the scales on its body. Then it felt something suddenly exploded in its mouth. Then, in the flicker of magic, its body was covered by a piece of spider web from the inside. Those outside were glued to their lips. This magic trap is clearly Agatha's web. What the dragon didn't expect was that the cobweb was extremely tough. It tried several times, but it still couldn't break the cobweb on its mouth. At this moment, several figures suddenly fell from the tree branches to the top of its head. At this moment, the giant dragon suddenly felt an unprecedented crisis. But 7 or 8 pairs of daggers had already stabbed its 6 eyes. When the giant dragon had time to close his eyes, he felt sparks rising from the scales of his eyelids. And then he felt intense pain in his eyes. The attack seemed successful, but the assassins were complaining in their hearts. The dragon's eyelids and scales are half a centimeter thick, and the knight's steel frame has to take care of them too. And the longan is as tough as a gem, no matter how well enchanted those skinning knives and ordinary daggers are. After piercing the dragon's skin, they shatter into pieces on the dragon's eyes. Only the 3 antique daggers owned by Aji and others were successfully inserted into the dragon's eye. And after inserting it, it was like inserting a hard gem and could not be stirred. However, the 3 dragon eyes, which were larger than basketballs, cracked like glass after inserting the dagger. There was also a dragon eye. Although it was only scratched a few centimeters, it quickly withered under the vicious curse. In the blink of an eye, the dragon was mostly blind. After the attack was successful, several people took out their daggers and spread their legs without looking back. Amidst the spray of blood, the shrill scream of the jade steel spine resounded through the forest. In that pain, the cobwebs on the dragon's mouth were broken. It shook its head wildly, and several guys who were running slower were thrown away in the blink of an eye. Then the dragon rushed towards the unlucky ones, who were thrown away in hysterics. But at this moment, a swift figure suddenly rushed over from a distance, with a spear in hand, and Gasper spread his wings. And the figure rushing in midair was like a flying iron spear. The spear in his hand shone with 7 or 8 colors, almost blinding the dragon's 3 pairs of eyes. Chapter 606, Wooden Stick? Dragon Spear. In the blink of an eye, Gasper had already crossed an afterimage in midair and rushed towards the dragon. Jasper's steel spine looked at the bumblebee that suddenly rushed in front of him, and felt a hint of threat like never before. It hurriedly let go of the others. Its huge claws stretched out in front of its eyes, and the steel-like fleshy wings on its forelimbs also protect its reverse scales. However, at this moment, the bumblebee suddenly changed its trajectory in midair, dodged the dragon's claws, and stabbed the dragon's throat with one blow. Gasper's blow was accurate and fierce. The wooden spear, blessed by the sacred weapons and superimposed with various magics, seemed to have become a weapon from heaven. It becomes extremely sharp, indestructible. In the midst of the sparks, the jade-like dragon armor was torn apart. The wooden spear actually did what Gasper said, breaking through the dragon's armor, passing through the dragon's skin, piercing the muscles, and inserting into the throat of the giant dragon. The entire wooden spear actually penetrated more than half of it. The moment the spear penetrated the dragon's throat, the jade steel spine felt something incredible for a moment. Then it felt a sharp pain coming, followed by waves of burning pain. It seems that the sting of this bee is not just as simple as physical damage, but also poisonous, enchantment, and curse. In the blink of an eye, the wound on the dragon's throat split open. A large blood vessel burst out with blood, and even the flesh and blood near the wound withered. Who said a stick can't kill a dragon? This is a dragon gun! At this moment, Gasper let out an angry roar. Then he spread his wings and thrust forward again. Then, the wooden stick in his hand broke. Brenda, who was watching from a distance, couldn't help but close her eyes hard when she saw the scene. Gasper could use a wooden stick to achieve this, and there was nothing more he could ask for. Just now, Brenda thought that Gasper could really stab the dragon to death with that wooden stick. But unfortunately, if this wooden stick has an excellent blood groove and is coated with dragon-slaying potion, it can indeed be called a dragon gun. Gasper's amazing martial arts and explosive power were enough to give this dragon a bloodbath. However, even though there are 7 or 8 very powerful magics and curses on it, the stick is just a stick, with the dragon's recovery ability and magic immunity. Trying to kill it with this stick is simply a joke.
so this blow seems to have a good effect. But it won't take long for the blood on the dragon's throat to solidify. Just like a toothpick piercing the throat. Although it hurts terribly, it is not fatal. But this dragon was completely angered. Jasper Steel's spine's neck suddenly flicked. The huge force made Jasper feel as if he had received a heavy hammer all over his body. Then, he was suddenly thrown away and hit a big tree. The dragon's hateful blow, coupled with the power of Jasper's previous charge, caused all the strength to be returned to Jasper. After he was placed on the big tree, he felt dizzy, and all the bones in his body were about to fall apart. Then the dragon was sprayed with thick green dragon flames. The green dragon flame was extremely viscous, just like a kitchen grease fire, and it would stick to whatever it touched. When Jasper saw the dragon flame spraying over him, he was so frightened that he almost coughed up his feces, and he suddenly rolled up on the ground. It seems that because the dragon's eye is half blind, the spray was not very accurate this time, so Jasper was not sprayed immediately. However, the flame sprayed by the giant flamethrower was too large. After it was spit out, it began to follow. He moved with Jasper, and in a blink of an eye, Jasper only had time to curse. "Draw up, Brenda!" before he was covered in flames. After Jasper was covered in flames, the dragon's breath continued to move with his figure. Wherever the green flames passed, the trees that were stuck burned and withered in an instant. It's like this dragon flame has extremely strong acidity, burning and corroding at the same time. In the blink of an eye, those big trees turned into huge torches, like burning buildings. Flames burst out from the surrounding deep forest. But these flames seem to be greatly different from the flames of demons such as Thor, and are also greatly different from Malim's dragon breath. After they burn for a while, they will gradually extinguish, leaving behind a withered ancient tree. It's as if the dragon's breath ignites vitality instead of burning matter. "The book says it can't breathe fire," Brenda cursed in a low voice from a distance. He looked at Jasper covered in flames, feeling a little anxious, although he knew that this guy's heavenly guard could withstand it for a period of time. The level of the dragon's flame seemed a bit too intense. Jasper could not hold out much longer. But fortunately, everyone had made a strategy before the battle. At this time, many Night Dawns had taken advantage of this opportunity and climbed onto the dragon's head. And Aji and others also jumped back. Just look at the Longan and stab it. But as the dragon's head swung, the people above seemed to be in an earthquake. No one could stand firm on the dragon's head. The weapons drew sparks on the dragon's head, but they couldn't sting the dragon's eye. On the contrary, many weapons were broken in the slightest effort. But although it was difficult to aim like this, Aji and the others followed up with this force, leaving scars on the dragon's head, neck, and even around the scales. Those wounds looked dripping with blood. But whether they were near the dragon's eyes, the dragon's neck, or even near the reverse scales, the short dagger can only rip open the dragon's skin, but cannot penetrate its heart. And in the process, the good daggers in Aji's and others' hands were completely curled. After they cursed in their hearts, they knew that this thing couldn't be inserted into the gem like dragon's eye. But the dragon was very afraid of Aji and the others, seeing these hateful and terrifying guys. What the H.L. suddenly appeared around his eyes. His head and neck no longer moved around, but fell hard, and the dragon's breath naturally stopped. Aji and others were also thrown out of sight. However, the giant dragon had simply given up on the seemingly burned-to-death Bumblebee at this time. It stopped breathing and no longer whipped the corpse of Jasper. Its huge body suddenly moved. The burning ancient trees climbed up flexibly. Suddenly there was another violent earthquake on the dragon's body, and many people were thrown away. But at this moment, the giant dragon discovered that the person it had just sprayed ran into the forest with half of his butt naked. The man's face was blackened, and his body was corroded to pieces. But he was still alive and kicking. In a blink of an eye, there was no trace. The most irritating thing is that the little bug broke off a branch on the way to escape. From the looks of it, it seemed that if he found another chance, he would definitely stick this stick into the dragon's throat again. The giant dragon suddenly realized that he had failed to take revenge. And this scene is like provocation and ridicule. The blind dragon couldn't help but go crazy with hatred. The little things above its head were so elusive that it couldn't catch them. So it blamed all its hatred on Jasper. It twisted its body crazily and chased in a direction where Jasper was escaping. It was throwing away the people on it and spraying people at the same time. Its body kept crawling in the flames. In a blink of an eye, the entire forest was on fire. But these little flies stayed much faster than the Bumblebee Jasper, and no one was directly sprayed at all. Some people were slightly attached to the flames, and after rolling around and crying on the ground, They climbed onto the dragon's back alive again. Gradually, most of the people actually rode on the dragon, constantly causing trouble for the dragon. The dragon was mad with hatred. But Aji and others wanted to sue their father and grandma that idiot Gasper ran for a long time. But he couldn't get out of the dragon's chasing range. If he ran away without a trace, who would be the best? Even if he climbed on the dragon, he would have disappeared long ago. When Gasper looked at the dragon that was constantly chasing after him, tears were streaming down his face. He couldn't help but turn around and shouted at Aji on the dragon's head. "Button its eyes!" Indeed, if this dragon had been staring at someone else, he would have gotten up and disappeared. But now, this dragon is so close, and all of them are his friends. If he flies up, let the dragon fly with him. Flying and spraying. Everyone has to finish playing in this deep forest fire. However, the dragon seems to have been blinded by anger, forgetting that the most hateful person is the most hateful person, and just pursues Gasper. Maybe in the dragon's view, this T is the best to kill. Just when everyone was complaining, a muscular figure 2 to 3 meters high suddenly fell on the dragon from an ancient tree passing by. Immediately afterwards, there were a dozen more figures. Their skin is all blue, and the only things they wear are some animal skins. Only on their wrists are exquisite wrist guards that are unlike those of this era. And on that wrist guard, there is a shining blue-black light blade. The giant dragon suddenly collided with an ancient Kashgar man who was rushing towards it. But the Protoss figure nimbly moved in one direction, and the light blade on his wrist flashed. And then, the dragon that was 100 times tougher than dragon scales, the horn was broken directly. Chapter 607, The Blade of Dawn, The Gift of Liberation. Aji looked at the dragon horn that had been chopped off by one blow, and his eyes almost popped out. Then he looked with burning eyes at the light blades on the arms of the ancient Kashgar people. "If I had this thing, this dragon would have died 800 times. The wild elf, who cut off the dragon's horn, suddenly disappeared after one blow. It seemed that she originally intended to stab the dragon's head, but failed. And when the other wild elves rushed out from all directions, they rushed towards the dragon's face as desperately as they could, in their hands were strange metal spears. The spear looks very weird. It looks like hollow steel pipes, and there are spots of rust on it. However, these rusty spears seem to be indestructible. Those wild elves actually used them to penetrate the dragon's body. It seems that the effect is actually better than Gasper's wooden spear that was cast by 7 or 8 spells. The dragon's body is very large, but it is also extremely flexible. It was constantly tumbling among the ancient woods, and it started when the wild elves began to swim and fight. Night Dire didn't see this group of sudden reinforcements, and felt extremely excited. Although they had no weapons in their hands, they knew how to tease the dragon and constantly created opportunities for the wild elves. After some wild elves were knocked away by the dragon, there was a flash of blue light on that person, which withstood most of the damage. But judging from the dazed appearance of the man after flying out, the blue light should not be the kind of shield on Ibrahimovic, but a barrier formed by mobilizing body energy through pure telekinesis. And those dragon flames don't seem to be able to completely destroy these spiritual barriers. They look like heavenly protection. Moreover, this wild elf version of heavenly protection lasts longer and has no CD. The only drawback is that these barriers are not absolutely defensive. Without the rescue of the Night Dyers, the wild elves who were unfortunately sprayed would be burned to ashes in a short time. This wasn't the only thing that made the Night Dyers' eyes widen. This group of wild elves seems to have too many shadows of the heavenly armed forces, especially those martial arts. Their martial arts skills are all very outstanding, and many of their moves have the shadow of Soraya and the heavenly armed forces. But it seems to be older and more primitive. The human body structure is quite different from that of the ancient Kashgar people, especially the feet. Logically speaking, it is difficult for them to fully utilize the martial arts mastered by the 7 gods. But these martial arts skills of theirs seem to be tailor-made. Some of the waist moves that Aji and the others could not understand in the past turned out to be perfect and suitable when used by these ancient Kashgar people. It's as if they are the teachers of the 7 gods, not the other way around. But what's interesting is that the martial arts skills mastered by these people seem to be very incomplete. Many people only know a few tricks. This makes their mastery of weapons less proficient than the Knights of Dawn, and their body shape transformations are far less varied than those of the Blade of Dawn. He relied entirely on the agility of his race's body to juggle with this dragon. After looking at many Night Dyers for a few times, they suddenly felt a very strange feeling in their hearts. The 7 gods learned something from these primitive wild elves and transformed them into martial arts suitable for human use, turning them into the inheritance of heavenly martial arts. Down, however, The martial arts of the wild elves were gradually lost over tens of thousands of years. What is different from others is that Aji has not participated in the battle ever since the wild elf stalker appeared. He has been hiding in a tree and searching for that person the blue-black light blade. Giving him, the impression left was really profound. And he discovered that this guy actually possessed extremely superb stealth skills far beyond Juying. Even with his own eyesight and the night demon talisman on his body, he couldn't completely see this person. In fact, the Templar assassins, who are Ariadne's disciples, will show up when making moves. Otherwise, they will not be able to maintain the balance of energy in their bodies. But that wild elf can remain in stealth mode during any action, only at the moment of her attack. Based on the wounds on the dragon's body and the splattered blood, could we guess her trajectory? Aji felt that if he could exchange experiences with them and learn their techniques for using energy, he would definitely improve greatly. It seems that she has a very clever way of using energy, but the drawback is that she is a little inexperienced and a little impatient. He seemed to have a fiery temperament, and during his actions, he did not look like the kind of qualified assassin who would either not take action or take someone's life. Instead, he looks like an invisible warrior. Damn it. Can't you stop for a while and wait until the dragon forgets about you before you start? Looking at the impatient and reckless young assassin, Aji was secretly anxious. The dragon rolled dozens or hundreds of meters, jumped directly from this ancient tree area to that side. During this fight, the Shadow Walker consumed a lot of energy, and his movement speed was no longer as fast as before. There is only one Shadow Walker among the wild elves. Most of the others are reckless warriors. Among the martial arts he mastered, his best was charging. This makes these guys very reckless when fighting, and the structure of their calves make their power in a charge even more terrifying. They kept rushing towards the dragon like crazy. After seeing the support coming, Gasper turned back and joined the group of guys. He desperately picked up the wooden stick in his hand and charged towards the dragon. The physical fitness of the wild elves seems to be no weaker than that of the heavenly arms. After being knocked away by the dragon, just like Gasper, he slapped his butt and rushed forward again. The scene was once extremely chaotic, with the Night Dyers and the wild elves constantly cooperating. Although the former has no weapons, it is constantly creating fighter planes for the wild elves and rescuing those unlucky ones sprayed by dragon flames. Within a few rounds, the strongest Shadow Walker who had been sneaking had already cut off the dragon's wings with the black and blue light blade in his hand, make it impossible for the dragon to run around and spray. But this action also attracted the dragon's crazy revenge, although it could not see the man. The moment the flesh wings were broken, the blood was sprinkled all over the body of the wild elf. This makes his actions traceable. An angry dragon's flame was sprayed towards the Shadow Walker. The shield on the Shadow Walker's body supported for a moment, and then suddenly shattered. After that, he was rushed away by the dragon's flame amid the huge impact of the dragon's flame. At this moment, a short figure suddenly passed through the dragon flames and picked up the Shadow Walker in midair. Then Aji covered his cloak, and the two of them disappeared into the air at the same time. After Aji rescued the Shadow Walker, the dragon frantically vented towards the surrounding crowd. The people affected by the dragon flame suffered a devastating disaster. At this critical moment, a short figure suddenly appeared in front of the dragon. On his wrist, there was a golden streak that suddenly grew to more than 2 meters long. Then the light blade flashed and the dragon's breath stopped. At this moment, the dragon did not utter a cry. Its forehead and upper jaw broke apart in silence and fell to the ground. Half of its brain was exposed. The fire pillar of Long Yin was like a faucet that was suddenly cut off. After the last thick green flame flowed from half of the dragon's head, it was completely extinguished. With a loud noise, the huge jasper steel spine that was originally hooked on the ancient tree fell to the ground. In the midst of constant twitching, its head was raised for the last time. And then it fell to the ground and never moved again. When Aji fell from the air, Miss Hongwa, who was lying next to an ancient tree not far away, looked at the golden light blade in his hand and recalled the move Aji had just made. I couldn't recover from the shock for a long time. That is the core meaning of the Kashia peoples. Dawn Temple, the gift of liberation. Chapter 608 God Clan. What a powerful weapon! Standing on the dragon head, Aji raised his wrist and looked at the flickering light blade. The golden brilliance continued to shine in the sunlight, which made him click his tongue in surprise. He discovered that this wrist guard actually used the pure power of dawn. Aji took off his wristband and gave it back to the woman beside him. Then he looked up at her face, but he didn't see it clearly. She is so tall. She is almost as tall as both of herself. In order not to look up at her all the time, I also wanted to see her face clearly. Aji jumped onto the dragon's horn. And now, he was finally able to look at her level. Wow! These big eyes are so charming. Just like the dazzling galaxy. Thank you. Miss Hongwa's face turned slightly red, and she said shyly. For the little hero who saved him. Hongwa, a hot-tempered man, was extraordinarily gentle and shy. After hearing Hongwa's voice resounding in his heart, Aji scratched his face in embarrassment. He had forgotten that this girl could perform psychic perception. She can hear what she is thinking. In order to prevent the young lady from hearing the messy things in his heart, Aji quickly calmed down. The boss was the best at this kind of thing. He can even make Donlai hear only the lies he wants Donlai to hear. But although Aji couldn't do this, he knew how to make himself peaceful. Then he became as calm as he had been when he was lurking for an assassination. There is no more noise in my heart. All that echoed in my heart were the words from my own mouth. Miss Hongwa, why is my light blade golden? Miss Hongwa didn't open her mouth, but her voice directly rang in Aji's heart. Those words are not a language, but a spiritual communication, which is very strange. Because your spiritual energy is light, I feel it is so strange. Majestic and warm. Like the morning Sunday. The woman continued, my spiritual energy is void. So my light blade is blue-black. After Miss Hongwa finished speaking, she began to think deeply. After she communicated with this powerful little dot, she began to doubt her faith. Aji told himself that he did not believe in any gods. But his power was greater than his own. He was only 19 years old. Like a baby. I have developed my own power for more than 1,000 years. But it is still not as good as 1/5 of his power. Could the moon god really still blame us? Hongwa looked sadly at the crowd below, clasped her hands together, and started to play devoutly. Seeing Hongwa's appearance, Aji couldn't help but scratch his face. He couldn't hear what she was thinking. But he could guess that this guy was probably brainwashed by the 7 gods. He really didn't have any evil intentions. Aji didn't plan to talk to this person anymore about the matter of faith, judging from his pious and fanatical attitude. If he said anything nonsense, this girl might have him killed. This kind of professional thing needs to be done by the boss. I hope the boss can help them out. Can you teach me how to use some kind of psychic perception? I want to communicate with you spiritually. What's the energy level you mentioned? Have I reached it? Right. Aji had learned before that this kind of psychic perception was an ability acquired by these wild elves through a special training. It is essentially an application of power. Of course, your power is very powerful. More powerful than the High Templar. Hongwa's eyes were full of respect. The moment Aji's power exploded, it was like the sun in her eyes. Even among their entire tribe, only the elders and priests can reach this level of power. This made her feel very unbelievable. However, this human being, or rather these human beings, are not very good at using this power. She explained it to Aji seriously. The two were chatting here, and below the dragon. The crowd was also busy. It can be seen that some adventurers are still communicating with wild elves, but they are not communicating with their hearts. It seems that not many wild elves have mastered this kind of spiritual perception. But it's not too difficult for these guys to communicate. Some people learn some languages from Blueberry. These adventurers are all language masters. They have adventured around the world and come into contact with all kinds of people. Possess the skill to easily master a language in a few weeks. Although their vocabulary is not very large, it is not difficult for them to communicate some things. Some adventurers, who are not very good at languages, always have strange tricks to communicate with people of different languages. The native night gaunts in the shelter have also mastered these skills under Brenda's guidance over the past few years. Compared to adventurers, they are not proficient enough in these miscellaneous subjects. But these people know a lot of magic and understand rune language. During the communication, these night gaunts suddenly discovered that they could simply communicate with the wild elves using this rune language. To be precise, it was called Ancient Byronic Language. It is a language used purely for magical spells. And they discovered that the languages used by these wild elves were very similar. They were magical. This makes the Night Dyers very suspicious whether human magic is learned from the wild elves. After the war, people communicated and cleaned the battlefield. The Night Dyers are extremely grateful to this group of wild elves who have given them a helping hand. This is a dragon that everyone has never met. But these wild elves are risking their lives for a group of strangers. Brenda and the others couldn't help but take out all the good things and treat the wounded. And Gasper, who was originally disliked by everyone, suddenly became the most popular person in the team. This angel's healing mantra is more powerful than anyone else's. But what many shelter warriors didn't expect was that the vitality of wild elves was exceptionally strong. Injuries that would kill someone on their own body were only serious injuries on them. And they also seemed to know the art of healing. But what is surprising is that these healing techniques are not mantras. or even any mantras. They just stretched out their hands and caressed the wounded for a moment. And the injuries on the wounded recovered visibly. After Gasper joined the treatment team, those companions who had died of serious injuries and had been abandoned by the wild elves were also pulled up. But in the end, a wild elf who was torn apart by the dragon died. Immediately afterwards, the Night Dyers saw an extremely shocking scene. The body of the wild elf dissipated like light, like a dead angel of the dawn.
He said, "You don't have to be sad for his companions. Put out he has returned to the embrace of the moon god. Death is the cycle of life, not the end. And to die in battle to protect his companions is a warrior's greatest honor."
Brenda translated for Gasper. He raised his head and looked at the wild elf in front of him. He was much taller than Blueberry, with a height of 2.8 to 9 meters. But his eyes and expression were exceptionally soft, and his appearance was not at all as aggressive as Alexander's. After hearing these translations, Gasper could not help but be in awe of this wild elf. Chapter 609 Fat Dragon Meat. While Gasper's heart was full of respect, he also sighed secretly, although he did not know the secrets of the ancient Kashia people. As a guard of the god of justice, he knew many things about the kingdom of heaven. The moon god, has never truly tolerated these wild elves. Gasper didn't know why these wild elves believed in the moon god. But in the history of the kingdom of heaven, whenever the moon god heard the prayers of these wild elves, what he did was send people to strangle them. The ancient heavenly armed forces even united with Netherworld and Purgatory to massacre these wild elves. Gasper didn't know why the former 7 gods regarded these wild elves as people who must be killed. His female boss Soraya was also extremely puzzled by this. But after getting to know these wild elves today, he had some guesses. These wild elves were the first people to believe in the light of the star boundary. The 7 gods once sealed the Alpha 4 research, and naturally regarded the believers of this special creature as heretics. And these heretics, like the believers of other gods, were brainwashed by the 7 gods and began to believe in the god who killed them. But the difference is that the 7 gods let the wild elves believe in themselves, not to accept them. Instead, he wants to hear their voices and eliminate them completely. Gasper had always been confused about this before, but now he understands a little bit. These wild elves are born gods. They have the potential to become gods, and their belief also makes any god feel fear. Tapping into the power within oneself does not require any power of faith. This is true whether it is the belief of Alpha or the belief of Dawn Light. And once this kind of belief spreads in the world, there will be no god in this world. This group of wild elves hiding in the crater is probably the last group of wild elves in the world. The special time and space barriers prevent their beliefs from being listened to by the 7 gods. Therefore it survives to this day. Once upon a time, the kingdom of heaven once strangled these heresies. But these heresies were actually a group of people with real beliefs. Compared with them, the hypocritical moon god they believe in should perhaps feel ashamed. The wild elf nodded after hearing Brenda's translation. He didn't seem to understand the common tongue, but for some reason, Brenda felt like this guy had just heard and understood Gasper's tongue. Then, the wild elf said something else. Then Gasper saw Brenda standing there dumbfounded.
"What did he say? Brenda?"
He said,
"He heard my heart,"
Brenda said blankly.
"He also apologized to me. He didn't know that I knew their language. And it was very impolite to listen to other people's hearts."
Behavior, Gasper nodded. As an angel of virtue, he could also talk to believers. In the ancient times before the 7 gods fell, there was a saying in the kingdom of heaven. It is said that these ancient Kashia people are a kind of demon from the outside world because they can listen to other people's voices, which is the same as demons. But now it seems that this should be a way of using power. These races with nerve bundles do have extra talents. The people of Dukashia could hear Brenda's voice because he had the weakest will in the team. Celestial weapons like Gasper, or the Judgment Knights who have dealt with demons, have undergone special training. Even as he spoke, they could not hear what he was expressing in spirit. Although battle-hardened warriors like the Dawn Knights have not received special training, because their will is extremely strong, they will not be mentally contaminated even when facing fallen angels. So their hearts are also very difficult to listen to. Only when they talk can the other party understand every word from their spirit. It's like a person who doesn't learn foreign languages very well and listens to foreigners speaking. Only some words can be heard. Afterwards, this ancient god from the star realm started a thorough conversation with Brenda and others in language.
He said, "You are a group of real warriors." He had never seen anyone fighting a dragon with bare hands.
At this point, Brenda looked a little embarrassed. They were really tortured by this dragon today. Many people were forced to use their fists. Forget about the Night Dyers. They were creating opportunities for the big guys to pull monsters. But this idiot Gasper, after the wooden stick in his hand broke, actually hit the dragon on the head with his fist. Thinking of this, Brenda's expression turned strange. Usually when I write stories, I brag about them with great enthusiasm. But since I entered the shelter, I have to rack my brains every time to make the stories a little low-key. Like, Brenda and the dragon fighting. I am afraid that I must not write this new book. Otherwise my fans may call me a liar. Afterwards, the star spirits invited Brenda and the others to visit the tribe. So Brenda called over Aji, who was standing on top of the dragon to show off and pick up girls. After everyone stood together and discussed it, they readily agreed.
Anyway, the boss knows where we are. Otherwise, why wouldn't we be feeding the mosquitoes here?
Aji stared, waving his arms vigorously and said,
I'm almost going to be bitten to death.
This is because those herbs worked. Otherwise, they would have been eaten by mosquitoes. Brenda nodded. Indeed, they were helping the boss to visit the spot first. With Gasper's remote communicator here, the boss can still be prepared later. Afterwards, Gasper told Soraya what happened, and the group tidied up next to the dragon. Because it was already noon, everyone had a meal here. Brenda and others were surprised to find that dragons seem to be in the Kashia people's diet. And they are really good at cooking too. Some of the fat on the Jasper Steel's spine, after being wrapped in moon herbs and fried, gave off an extremely alluring aroma. The taste of dragon fat dripping on the tip of the tongue was something Brenda would never forget. He never thought that one day he would actually eat dragon meat as he had boasted. After the meal, everyone began to pack up the trophies. Because the dragon was so big, only part of it could be taken away. The ancient Kashia people cut off the entire dragon's skin. The special metal spears and daggers in their hands are extremely sharp. The strength of these 30 people was also very great, and they cut the dragon into pieces. They even dragged away all the good meat, including dragon cores, dragon entrails, and other things that could be used for witchcraft. I'm afraid there will be a dragon feast tonight. Thinking of this, Mr. Gourmet Brenda couldn't help but salivate. At the same time, he ordered the night dyers to preserve the blood in the heart of the Jasper Steel spine, and then asked Daphne and the others to make potions for bathing those who were not contaminated with the dragon's blood. According to legend, those who bathe in dragon blood will become invulnerable. Brenda didn't know if this legend was true, but many people's injuries did heal after wiping their bodies with dragon blood. The skin also seems to be firmer. To sum up, the current effect is that mosquitoes can no longer bite. On the way, while Brenda was sketching out 100 ways to make dragon meat in her mind, she talked about dragons with Hongwa and the others. During the conversation, Brenda and the others learned there are actually a lot of dragons in the crater. These things are different from the ancient guardian dragons. They are not very intelligent, but they can eat and give birth. They can almost be said to be a dragon problem. Each tribe has to clean them regularly to avoid affecting the ecological balance of the crater. At the same time, these dragons are also a scourge to the tribe. Therefore, when the people in Hongwa saw a fire breaking out in the forest in the distance, they hurried over. Hongwa and the others were very curious about these outsiders. Some tribes once claimed to have seen halflings, but halflings had always been a legend. Today, they saw the halfling for the first time. What makes Brenda and the others look extremely strange is that these wild elves believe that the crater is the entire world. Chapter 6:10 Sacrificing the Moon God to the Moon God. No matter how Brenda and the others explain or describe the outside world, none of these stubborn elves believed it. They firmly believe that these halflings come from either galaxy. Why can they come here? Naturally, it is the arrangement of the moon god. Or they were natives of the crater. As for why Hongwa and the others had never seen a halfling before, it was naturally because the crater was too big.
Stop talking, Aji.
Brenda shook her head and signaled Aji to stop explaining. He has been to many primitive tribes, and the people in these primitive tribes are exactly the same as these ancient Kashia people. They attribute unknown affairs to gods and are extremely resistant to new things, extremely stubborn about old ideas. In summary, the level of awareness is low, so don't believe everything. Brenda couldn't help but feel a sense of sadness. Anthony firmly believes that all the achievements of the Forbidden Sanctuary come from the knowledge of the ancient Kashia people. The sanctuary has studied this knowledge for thousands of years, but has learned less than 1/10,000. Rusgard firmly believes that the ancient Kashia people have evolved to a level that humans cannot understand. During the time when Blueberry went to the shelter and cooperated with Rusgard to conduct tests, Rusgard was shocked to find that the ancient Kashia people can completely eating through physical contact or even mental contact with energy. They no longer need mouths, noses, eyes, or ears. They can use their minds to feel the whole world and see more things. If it weren't for certain teachings, they would have evolved into some kind of faceless and organless creatures. After those tests, The wizards firmly believed that this was a god-level civilization that humans could not understand. The 7 gods were like ants before them, just like the mice bred in the asylum's laboratory. Compared with the so-called gods in this world, the ancient Kashia people are the real gods. But now these gods have completely returned to their original state. The social system also fell apart and was divided into hundreds of tribes, large and small, in order to occupy the altar in the center of the crater and to be closer to their moon god. They kill each other and hate each other, and firmly believe that this crater is the sky and the earth. It wasn't until the reappearance of the temple that the trend of mutual conquest slowly slowed down.
I understand. Aji.
Miss Hongwa suddenly pursed her lips and said with a lonely look,
There is indeed another world outside that is the god realm. You are the darlings living in the god realm, the citizens of the gods. And we is a sinner who was exiled to the outside world by the great moon god.
As for the red fruit, the people of ancient Kashgar are deeply convinced. But what shocked them was that there was a world bigger than the crater outside. After talking about this, Aji finally gave up his plan to persuade Hongwa and the others. The Night Dyers all looked very embarrassed. They changed the topic and started to communicate with the wild elves using language while gesticulating with their hands. Many people took the opportunity to learn the language of the ancient Kashia people and exchanged combat and survival skills with these people. Both parties were very curious about each other and seemed to have a very good conversation. Those who usually study biology or herbal medicine exchanged this knowledge with the ancient Kashia people. There are so many types of animals and plants here, and they are all things you have never seen before. Strange plants are colorful, and fungi and ferns are unusually lush and filled with magical power. The magic power of many plants even reaches the level of magic potions outside, which makes adventurers extremely curious. The adventurers were curious about everything they saw and picked many things along the way. I am overjoyed when I find a good thing. This picture of Grandma Lu entering the Grandview Garden made the wild elves dumbfounded. When everyone walked out of this forest area, it was almost evening. At this time, a lake appeared in front of people's eyes. This lake is very clear and clean, and there are many mana floating on the lake. There are also many strange plants like fairy grass on the lake. The mana floats gather in groups on the lake, and their bodies shine like blue stars, illuminating the lake into a blue. Many creatures still drink water near the lake, and there are predators and herbivores. This lake seems to be a special safe zone for the creatures. If you weren't terribly hungry, you wouldn't hunt here. The ancient Kashia people, who are at the top of the food chain in the crater, seemed to abide by this sacred agreement. This made the beasts just raise their heads and glance at them when they saw them coming, and then continued to drink water. The adventurers couldn't help but be very happy after seeing the lake. I was already a little thirsty along the way, and it was also burned by the fire. At this time, his mouth was dry, his body was soaked in dragon's blood, and he was also dirty and hot. At this time, he couldn't help but rush directly to the lake, drinking the clean water while cleaning his body. When Gasper saw his companions rushing over, he also felt thirsty. But this kid is actually a literary young man. He felt that taking off his clothes in front of these new friends was a little too rude and impolite. So he just threw the water bag to Brenda and asked her to fill it with water. I don't have the nerve to just go into the water. I just stood by the lake and watched. This beautiful lake put him in a great mood, and he couldn't help but want to write a poem.
Hongwa, why don't you drink water?
Aji, who was drinking heavily from the lake, did not forget to raise his head and ask his good friend. But then he froze on the spot with a dull expression. Then, Aji looked at Gasper with a strange expression, and then disappeared. Many Night Dyers suddenly froze after looking behind Gasper, then made a face and disappeared. After Gasper saw the scene, he couldn't help but feel something was wrong. He turned around differently and found that the kind and friendly wild elves were trembling all over, looking angrily at these friends who had desecrated their holy lake. Some people even fell to their knees, crying and confessing loudly towards the rising moon that day. You guys, Miss Hongwa cried bitterly. She gritted her teeth and looked at the group of friends in front of her. At this moment, she felt a deep betrayal.
It's over.
Gasper. Brenda swallowed her saliva and said numbly,
Let's run away first. Just wait for the boss to rescue you later.
After saying that, Brenda dived into the water with a swish and disappeared. Several spears also flew towards his head. Gasper was left alone, stunned in place. Gasper never expected that these simple wild elves, who had been so friendly just now, even sacrificing their lives to save strangers, would suddenly turn against them just because of a broken lake. But then, Gasper felt a little relieved. After all, the entire crater is such a big place. And this lake does look very beautiful. It may not be surprising that it is regarded as a sacred lake by the native tribes. But when did the moon god name it a holy lake? He looked at the dozen wild elves who were surrounding them fiercely, and opened his mouth to say something. But in the end, his shoulders slumped, and he sighed. He believed that even if the moon god was standing here right now, he would be beaten as a blasphemer by them, and then kidnapped to the altar of the tribe. Then take out your heart and offer it to the moon god. In the end, Gasper spread his hands expressionlessly, and said with a tearless look on his face,
"Can you have a drink of water before I get beaten?"
Chapter 6:11 Belief in the Creator of Creation. In another part of the crater, George and others were walking towards the center of the crater under the guidance of the wild elves. During the day, George communicated some things with Soraya for a long time. So on the way, Soraya curiously communicated with the wild elves. I don't know if she is curious about these gods, or if she wants to use this to retrieve some memories of her time as the seven gods. However, it can be seen that after George's deception, Soraya now has another understanding and desire for the road to becoming a god. It was almost dark at this time, but the team had no intention of stationing according to the wild elf redmen. Such a huge team needed to find a suitable safe area to station. Otherwise, not to mention those dragon beasts, those terrifying mosquitoes alone would be enough for the ordinary people in the team to drink a pot. Compared with the primitive deep forest in the crater, the tropical rainforest outside looks like a safe zone. Although there is no fog here, the animals and plants give George a weird feeling that this is the Jurassic era. Fortunately, among the more than 800 people in the team, there are about 300 people who are bodyguards at the level of Brenda's team. In addition, the wild elves are very familiar with this area, and there are no troublesome things in the routes. They have been traveling for a long time.
So Ibrahimovic, this place has been isolated from the outside world for at least tens of thousands of years?
George said, stroking the stubble on his chin.
So these animals and plants have been preserved? My clock has been in a dormant state, and the age of the sun is not recorded in the database. So it is impossible to calculate how long it has been since the scientific research ship was damaged. But when we arrive at the location of the mothership, there should be something on it if the thing recorded is still good.
As Ibrahimovic spoke, he used his hands to scribble in front of his eyes. It looked like George usually operated the Book of Dawn. It seemed that there was a three-dimensional image in its retina. Holographic image.
But some of these creatures are from the mothership ecological zone we once
resurrected.
Some dinosaur fossils. And they should all have escaped. Therefore, many species are not actually from the same era.
Having said this, Ibrahimovic looked at a small dragon with fleshy wings on its neck beside the road. It looked not much bigger than a dog. It had 3 colors on its fleshy wings, and was very beautiful. And on its body, there are many brightly colored feathers. Alexander was teasing it with a piece of dried meat, trying to get the curious little guy to come out of the woods. But it was obviously more interested in the caravan than the dried meat. Looks like he's very smart. Seeing the giggly big man getting closer and closer, it spat out a big mouthful of saliva, and then swooped into the forest, and disappeared. The speed was surprisingly fast.
However, judging from their evolution, it should be more than tens of thousands of years.
George nodded. Due to the intervention of the gods and the Kashia people, the environmental process of this planet was hundreds of times faster than that of a normal native planet. But after the fall of the Kashia people, the process may slow down. So maybe, this time is far beyond his imagination. According to his imagination, tens of thousands of years was already an incredible number.
Damn! So many modules of the mothership are closed. God! I hope it's just dormant.
Because he inherited part of George's thinking and memory. Ibrahimovic often talks about gods, Buddhas, and other random things. George's expression suddenly became strange.
Ibrahimovic, are you sure your home will still be there when you go back? That's tens of thousands of years. Ahem. Just a star system project.
At this point, Ibrahimovic's voice became smaller and smaller. George's face became a little ugly. He suspected that this guy had been deceiving him.
Well, if the time span is too big, I can't say for sure, but don't worry. Even if they have gone to other dimensions to explore, they will definitely leave behind the gatekeepers or the sleeping revelators. And until the faceless men completely disappear from this universe, the cleaners will definitely not leave either. Ibrahimovic, before I change my mind, you'd better come up with some convincing reasons for me.
At this time, Soraya and Rona suddenly ran over from the other side with the wild elves. It seemed that Soraya's face looked a little ugly.
George! It seems that Gasper and the others were arrested.
Soraya told George the situation of Gasper and his group.
What's going on? How come those guys like Gasper were fine just now, and were suddenly arrested?
George closed the Book of Dawn with a weird look on his face. He could see that the ancient Kashia people who were originally shown as green on the map suddenly turned into red. And Gasper was surrounded in the middle, going in a certain direction. It looked like he was already tied up. As for Aji and others, they were following them quietly. Soraya replied with a strange expression.
Gasper said they desecrated the Lake of the Moon. Al Landberry said that. That's the holy lake of the Wild Elf tribe,
Rona said, as she and Malim reached out to snatch the Ibrahimovic from George's arms.
Hurry! Give it to me quickly!
These two girls were pretending to be on the other side of the motorcade, but their eyes kept drifting towards Ibrahimovic. Now they were following Soraya from the beginning, and they could no longer pretend.
Then you have to tell me what's going on with the holy lake first. Lorna.
George lifted up Ibrahimovic in his arms. He was very high riding on little William. And now Lorna, and the two of them were completely not here. Ibrahimovic wailed when he heard this. Oh my God. I can also tell you I can help you, ask Dalit and the others. Don't leave me to these two naughty kids.
They will perform sacrifices during the full moon. Those who desecrated the holy lake will be sacrificed to the moon god in order to atone for their sins,
Rona said. In the midst of Ibrahimovic's pleading, George handed him over to Lorna. The two girls happily took over their pets and ran to Aaron's car.
Sacrifice the angels of the 7 gods to the 7 gods?
Soraya looked at the wild elf, who was holding the horse for her, with a strange look on her face.
Redman, what are you doing?
Redman is a small clan leader among the many tribes of the Kashia people. There are more than 100 people in the tribe. And the dozen or so people George and the others met this morning are all the soldiers in the entire tribe. Among them, Dalit has the highest psychic ability among all the people, which is about the same level as Hongua. The blade of light emitted from the psionic bundler in his hand is even stronger. When they first met, there was a conflict between everyone. But the patriarch hiding in the shadows was knocked to the ground by George with a flying hammer. The rest of the people together couldn't beat Alexander. They knocked out and tied up this group of little skinny guys who were as tall as themselves. Afterwards, Ibrahimovic checked these people and planned to pass some information to them. Regarding this matter, George actually did not agree very much, not because he was afraid that these Kashia people would become civilized. If these people could be civilized, he would be happy to do so. It's because George is afraid that these people think that the picture he sees in his mind is an evil spirit testing their belief in the moon god. Ibrahimovic sneered at this. But after he passed part of the information to Redman, he stopped injecting information to others according to his explanation. He was afraid that their heads would explode. He's as tough-mouthed as George. Moreover, Ibrahimovic also said that his work is very successful. He is as obsessed with face as George. However, so far, it seems that the effect is not bad, because this guy Redman renamed himself after waking up. The name Redman, translated into common language, means the reborn man. The previous name translated means fertile cow dung. It's just that George feels that this guy still seems to believe in the moon god, and towards the sun god. Mr. Creator is a little too humble. Chapter 6:12 Soraya, the second and fifth son of heaven.
Sacrifice the angels of the 7 to the 7? Redman, what are you doing?
The words coming out of Soraya's mouth were in Kashgar, because she had spent the longest time with Rona, the others, and Blueberry, and had always planned to make the primitive gods believe in the sun god. She learned these languages quite well. However, after she saw the miracle performed by Ibrahimovic just now, this idea was completely given up. George told her that Ibrahimovic and these wild elves are of the same race. Soraya already knows a lot of things now. In her heart, Redman is her creator, as the 7 gods are to humans. But the arrogance in the heart of this Miss Sun God made her forcefully push herself to a higher level. She believed that the Kashia people were also gods, a race of gods, and allies of the 7 gods. After all, the current Kashia people are not the ancient Kashia people. Right? Coupled with George's previous induction, Soraya has been seduced by George into a future ideal to become a god like the great ancient Kashia people. Now, Soraya has felt that the previous concept of conferring gods was too low. He was sealed off again and again, and she was like an ant in front of the Kashia faceless man, who was wiped out with just one look. Aloysius tried his best to be the grandson of the fallen Kashia. So I will be his aunt. There is indeed hope in this road. And it is more possible than becoming a god now. All the angels believe in the light of dawn, just like the ancient Kashia people did. As long as we develop the black technology that George mentioned, wouldn't it be enough? I just don't know what kind of power this black technology belongs to anyway. The future Dawn High Council will also create 7 gods, 8 gods and 9 gods. However, George did not explain to Soraya that this road does not develop individuals, but develops the entire civilization. Even if he did, Soraya would not understand what civilization is. Therefore, George naturally did not tell Soraya that on this road, what will rise will be the entire Shelter World community of destiny, not just some archangels. Therefore, just now, Soraya was still asking George what kind of energy and what kind of cultivation method is needed to become a god in this way.
What does that Ariadne have to believe in?
She stared, her face full of disbelief, and said,
You are the creator of the gods.
Obviously, Soraya has begun to change her mind and started to eat and drink in the kingdom of heaven. After hearing Soraya's words, Dalit couldn't help but look embarrassed.
My friend Soraya, too many things have happened in these countless years. Our changes in these tens of thousands of years among them. The tribesmen have completely forgotten everything in the past and have become an ignorant primitive tribe. Even now,
I am still in disbelief at the scenes I saw in my dreams.
According to George, the ancient Kashia people can actually be regarded as an immortal species. The lifespan is at least no worse than that of the archangels. But according to what Redman said, in this stone age, no one could die naturally. Many people go hunting when they are still children, and not many people live to be 20 or 30 years old. You are still a child in your 20s and 30s. In the past, this slow development cycle of the Protoss was not a problem because it was supported by technological power. But when they picked up stone axes and wooden spears and returned to the Stone Age, facing those dinosaurs and even giant dragons, this slow development cycle and difficult reproduction ability made the survival problem of the Kashia tribe even worse, and become extinct, until this generation of sword-wielding elders restarted the temple. The situation has improved. After seeing Redman quietly making a gesture of repentance to the moon god in his words, George couldn't help but shook his head. Sure enough, I was right. Ibrahimovic is still too young. Although he inherited a lot of his own thinking, he was still too impatient in doing things obviously. Redman still secretly believes that everything he saw was guided by the moon god. Or a test. Perhaps knowledge and memory can be transferred in an instant. But credit, a brainwashing thing, is like a brand and cannot be easily changed. But no matter what Ibrahimovic did to Redman was somewhat successful. At least he had already raised doubts about Luna. However, although Redman has achieved some results, I am afraid that this work cannot continue like this. If there are too many people who are forcibly awakened like this, groups of lurkers who believe in the moon god will definitely appear. Regarding this matter, George had no intention of talking to Ibrahimovic. The boy had already figured it out now. It won't be long before he comes asking for his own. He had previously made a small calculation, hoping that through the words of Soraya, the sun god, Redman could change his mind. But now it seems that this guy has begun to believe in the sun god. There are many ways to make these Kashgar people obedient and sensible. After the team arrived at the Moon Lake tribe, he gave him a good lesson. As for when these Kashia people will be enlightened, George believes that what a person has been brainwashed from childhood is not so easy to change. What's more, the 7 ancient gods are true masters in this, and they also understand the Kashia people very well. However, he has a solution for this matter, and it can make the final decision. However, this is not the time now. It wasn't this small issue that concerned him. The question he is more concerned about now is whether the things in the starship were taken away by a certain moon god.
So, Redman?
George interrupted the conversation between Soraya and Redman.
According to you, your beliefs and religion were passed down in ancient times? Sir, I don't know exactly how many years ago, but in my grandfather's generation, the tribe began to believe in the moon god.
Redman said seriously. After thinking about it carefully, he added,
the tribe has been in the Stone Age these years. Even the writing is about to disappear. Therefore, the tribe has not carried out chronology. But our sword-holding elder is still alive. I estimate that he should be about 2 or 3 years old. And in the era when he was born, we already believed in the god of the moon.
George nodded. He was sure that Irene and Cherubim had never been to this crater before. How the mothership here can be preserved depends on how the 7 gods destroyed it in the first place. Afterwards, George and Redman chatted about the tribe. One thing that made George extremely curious was why the Kashia people failed to develop their own technology over so many years, but lived like primitive people. Redman didn't know much about the history of the tribe, but from some information, George finally heard the reason religion. Originally, religion often restricted productivity and restricted exploration of the unknown. The civilization of the 7 kingdoms had been wandering within this religious system for 2,000 years. And during these 2,000 years, They had been in the medieval era.
In addition, the seven gods are extremely afraid of the Kashia people's technology, which makes the belief system compiled by them directly restrict the imagination and exploration spirit of the believers. In terms of sociology, the seven gods are indeed very powerful. Their shackles of belief have made the Kashia people hide in the crater and escape the pursuit of the seven gods. But they still cannot escape the Five Fingers Mountain of the seven gods. As a result, the entire crater has become the world of reincarnation for the Kashia people. Chapter 6:13 New S-Class Wand. The sword-wielding elder of this generation can be regarded as a pioneer. He violated the sacred precepts and restarted the temple of Gakashia. In the eyes of some people, this elder can be said to be the greatest hero in the history of the Kashia people, of course. Their recorded history is the past 3,000 years. When the more than 3,000-year-old sword-wielding elder dies, history will be gone. But in the eyes of more people, this elder is a sinner. Therefore, after he violated the commandments, he locked himself in the sacred church to repent to the moon god forever. This can be regarded as a kind of luck. Otherwise he would die before he could live to be 3,000 years old. During a certain hunt, the reopening of the temple has made the Kashia people, who were almost extinct at one time, at the undisputed top of the food chain in this crater. In this temple system, selected people from each tribe will enter the temple and march in a closed way since childhood. Cultivate. Do not go out hunting, nor participate in any battles between tribes. It is not until they reach adulthood at the age of more than 100 years that they will become the backbone of the entire group and go out to patrol the forest and hunt dragons. This preserved the vitality of the Kashia people, and also allowed the Kashia people to have elites like Hongwa and the others. At the same time, it also allowed the Kashia people to possess the artifact given by the moon god, the psychic restrainer, and repractice the martial arts of the Kashia people. The most important thing is that the emergence of these temples has caused the various tribes that regarded each other as enemies to gradually reunite. War turned into friction, and friction turned into quarrels. Many disputes can often be resolved through coordination in the church. This makes the population of Kashia people in this huge crater finally gradually return to the number of 10,000.
How will the sacrificial objects be treated? Their hearts will probably be taken out,
Redman said with a somewhat embarrassed expression.
There is a pyramid near the Holy Lake. Usually during special festivals, we will perform sacrifices there. Although there are no special festivals recently, desecrating the Holy Lake is not a small matter. So people from all tribes will all be present.
According to Redman, people like Hongwa and others who witnessed the desecration of the Holy Lake would also suffer bad luck, because as the Holy Cathedral, they could not stop this incident. This is the same group of people who tell everyone that they failed to fulfill their responsibilities.
Hey, what a pure folk custom.
George shook his head, feeling a little speechless. Ibrahimovic had told him before that the Gakashia people were a group of very simple and sincere people hardly able to lie. George still didn't believe this before. But now, judging from the behavior of these Kashia people who have been detached from civilization, they are indeed very simple. This social form is also closely related to the ancient Kashgar people who like to use nerve bundles to communicate information.
Let's go! It should be too late.
George looked at the sky and said, "It's not completely dark now, but the moon has risen. Apparently, today is the full moon. In fact, if Hongwa and the others followed their route, they would never be able to return to the tribe today. But the bad news is, they don't have to wait until next month to perform the sacrifice, because the full moon will last at least 3 days. However, Hongwa and the others will not be able to reach their tribe until at least tomorrow night, and it will take a day to notify each tribe. So even though the team was more than 100 miles away from them, they still had enough time. Therefore, George had no intention of taking the flight to go first. Everyone happened to be gathered together by then, and everything was done together. Although Soraya was very concerned about Gasper, she always had great confidence in George. So she put down her thoughts, nodded and said nothing more, gently caressed her forehead, and comforted Gasper in the distance. It seems that Gasper's situation is pretty good, and it seems that people like Hongwa are treating him quite favorably as a prisoner. After that, George made arrangements for the caravan. The businessmen and scholars returned to their cars. Most of the others used talismans, so there is no problem with vision when traveling at night. But the monster level in the crater is a bit too dangerous for Kanglin's mercenaries. Even though most of these mercenaries are tribesmen hired by Kanglin from Helinska, it is okay for them to follow the Dawn Knights and Red Fangs during the day and act as auxiliaries. But if they still do this at night, they will inevitably encounter danger. It is common for people to get lost when they are outside,
These mercenaries with superb skills and experience can come back smoothly. But in this crater night, if you get lost, you will die. Therefore, these guards all acted as handymen and gathered into the team, no longer involved in peripheral patrol roles. Even those Red Fangs. George asked Bonnet to call them back. Let these Red Fangs form together with the Dawn Riders and be responsible for the security near the convoy. When the team got back on the road, it was already dark. The number of guards outside the caravan seems to have become much smaller. But in the forest, there are many more huge demon spiders even in this Jurassic-like primeval forest. They are still top-notch of predators. With these 200 or so demon spiders put together, even a jade steel spine would be pulled down from the air by the web and torn into pieces. Under the leadership of Silyak, they began to hunt everywhere. When a dozen night gaunts flew into the sky, the giant nocturnal vampire bats in the forest obeyed the summons of the demons and became scouts for the caravan. Night demons can also see everything they see through their eyes. Both demon spiders and night demons are creatures that are very good at sneaking. They were lingering near the caravan. The Dawn Knights easily sensed the existence of these demons because they had been fighting the demons for a long time. But those ordinary mercenaries were unaware of it. Only Hongya and Kashia noticed some abnormalities, but they also relied on their own intuition. The forest is restless and frightened. Sir! Redman looked at the surrounding night forest and said solemnly. He looked at his arm and found that there were many goose bumps on it. He has never discovered such a thing. Even when facing those black dragons and green dragons, he has never felt like this. I can feel that there is a pair of dark eyes in the forest, peeping at us. George was drinking water. After hearing Redman's words, he looked at the deep forest in the distance with a strange expression, and found Siljack quietly looking at him on a tree. It's like giving birth to a nest of little spiders with their master. Ahem. George wiped the corners of his mouth and explained to Redman with an ugly expression. At first, he said that those in the forest were special followers of the Dawn Light who only wielded the power of the shadow. But for this explanation, Redman didn't say much, but frowned quietly. It wasn't until George secretly shook his head and mentioned that these followers were the dark side of the moon that this guy felt completely comfortable. Got up. George discovered that these Kashia people may no longer be called Kashia people even though Ibrahimovic passed on a lot of knowledge to Redman. He still stubbornly held on to many of his original ignorant perceptions. If they are real Kashia people, in their eyes, demons may not necessarily be evil, just some savage low-level creatures who master the shadows. Many Kashia people prefer to be called elves. Through these wild elves, George continued to learn about the habits, customs, and culture of their tribe. It is considered as homework for the future work. On Siljak's side, he picked up the magic potions according to George's instructions. While she was hiding those magic potion snacks, she discovered that many of the fungi here could be eaten directly as magic fungi without the need for catalysis. This is obviously more attractive than the owner, so he concentrated on picking mushrooms. As the great demon lord no longer paid attention to the caravan, the energetic Kashia people suddenly felt the pressure relieved. Because most of the people were back in their cars, the team moved much faster. At around 11 o'clock at night, they crossed the river, walked through a rainforest, and came to a small river near the place where the Jasper Steel Spine died. Oh my god! Sir, are you serious? Daffy looked at the Book of Dawn in George's hand and said in surprise. The Jade Dragon like Jade Steel Spine has disappeared for hundreds of years. It is the most explosive giant dragon. There are at least 200 ways to use the materials on it. Many of the materials are S-level. With high-level auxiliary materials, at least hundreds of S-level wands and hundreds of wands higher than Gron's Wrath can be made. Top-notch potion. Of course it's true. I've asked the magic spider to decompose its remains. Then you can handle the materials carefully. George touched his chin and said, Well, I've asked Anthony to start designing. This kind of the powerful new S-Class Thunder God wand should have a new name, the Power of Dagon. Chapter 6:14 Emerald Young Dragon. After arriving at the river, the team was stationed directly here. The people in the team had already eaten some dry food on the way. It was getting late today, and it seemed that they couldn't take a bite of hot food. Most of the people had already fallen asleep at the end of the turbulence. Only the guards raised bonfires and took turns to start the night vigil. Redman and others have also been busy. After they saw the team stationed, they stretched out their hands to touch the surrounding ancient trees. When the camp was completely quiet, the surrounding ancient trees had stretched out their vines, forming a line road fence. Except for Lorna's few sleepy girls, the wizards in the team have also been following these Cassia people. They have long known from Blueberry that these Cassia people know many wonderful magics.
But what they saw today still surprised them. George had also been watching the excitement. He discovered that there were several wild elves, wearing clothes made of branches and leaves. And they had planted many seeds around the camp. Under their spiritual power, these seeds grew rapidly without any spells. Then clusters of colorful plants appeared all over the camp, and they stretched out spores toward the moon. These spores soon flew in the sky like fireflies, and the mosquitoes stuck to the spores were stained with a layer of fluorescent color. Then these mosquitoes fell drunkenly to the ground and became nutrients for the growth of spores. Mosquitoes on some branches can also climb to high places. Gradually it turns into a caterpillar fungus. Soon the mosquitoes around the camp were dispersed.
Druid?
Daphne scratched her face, eyes full of disbelief since the Holy Court extinguished the Druid sect 2,000 years ago. This type of mysterious wizard has been lost in history. But today, natural magic reappeared in front of her eyes.
Study hard, girl.
George patted her head and said,
What these Kashia people are best at is actually not the natural department. But what do they call that kind of magic? Arcane. Lord Arcane,
Daphne said with kind eyes.
I believe Lord Rosgard's guessed the magic in the entire world comes from demons and elves.
George nodded. What he actually wanted to say was not arcana, but psionic energy. This is a kind of energy that is purer than elements, equivalent to the difference between atoms and protons. It has no properties. However, depending on the spiritual world of use, it will form spiritual power with different attributes after circulating in the individual's body. The plant system is also a kind of spiritual power. The souls of such spiritual power users can even attach themselves to plants and continue to exist after death. Become a true vegetative. The same is true for certain other special spiritual powers. It is considered by Rosgard to be a creature whose energy dominates the body. He believes that every Kashia is a born lich in Anthony's understanding. Kashia are elementalists and element elves. Archangels, on the other hand, think that they are gods, because they can release divine power with every movement of their hands. This is also a type of spiritual energy.
My lord, why aren't you asleep yet?
Daphne suddenly asked, her eyes wandering towards the vehicle on Eileen's side.
Well, I have to take Celiac to a stroll later.
At this point, George asked a little strangely,
Why are these two girls, Lorda and Malim, so good today? Did they go to bed so early?
Usually, these two girls are night owls. They either sleep for several days at a time, or they don't sleep for several days. And today we entered this strange crater again, and the Kashia people showed such strange magic again. Logically speaking, the two of them should have fun with Daphne. Daphne faltered. George rolled his eyes, and guessed that the two of them had secretly gone outside to play. This forest has a great attraction for wizards. This is especially true for giant dragons. Those herbivorous dragons, or other large creatures, are the most nutritious food for super tyrannosaurs, such as the guardian dragon. Judging from the route, they did not go to the remains of the jade steel spine, but they were very smart, and knew that the demon spiders were busy there. At this time, there was indeed a spider queen leading the demon spiders to deal with the dragon. Various things on the emerald dragon could be used as magic potions, and the dragon bone was also the best wand. After they are divided back, Daphne and the others can make something on the road. Thinking of this, George couldn't help but look at Irene's carriage, and thought that Soraya had not come out at night. So he reacted to the Book of Dawn, and found that several people and blueberries were gathering together to have fun in the sky above the forest. Only Bana was still faithfully leading patrols with Alexander, and did not participate in this activity. At this time, they had come back from outside and were walking in the camp, talking about something unknown.
Forget it. Let's not call them. Redman, come with me.
George waved and called a few tall and strong wild elves over. Then he stretched out his hand again, and the sleeping Ibrahimovic in Lorna's arms in the distance suddenly disappeared and appeared in George's arms. Sure enough, it's the same thing that was transformed by Dawn of Light. George couldn't help but think of his hammer and the Book of Dawn. At this time, a huge colorful spider hung upside down and landed on a towering old tree not far away. In her arms, there were several dinosaur eggs. Her upper body was that of a beautiful girl, and her face was somewhat familiar to Redman. But the crown-like horns were too ferocious. And at this time, Sherjak's upper body was even larger, 2 meters long. After Celiac came down, a dozen crystal-like white spiders also landed upside down. Their bodies were much smaller, and their faces did not have any faces. Seeing these dozen behemoths falling quietly above their heads, Redman and others suddenly fell to the ground. He rolled and crawled and picked up the weapon. Some tough-headed guys even yelled and wanted to stab Celiac. But then he found that his whole body seemed to be controlled, and he could no longer move.
Redman, don't be nervous. They are creatures blessed by the moon god. They are my followers.
At this point, George pointed to the Dawn totem on the demon spiders, the mark of the astral spirit. People in Kashia should be able to recognize it.
Master, I found those delicious foods,
Siljek said excitedly.
I have driven away those guys who stole the food. Let's go and have a look. Master.
Having said this, the guy who had just eaten secretly licked his lips, wiped the egg white off his mouth, looking at the big eggs in Siljek's hand. The corners of George's eyes twitched.
Shiriak! Ah! I picked it up on the road. Master!
Chapter 6:15 Dragon Nest. Redman looked at the crystal-like white spiders sitting down. Although the totem tattoos on their bodies were the same as the moon god totem, actually Alpha, in the Holy Tower similar. But Redman also feels that such ferocious creatures will not be liked by the moon god, they are more like heretics and demons. Along the way, the wild elves talked about their mounts in private. It seemed that they were more accepting of George's deception than Redman, who knew more. This group of creatures was extremely powerful and violated the big rule, nature's laws. So since the world outside the crater was created by the moon god, these creatures that Master Shadow must be the moon god's special pets. These people couldn't help but sigh once again at the greatness of the moon god. Only Redman's face became more and more ugly. See, Ibrahimovic, you can hear what's in his mind, right? People often look at problems based on their own experience and perspective, which often makes them blind to many things. So when a person sits with his butt crooked, the more things he knows, the more remote things he sees. George shook his head and said to Ibrahimovic,
Redman can't come back, he knows too many things and has gone too far.
I'll have Siljek erase Redman's memory. What you gave him was an unbearable burden for him. You told him that your true faith lies in your hometown. But he began to think that his hometown was the moon god's paradise, which would affect many people in the future. When the light of the astral world becomes the moon god, when another faith and religion appears among you, you will plant the seeds of future division. At that time, you will have two choices: purify those relatives and friends who have been influenced by you in advance, or choose to launch a war with them in the future. I was wrong, my dear father. The corners of George's mouth couldn't help but twitch a few times. What should I do? I feel a little uncomfortable with the current state of my people. Ibrahimovic suddenly felt a great sadness in his heart, and his contact with people like Redman also made him feel deeply shocked. His own tribe is waiting for him in the Holy Tower, but it seems that how to persuade them is not that simple. Don't worry, Ibrahimovic. I won't let them worship any moon god. But they can worship you, said George. George suddenly looked at Ibrahimovic. Before you leave, I will help you arrange your company. You are my son after all, so there should be no problem being the CEO. I'll teach you how to change their beliefs, and they'll find their old selves again. I did learn some of Ariadne's magic.
You can teach me.
George nodded, looked at Ibrahimovic and said,
Look back. I will ask her to help you arrange the appearance, background, and BGM.
The group finally stopped in front of a huge ancient tree in the deep forest. The towering ancient tree was like a mountain. The vines hanging from the tree were like magic beam vines reaching into the sky, which made people suspicious. Is it the world of giants? George knew that the tree was actually not that high, and the vines would never reach the kingdom of giants in the sky because above it was the dragon's nest with jasper steel spines. But the Goron on the tree is grabbing the vines and climbing up, which makes people can't help but have a lot of reverie. When George came over, it was already halfway up. The demon spider, which was originally guarding the dozens of baby dragons at the top of the tree crown, was now making dexterous leaps among the vines and tree branches in the direction of Goron's movement. Just like a bird trying to protect its nest, many spider webs have been hung on the path of Goron, which has created many obstacles for its climbing work. But for this Goron, those spider webs are still not tough enough, and it doesn't take much time to tear them apart. The demon spiders kept fighting with Goron. There seemed to be many bags on Goron's body. These bags contained green pus, and they were obviously bitten by the demon spiders. But this Goron seemed to be extremely resistant to venom. He was bitten by the jasper steel spine in time, and he woke up after only sleeping for a day. There are still many horrific scars left by the jasper steel spine on its body, and these wounds have not healed. It is now in urgent need of nutritional supplements. Several demon spiders suddenly jumped on Goron's body, raised their fangs, and stabbed into Goron's leg. He injected his venom into Goron's body, but then he was kicked off the tree by Goron. With a loud noise, the huge soldier spider fell from the control. There was already a huge dent in its back from Goron's kick. After struggling on the ground for a few times, It turned over and tried to stand up. However, although its tenacious vitality prevented it from dying immediately, it could no longer move. A ray of light shone on the body of the soldier spider, and then the wounds on its body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it had turned over, but instead of continuing to the battlefield, it crawled to George's feet and began to please its owner.
Damn! Master, I searched nearby for a long time and didn't find this thing.
Hildak looked at the Goron on the tree and explained hurriedly. And this guy was just telling George that she didn't go to the dragon's lair, she just sent some magic spiders over. He himself had a meal at the other end of the jade steel spine. As for those eggs, they were actually dinosaur eggs she picked up on the way.
Master, you see, I have written all my roots in this book,
Hildak said while holding the stick scroll. In order to prove her words, she hurriedly showed George what was recorded in this magic book. George narrowed his eyes and pushed the diary in Siljak's hand away.
Alexander, where is your thunder halberd? Mark that thing for me.
George waved his hand and said, but after he finished speaking, there was no response for a long time. When he turned around, he found that Redman and others were looking at him with different expressions. And then he remembered that Alexander was in the motorcade.
Sir, let's get it down right now.
Although Redman didn't understand what George meant in common language, he guessed what he was going to do. The same goes for other wild elves. Before George could answer, a dozen wild elves jumped off their horses, picked up the wooden spears in their hands, and threw them toward the sky. Those wooden spears flew 100 meters high, accurately passed through the gaps between the branches, and shot at Goron's body. Many wooden spears failed to hit in the end, but a few actually penetrated into Goron's thick skin. But these wooden spears were not as good as the ballistae. They only penetrated a foot, which was not a big deal to Goron. After throwing away the wooden spears, Redman and others climbed up the tree dexterously, looking as if they were really going to use the short spears of their fingers to bring down the huge Goron, but in fact, there the level is much lower than Hongwa and the others. That is, Hongya's level. It's just that the people in Kashia seem to be all stubborn, and they tend to do it first, and then talk about it later. However, before Redman and others climbed near the Goron, they heard a shocking shout from behind.
Look at my Mjolnir!
Chapter 616 Dragon History. Mount. Amid George's violent shouting, Redman and others looked back in surprise, and saw a little golden giant, spreading its wings and spinning in a circle. Then the hammer in his hand came out. There was a rumble, and a ray of light was like flashing thunder, mixed with thunderous roars and piercing sounds. It flew past Redman's eyes in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Redman caught a ray of light in his vision. The afterimage flashed across his eyes in an instant, and in the light group, there was a vague square hammer. The square hammer was like a thunderbolt, hitting the back of Goron's head in an instant, followed by bursts of muffled sounds. With this muffled sound, the light cluster emitted by the square hammer exploded like ball lightning, and countless lightning novi shined on the back of Goron's head. In the dazzling white light, Redman saw that the back of Goron's head had been shattered into pieces, with a large dent in it like a hammer flying into the watermelon. The current continued to spread from the back of Goron's head along the spine to its whole body. The huge giant body was twitching continuously at this moment. Then, without even letting out a scream, Nagaron fell down from the ancient tree with green smoke all over his body. With a loud bang, Goron fell to the ground. Its terrifying vitality prevented it from dying instantly. It just kept twitching on the ground and struggled to get up. However, the current injury on its body is more serious than that of the soldier spider just now. It is obvious that the monster that hit it is no less powerful than Goron, and the electric current released by the hammer had already caused necrosis of the nerves in his whole body. At the last moment of Goron's consciousness, he saw a huge Caliceri like a giant sword inserted into his head. Then it was completely free.
Saved another amount of food expenses.
George took off his EVA, jumped on Siljak's back again, patted her back and said,
3 portions cooked, eat it while it's hot. My baby, but I want to eat dragon meat more.
Siljak said pitifully. She didn't eat enough dragon meat today. George rolled his eyes and complained secretly, then ignored Siljak's greedy request and asked her to climb up the tree quickly. Redman and the others above looked down for a long time, and the eyes they looked at the little man were filled with deep shock. It wasn't until the big spider climbed up the tree that they suddenly came to their senses and continued climbing up. And it seems to be working harder. Interesting thing. After wearing it, your strength increases 3 times, reaching 117% of this Goron.
Humph! You have learned a lot. This Goron is a bit bigger. Otherwise, if I put on EVA, I would be twice as strong as those ordinary Gorons.
George couldn't help but feel proud.
It can still move on its own in many myths and legends in various worlds. Anubis was once regarded as a demon.
Exactly. It's just the biological reproduction equipment of some low-level civilizations. We also have such collections in our laboratory. Ibrahimovic couldn't help but started boasting. The more he spoke, the more George nodded in surprise. Until finally, Ibrahimovic suddenly saw Siljak holding a small scroll, the stick scroll, to write down. What? Only then did I realize that this old guy was trying to trick me.
Master, I've written it all down in my notebook. Very well. Come back and sort out a list for me. Master, look, I didn't lie to you.
Hilyak pointed at the young dragon struggling in the spider web and said,
I picked up my eggs on the road. I didn't eat them secretly.
Silyak tried his best to prove that he had never been to this dragon's nest, that is. He sneaked to the jasper steel spine and ate it. What a fool, Ibrahimovic said secretly in his heart. But obviously, he is actually not much better than Silyak. However, George did not pursue the matter in the end. Seeing these young dragons in front of him, he was in a good mood. Although there doesn't seem to be much treasure in this dragon's nest, just some shining Andorra crystals or quartz. But these young dragons are the greatest treasures. He couldn't help but happily jumped off Hilyak's back and said to Redman,
Give those dinosaur eggs back to Hilyak. Redman,
these young dragons are about 1 month old. But among the 5, the largest one has grown to a shoulder height of more than 2 meters. The others are very weak, only 1.5 meters long, and a little thin. It looks a lot different from the big cub. Under normal circumstances, these 4 skinny young dragons would probably not survive to adulthood and would most likely be eaten by their brothers, or take off the nest. They look very different from adults. Their necks are not particularly long and their heads are slightly larger in proportion. The legs and wings are much thicker. It mainly relies on its wing limbs to support its front body in crawling. Overall, the current little dragon cub does not have the graceful streamlines of an adult jasper steel spine body. But his whole body was also filled with a strong aura. Much scarier than dinosaurs. These little guys are very strong. And some of the spider webs have been broken by them. When George saw that these little guys were still spraying sparks, he couldn't help but happily stretched out his hand and teased these little guys who were taller than him. As a result, a young dragon broke a few more spider threads and bit into his iron glove. George screamed in pain. He hugged the young dragon and pinned it to the ground. Then he took his hand out. Several demon spiders rushed up quickly. When the young dragon behind saw these behemoths more than 4 meters high, they were not afraid at all. Instead, they bared their teeth and claws and wanted to fight them. As a result, several demon spiders were easily pressed into the spider web. Then the demon spiders opened their forelimbs and used all kinds of tricks to treat these young dragons like dolls, using thick spider silk, packed up. At this time, George looked at his iron gloves and found that they were somewhat deformed. There were some fine gold rings on the inside of the fingers that were about to burst.
It's Grandma's. It's not big, but it's very strong.
Their strength is indeed very great according to the category. Jasper steel spine belongs to a new species evolved from an ancient category of Archaeosaurus, you see. Their cubs have a pair of small forelimbs. It will degenerate after adulthood. During Ibrahimovic's explanation, George suddenly understood what the ancestral dragon, the guardian dragon, the elemental dragon, and the primordial dragon were. The ancient Kashia people have always played the role of titans in the activities of this planet. But in fact, they are for scientific research projects the reproduction of life. The body of the ancient Kashia people is mainly composed of energy, and the physical body is only an auxiliary. No matter how well they study biology, they cannot understand their own spiritual world. In their eyes, gods and certain special dragons, which are also creatures mainly composed of elements, are suitable guinea pigs for studying reproduction. Therefore, dragons were a major subject at the very beginning. When they first came to this planet, there were many ancestral dragons in this world. Among them, there are 5 archosaurs with different shapes. But without exception, they have grown into the most perfect bodies and wisdom through natural evolution. The body is equally powerful as the magic. And these 5 ancient ancestral dragons became the later guardian dragons. They are the Homo sapiens among monkeys. Moreover, during the process of evolution, these 5-headed dragons also possess an immortal and perfect metabolism. But it is a pity that most of the descendants of these 5 guardian dragons cannot grow up. Like them, they lay a lot of eggs. But often the young dragons remain in the form of young dragons throughout their lives and cannot grow up. In order to complete their own reproduction experiment project, the ancient Kashia people made some interventions in the study of these 5 most successful archosaurs. As a result, many young dragons broke through their growth barriers and became huge dragons. But these giant dragons still cannot compare with the guardian dragon. They inherited the excellent magic and wisdom of the guardian dragon, and also inherited part of their longevity. But their bodies were a bit weak compared to the guardian dragon. Compared with the guardian dragon, they seem to be imperfect. Little dwarf. The descendants of these guardian dragons are what wizards call five-color dragons, or elemental dragons. Naturally, these failed experimental results cannot be applied to the ancient Kashia people. However, during the research, some ancient Kashia people began to believe that intervention is not as good as natural selection. Therefore, under the advocacy of this group of people, they collected many ancestral dragons, speeding up the time of their growth cycle and allowing them to evolve naturally. The Jasper Steel Spine is the descendant of these ancestral dragons, and they are the primordial dragons. Speaking of which, they share a common ancestor with the guardian dragon and the elemental dragon. But in essence, they are like humans and beasts. Their ancestors all crawled out of the sea. But they are no longer the same species. The Jade Steel Spine and the elemental dragon are both at the first level than the guardian dragon, but they both belong to the dragon category. The main difference between them is that although Jasper Steel's Spine can also sense magic fields and possess some magic power, but he doesn't use magic mainly for intellectual reasons. They are beasts among dragons. They view elemental dragons as food, and so do the elemental dragons. Although their bodies are not as good as the guardian dragons, they are much more powerful than the elemental dragons. When flying, they completely use their bodies instead of relying on magic power. The strength of muscles is second only to insects. The melee combat ability and recovery ability are also far superior to those of elemental dragons. But at the same time, they also have a flaw: slightly lower resistance, and cannot fly for long periods of time. It's not a problem to fly hundreds of kilometers, but compared to the elemental dragons that can travel around the world, it's not even close. In addition, their dragon flames are not nearly infinite like the elemental dragons, because the magic power in them is less than 1/5 of the elemental dragons. Compared to elemental dragons, their lifespans are also very short. Many dinosaurs can live to be 100 to 200 years old, and the average lifespan of the Jasper Steel Spine is around 400 years. But their reproductive ability is far better than that of elemental dragons. Elemental dragons inherit the reproductive weakness of guardian dragons. They have a lot of baby dragons, but most of them will never grow up. And if a native dragon is born, it will be one. It's almost the same as dinosaurs. One gives birth to more. The other gives birth to quality. This makes the black dragon in the crater and these Jasper Steel ridges the biggest dragon trouble here. If it weren't for the Kashia people here, these dragons with almost no natural enemies would have caused an ecological disaster in this crater.
This time we don't have to worry about that little girl riding Malim.
George touched his chin and came up with the bad idea of crater dragons. According to what Redman said before, there is an ancient black dragon in this crater. He is the dragon of the elements. The biological anti-aircraft guns, like the Demon Spider, coupled with fighters and bombers, like the Jasper Steel Spine and the Black Dragon, will definitely be able to tear the most troublesome Demon Air Force into pieces. Chapter 6:17, Crater Dragon Training Base. Others were packing their things over there, and George and others were discussing here. In the entire crater, there are actually only so many adult dragons, whether they are black dragons or emerald dragons. The most hilarious things here are the young and small dragons that are not fully mature, especially the black dragons in the Black Dragon Swamp, which are almost in a nest. Most of the Kashia people usually hunt and kill these dragons. In addition, certain large carnivorous dinosaurs, gorons, or large ancient spiders, snakes, and giant birds are also the main cleaners of dragon eggs and baby dragons.
Yes, sir,
Redman said respectfully.
In our tribe, there are domesticated dragons, but most of them are velociraptors. They are very smart and know how to cooperate.
Those 2-meter-tall velociraptors are very brutal and ferocious to humans. But to the Kashia people with an average height of 2.78 meters, they are just a bunch of dogs. Having said this, Redman looked at the young dragons in front of him with a strange expression.
There are indeed dragons of this kind. Not emerald dragons, they are so edible, and they have grown too big. After raising them, it will be a disaster.
George nodded. He knew that what Redman was talking about was some black dragon babies that would never grow up due to special problems. They are very smart and very ferocious. It also breathes fire. It is this type of young dragon or baby dragon that the tribe domesticates. There are many dragons in the crater, and the caravan may not have the time to hunt them all here this time. Nor can they take them all away. But it is possible to establish a dragon training base here. These guys are still very experienced. And there is plenty of food here. But there is a problem of being starved. Usually, the Kashia people mainly capture young dragons, and use this method to curb the number of dragons. For them, the adult dragons can only be dealt with by the team of the temple. After all, not only are they very powerful, but they can also fly on that day. These biological fighters and bombers have no opponent at all. But if a group of magic spiders is left behind, the Kashia people can use traps to catch dragons. Jasper Steel's spine's strength is at the level of a demon lord. But he has no younger brother around him. And he is not smart enough to understand cunning and insidious magic. With the fighting power of these guys, and a group of cunning shelter mercenaries or wizards, it will not be difficult to deal with him. It would be easier if something in the mothership could be used. As for the Black Dragon, there is only one truly fully mature one in the entire crater, calling himself Duke Ninofari. So, this shameless guy is still a ghost father. As long as he is beaten into submission, all the black dragons in the crater will be obedient. Although most of those black dragons fail to grow due to inbreeding and their own problems. But in the black dragon swamp of the crater, the black dragons were nesting in nests. A black dragon of more than 10 meters is enough to kill those black destroyers, plus a group of flying red devils. As for the Jasper Steel's spine, it will be the backbone against those demon lords. And that black dragon, who doesn't know how old it is much more powerful than the adult Jasper Steel's spine.
How long is the growth cycle of this thing?
According to the records of our laboratory, the native growth cycle is 10 times shorter than that of the elemental dragon. The Jasper Steel's spine can usually grow to more than 10 meters in 1 year. It emerges from the nest within 3 years, reaching a height of more than 30 meters in 3 years, and then slows down. It takes 20 years to reach adulthood. However, after they are 3 years old, they can already go out to hunt. The dragon your men encountered must be 200 years old. It is nearly 70 meters tall, and is a relatively outstanding individual. The cubs should be stronger. As for black dragons, their eggs can often fill an entire cave. But even those outstanding offspring among them will take 5 or 6 years to grow to more than 10 meters. Therefore, it will not be able to form combat effectiveness within a few years.
Sure enough, we demon spiders are the most advanced creatures,
Siljak interjected.
Our children can grow up in 1 year, and the eggs can grow into whatever they want them to look like. If let me lay eggs here, and the crater will be filled with my insect swarm. These mentally retarded dragons fighting on their own will all become nutrients for the insect swarm.
The biological hormones of alien creatures are an excellent achievement of evolution. Their level of biological civilization is close to level 0.8. And they indeed have the power to dominate a native planet. But it's a pity that your evolution and reproduction are too mutative. Otherwise you would be very suitable as our biological sample. Ibrahimovic talked a lot, and seemed to know the magic spider very well. Obviously, when he was searching for Silyak in the egg, he had already analyzed the demon spider. Silyak pointed at Ibrahimovic and covered his face shyly.
Master, your child looked at my body. You have to be responsible.
Shiriak, the veins on George's forehead jumped, making Hilyak shut his mouth. Then he looked at Ibrahimovic and asked about the business.
The growth cycle of dragons is a bit too slow. Isn't your scientific research ship always studying the problem of reproduction? There should be a method to induce birth.
Right. Of course. After searching the hull, I can help you choose a technology that is suitable for you to use. For example, you could extract hormones from demon spiders. This method is more suitable for you. Ibrahimovic knows the current crisis facing mankind, and time is very urgent for them. I think shortening the time 10 times should not be a problem.
2 years to adulthood is still too long. At this time next year, I hope to see them as big as my mother.
George's eyes became hot.
I want their flames to cover every area occupied by demons. Earth, they will tear apart the demons' air force for us.
I can understand your expectations, but it's a bit difficult to let them mature next year.
Is this difficult?
It is not difficult. Some of our biological samples have this type of catalytic hormone, but I predict that they may not live to be 10 years old. As a result, the black dragon will become a mentally retarded dragon, and even cause many deformed dragons. This is too cruel. George shook his head and said in ancient Kashgar,
Ibrahimovic, if they cannot help this planet before the end, they will be completely extinct just like humans.
He jumped on Hilyak's spider back and looked under the tree. The entire crater was in front of his eyes.
This paradise-like crater, including the outside world, will turn into a blazing inferno.
George looked at Evie and the dull wild elves.
At that time, the flames of purgatory will be the only source of light in this world. The plants and creatures in this world will become extinct. No dragons or humans will survive anymore. Home. Indeed. On the way back, the wild elves couldn't help but become silent. Their hearts kept echoing George's previous words, this small crater is their entire world. Redman also fell into deep thought. Ibrahimovic told him that he would take them back to his real hometown later. But whether it is out of faith or out of respect for the world they have lived in for hundreds of thousands of years, this place has become another home planet for them. The soul of the Kashia people called him back to his homeland where their astral light, or moon god, was. But the soul of the Kashia people is also telling him what he should do to this mortal world. Siljak had also been deep in thought. After much hesitation, she finally couldn't help but ask about her master. Master, the future world you described is so good. Hildak couldn't help but swallow her saliva. She clasped her hands together and said with eyes full of expectation and yearning, that is really a world like heaven. All burning, master. Could it be blue fire? It is so beautiful. Siljak, George touched his forehead, feeling a little helpless. He said, your own planet is much better than here. There, you can be the king and the master. But here, you can only be the slave of the ancient gods. Siljak was stunned for a moment, and then her eyes suddenly became hot, burning with blazing blue flames. George nodded, knowing that this stinky girl, who was too lazy to cook, was finally a little bit ideal. But immediately after, Siljak said something like this. I am only the master's slave. I want to help the master rule H.L. Our children will come in groups, crawling all over the world, spreading our shadow and fear. George stumbled and almost fell off the spider's back. Chapter 6:18 Little Stupid Dragon, Instructor Malim. When George woke up the next day, it was only after 5 o'clock. I slept for just over 3 hours in total, but it started to be noisy outside at around 4 o'clock. So I simply got up. When he opened the curtains, he found that carpenters were making vehicles with the help of wild elves, and several vehicles had been completed with the help of natural magic. This work is very efficient. The board is made of small trees and vines, and the wheels are spare wheels from the team. The only flaw is that it's a bit crude and doesn't look like it'll last long. It seemed that the jasper steel spine had been decomposed last night. The apprentices had treated the valuable materials with chemicals overnight, and the internal organs, dragon tendons, bones, and other things had been loaded onto the car. The meat is being soaked in salt and smoked, prepared to serve as dried meat reserve food for the soldiers. There seemed to be a lot of other meat, probably the results of the spider's hunt last night. The cars aren't just loaded with cargo. Several look like they were designed specifically for dragons. The shed above the carriage is made of spider webs and vines, and looks a bit like a large bird cage. There are 5 vehicles in total. In fact, these dragons are not very big, and do not take up much space when their wings are folded. There is no need to have 1 dragon per car. But Salman discovered that these dragons would fight when placed together, so he placed them separately because he was afraid of harming these precious treasures. While George was taking a towel and preparing to wash up in the lake, the handymen were sweating profusely and calming the horses pulling the cart. The horses asked what the dragon smelled like and immediately became frightened and pissed themselves. Many knights gathered around and pointed and smiled, showing no intention of helping. When William saw his boss getting up, he quickly scolded those people. So the soldiers dispersed and went to various areas of the camp to pack tents and pack their belongings. After George asked William a few questions, he learned that Alexander had accompanied Salman and led people to find Siljak in the woods, prepare to find some magic spiders to pull the cart. Lona and the others also brought back a lot of things last night. Her bags are already full, and the vehicles are now loaded with too much goods, sir. These new vehicles will not last long. After we arrive at the tribe, we need to get some sturdy ones. Only a car will do. Yeah, you don't have to worry about those cars pulling the dragon. So that's good. George breathed a sigh of relief, and then went to the lake. Redman and others saw the boss holding a toothbrush and soap locust in his hands, walking towards their holy lake instead of the river beside the lake. The corners of his mouth twitched a few times, but he didn't dare to say a word. When George came back, a dozen demon spiders had entered the camp, and the knights were hanging carriage harnesses on them. Salman told those in his convoy that these big spiders were tamed by wild elves, very docile, because these worker spiders had been working as coolies in the shelter for a long time. They were very obedient and seemed to understand people's orders. Therefore, although the handymen were a little scared, they all believed his lies. But those young dragons seemed to have been released. George looked into the woods near the camp and discovered the figures of Malim and Lorna. These 2 girls were dragging several young dragons around, and these young dragons
who were originally wild, were very obedient to these two guys who knew the beast language. Just like ducks following their mother. They followed her obediently. Malim is still underage. But this girl is over 300 years old. As a guardian dragon, she is the king of dragons. In terms of seniority, the Black Dragon Duke also has to call this little stupid dragon Grandma Zuzu. As for the Jasper Steel Spine, the adult ones are big dogs, and the minor ones are small dogs. George suddenly discovered that the real masters of dragon training were not those Kashia people, but this girl. It might be inappropriate to call him a dragon tamer. The instructor was very considerate. George raised his eyebrows and looked at the little stupid dragon. But the only dragons following them were the 4 small ones. The largest one had been pinned to the ground by Soraya. She grinned and was putting a crystal spider silk lock on the dragon's mouth. It looked like that the lock cover is a bit too big. Apparently, this lock cover was secretly prepared by Soraya for Malim. It seemed that after last night, Soraya had completely given up on taming the 100-meter-long guardian dragon. He turned to please Malim and asked her for a child. It seems that Malim has taught Soraya a lot before. But this guy doesn't seem to have learned much. He is just using brute force to make the young dragon obey, but it seems that this evil way has some effect. Maybe it's because the aura of this guy is more terrifying than the baby dragon's mother. After all, it can be considered a female Tyrannosaurus.
Boss, and he also need to change their mounts.
Alexander pointed at the largest young dragon and said with a mournful look on his face. The young dragon was originally his favorite. But when he saw his sister looking at him longingly, he let it go.
First learn from Malim how to communicate with these dragons that one is too small. Later I will find a bigger one for you.
George looked at Redman in the distance and said to Alexander.
The wild elf told me, there is a dragon king here. I want the black one.
Alexander stared and said excitedly,
Alexander doesn't like green. Okay, give the green one to your sister.
George nodded absently and looked at the front of the Kanglin motorcade. There, Irene was standing on the carriage shaft, looking eagerly at the dragons behind Lorna and the others. Humph. Let's see who cares about you now. Do you really think I went all the way last night just for the dragon? George chuckled evilly. He called William over and told him to go back and load some goods on the dragon cart to use it as a truck.
Save a wind shuttle and load it with the fodder from the forage cart and the things brought back from the dragon's nest. Lorna and the others will get tired of playing in a while and will sleep with the baby dragons inside.
George thought about it. Thinking about it, he added,
in addition, get some good meat and let Lorna and the others feed the dragons on the way. These dragons need to be trained. Look, Miss Irene is lonely. If they play together, they will be scared by the dragons.
Oh no.
William is an old referee. Although he usually looks taciturn, he looks like an honest man. But in fact, he is an old cruel official who has been in the execution ground for a long time. And he has many twists and turns in his heart. After listening to the boss's words, he guessed what the boss planned to do. So he went to make arrangements. He secretly asked Daphne for an appropriate amount of stimulant and mixed it with the meat. In addition, another special drug was obtained and mixed into the snacks prepared for Lorna and others. This drug was nothing special, mainly to calm the nerves and replenish the brain. But after eating, it makes people feel a little sleepy. This kind of drug is often used by the Sanctuary Judgment team, and even a vampire of the level of Lena cannot detect it. After breakfast, the team continued to set off. George, like a transparent person, began to catch up on his sleep in the car. Lorna and others were along the way, sitting on the shaft of the carriage, taking advantage of the opportunity to feed the dragon, and continued to tame the dragon. Those dragons were obedient and ran back and forth on the ground, and it seemed that it had some effect. So, after Malim and Lorna patted their chests and assured that these dragon cubs were obedient, Irene finally dared to feed the dragons with the meat. Chapter 6:19 Sacrificing one's life to feed a tiger? For Irene, at least she had seen the world last night, when she saw Malim suddenly transform and surprise Irene last night. Irene was so frightened that she almost fainted on the ground. But after all, Irene and Malim have been together for a long time, and she is a girl with an adventurous spirit. Therefore, with everyone's comfort, Irene finally accepted the fact that Malim was a giant dragon. We had a great time that night. Today, it looks like that will be the case. But as she became more and more courageous, she began to try to have more intimate contact with a young dragon, as Lorna said. But the dragon suddenly returned to its original wild nature like a white-eyed wolf, just like that. He suddenly pounced on her. Fortunately, Soraya took action in time and kicked the young dragon away.
Otherwise Irene would not have been simply disfigured. Beast! Soraya reached out her hand angrily, but was reluctant to hit him. After she cursed, the dragon cub seemed to suddenly regain their senses and became obedient again. After everything calmed down, Irene looked at her torn skirt, her face still in shock. As William, who is responsible for the order of the caravan, naturally he cannot watch these girls cause too much trouble. He called Bana and walked over with an embarrassed expression, reminding everyone that these wild baby dragons should be placed in the car.
Miss Lorna, you see? The servants in the caravan have been frightened by these dragons. Just now, several horses were frightened and almost overturned a car,
William said cautiously.
The master has been thinking about it. Do you want to place these dragons in the tribe? You have to train them well on the road. Otherwise, in 2 days, no matter how you beg, the master will not agree to bring them into the Moon City,
William continued.
I have just vacated a fishing shuttle. There are many crystals and jewelry toys that Miss Malene likes in it. And the toys in the dragon's nest are also placed in it. The place is spacious. You guys are here, feel free to mess around inside.
This is indeed reasonable. Lorna and others are still very afraid of George. And I don't know if they are tired from playing today, and everyone is a little sleepy. So he took the dragons on the wind shuttle. But in such a space, Aaron was not suitable for getting on the car. Bana didn't know anything, but she saw the way Irene was almost caught by the dragon before. So he found a step for Irene, and said he would accompany her to change clothes. As for Soraya, she had long forgotten the matter of George Mrs. Irene. After all, George has not harassed Irene in the past 2 days. Everything William did was spotless. And even Bana, who was specially brought here by him, helped. When Aaron returned to the car and started to change clothes, Bana chatted with Aaron for a few words.
Miss Irene, just rest in the car, dragons are beasts after all.
Bana felt terrified when she thought of Lorna and the others planning to sleep with those dragons in the shuttle. Yeah, Aaron nodded absently. Indeed, as an ordinary person, it is indeed very difficult to be good friends with people like Lorna and the others. There is a huge gap between ordinary people and them. Bana sighed secretly when she saw Irene's appearance. It is not easy for a little pigeon to fit into the circle of falcons. No matter how friendly everyone gets along with each other, sometimes people will suddenly feel that they are not from the same world. A friendship that does not care about one's own safety is sometimes unable to bridge such a gap. At this time, a Hongya suddenly ran out of the car window in a hurry and raised the window. After Bana heard Hongya whispering outside the car, she knew something was wrong.
Okay, you go and do your work first,
Eileen said, a little embarrassed. To be honest, she was quite embarrassed to let Princess Bana watch her change her clothes. At first, Irene didn't think much about it. But after Bana left, Irene's mind wandered for a while. She suddenly walked towards the car window regardless. And after opening the corner of the curtain, she found that there were people in the queue. Many night dyers and dawn knights appeared near the car. Not far away, William took off his helmet like a gentleman and bowed slightly to Irene. Suddenly, Irene accidentally knocked over a basin next to the car window. And suddenly a thunder exploded in her mind. Trembling all over, he picked up a coat and ran out of the car. But when he pushed open the car door curtain, he met someone with a smile on his face. The man stretched out his big hand and hugged Irene in his arms. He looked at her and smiled lustfully.
Where are you going in such a hurry? TSK. 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 Miss Eileen, your skin is so white. What's wrong?
Little beauty.
Where are your bodyguards?
It was George who was called up by William. As he said that, he moved his hand into the other person's arms in a dishonest manner. Seeing this normally sanctimonious heroic lord suddenly reveal such an ugly face, Erin's eyes darkened. And she suddenly remembered Aji's message that day, don't let me catch the chance. Otherwise you will die. Got it. She broke away with all her strength, covered her body with her coat, and was already crying. She collapsed and yelled,
Lord, how could you do this? Ha ha. Eileen,
don't be afraid. George whipped the palm of his hand with a riding crop and smiled ferociously.
This game is quite fun. My thoughts have been aroused by you. Today, you just sacrificed your life to feed the tiger.
Having said this, George used a riding crop to lift the curtain of the car window. And then, Irene saw a strange scene outside the car window. The scene outside the car window was from this car. A man was lifting the curtains with a riding crop, while a disheveled girl was looking out of the car window. Her white back was not covered by her coat, and she was looking out the window on the other side with a fearful expression. Hurriedly lifted up his coat, covered the back, The two sides of the car seemed to be sandwiched between two mirrors. Through the windows, one could see the world reincarnating one after another. It's like this place is already in a weird maze loop. Even if an alias is here, it's not that easy to get out. At this time, Ibrahimovic suddenly got in from outside the car. The labyrinth seemed useless in front of him. After coming in, he walked around in the car very happily, and his voice echoed in the car.
I'm here to learn, come on. Let me see how it's done. Study. Study?
Erin's head suddenly felt dizzy. She looked at the evil smile on George's face, and was really scared he was going to fake it for real. George, Irene's voice suddenly became gloomy. But there was a tremor that could not be concealed no matter what.
You have violated your beliefs.
George sneered and felt that at this time they could have a good talk. He looked at the chair behind Irene and walked over. Erin watched the person in front of her getting closer and closer, and subconsciously took 2 steps back. Her eyes were red, and she suddenly yelled angrily,
George! Don't force me!
She had long known that the person she chose was a sharp double-edged sword that would definitely have backlash in the future. But I didn't expect that this person's bottom line was even worse than I imagined. Now, he has kidnapped the entire kingdom of heaven, and he is sure that he can't do anything to him. Therefore, he is unscrupulous. Now how to do? Let him take advantage and continue to work hard for everyone. Then what did you become? Eileen suddenly closed her eyes and struggled with this extremely difficult choice. This was nothing. Wasn't it just giving up and giving up to feed the tiger? It's just a matter of love between men and women. I have resisted before just because he was a mortal. But this mortal does have some qualifications. Although he is a self-proclaimed Lord of Heaven, he has substance. Those angels of the dawn are calling for him more and more loudly. And as long as the armed forces of heaven believe in the light of dawn and join his command, it is inevitable. A few days ago, Michael took the core members of the kingdom of heaven and expressed his position in front of that idiot Soraya. And what makes Irene's face extremely ugly is that there is someone from her inside. I was a little unconvinced, so I came down to fight with him. But the direction of things is a bit out of control. But thinking about it, maybe controlling him through another method is also a good thing? Men can never get past women, and those queens are often the final winners. No matter how great a hero is, he will eventually be manipulated. The one who laughs last must be you. But based on this guy's normal behavior, he shouldn't be able to beat a dog with a meat bun. Close your eyes. Endure it. And it will pass. Let's talk about what happens next. If I can't defeat him after this, then everything will be meaningless. Erin suddenly smiled charmingly, slowly reached out to her coat, and lifted it gently, revealing a small piece of her flawless white shoulders. At this moment, George's voice suddenly sounded from behind Irene. She turned around differently, and then couldn't help but be slightly startled. I don't know when. Xiao Zhan had poured a glass of ice wine and was sitting on a soft chair, lifting his clothes, flashing his fan, and drinking iced wine. That careless look didn't look like he was going to do something next. People don't think about those things at all. He just wanted to scare himself. Erin's face suddenly hopped and burned. She thinks too much. Chapter 620. There is a price for lying.
Aren't you pretending to be crazy this time?
George said, looking up and down at Irene with a half smile. Erin blushed and coughed, feeling extremely ashamed and angry. She sat opposite George, lifted up the underwear under her coat with her hands, and took off her coat as if she was getting hot. The whole process went smoothly without paying attention to any traces. George also handed her a glass of ice wine. However, George muttered in his heart, I have a yellow mud crotch now. Soraya and her group of fools now look at me like I'm a pervert. Originally, I came here for my innocence. But why does it seem like this dead girl has the feeling of a strong man strangling his arms? George decided to trick her and see what she really meant. If this girl really can't think about it and puts the bun into her mouth, then it seems pretty good to act like a pervert herself. Hey.
Ariadne, you don't really think this is over, do you?
George suddenly said coldly.
There is a price for lying.
Erin's little finger couldn't help but twitch slightly. But at this time, her idea had changed. Her previous idea was simply a fool. If the bun is thrown in front of him, it will definitely go away and never come back. She sat down without leaving any trace, showed a pitiful expression and said,
How could I lie to anyone? You are also the consul we elected after all. If you can't even recognize the lurker, it means I have no vision.
Of course, those jokes later went a little too far.
Erin suddenly held her tongue, like a child who had done something wrong, and said,
Isn't it okay if I admit my mistake?
Seeing Irene's attitude, George nodded. He knew that this guy seemed to be acting rogue, pretending to be innocent and pitiful. She is taking advantage of women's rights and pretending to be stupid and cute. But in fact, I still admitted defeat. She is no longer superior, but has already recognized her proper position. Better than Soraya. But the matter cannot end like this. If you don't take advantage today, it will be difficult to appease your wounded heart. Admit your mistake? Then, I promise you. Aaron suddenly seemed to admit it and sighed. This made George's eyes widen. He put the wine glass down and pointed at Irene's chin. And George's other hand hidden behind his back couldn't help but tremble slightly at this time. I promise you, when we get to the Star Country, I will help you, and I will also help you on my brother's side. George's face turned extremely embarrassed. His hand that he stretched forward picked up the wine bottle and poured a glass of wine into his own glass. Ahem. I believe we will work together happily. George nodded, picked up the wine glass and took a sip. He hid the embarrassment on his face. After putting down the wine glass, his mind had already drifted to other places. I couldn't help but touch my chin and started thinking. He had already somewhat guessed what was going on between Ariadne, the Mutual Aid Society, and the Cherubim. Seeing George deep in thought, Irene breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. As expected, this idiot only has his own refuge in his heart. The topic has been successfully transferred. As for the secret that he had been guarding, it no longer made any sense with the current situation. My good brother, maybe I have to help him. After thinking about it, George did not expand on this topic, but he asked about another thing. He also wanted to sort it out. Otherwise, if you don't sort it out clearly and let this dead girl trick you, then your question will be in vain. He asked little by little. Why are you so curious about craters? Huh? Aaron suddenly let out a long breath, and her expression suddenly became a little complicated. Maybe it's because of curiosity about the Creator. These words surprised George slightly. He doubted whether this guy was deliberately avoiding the easy. But judging from all the information in the crater, the 7 archangels did not know about it. The Kashia people's worship of the moon god is completely self-indulgent. I never thought that one day I would think this way. Maybe it's because I am completely different from what I used to be. I am no longer the 7 gods. We once killed the Kashia people and had no respect for them. But I suddenly had the idea of searching for the roots. You have to ask me why. I can't explain. Maybe it's just out of curiosity. I wonder what kind of person the person who created us is and why he created us. Aaron looked out the window. Her expression suddenly became complicated. Eileen's words were something George couldn't reach first. Because she directly admitted her identity, they were once the 7 gods. He didn't expect her to be so honest. From Eileen's words, George could see that Ariadne was in a cooperative relationship with the angels as he thought. She had already found out all the relevant information from the starship in the Forbidden Sanctuary, message from the 7 gods, and learned about the existence of the Kashia people. Now you have seen what they look like. George couldn't help but ask. Are you a little disappointed? Disappointed? No, Irene shook her head and said. How could you be disappointed? The top and bottom of the pyramid are always reincarnated. There is nothing to be disappointed. The people who created us are the ancient Kashgar people. The people here are the Kashgar people. And in the past, what is the difference between the 7 gods and the primitive tribes in this crater? They are all just frogs in the well. But we may be more pathetic than them. They were forced to return to primitiveness under pressure. But the 7 gods gave up their true identity as gods and became the masters of a group of primitive civilizations. They, referring to the 7 gods, falsely claimed gods. But in this vast universe, they are so small. They were born from the hands of real gods. But they do not have the heart of a real god. They are self-contained and arrogant. They eventually decline and fall. The reincarnation of annihilation. The ancient gods had a great feeling for the 7 gods. And what Irene saw from Cherubim was too shocking to her. In the eyes of other god-level civilizations, the world-destroying gods and demons in many worlds are just some interesting big ants. If they say they can capture the laboratory, they will capture the laboratory. After the show was thrown back, the so-called gods still didn't know what happened. It's exactly the same as the rush of the ancient god. Inadvertently, the world of gods was completely destroyed and extinct in one undoubted move on Earth. The 7 gods were reborn and fully awakened. In that vast universe, they are as insignificant as human beings. We are new people, and we no longer call ourselves those ridiculous gods. Just as the Light of Dawn once said to me, only a community of destiny is the real way to a higher level. This is also my proposal for the kingdom of heaven. The original intention of moving down those 7 thrones and establishing the High Council of Dawn. George noticed that Irene's name for the High Council of Heaven was different from Soraya's. She called the High Council of Heaven as the High Council of Dawn.
Irene suddenly raised her head and looked into George's eyes.
From now on, I will be Irene.
George's expression moved slightly.
It's really rare.
Eileen.
George nodded and said. He said in his heart, I didn't expect that among you. There are still enlightened ones. In George's eyes, Soraya and Irene were both emperors who advocated the Meiji Restoration. But the difference between the two is that Soraya sees that revolution is the general trend and wants to preserve the last little thing. Hence the desire for a constitutional monarchy. But Irene is in this world where she needs to liberate productivity and completely change the structure of the world and the relationship between gods and humans in order to move towards the future. Hence the establishment of Parliament. Although in essence, they all hope that the kingdom of heaven will manage the world. But the starting point is different. Aaron believes that the world needs to be ruled by elites. Soraya, on the other hand, is reluctant to give up the little power in her hands. As long as she is still being held high in his face, she can do whatever you want. Although these two people's ideas are not thorough enough and their awareness is not enough. But it is already very rare. In the future, he will let humans and even the lawful forces of H.L. slowly join the Dawn High Council to form a belief system similar to the Kashia people in this system. The council is a discussion forum formed by managers in the United Nations of all races. What everyone believes in is faith and ideas, not some gods or archangels. Otherwise, the future will develop like some heavenly parliaments. Angels think that the world must be restarted, so they will destroy mankind and purify the world. Then it will be a joke, typical elitism and arrogance, regardless of the life and death of those at the bottom. At this time, the sound of dawn light suddenly sounded in George's ears. Chapter 621 Love Angel. Ariadne did deceive the light of dawn and wander around the world quietly. But she is still the most sensible and trustworthy child of the light of dawn. Now with the help of the dawn light, George's eyes had real vision. The Eileen in front of him was bloodless, but still full of flesh and blood. The pure essence of dawn on the angel of dawn seems to have been integrated with this body. Erin's understanding of the secret of letting go of her identity as a god and dawning from her heart was definitely not something that only happened in the past 2 years. Much earlier than Soraya. No, this time will probably be earlier. The light radiating around Irene's body was no less intense than Michael's. It is far more difficult for the son of the seven gods to condense himself than it is for the archangels, which shows that she realizes all of this far earlier than anyone else. And she works far harder than anyone else. George's expression suddenly became a little complicated. The words of the light of dawn are indeed true. Because she is the first angel of the dawn. He is also the first child to fall into the arms of the light of dawn. She has reshaped herself in these 300 years without using any external force. In order to completely let go of everything he once had. He also used Alexander's method to become Irene. And because her body was no longer the same as before, the process was much smoother. It can be seen that this reincarnation process is planned. It has been prepared for a long time. This may be why the light of dawn said before that the angel of love appears and disappears. Because she is the incarnation of the saint. She is Irene during the day and Ariadne in her dreams. Therefore, neither he nor the light of dawn can see through her.
Have you been secretly helping cherubim?
George asked.
Prometheus has his choice. And I have mine. But there must always be a fire left.
Irene said sadly.
The Creator gave us bodies. And humans gave us thoughts. I don't want to see that we have guarded tens of thousands of years of life were destroyed in one fell swoop. I think, as the light of dawn said, we should do something as much as possible. Only in this way can fate favor us.
George nodded. He could see that Eileen's words were sincere. Love Angel and Cherubim were both the first people to know about the Kashia people. But their decisions were completely opposite. She chose to stay in this world instead of escaping here with her twin brother. Therefore, in that mutual aid association, the Salvation faction emerged. Therefore,
when the shelter was most needed, Gale could hear the oracle and come in advance. At this critical moment in the eastern border of Rodunk, all the world's resources can be gathered in Rodunk. She has a deceitful dark moon side, but also a glorious side of tolerance and fraternity. As a messenger of reproduction and love, she affects humans and is affected by humans at the same time.
But no one understands escapism, and it is difficult for others to accept it. Therefore, I was afraid that my brother's plan would be affected and fail. So I never told anyone.
At this point, Irene suddenly raised her hands. Putting their hands together, they looked up at the roof and confessed.
Please forgive me. The light of dawn. I am afraid that you will leave us because you know the way to leave.
George curled his lips and said in his mind, why are you so incited all of a sudden? Is it he who has the final say whether to leave or not? I haven't decided whether the Kashia people will leave or not. What's the matter with them? Naturally, the words in George's heart were not heard by the light of dawn. His voice echoed in the car. The light of dawn is not Alpha. He separated me. Perhaps for this fate all of this may be due to fate. Alpha was broken by the hands of the 7 gods. But it also allowed me to merge with human thoughts. Now, the light of dawn has become a community of destiny with this world. This is destiny. Mission and responsibility. Just like Alpha protected this lineage of Kashia people, the light of dawn will always protect all family members. After hearing this, Irene cried bitterly, and the mental fluctuations of dawn light also rippled in the car. At this moment, they were like a mother and son who had been separated for a long time, hugging each other and crying. George pointed at Ibrahimovic with his finger and quietly conveyed some words to him mentally. Ibrahimovic, don't imitate them, this is hacking idealism. Attribute everything to fate. There is no dialectical thinking at all. If the light of dawn was shattered into pieces, and there was no new life, then one would say that it was fate. Coco Ibu's race is an idealistic race. Our body structure makes us think that the spirit built this world. George rolled his eyes fiercely. He looked out the window through Celiac's eyes. He saw that the caravan was gradually approaching the area where the Lake of the Moon was located. It passed some tribes on the way, but there was no one among these tribes. It seemed that they have all gathered towards the holy place in their hearts. On the lake in the distance, there are many small wooden boats. Kashia people from various tribes, holding their children and carrying things, are paddling towards the middle of the lake in the crowded boats. Looking further, you can see a towering pyramid in the center of the lake, and there will be everyone's destination. The pyramid is probably as big as a mountain. As the saying goes, if the caravan wants to reach there, it will probably have to be late at night. However, the caravan can stop near a certain tribe, and it is enough for some of George and the others to go there. After coming back to his senses, George saw that Irene was still praying there, and couldn't help curling his lips, not intending to watch Irene, and the light of dawn continued to be greasy. Ahem. Interrupt me. Aaron, I need your help with something. George opened his mouth to interrupt the emotional exchange between the two of them, and began to think hard. Seeing George suddenly becoming so solemn, Irene wiped her tears and hurriedly sat back in her seat upright. There will be a sacrifice in the tribe tonight, and I need your help with this matter. George felt that if Irene could join his fraud group in the future, it would be absolutely perfect. Soraya and Lorna. Those girls. Yeah. Ibrahimovic's voice rang cheerfully in the car. I want to study hard. Come on. Let me see how it's done. Suddenly, Aaron suddenly realized that this was what Ibrahimovic meant by learning. But what does this mean? Is it possible that everyone should watch how he arrived? Then what did you become? Not an actor? Although she always said that she was no longer the moon goddess. This matter still made Eileen feel a little uncomfortable, and she couldn't help but curl up the corners of her mouth. This was simply deliberately embarrassing herself. But then, George's words made Eileen realize that she had misunderstood. When you come into the world, how do you do the lighting and background? I hope you can help me be the producer. Amidst Eileen's blankness, George coughed a little embarrassedly. Seriously said, You know, I have been imitating Soraya's sunshine to fool around with this and this. I am not particularly professional in the area of the moon god. George, Irene couldn't help gritting her teeth. Chapter 622 The moon god comes to the world. In the center of the crater, there is a huge pyramid. And this pyramid is built on a small island in the center of Lake Luna. In fact, it is not so much that the pyramid was built on an island, but that the lake did not exist when the pyramid was first built. Today, only half of the pyramid is exposed above the water, but it is still tall and majestic according to Ibrahimovic. This should have been a base established by the survivors of the Kashia people. Many things in the starship should have been moved before. Once there, many things in the ecoregion are included. Over the past tens of thousands of years, many strange plants have grown around this pyramid, and these plants seem to be leaked from the ecological zone. Over the years, they have been accumulating near the pyramid like coral. After being covered with mud, it is no longer possible to distinguish which ones are plant remains and which ones are soil. Eventually a small island with an area of 2 kilometers was formed. The island is already covered with various plants, but most of them are ferns and fungi. They are colorful in the moonlight of this night, matching the torches in the hands of the worshippers under the tower. Gasper, Hongwa and others were tied to a gentle platform in the pyramid. The former looked blankly at the witch doctors and priests dancing around him. They looked like people struggling painfully to the beat of drums. The latter, Those Kashia people who were tied to Gasper were praying with tears towards the moon.
Aren't you ashamed at all, Mr. Gasper?
Hongwa's eyes were red and swollen from crying. She looked at Gasper's bored expression and finally couldn't help but angrily yelled.
You are the angel of the moon god. You should repent for your blasphemous behavior.
It seems that along the way, Mr. Gaspard has tried various explanations. But after he finally released his ultimate move and revealed himself to be the Moon Angel, and showed the mark of God for several months, the Kashia people seemed to become even more angry.
It's nothing. I just feel a little desperate.
Gasper sighed. Gasper was not desperate because he was about to be sacrificed. Because Soraya told him that they were already here in the sky. What makes him desperate is that he can't communicate with these Kashia people at all. To sacrifice yourself to the moon god. Why not just unlock those strange alloy locks on your body and let yourself go directly back to the kingdom of heaven?
You should feel desperate,
Hongwa said angrily.
You betrayed us. Whatever. Hongwa. Anyway, you win. What do you mean I won? Gasper, you are really a devil. You don't mean anything. You are the fallen moon angel.
Seeing Gasper's careless look, Hongwa was weeping and couldn't bear it. I couldn't help but shed tears while praying devoutly towards the moon. She didn't know if it was because she was dazzled, but she always felt that there seemed to be something on the moon. Maybe it was Hongwa's piety that moved God. Or perhaps Hongwa's voice of grief and indignation was heard by the moon god. Just when the drumbeat stopped completely, the witch doctors finished their last dance and flashed the knives in their hands. The moon in the sky suddenly came to the world. The moon was so huge that it kept flying towards the pyramid. No. That was a ray of moonlight. After it hit the pyramid directly, it formed a pillar of light, eclipsing the torches and fluorescent lights around the pyramid. A dazzling light group slowly fell in this pillar of light in the eyes of many Kashia people. The radiant Ibrahimovic had the image of a tall Kashia people, just as all the Kashia people imagined. The moon god is indeed a Kashia person. And a man. At this time, the voice of Ibrahimovic suddenly resounded in everyone's hearts. Under the clouds, George and others were standing on a small boat with a floating spell. Looking down,
George, is this okay? This is so fake,
Soraya said with a weird face. But she did not dare to open her outstretched hand, because the light beam came from her hand, released from a wand, not even divine power.
I feel like I'm deceiving the feelings of a group of primitive people.
Soraya felt a rare sense of shame. In her opinion, this was a bit too unprofessional.
Should I let some of my angels go down?
Don't be lazy. At least open the door to heaven.
Just when Soraya was complaining, there was a sudden roar and tsunami below, and the crowd frantically worshipped the light spot on the pyramid.
Hurry! Don't be distracted.
George saw Ibrahimovic moving around during his speech. He was about to run out of the spotlight, so he couldn't help but hurriedly reminded him. The two of them were busy in the sky for a long time. Soraya did not expect that Ibrahimovic would give a speech for so long. I didn't expect that it was just a flashlight thing. Otherwise, grab a piece yourself and let Alexander on the boat get it. It wasn't until Ibrahimovic gave the notice in the mental connection that Soraya withdrew her slightly aching hand, and the boat slowly fell into the lake amidst Lorna's spell, until the boat returned to the team and started paddling towards the island with everyone. Soraya's mouth was still grinning. She looked at George and said, "That's it? Just a flashlight? Doesn't that mean that if any witch doctor performs like this an angel, he will be regarded as a god? You have to conform to people's imagination. It's true that you don't have to do those high-end things without thinking." At this point, George couldn't help but nodded. Also, the witch doctor doesn't have a flashlight. This is laser light. It's what Angel and the others use to measure geology. A witch doctor who has such a flashlight can be considered a god in this primitive tribe. These Kashia people are different from the people from the Seven Kingdoms outside. Reached a level of civilization. The latter has seen too many magic sticks or heretics pretending to be gods. The former is extremely simple. How have you seen anything before? Therefore, if they really want to create something beyond their imagination, even if the real moon god comes to the world, maybe they will have to tie the moon god to a stone and drown him in the lake.
Although I had doubts before, what Irene said is indeed correct. You see, Soraya, I am much more experienced than you, and I have to learn more from your sister in this regard. You girl, it's so delicious and lazy.
At this point, George couldn't help but nodded towards Irene on the other boat next to her. Irene smiled with an ugly face as a response.
Irene?
Soraya looked at Irene with a strange expression, and then looked at George. She said in disbelief,
"George, you guy, aren't you still entangled in Irene's affairs? Why am I still hesitating? Your good sister Irene has already recruited me. She is Irene. Irene is her, by the way. She wants me to just call her Irene in the future.
George glared. I said. Then George seemed to suddenly think of something. He couldn't help but let out a new. And then he laughed.
She really didn't listen to me and told you the matter? She definitely didn't dare to tell you. She was afraid of us two playing mixed doubles.
But
if you force her, she will fight you. You can do this.
When Irene, who was on the boat not far away, turned increasingly pale, Soraya waved her hand fiercely and pushed away George, who wanted to whisper to her.
I really can't listen anymore. George.
Soraya pursed her lips and said,
I don't want to do that to you and beat someone into submission. Oh my God. Soraya, you are such an idiot.
George waved angrily at Irene, who was not far away, and asked the boat over there to row over.
Irina, Ariadne and I. You girl.
Come here. The two angels, who were rowing the boat on which Eileen was on, hurriedly rowed the boat over. Then Alexander hooked it with the oar, and the boat stuck to the side. George stepped on the bow of the boat, pointed his finger at Eileen, and asked loudly,
Say, tell your good sister, are you an Ariadne? You promised me.
No. I'll lie again.
Irene was frightened by George's angry look. She looked at Soraya, then at George, nodded her head palely, and said,
Yes, I am. I really am, Master.
George smiled proudly.
Soraya.
Look at it. George.
Soraya threw the flashlight in her hand onto the boat. Then she picked up Lorna, raised her legs, and jumped onto Aaron's boat. Then Soraya turned back with an unhappy face, looked at George and said,
You are really going too far.
Immediately afterwards, Soraya snatched the wood pulp from a German angel's hand and started rowing. After 2 or 3 hits, the boat flew away from George's boat like a rocket and penetrated the trail. Looking at the boat that was gradually going away, George was stunned for a long time. Then his mind flickered, and he understood everything. His crotch was now covered in yellow mud. Yes, Ibrahimovic has indeed finished this matter. But he hasn't even learned the tricks of Luna to fool people.
Eileen, Ariadne, you little bitch. You're done. Just wait. You're dead. I will never show mercy next time.
George pointed at AI in the distance. Lynn, gnashing her teeth, jumped up and cursed. The sound echoed on the lake for a long time, almost overwhelming the cheers of the Kashgar people in the distance. Apparently, Soraya's ship heard George's curse. And then a sweet and annoying voice sounded in George's mind.
George, you won't be so cruel and want to destroy the relationship between our sisters. Right? Anyway, you know, and I know about the two of us. Whatever you want me to do, I can't help it. I'll just let you do whatever you want. Don't worry. I won't tell your little lover, laughing loudly. Light of dawn. There is a bug in your spiritual network again.
Chapter 623 God's Technology. Ibrahimovic was originally the
Revelator
among the Kashia people. After he changed his thinking and put on the halo of the moon god, this little magic stick with some of George's thoughts deceived these simple Kashia primitive tribesmen. It can be said that it is a set of sets, and it goes very smoothly. Therefore, when George and the others landed, they received a warm welcome. As for those blasphemers, even moon god Ibrahimovic has forgiven them. So why should everyone pursue it? It can be said that it was the pious repentance of these blasphemers that made the moon god come. Under the advice of the moon god, the Kashia people will no longer use such bloody and barbaric methods to perform sacrifices. Repentance is enough. I told them that if they repented to me, they would be forgiven. Ibrahimovic said to George proudly. In George's eyes, Ibrahimovic is still the same, but in the eyes of the Kashia people, he has a different appearance, essentially a spiritual influence. After hearing Ibrahimovic's words, the corners of George's eyes couldn't help but twitch. He looked at the enthusiastic Kashia people around Ibrahimovic and said to Ibrahimovic in his heart, Strike while the iron is hot. Ibrahimovic, you go and do your work first, and we go to the church to have a rest. We'll talk again later. After listening to it, Ibrahimovic couldn't help but think of George's previous teachings. He couldn't help but quickly put away his complacency and went to work cautiously. In George's previous teachings to Ibrahimovic, this kind of work requires a total of 3 steps: pull, push, and pull. It's a bit like PUA's deception and brainwashing. Now Ibrahimovic has only completed the first step of the work. The Kashia people have not yet been punished for a small mistake. Know what reverence is. Nor did I learn to take the initiative to do the right things. Just relying on the current enthusiasm is not stable. However, George could see that this little guy had so much talent that he was able to teach him. So after taking a few glances, He followed Redman and others to the church. On the way, the Kashia people enthusiastically stuffed the good things in their hands into the arms of George and the others. It truly reveals their intrinsic enthusiasm, kindness, and simplicity. They seem to regard George and the others as moon gods' partners in heaven or incarnations. Treat the Dawn Knights as a temple. Although these Dawn Knights are not of the same race as myself, they all have the same beliefs and the same inner spirit. Why bother with appearance? At this point, the idea pursued by these Kashias, who ostensibly believe in the moon god but actually believe in the astral light, is actually the idea of the astral light. The treatment of others is far more tolerant than those in the Holy Court. It can even be said to be enthusiasm. They discovered that they were not alone in this universe. It didn't take long for George and his party to rest in the Kashia people's temple. It was an independent building near the temple, the size of a cathedral. It was built after the Kashia people. The main material is plants. The celebration outside was still in progress, and there were very few people in the church. Most of them were sent by Ibrahimovic to help George, and the others packed their bags. Although the convoy was outside the lake, everyone had to bring their belongings as they were preparing to enter the temple. During the visit, George and the others became more and more surprised by this church. Originally, George and the others thought that the appearance of this temple would be very primitive, but the aesthetic taste of the Kashia people exceeded their expectations. It reminds me very much of the elf princess plant castle in Lorna's novel. The carving and decoration are very particular. Moreover, the layout are somewhat similar to the Forbidden Academy in the sanctuary. The academy is participating in the sanctuary. In many corners of the temple, there are suspended crystals. It seems to be the fusion of Andorra crystal and some other crystals. Andorra crystals are mainly used as energy, and other crystals should be used to dispatch these energy conductors. The incantation engraved on the crystal and the magic circle below the crystal look very simple, but they are not simple. George could see that these crystals had the same function as the energy crystals Anthony described sealing and charging. But the Forbidden Sanctuary uses the magic hub to solve the problem of activating the energy in the Andorra crystal. But these Kashia people solved it with incantations. And George discovered that these charging crystals can not only charge magic gems, but also charge people. This is a technology that is absolutely not available in the Forbidden Sanctuary. After George got closer, he felt a surge of power in his body. The battery of the flashlight in my hand is also full. According to Anthony, the full version of the charging crystals in the Forbidden Sanctuary do not have such terrifying charging efficiency judging from the charging efficiency of the Kashia crystals. Those things in the sanctuary are pump technology. If it is accelerated and charged again, reaching 1% of the speed of the Kashia crystal, the magic power will be overloaded, and even trigger a magic riot on the magic gem. A group of primitive people, relying on their own thinking, came up with a battery that was even more powerful than the Forbidden Sanctuary. And he didn't use the demonic nexus. To George, it's just advanced technology. But for Daphne, who knew its principles, this technology made her feel extremely weird. Forbidden Sanctuary has spent more than 300 years making the Nanfu battery. But in the end it only turned out to be a piece of junk? George looked at Daphne with some surprise. Girl, compared with these primitive people, we are still lagging behind. So many. I believe they may have some reference points. Sir! Daphne's face turned pale, and it was obvious that these black technologies had deeply affected the wizard. She said somewhat unconfidently, I saw many incantations on some stone tablets outside the temple. Those are the writings of the Kashia people. Girl, they are not incantations. George touched his chin and looked at the spells on the crystals and said, They are too. You mean? Daphne looked at George in disbelief. In that tension, a trace of sweat already appeared on her forehead. You mean? They're words of magic power. Daphne's mind suddenly flashed a word that the Lord had been muttering for a long time. Follow your words. Not sure. Daphne. George shook his head. He touched a spell and felt that it was drawn by some kind of spiritual power, not some kind of dye. He remembered what Anthony had said to him. The Kashia seemed to be a creature made of energy, and the body was just a carrier. The way they observe the world is completely different from humans. On the contrary, they are like those legendary elemental elves. Magic is like the tools in their hands, even their fingers. So it is not that words have magic power, but that these words are the product of an interpretation of natural forces. Its function is not just to record the magic of this world is like a circuit board to them. And their words are the circuits on this circuit board. They can make this chip with their spiritual power. But humans need mithril and magic potion. And if the Kashia people say something in language, or do not need to use their mouths, but use their spiritual power,
they will naturally be able to activate the magical power in the void. From the perspective of humans, this is a level that only gods can achieve. The Kashia people deserve to be called a race of gods. How much Mithra will be saved? Ibrahimovic said that the Kashia people use a kind of energy that is purer than the elements, the power of the astral world. This is actually the power of dawn. But after so many years of research, their method of using the light of dawn has become completely mature. Magic, divine introduction, and divinity are unified in their eyes. I don't know what other information and documents are in the temple. If the Academy studies it carefully and learns 2 or 3 points, it will be fine anyway. Right? George's eyes couldn't help but become hot. Aren't my wizards going to be at the level of demigods in the future? Can knights also use some special forbidden spells? Chapter 624 The Gift from the Sword-Bearing Elder. George believes that since a temple can appear here, it means that there are corresponding documents or technologies in the temple that can be used as a reference. The Kashia people's spiritual energy system has been used for countless thousands of years, and it has become extremely mature. They believe this is a power closer to the nature of the world. Dawnlight doesn't have much memory of Alpha, but there is this knowledge in the literature. This is the true temple. When all this information is taken out from the temple, the Dawn Knights/priests and forbidden wizards will be greatly improved. And this is just one direction, because this information is probably the most helpful to the Forbidden Dawn society. When wizards understand this spiritual energy system that is far more basic and closer to the bottom than the elements, the magic technology tree of the shelter will make a qualitative leap, just like the people on Earth suddenly unified the 4 big base power. And there are alien things for reference. He feels that this knowledge is absolutely no problem, at least in reducing the cost of alchemy. And many magics can also be optimized at a deeper level. The original forbidden wizards probably got some of these things. And now I still have translators and users who can help. Under Ibrahimovic's guidance, there won't even be the academic bottlenecks of the Forbidden Sanctuary. Such a laborious accumulation of experience points can be added directly. Daphne, you followed me here this time, and you found a treasure after I get the information. I will ask Ibrahimovic to teach you these things. At this point, George glared at Daphne. If you do it again, if you are as lazy as in the laboratory, I will ask Malene to pick up the Wolf Lord. The wizards in the sanctuary pass on past materials through the Book of Dawn, although they can be researched and ask questions at any time for answers here. But how can anyone teach me step by step with good results? Daphne, a lazy bitch, immediately became depressed after hearing this. She thought she was traveling with her boss. As a result, the boss arranged a crammed school for her. At this time, the noise outside seemed to gradually quiet down. The Kashia people followed Ibrahimovic's instructions and started some work. Many people returned to the tribe by boat to pick up things, and some released magic on the spot and set up camps. The hull of the ship at the bottom of the lake is probably unable to be driven. They didn't have time to cultivate if there were no faceless men in Yongya. There would be no need to rush back. But the one in the Forbidden Sanctuary can be used directly. Therefore, many things here need to be dismantled to prepare for subsequent transfers. And you have to check and check. When George and the others finished their visit and came to chat in the largest bedroom in the church, Ibrahimovic also flew in from the window. According to Ibrahimovic, he planned to select a portion of the Kashia people for enlightenment, only imparting knowledge, on the grounds that he would initiate the kingdom of heaven. But in fact, it is preparation work for the opening of the temple, in order to prevent biological samples from the laboratory's ecological zone from escaping. The temple is sealed. It may take a little energy to turn it on, but luckily there are some batteries in the various tribes. Although it is a bit crude, it can be used. According to Ibrahimovic, the first group of survivors made a lot of things, and this temple was opened once 3,000 years ago. The church was organized at that time, because of the commandments of the moon god. Those who followed the sword-wielding elder into the temple did not go in death. In fact, they did not know how to open the door inside. However, many things were still taken outside the temple, and the psionic buncher was one of them. The sword-holding elder seemed to be a very smart person, and compared to other Kashia people, he was not stubborn at all. His thinking was very flexible, and he was also full of questioning spirit, or able to look at problems dialectically. After he discovered the batteries in the temple, he did not kneel down as if he saw a holy object. In fact, he was really frightened at the beginning, and even knelt down for a long time. After all, those crystals, light pillars, projections, illusions, and sounds that suddenly light up, for these primitive tribesmen, it was too scary. However, he secretly recorded the appearance and text of those energy crystals, and quietly took away a few small crystals. Some were recording crystals, and some were miniature energy crystals. These energy crystals in various tribes and temples today are his works. But he only glanced at it a few times.
I asked why there is such a pure whole piece of Andorra crystal in the dragon's lair. How did this guy make it? Is it handmade?
George felt a little incredible after hearing this. He originally thought that those energy crystals were made by the Kashia people with the help of temple tools. But according to what Ibrahimovic said, the sword-wielding elder named Palos did it all by himself. It is indeed not easy. I just remembered it when I mentioned it. Palos asked me to give you a greeting gift. I think these things should be able to be used on your scroll. Speaking of which, Ibrahimovic took out a few crystals from his arms. One of them seems to be a memory crystal, and it should contain some technical information.
Given to me?
George took the crystals with some strangeness. After looking at the memory crystal, he found that it was filled with Palos's research information. From the above, it seems that this person has tried to imitate this thing, but it ultimately failed. But judging from the few words he said, he seemed to know a lot about the Styx scroll. This made George feel very incredible. The guy should have been to the Holy Court many years ago. At that time, Aloysius had not yet appeared, and the divine scroll was completely sealed in the Holy Court. Paros has traveled to many countries, learned a lot of wizard techniques. At first, he seemed to be looking for the moon god because of his faith, but I don't know why. He started to sneer at the moon god. I think maybe it's because he gradually discovered that the gods are just advanced creatures, as he continues to learn and experience. George suddenly thought of Rusgard. And Palos probably had a lot of contact with wizards, just like what a certain archbishop in history said. Wizards are all heretics. This is really not easy. He has no foundation. Everything he learned was learned from humans. But he broke the shackles of faith between mankind and himself, and used the knowledge he learned to start research in the temple. It's a pity that there are too few people like him. And people are always reluctant to break old ideas. Ibrahimovic couldn't help but sigh. Today's affairs can be said to be very successful and smooth. Just like when George gathered the first batch of residents of the shelter. They all started working in an orderly manner. Many people have even broken some of their previous concepts. And these things were originally against the commandments. This can be said to be a big step. And it is not easy. But in this process, Ibrahimovic relied on lies and so-called oracles to drive these people. Whenever Ibrahimovic thought of the reactions of his people, he felt a great sadness.
Our people have completely spawned another civilization.
But unfortunately, they have been standing still.
There was a sense of sadness in Ibrahimovic's words. Today's sacrifice went very smoothly, but the tribesman's ignorance of faith deeply hit Ibrahimovic. Now, when he looked at his tribesmen, he even had a strange feeling. This made him very uncomfortable with certain dogmas, or even just the operating rules of the laboratory. People of the new generation seem to understand it, but not understand it. And they don't know its meaning. Follow it strictly as a commandment of the moon god. But these codes have no connection with the lives of the Kashia people. But they forced themselves to misunderstand it, and forcibly regarded some of the information they have written down as the oracles of the gods. The great Kashia people have now completely reduced to primitive humans. Your people have never been so united. You now have supreme authority. Ibrahimovic, they are a blank sheet of paper for you to draw. Whether it is good or bad depends on how lead the way. George solemnly said,
one day, they will guide you.
Amidst George's comfort, Ibrahimovic began to think freely. So does George. I wonder what good things there are in that temple. Chapter 625 Dragon Breeding Base. At noon, a tribe near Moon Lake.
Aji, you lied to me. You are all angels sent by the moon god.
Hongwa held the black baby dragon in his hand and looked angrily at Aji and Gaspar Nagasper already recruited. Aji is still talking tough here.
I have suspected it for a long time. Otherwise, how could you know the mysteries of our moon temple?
The more Hongwa thought about it, the angrier she became just now. Aji had made up some kind of
light of dawn
to deceive people.
Okay, you win, Hongwa.
The corner of Gaspar's mouth twitched. He and Aji looked at each other, and then weakly pressed the dragon saddle in his hand on the dragon's back, letting Aji ride on it. Above, the young dragon has a shoulder height of more than 2 meters. But when Aji rides on it, it is not much taller than Hongwa. But this little man didn't think height was a disadvantage in picking up girls at all. After riding on her, he started teasing Hongwa again. Gaspar rolled his eyes. He picked up a pair of dragon saddles, reins and other equipment, and started working on his own. The boss asked the craftsmen in the fleet to make these new gadgets. Previously, people in Kashgar did not even use saddles. However, these elves never ride dragons. Most of the dragons they tame are young dragons that are 4 to 5 meters in length and about 2 meters high at the shoulders. Except for the tail, which is the size of a horse. It is too small for them. There is a tribe in the mountains that specializes in riding pterosaurs. And although some tribes also have some small black dragons that are more than 10 meters long, whether they are pterosaurs or small black dragons, none of these Kashyas were equipped with saddles or bridles. These Kashya people can't fly, but they are not afraid of falling. But their postures are really nimble. Gasper couldn't help but think of the scene where the red fruit went up into the sky just now. If she could fly the bigger black dragon, those little dragons more than 10 meters high would not be able to fly by herself. But she got up the one Aji is riding now. What do you mean by not taking advantage of yourself? His 4 light wings, plus the 2 newly grown ones, are not much slower than the baby dragon at full power. But Hongwu commanded the little dragon cub to do some flips in the sky, and then he disappeared. Moreover, Hongwu carries a lot of weight. But no matter what, Daphne's experiment is over. Daphne suspects that the black dragons can achieve a state of weightlessness through the magic field when they are in the sky. And the situation is consistent with what she guessed. Even this kind of 5-meter-long baby dragon has a load-bearing capacity that is several times greater than that of an adult pterosaur. Once he hands her the recording crystal, he will be able to live in peace for a while.
I'm going to play for a while. I'll come and find you later,
Aji said. Then pulled the reins of the dragon that sat down. But the dragon flapped its wings and ate, gritting for a long time. But it didn't seem to be very obedient.
Really? Aji, you have only been in contact with it for such a short time.
Hongwu pulled the reins and said with some concern.
It said it doesn't like you very much. Don't fall off.
Look, I will make it obedient, don't worry. I have a parachute.
After saying that, Aji pulled the reins and went up to the sky. But the way the dragon was writhing in the sky didn't look like it was going to be obedient. In the blink of an eye, Aji and the dragon had flown across the lake. The dragon even breathed fire at the fish jumping out of the water. Then the dragon turned around in the air and began to rise rapidly. That posture, no matter how you look at it, seems like you were planning to get that annoying kid off your back. Aji was a little more dexterous than Hongwu on the dragon's back. But Hongwu's heart was beating wildly, and he was very scared.
Don't worry about him. The ring on his hand is loaded with levitation.
After saying that, Gasper took Hongwu and headed over there. Today I mainly helped the boss check the dragon situation in each tribe, and helped Daphne do some tests. Now various tribes are busy transporting those energy crystals, and it seems they have to make some to maintain the operation of the temple. Therefore, it will take a few days for the temple to be fully opened. Otherwise, it would be fine if the temple door is closed after everyone enters. The interior of the temple is not fully open yet, but there is an area inside that you can enter, the place where the sword-wielding Elder Palace went. The boss and the others went there with great interest to check it out early this morning. Aji originally went with them, but after he led someone to bring a cart of goods back, he stayed to pick up girls and play with dragons. The car Aji was staying in mainly contained some materials and crystals, not finished products. But I heard from Aji that there are a lot of good things in it. I wonder what good things the boss and the others can bring back later. Along the way, Gasper and Hongwu passed through the crowd, and there were busy people everywhere. There is a constant flow of boats, large and small, between Yu Island and the lake, and the tribes on the shore.
Our place has never been so lively,
Hongwu said with a sigh as he looked at the flow of people around him.
Yeah.
Gasper didn't quite understand some of the words in Hongwu's words, but he could guess what she meant. It was indeed very lively. Most of the Kashya people in the crater had gathered in Hongwu's tribe these days. Even the heavenly servants of the shelter flew over. These servants of gods and caravan tools are leading the Kashgar people to ship, build camps, and make large and small tools. There were also streaks of smoke rising in the distance, which must have been made by Daphne and the others. In the forest in the distance, a group of people returning from hunting would come back from time to time. These people were riding magic spiders, and there were velociraptors following behind. Red Fawn, Dawn Rider, and Kashya all have them. They were holding each other's arms on the demon spider, discussing something heatedly. It seems that many people also went to the Black Dragon Swamp and brought back some baby black dragons. There were many people greeting Gasper and Hongwu on the road. It seemed that the arrival of the caravan made everyone very excited. The boss was also very generous. He actually gave a lot of commercial goods to the tribe. Co-author, the big guy, went all this way just to deliver goods to the tribe. Most of these goods are from Kanglin, mainly various daily necessities. Originally, these things were planned to be sold by Kanglin Caravan to Helenska City, but because he was robbed, he could not trade normally, and when they sent the caravan back, there were a lot more of these things.
The southern wilderness tribe is too poor, especially those who are bandits. These are the things I have on hand as compensation. If it weren't for the fact that the boss and Salmon were too stingy, they would have been thrown away by the big guys. However, these things are regarded as junk by everyone. But among this wild elf tribe, they have become good treasures. The most popular ones are those iron pots. But unfortunately, it is a bit small for people in Kashgar. But I heard that the boss has contacted the Mutual Aid Association. When the temple can be completely controlled, the crater will be able to establish a door with the outside that can be opened and closed at any time. The things here, even the broken grass in Hongwa's eyes, are rare treasures for the wizards of the Kingdom of Stars. Thinking about it, it won't be long before large quantities of materials, tools, and commercial goods will be transported by the caravans of the Mutual Aid Association. Regarding this matter, the boss had a long discussion with Aaron, Salmon, and Gale last night. The boss acted as if he regarded the Mutual Aid Association as his own caravan. The profits were so ruthlessly extracted. I don't know if the caravan can agree to it, but it seems that Irene is a high-ranking official in the Public Assistance Association. It seems that the boss is determined to build a sub-base of the shelter here. I heard it is mainly for breeding. Chapter 626, Strange High-Level Dragon Blood Potion. When Gasper and the two came to Daphne's side, I saw blacksmiths crowded everywhere here. Daphne was instructing these craftsmen on how to build an earth blast furnace. Two Kashia people were discussing with her, and seemed to be studying how to use the power of energy crystals to produce steel that met the standards of the shelter. These Kashia people are very diligent, and most of them understand magic. Under the command of the wizard apprentices, the work efficiency is almost as good as that of the servants of heaven. Overnight, the blacksmith area to the east of the tribe was established. Although it still looks very simple, it has a large scale. Judging from the design layout, Daphne seems to be planning to build a workshop area here. Gasper heard that many Kashia people have been taught the knowledge of their ancestors. But how can there be any wild survival technology in Ibrahimovic's database? Their knowledge is like a floating building without a foundation. Without the industrial support of the mothership, they have no ability to create something out of nothing. Fortunately, the wizards are very good at this aspect, which can make up for the gap that the Kashia people lack. The tool drawings drawn by the engineers among the Kashia people were all made with the help of the wizards. People in Kashia should be able to figure out that thing used to build things. What is called a builder. By the way, the boss calls that thing farmer. I heard that the thing is no bigger than Alexander's head, and when the light shines on it, the material can move on its own. Not even the process of welding or even alchemy is required. What comes out is the finished product. But some things seem to have to be demolished by the temple. I wonder if I can find these things in a few days. But no matter what, even if it can realize some functions, it is enough. It is said that it will only take a few days to build a large city wall with this thing. The boss plans to make a batch of simplified versions in the shelter later, and use them as battlefield engineers. After seeing the two Gaspers coming over, Daphne exchanged a few final words with the Kashians, and then led the two of them to a shed. On top of that, there is an alchemy platform. Lorna is busy here with many apprentices. What is strange is that the lazy Siljak and Malim are also busy here. Irene is also like a little cook, helping here. However, these people looked weak, as if they hadn't slept all night. There were dark circles on his eyes. He looked hungover. It was obvious that we secretly went out to drink together last night. William, Bonna, and a few Dawn Rider lazy guys were all sitting here, grinning, drinking ice-cold watermelon juice, and fanning their fans. It looked quite similar. Thick, and there is a lot of melon flesh and watermelon seeds, with a cool white air floating on them. TSK, TSK, TSK. It's so hot today. You really know how to enjoy it. You bastards. Gasper dodged the bowl in William's hand. William shook his head and rolled his eyes. Hongwa. Gasper. Drink this guardian dragon. Power of the demonic spider. Song of the witch. And moon god's blessing potion quickly. You are the only ones left. Daphne took Gasper. The crystal recorder handed over a bowl of ice-cold watermelon juice. Oh. It turns out to be a magic potion. Gasper stretched his head to look at the pot where Lorna was boiling, and found that all the watermelon juice was boiling. But why is it such a strange name? Bonna finished the bowl of watermelon juice handed over by Lorna and asked strangely, Isn't it the Jasper Steel Spine and the Black Dragon? Gasper scratched his hair and felt a little strange. He looked at Lorna and the others, and found that the girls were pretending not to hear anything, and pretending to cook the big pot. Gasper always felt that these three stinky girls, Rona, Malim and Siljak, were a bit strange.
But his attention was quickly diverted by the cool water vapor.
It smells good. I thought it was iced watermelon juice, Rona. Would you like some ice cubes?
Gasper couldn't help but express his expectations.
I just know how to eat.
Lorna turned back and said weakly. As she spoke, some watermelon juice splashed out. When Aaron and others saw the watermelon juice in the air, they ran away with disgusted faces. Lorna was in a daze and didn't pay attention. She accidentally dipped the watermelon juice into the corner of her mouth. Then she jumped up with a poop, took out her handkerchief and wiped it hard, and retched for a long time. Gasper suddenly had an unpleasant feeling. But seeing the innocent Miss Hong that day, she had already picked up a bowl and started drinking. He couldn't help but frown and started drinking.
Why do you have the guts?
Hongwa's face twisted together, and she described.
How come this tastes like ice? Like it's mixed with dragon feces and human urine. It also smells of sulfur.
Daphne looked at the red fruit and gave a thumbs up in approval.
It's Malim, this damn girl. She and Siljak used the best potions to barbecue and eat them. But in my case, after readjusting, the effect seems to be much better. And I don't know if the magic potion here has some special relationship. When it was practiced, it actually caused a miracle of blessing from the moon god. But don't worry. Is it the magic potion? Always have to go through some special processes. I have filtered all the dirty stuff. It just has a little smell, Gasper. If you vomit, lie on the ground and lick it clean. I spent a whole night in order to prepare these crappy things. Didn't sleep. It's just dragon dung.
Bonna put down the bowl in her hand, wiped the corners of her mouth, and said,
Humph! It will make me stronger.
Gasper couldn't help but give Bonna a thumbs up.
Xiao, George and the others are here. Don't talk to him about this.
Lorna suddenly pulled Gasper and said hurriedly. When Daphne heard Lorna's words, she couldn't help but cautiously shrink her head. Not too late. She pinched Lorna hard and glared at the three girls, Irene, Malim and Siljak. Indeed, as the leader of wizards and the person who manages potions, if the boss knew about this, he would be dead. And I made this potion myself. I can't help it. Daphne couldn't help but close her eyes and just wanted to cry, seeing the little actions of these two guys. You know that these two dead girls, Lorna and Irene, must also be involved. He couldn't help his stomach churning, wiped the twitching corners of his mouth, and looked at the sky. It took a long time before he swallowed the precious medicine in his throat. Following George came Aji. The dragon was obedient under Aji's, but it seemed that he had been trained by the horse thief to be obedient. He was walking with George, laughing and joking. What are you talking about? Beside them, there were middle-aged Kashia people with soft faces and elegant demeanor. This made Gasper feel a little strange, because most of the Kashia people he had met had very childish faces. And this guy looks a little oily. He walked with Salman, Brenda and others, talking happily as they walked. There is a bit of a congenial smell. Soraya and Alexander were pushing a cart at the back. Gasper noticed that Alexander was actually wearing a strange pair of bronze-colored new armor. I don't know if I got it from that temple, but it looks very primitive. Isn't it too hot on this hot day? But it seemed that Alexander felt cool all over. This made Gasper wonder if it was magic armor. I heard that the Moon Knight's magic armor was no worse than the Dawn armor, and its functions were very different. But it doesn't look like it. When several people came nearby, Hongwa paid tribute to the middle-aged Kashia man and called him Palos. The elder nodded slightly and responded. The serious look on his face was as if he had suddenly changed into a different person. Then Hongwa looked at the human chief with a curious face. It is said that the population under his rule is tens of millions of times greater than the number of Kashia people. I don't know what kind of concept this is. Could it be that those humans can live like black dragons?
Is it done? Oops. It's been really hard on you guys. Everyone, please drink quickly.
Chapter 627 The Sword-Holding Elder, the Demigod Peros.
Is it done? Oops. It's been really hard on you guys. Let's drink quickly.
George wiped his sweat and sat down. He looked at the iced watermelon juice on the table and seemed to be pleasantly surprised.
Oh, you guys are really thoughtful. It's very cold.
Daphne couldn't help but laugh with an ugly face when they saw the boss picking up the bowl of watermelon juice. The hearts of the girls started beating loudly. Only Gasper and the others did not pay attention to this matter. Their attention had shifted to the sword-wielding Elder Palos. William felt a pure holy power in him, which was far more solid than Cardinal Boris. It seems that he is an extremely firm believer in the seven gods. When Gasper looked at this man again, his eyes were extremely surprised in his eyes. The sword-wielding elder was like the bright moon in the night sky, and the light on his body dimmed the stars. He could feel that the aura of this sword-wielding elder named Palos was extremely terrifying. I don't know how it compares to Michael, but I'm afraid he might have the strength of a demigod.
Oh, right.
George suddenly remembered something and took out the Styx scroll from his arms. This Styx scroll is now different from before. The wooden shafts on both sides of the scroll have been plated with many things made of crystal. These crystals are in the shape of angels, embracing the scroll in the middle. George handed the scroll to Siljak and said,
Yesterday I asked the Kingdom of Heaven to change it. I think Mr. Thorleywood may have taken action. In the morning, Alexander and I tried it. It seemed very nice, Palos. What's that called?
Having said this, George looked at Palos. This old guy who was more than 3,000 years old had a wonderful life. After they chatted, George suddenly discovered that the man who said in the history books that
there is only one brothel left on this street, the largest brothel.
It connects from the east of the city to the west of the city. The archbishop who said the famous saying is this old Fritter. He also served as the Templar assassin priest of the Holy Court. After leaving the Holy Court, he went to the Kingdom of the Moon to serve as a court wizard. And he actually has some connection with Zhuing. He is Zhuing's teacher. Now this old guy can be said to have seen all the prosperity in the world. And he was able to serve as the bishop of the Holy Court for so many years, while the 7 gods were alive. George admired him very much. Now, George, Brenda, and Palos, the trio of scumbags, liars, and pseudo-believers, are really getting excited. Today, there is a lot of sharing of experiences.
My noble Duke,
Palos bowed slightly and said,
it's called the Phase Crystal Array. Yes, a miniature phase crystal array has been added.
George nodded and said slowly. Then, he glanced at Aaron meaningfully. Those eyes were full of evil intentions. It's like saying again, you wait. Irene didn't know why he was looking at her. Nor did she know that the Styx scroll had anything to do with her. But George's malicious eyes made her feel guilty. But she still responded with a roll of her eyes.
Humph! It's a bluff.
Who are you trying to scare?
Thorleywood is a true master, sir. I knew that he could solve the problems I had doubts for me.
Palos suddenly nodded and said solemnly,
even if I study for another 3,000 years, I still won't be able to catch up with him. As expected of the creator of my faith, the god of the moon.
After hearing Palos's words, the corners of Gasper's eyes couldn't help but twitch. He felt that this believer of the moon god didn't have any pious meaning towards the moon god. As if he was saying, not bad. Man, I knew you could do it.
You can't be a false believer.
Gasper's expression became extremely strange. Not far away, Irene also quietly looked back at the old guy in Palos. She remembered that this morning he said that he was the most loyal believer of Ariadne. I was happy about this for a long time. But it seemed like I was the same as George. Moreover, you still say that you believe in the god of the moon all day long. And he also taught a group of extremely devout believers. But he himself is a false believer. No wonder we got together with George. We are really the same.
So, Palos.
George suddenly thought of something, looked at the sword-holding elder and said,
the forbidden area in the temple is just a dormitory, several offices, and a security room? Are you trying to get the survivors?
Have all the pipes, beds, etc. been dismantled? To tell you the truth, sir, I have been in seclusion there for a while. In the beginning, I was a little bored. So I took apart a lot of things. Ahem.
At this point, Palos couldn't bear it. Ju glanced at Hongwa.
I feel a little ashamed to say it. I have regarded those offices as holy places before. I never dared to destroy the gate. This time we have got all the valuable things back. At this time, Gasper suddenly noticed that this guy had been speaking in common language from beginning to end. And not only is he very fluent, but he also speaks serious Mandarin, the accent of the Holy Empire. While the boss was chatting with Palos, the more Gasper paid attention, the more he discovered. Not only does this guy have a very pure accent, and every move he makes is like a human noble. And these are the habits of the Moon Kingdom's court. It's like being a noble from a great family in the Moon Country. Occasionally, this guy would slightly insist on heading in the direction of Dongbian, and call her Her Majesty the Queen. Isn't that the direction of the Moon Kingdom?
Our elder is indeed the most powerful.
Hongwa clasped his hands together in admiration and said,
he learned common language in one day. What did he say? Oh, he said, his feet were stepped on by Aji and William at the same time. Ahem. He didn't say anything. Let's introduce your tribe.
Gasper took the spear handed over by Aji. And then this opportunity also changed the topic. Chatted with Aggie. But after chatting for a while, he suddenly discovered that these spears looked very familiar. They were the ones used by Hongwa and others before. I heard from the boss that this thing is actually some ordinary iron, with a little bit of fine gold and other elements added. But the materials used are much less than those in the shelter. But what Gasper couldn't figure out was that after cutting corners, the thing turned out to be more powerful than the adamantine weapon. And it was also lighter? It feels heavy in the hand. But it is very light, it has large inertia and small weight. And it even tastes like eternal gold.
The magic properties seem to be very good.
Daphne waved her finger. And the spear actually floated. At this time, there was a sudden loud noise not far away. Everyone looked over there, and saw Alexander holding a strange spear and throwing it towards the lake. In the blink of an eye, the spear disappeared from the horizon. After a few breaths, a big bird fell into the lake in the distance.
This thing is far away!
Alexander supported his eyes with his hands and shouted stupidly. Soraya saw the corners of George's eyes twitching, and quickly ordered her little dragon to fly into the lake to find the javelin. The dragon flew for a while, and then plunged into the water far away. It seemed to be a very good swimmer. But when it flew out, it actually flew back with a big fish in its mouth. Soraya, why did you raise it to Era? The corner of George's mouth twitched, and then he waved to them and shouted.
If you can't find it, you can't find it. You too. Come here quickly. Take this or something. Looking at Daphne, by the way. This potion, what's your name?
Girl. In fact, Daphne is 2 years younger than George. But the wizard looks very young. But this guy George, even when facing Soraya, who is more than 300 years old, still calls her a girl.
Just a little bit about the Emerald Dragon and the Black Dragon,
Lorna said first. Her face was smiling a little ugly.
I haven't chosen a name yet, right? Daphne?
Daphne and others quickly nodded. George glanced at these guys and felt strange. But it didn't concern them. Instead, he said to William and others,
There are some good things in the car. You guys will pick something up later. You have all seen the wristbands. Psychic warfare ahem. And a few pairs of battle armors. It's just a little bit damaged. And the size isn't right. So only Alexander can wear it for the time being.
After George's words fell, Gasper saw Alexander flying over. When Alexander passed an energy crystal in the blacksmith shed, a blue halo of light flashed on Alexander's body, which seemed to be charged. I think it should be an energy shield. And it should be stronger after wearing it. Gasper couldn't help but widen his eyes. He suddenly remembered that Hongwa had mentioned before that there was a kind of sacred cloth in the temple. Their elder has such a complete one. After wearing it, you can teleport to near the Endora crystal array in the temple in times of crisis. It can also release heavenly guard. Moreover, this heavenly protection lasts for a very long time, and can continue as long as there is energy supply. I don't know how this kind of holy clothing compares with the pieces of armor collected by Lord Thoriwood. But it looks very powerful. Aji suddenly said,
Boss, it's boring to stay here. Let's go find trouble with the Black Dragon later. I want a new mount. I want to wrestle with it. I'm getting stronger.
After hearing Aji's words, Alexander immediately jumped in. Then, this big fool picked up the largest bowl of iced watermelon juice on the table next to George and drank it all.
Yes, sir,
Brenda said excitedly.
Didn't you just say that there might be something? Some kind of alien spacecraft there?
Chapter 628 Black Dragon Swamp.
Well, I was just talking to Pallas about this matter. We thought of it together.
After George said this, he couldn't help but glance at Palos. After this guy reached an agreement with the Black Dragon Duke, the tribe lived in peace for many years. It can be said that the two parties have been at odds with each other for many years. And it is said that Mr. Palos and Mr. Duke are still friends. Occasionally the two old immortals will get together to chat. But this time, after seeing the backstage coming, he immediately sold the house. As expected of him, he often says that he is the most loyal believer in the moon god. What a bad guy. However, judging from this guy's usual behavior, he is obviously a false believer.
Bah! What does it smell like?
Alexander couldn't help spitting and smearing it. Aji and Soraya picked up a bowl, and after smelling it, they couldn't help but look weird.
Magic potions all taste like this.
George picked up the bowl in his hand and said,
Look at the looks on you guys. It doesn't matter. If it were in the desert, you would have to drink urine.
After saying that, the boss set an example. Several people watched the boss drink the bowl of watermelon juice, seeing that he just frowned with a strange look on his face. Lorna and the others couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The boss is indeed a boss, and his willpower is strong. Then, George opened the Book of Dawn, as if nothing had happened. In Celiac's mental notes last night, he finally knew what was going on. I also know which dead girl mentioned it, and came up with such a trick to get through. Ha ha ha. The master is really what Eileen said. To save face and suffer the consequences. Even if you guessed it, you would pretend not to know for the sake of face.
Drink quickly. Soraya, this is a good potion carefully prepared for you by your sister,
George said calmly. After hearing George's words, Soraya couldn't help but roll her eyes. This guy is really crazy. I still miss Eileen. But after she finished drinking, her expression became extremely bright. However, after Irene next to her saw Soraya drinking it in one gulp, her face turned pale with fright. If her identity was exposed this time, she would definitely be dead.
What are you guys looking at?
George gritted his teeth and looked at those dead girls.
Lona, Irene, Siljak, Malim, you four. Drink the potion quickly. I don't need it anymore,
Malim said with a pale face as he looked at the bowl he was sitting on. George held out a finger and said,
You need it.
The Black Dragon Swamp is full of black dragons in the memories of the Kashia people, just as common as the bats in the forest. These black dragons are very cunning. Even the cubs are difficult to catch. In order to curb the number of these things, the Kashia people often organized large-scale hunting. But whenever tribesmen gather together, black dragons of all sizes will also gather together to attack hunters, and even the Kashia tribe. But this time, the human chief was not worried at all about whether the black dragons would adopt this strategy again. He just left the youngest girl in the caravan with the tribe. He said it was already foolproof. Hongwood didn't know why the chief had so much confidence in the little girl. But the sword-wielding elder and the moon god Ibrahimovich seemed to have no objection to this. They even believed that if the black dragon went to the tribe, he would have fallen into a trap. What worries Hongwood doesn't stop there. She originally thought that this time the human chief would lead everyone to attack Huanglong. But this time, there were only about 20 people in total, and more than 200 moon god spiders. But those demon spiders were scattered to other areas, which made Hongwei extremely puzzled. Although the 20 or so big spiders that these human warriors sat down were very powerful at catching these black dragons. But you must know that the black dragon is not only much more powerful than the Jasper Steel Spine, but also extremely cunning. He even knows the magic of continuous transformation. The elder's trick was learned from him after signing the contract. Moreover, the dragon's nest is very big, and the black dragon is not that easy to find. Many ancient warriors traveled to his lair and never returned. The only one who came back alive was the elder. But these people don't seem to be serious at all. Even the elders are like this.
Your Majesty the Duke, you don't know how much those wizards like these dragons,
the sword-wielding elder said happily to George.
It's just that piece of dragon shit. It's worth 3 golden lions. If all these dragon cubs are sold, go to the Kingdom of Stars. We will definitely make a lot of money. Channel? Don't worry. I have channels. Her Majesty Queen Yadwiga of Star Kingdom is still familiar to me. When her great-grandfather was little, I was her princess teacher. I taught her family for generations. That little girl is 21 this year. When I went to see her last month,
Hongwood doesn't understand common language and doesn't know what the elder is talking about. But it seemed that he had a very happy chat with the lord and the businessman today. Maybe it was because he had been in seclusion in the forbidden area of the temple for a long time. There was usually no one to bring him food, and no one to talk to him. Speaking of which, it was quite pitiful. After sighing, Hongwood tightened the spider web bag in his hand and placed the 3 young dragons struggling in the spider web on the back of the demon spider. He looked at the swamp in front of him. More than 20 demon spiders are constantly laying out spider silk. In the sound of their spells, the crystal-colored spider silk in the sky is constantly swaying back and forth. Birds, scavengers, small pterosaurs, and even flying dragons are flying in the sky. Ghost. As long as it touches one spider thread, other spider threads will wrap around it like snakes. But the target of these demon spiders is the 30-meter-long black dragon flying in the sky. It is already considered an adult, and all the dragon cubs in this deep forest belong to her. Dad is of course a certain ghost father. Hundreds of young dragons and young dragons followed it flying in the sky, and the fan dragon wings and sprayed dragon flames covered the sky and the sun. It seemed that these dragons together were no easier to deal with than the 70-meter-long super-large Jasper Steel Spine that Aji and the others encountered. At this time, the adult black dragon had already stuck several spider silks on it. It kept spitting out the spider silks with dragon flames, but it had no effect. Not long after, it not only failed to completely break free of the spider silk, but the spider silk on its body became more and more entangled. It seemed that it found it difficult to break free from these spider threads. So it swooped down with all its might, and the flames in its mouth surged like never before. It seemed that it was bound to burn the 24 people on the ground riding on the big spider to ashes. Seeing that the dragon was about to spray dragon flames, Hongwa wanted to fire more while riding on the back of the demon spider. But she saw that none of the knights around her moved. It's like not seeing it. And his elder and the human lord were still chatting there. That's too late. Indeed. You can still catch a shit. These people are simply crazy. Hongwa looked at the black dragon swooping down in the sky, and his body jumped into the air. The light blade in her hand shone with a buzzing sound at this moment, and the dragon also sprayed fierce fire towards her. However, at this moment, the dragon, connected to the dragon flames in its mouth, disappeared in front of Hongwa's eyes. Chapter 629. Silyak is like a god. What disappeared in front of Hongwa's eyes was not only the dragon, but also the dragon flames it sprayed. Immediately afterwards, Hongwa saw that the dragon and Long Yan suddenly appeared on the other side of the swamp. The dragon flames in the black dragon's mouth sprayed into the swamp, creating a large amount of water vapor. This scene was really too weird. The black dragon let out a strange cry and tried to get into the woods on the right side of the swamp. However, after it got into the forest, the figure suddenly flew out of the forest on the left side of the swamp. Seeing this scene, Hongwa couldn't help but widen his eyes. The dragon was not wearing the holy robe. So why was it suddenly jumped? She landed on the ground and heard everyone's good-natured laughter. Amidst these laughter, Hongwa's face turned red like an apple. A lot of mud splashed out from the swamp under the impact of the dragon flames. Some got onto the Lord. The Lord wiped it and ignored it, continuing to chat with the elder. But the stains on the Lord's body seemed to anger the mysterious man who released the leap magic. I saw the black dragon in the sky being jumped dozens of times in an instant. Suddenly, the sky was filled with the afterimage of the black dragon, in front of the great demon lord, who was holding an artifact and a super battery. It was being played with like a doll that had been played with by the gods. After the jump completely stopped, the black dragon had already landed crookedly on the ground and started to vomit. Then he tilted his head and fainted. Only then did the afterimages in the sky gradually fade away. Hongwa was already dazzled as she looked at the fading afterimage in the sky. She couldn't help but shake her slightly dizzy head, carefully shrinking her neck, and looked around in the sky and underground for a long time. The mysterious person who operated all this could not be found. Suddenly something dawned on her. She couldn't help but clasping her hands together and praying devoutly. Indeed, the only one who could have such a method and play with a dragon so wantonly in the void was that god. And the only god in this world is naturally the god of the moon. Aaron, who was not far away, looked at Hilyak, who was gradually putting away the stick scroll. The corners of her mouth twitched involuntarily. That little bitch is extremely talented in the power of time and space. In the hands of this witch, that scroll is almost as good as Morpheus. If this guy continues to practice, he will be able to fight his former self with the help of the stick scroll. She suddenly understood what George meant when he looked at her within the scope of the stick scroll. Silyak was a god. With a single thought, she can move anyone to the Lord's eyes. Soulwood, you idiot otaku. Look what good things you have done. As the adventure team went deeper, they gradually came to a drier area in the swamp. It looks like there was a peat fire just a few days ago, and many trees were burned down to black remains. But a lot of new grass and trees are growing on the ground. New saplings are growing vigorously, and the dead trees are also growing new branches and buds. At this time, it was already the evening of the second day. Not far away is the entrance to the dragon's nest. It seems that a group of dragons are returning to their nests, and there are many more baby dragons here than in other places. With the combined efforts of the demon spiders, these dragons were quickly cleared away. After seeing the situation here, the dragons in the distance all stayed away from here. Daphne and the others believe that the plants here are of extremely high value and are excellent materials for fire wands. And Lorna also found some precious magic potions nearby. The team stayed here for a while, and George asked the knights to select the young dragons. Not long after, more than 200 demon spiders that were hunting dragons in other areas also arrived here dragging their webs. George looked at the harvest of the demon spiders. Although I know there are more dragons in the dragon's nest than outside, but after reading it, I still felt a little disappointed. Those demon spiders are all led by the Crystal Witch. These Crystal Witches are more powerful than the Spider Queen, and each one is enough to be called a little demon lord. It is not a problem to single out a black dragon that is more than 30 meters tall. If they brought a group of demon spiders, the black dragon wouldn't even be able to reach them. So he was very relieved about the demon spiders team. And the harvest of the demon spiders is indeed not small. But the quality was worse than the batch sent back last night. They visited many places during this broad daylight. But they only captured 2 dragons that were more than 10 meters long. It was said that one was more than 30 meters long. But it killed several demon spiders and escaped after the crystal which arrived with a large force. These 2 little dragons, plus those from yesterday. There are only 6 in total. Most of them are more than 10 or 20 meters long. And there is only one that is 30 meters long. This 30-meter long black dragon is considered very good, equivalent to a 40-meter long adult jasper steel spine. If you stand on the top of a certain castle and roar like that, it must be very powerful. However, the rest are all young dragons and young dragons. There were more than 30 young dragons in total, and none of them were as good as those in the tribe. The largest ones were only 3 or 4 meters long, although their bodies were very streamlined and beautiful. They looked a little weak and thin. In front of the soldier spider, he was like a doll. And according to what the crystal witches said, all the bad young dragons have been eaten by them. The remaining 1/3 was the best batch. As for those young dragons, there were quite a few of them, 300 to 400. But they are all miniature baby dragons. The largest one, including the dragon's tail, was not as long as Alexander's arm. And more young dragons are only more than 2 feet long. These young dragons have also been selected by the demon spiders. It is said that many of the young dragons are only 1 foot long. Most of these young dragons are somewhat deformed. The demon spiders didn't even bother to eat, and just killed them all, because those young dragons are all skin and bones. But what surprised the crystal witches was that some of the young dragons were older than those young dragons. But they are like pugs, unable to grow up in their lifetime.
Forget it. Just take them all back.
George shook his head and sighed. Then he gave instructions to a crystal witch, asking her to take some of the magic spiders and return the harvest to the tribe. This is the tragedy of close relatives. Hopefully the technology in the temple is preserved enough to allow them to grow up, Ibrahimovic said.
It's still very valuable. 2 adults,
Palos said.
For the wizards of the Kingdom of Stars, even the young dragons are still living wands. In the hands of the apprentice, they are enough to deal with a group of corrupt creatures. As for those who cannot be used as living wands, they can be treated as dead. I believe that Her Majesty the Queen will definitely grant you a title because in the future, many powerful dragon wizards will appear in the Kingdom of Stars. Indeed.
George's eyes lit up.
These things are more expensive than dragon shit.
Chapter 630 Black Dragon's Lair. Palos's words made George's eyes light up. Indeed, Sanctuary has always faced the elite among demons. This makes him a little too critical. In the future, the main battlefield will slowly move to our side. He needs a large number of adult dragons. And what he needs is a large number of dragon knights and dragon wizards. But this is not the case in Star Country. Their main job will be to harass and contain the devil, attack their rear. Therefore, these young dragons, and even young dragons that he despises, they will all play a great role in the hands of the Star Kingdom wizards. The magical power of these black dragons is 5 times more powerful than the jade steel spine. They are often able to kill creatures several times larger than themselves. And their armor is very powerful. The baby dragon, which is more than half a meter long, is enough to serve as a jet. It is very powerful when facing those hordes of scavengers. The most important thing is that Long Yin is very powerful against those demons that are difficult to kill. It is also extremely effective against chaotic species. After the blood demon was sprayed, it was like the sun was shining on it. Resilience is greatly reduced, and the body becomes very fragile. When a team of Star Kingdom wizards faced a blood demon, whether they had dragon flames in their hands or not was a question of whether they would be destroyed or not. I can give them the technology of raising dragons. And maybe they can still raise many dragons. The war in the Kingdom of Stars will be a year later than that of the Sanctuary. It will have a great impact on the battlefield at that time. After these dragons were returned to the tribe, George and his party entered the dragon's nest. In fact, there are more than 30 exits from the dragon nest in the crater swamp. The entire underground world is very large, and is a semi-natural volcanic cave. The survivors once mined ores here, because there used to be not much ore in the shallow areas here. They dug very deep. But then, a disaster seemed to occur at their base. Everything in the ecological zone ran out. This caused many of the survivors' movements to stop. And the place was also occupied by dragons. The original survivors totaled only more than 1,000 people. And they are mainly researchers. In the absence of weapons, these researchers are not as good as those strong tribesmen. Later, the Kashia people from the tribe often came here to explore. But their purpose was to find the Duke. But there is only one person who has managed to come back alive so far. It's no wonder that everyone else has no equipment. And they don't know how to use the array crystals in the dragon's nest.
Sir, I think your plan is very feasible. I usually teleport back to the temple through the armor. Those arrogant and stupid dragons don't know that the crystal array can be used in this way. Yeah. It doesn't matter. It's the best you can use. It saves a lot of trouble. If you don't need it, just beat it here.
George stopped looking at the cave in front of him. This was the first thing they did after entering the cave. It is a large cave that extends in all directions and is connected to many passages. According to the report from the demon spider ahead, there seem to be many forks in front of each passage, and it gets wider and wider as we go.
Palos, do you remember the road? Last time, I took the path on the left. Sir, it leads to a lava river.
Palos hugged Ibrahimovic and looked at the stalactites on the top of the cave. They felt better than the last time he came here. By that time, it had grown several centimeters.
But there is more than one lava river in the deep area below. In each place, there are several adult female dragons. Duke Nidafari will always go to those female dragons. Long. But I haven't been here for 300 years. I don't know which of his daughters he is doting on recently. Forget it. Just use this.
At this point, George took out a crystal and several fist-sized metal balls from Aji's backpack.
I hope it won't disturb the Duke's rest. By the way, here's this treasure.
Seeing George taking out these things, Palos raised his long eyebrows and couldn't help but become interested. These small metal balls were found in those offices. They are about the size of a fist. Their appearance is not so smooth, and round some places are not even that round. They look like broken things that were knocked out little by little with a hammer. And the manufacturer seems to feel that as long as the contents can be wrapped, the beauty is not important anyway. There are no product managers and customers. This makes it look very punk. However, the incantation on it is very delicate, although it looks a bit like it was plated by hand. Because these small balls are stored in the crystal array according to the wizards. They are all sealed by the magic array. So after inspection, they were found to be in good condition. But I don't know which one is better than the products of these survivors, or the products of the shelter. There is no record of this thing in Ibrahimovic's knowledge base. However, after some research by Palos before, he guessed that it was a geological prospector saved by the survivors using the tools at hand and dismantling some messy things, including the crystal. It seemed to be handmade by the survivors. It looked like it was knocked out of some Xuanhui phase crystal and polished. After all, it can be regarded as waste utilization. However, the appearance of this crystal is very rough. Only the places where the incantations are engraved are smoother. Regarding how to use these things, Palos and Ibrahimovic have no idea. These two guys. One is not engaged in scientific research. They have no knowledge. But they do not understand its principles. For any problem, one relies on searching the database. If you have an answer, you can talk a lot. If you don't have an answer, you just don't know. The other one has not yet mastered the knowledge. To put it bluntly, his level is still a little bit behind. But after George scanned it with the Book of Dawn, he discovered that someone in the shelter seemed to have figured it out. There were a bunch of extra instructions inexplicably in the book. But George remembered that Anthony had not yet freed up his hands to study this thing. According to the description, this thing seems to be very similar to Anthony's magic sandbox. George looked through the Book of Dawn again before using it. He was surprised to find that there were some additional instructions on the instructions for use. It seems that in just 2 days, someone has copied this thing and even tested it. There is a sentence on it that reads, theoretical scanning range, 500-meter radius. Scanning will not be interfered with by non-psionic objects. According to the above records, these metal balls can automatically explore. But they are not that smart. They occasionally reach a dead end and require manual adjustment. The tester used 3 metal balls to scan the entire Black Pearl mining area, and discovered many rare elements that wizards had not discovered before, as well as certain minerals hidden deep in the ground. That's what it is. I just said that this small ball looks like the kind of detector used by the predators. George picked up these small metal balls excitedly. He knew that these things would definitely help him scan out the alien spacecraft here. When he discussed with Ibrahimovic before, the two of them suspected that the survivors would leave some mining ships in this underground cave. Chapter 631 Alien Spaceship? After George injected some power into these balls according to the instructions, the runes on the balls lit up. And then the balls flew up one by one, flying to various passages in the blink of an eye. And where the ball flew, a blue scanning light appeared. Then a 3-dimensional figure was projected on the crystal in George's hand. However, the radius was not as large as described in the book, but only more than 400 meters. A poor little ball only scanned a radius of 300 meters in some areas. But this value is completely sufficient. In the path that the ball passes, multiple channels up, down, left, and right are displayed in the three-dimensional image. George stretched out his hand and waved over the images. And then these images were like the maps in the Book of Dawn, being greatly reduced. When his hand touches the ball marks, the ball will move according to his operation. However, the details of the picture are not as good as the Book of Dawn, or even as good as Anthony's magic sand table. Some complex things are actually displayed using a mosaic dot array. It suddenly reminded George of those red and white machines he played with when he was a child. However, if you identify them carefully, you can still see what they express from those dot patterns. It seems that these engineers are a little confused after all. There are no product managers and customers. But these detectors are better at the depth and distance of exploration. And the accuracy seems to be very high. It seems like survivors fudged a lot of the features though, making these products a bit punk. But the real core functions are still very rigorous. After a while, the entire underground world was displayed in the projection. Some bright spots appeared in some areas, like floating stars. Some are biological, and some appear to be mineral. Some places have wedge-shaped Kashia markings, and some places simply don't. George couldn't understand this thing, and didn't care, because after a detector came to an area several kilometers underground somewhere, he noticed it. A detector with such a wide detection range failed to detect that area for a long time. Some dragons seemed to be curious about this detector and chased after it. A moment later, the detector was shot to a corner by a young dragon and shattered into pieces. At this time, George also saw the Duke Black Dragon. The detector was shattered on its body. Its image was a mosaic dot pattern. It looks a little cute, but because it is so big, its tail, wings, and head are clearly visible.
It seems that it has disturbed Mr. Duke's rest,
as George said. He asked the other ball to put away the scan and move to the cave where the Duke was. Then, in the Book of Dawn, he saw that the Duke hadn't moved for a long time. He seemed to have fallen asleep again after flicking his tail.
It's just as lazy as Malim.
George shook his head and planned to let it rest for a while this time. He planned to use some high-tech things for the copy. Those crystal arrays have been collected by the dragons as treasures. As long as they are put up again, many new tricks can be played. George looked at another location on the map, a crystal cave not far from the Duke's bedroom, where there were several crystal arrays. In addition, there are a dozen very strange things in the crystal cave. They are blank in the display of the image. If they weren't all embedded in crystal, you wouldn't be able to tell there was anything there. It seems that these things wrapped in crystals are all spindle-shaped. George suddenly felt the excitement of discovering an alien spacecraft on the moon.
It belongs to me.
The underground world is like a complicated maze. But after having a map, the situation becomes clear. George discovered that there were many places in this huge lava cave where there were no dragons. Most dragons are concentrated near several lava rivers. And the dragons in these places are mostly dragon eggs and young dragons. They are so densely packed that they cannot be clearly displayed. Although there are 300 to 400 young dragons and little dragons, proportionally speaking, they are very few. There are only 5 adult female dragons. But these female dragons are exceptionally healthy compared to those outside. Each one is more than 60 meters long, almost as big as a Boeing 747. As for the Duke, he is twice as big as these female dragons, which is even bigger than Malim. The remaining dragons are not very good. The longest is only more than 30 meters. It seems that every once in a while, these dragons, whether they have grown up or not, are kicked out. Only a few female dragons will be left behind to help the big ones take care of their children. Unlike the Jasper Steel Spine, these black dragons seem to have a social structure. But it's not as orderly as the spiders. And it seems that because the Kashia people have not been here for many years, these dragons, which have no natural enemies, are not very alert here. In the eyes of players who have penetrated the western realm of Rodent for a long time, the defense system here is full of loopholes. According to George, as long as he kills everything he encounters on the road, it will be a perfect stealth operation. After Aji and Brenda designed the route according to the map, George and the others set off. They began to walk along the edge areas where there were no dragon activities. In some areas, they used underground lakes and rivers to cross to another cave. Between some caves that were not far apart, they even used Anubis on the walls. A hole opened up. On the way, they basically didn't disturb any dragons. Occasionally they encountered some wandering baby dragons, but they were easily dealt with by Siljak and the 6 crystal witches. Along the way, George has been studying this underground world. He found plenty of flat, smooth areas, but no supports. Some areas should have collapsed over the years, but in more areas, the earth structure is stronger than the naturally formed cave structure. I don't know if it is due to the dragon language magic or the work of the survivors. But now these places are covered with stalactites. And only the internal structure inside the stalactites can be seen from the map. I don't know how long the survivors were busy here. But it shouldn't be a long time. Otherwise the starship would have been repaired long ago. The scale of the underground world and the amount of work here made George feel a little incredible. There were so many demon spiders in the valley. And the area developed in more than 10 years was far from comparable to this place. Originally, this underground world may have been of some size. But it must not have been able to accommodate dragon activities. But now, any large cave is no smaller than Syriac's palace. Especially the areas where the underground lava rivers are located are developed to be very wide. Even enough for the Duke to fly back and forth in midair. It seems that the survivors and the dragons prefer these deep areas with lava. This made George wonder whether all the materials inside the god came from the ores here. However, he did not see any large equipment or strongholds on the map. Just near the lava area where dragons were concentrated. I saw a lot of rags and some broken crystal arrays. It seems that those things made of poor materials have been completely corroded by dragon flames over the past tens of thousands of years. Chapter 632 Insidious Tricks. The infiltration by George and others was very successful. With the cooperation of the stealth team, everything went smoothly. On the last stretch of the road, Anubis led the demon spiders and opened a path directly to the area where the crystal cave was located. Under the influence of Syriac's maze, the whole process made almost no noise. The only regret is that there is a mineral vein near the crystal cave, so it is difficult to walk. So they ended up heading to a large cave next to the crystal grotto. There are some small lakes in this cave, covering several nearby cave areas. Its water temperature is very hot and steaming. There are also many strange fungi and ferns growing on the ground. And there are even flame mushrooms that have become extinct. These things are all half-growing plants of the fire dragon. And they are all highly valuable magic potions. The place where George and the others came out was at the bottom of the water. There were many young dragons moving around here. And it was the only area where dragons gathered that George and the others passed through on the road. After coming out, the stealth team moved first to guard the exit. And then the fluctuations caused by Syriac's maze alerted the young dragons. Some stupid dragons even walked towards the hot spring out of curiosity. There are also some alert dragons, who want to escape immediately after feeling this abnormal power fluctuation. However, they were completely stopped by Aji and others. And not long after, they were all pulled into the maze by Syriac.
Boss, please lend me your hammer,
Alexander suddenly said, holding his tongue, interrupting George's thoughts. George looked back and saw that Alexander was crying with a mournful face. The adamantine magic halberd in his hand had been completely bent. And not far away was a small dragon more than 20 meters long, whose head had been smashed into the soil. Along the way, Alexander smashed a lot of things. His strength is now much greater than before. This golden magic halberd has been with him for more than a year. And today, it is completely dead. George sighed. Neither he nor Alexander were suitable to use those light blades. According to Palos, the sharpness of these light blades varies from person to person. When you think you will definitely pierce it with one strike, then it will definitely pierce it with one strike. You must be extremely determined in your heart. George thinks Palos is hacking indecision. Quantum mechanics. But Palos' theological remark sounded to George as if there was a little bit of truth. He and Alexander were not suitable for using this kind of weapon. Naturally, because they always thought about using that weapon in their hearts. Things smashed, not punctured. After George obtained these light blades, he still constructed them from the drawings. According to the additional instructions in the Book of Dawn, the light blades are essentially a kind of decomposition of matter, able to cut off spirits, and even resist the main divine thunder wand and punishment. However, it was not a pity that he was not suitable for use, because he found that the seven gods things seemed to be more advanced in this regard or more targeted. These light blades are extremely sharp, but their energy destruction efficiency is not as good as the words of the runes. The latter was specially designed by the seven gods to kill the ancient Kashia people. Its real damage is essentially a kind of annihilation in energy. Therefore, whether it is a Kashia with an energy shield or an unkillable chaotic species, just take as many times as you need. Only the Heaven Guard modified by the seven gods and another more advanced shield from the gods can be immune to this kind of real damage. The light blade in Aji's hand is the most powerful among all, far surpassing Hongwa. In his hand, the light blade could even pierce through the thick alloy doors of the office with one blow. The elder holding the sword was more powerful than him, and could cut through the thick gate. Now this old assassin who is more than 3,000 years old has become Aji's teacher. Aji can now be considered as officially returning to the division.
Try to catch them alive. Alexander! It's not easy for them to grow so big.
At this point, George summoned the square hammer and handed it to Alexander. With the thunder and lightning effect of this hammer, Alexander presumably does not have to use physical stun.
Your hammer is better than my weapon, but it's a bit too light.
After saying this, the hammer in Alexander's hand grew a few times larger, and then grew a lot longer. The weight also seemed to suddenly increase a lot. After Alexander left, George looked around. Cilyak and the others are taking care of the other baby dragons there. Lorna and the other girls are collecting the magic potions in the cave. There are still some falling crystal arrays on the ground. Although they are somewhat damaged, their presence makes the magic here much more abundant than other areas. Seeing that Palos and the wizard group were still busy repairing the crystal array, George turned over the map again and looked towards the Duke's bedroom. According to the display above, the Duke's bedroom is right next door, separated by more than 50 meters of stone, soil and minerals. The crystal array is very large and originally covered the crystal array in that bedroom. But now those crystal-backed dukes have been moved and placed in its dragon's nest. So you may need to get those crystals over later. The bedroom was very large and connected to several lava caves around it. There are many baby dragons in every cave, but there are only dragon eggs in the Duke's bedroom. The bedroom was originally supposed to be a place for the female dragon. But in the past 2 days, the female dragon should have gone out to hunt for the Duke. Some of the larger dragons seem to have been taken out by her. Grandma, this female dragon won't come back suddenly in a while, right? Although George always seemed confident, he was still a little unsure in his heart. None of the Kashia people knew when the Black Dragon Duke appeared in the crater. And the Black Dragons here are all his descendants. Therefore, it is very possible that he is a sample that escaped from the laboratory. The samples collected by the Kashia people were all from the era of the war with the gods. At that time, the samples selected by the Kashia people for research on reproduction were basically excellent varieties of gods or immortal creatures. Therefore, this black dragon has the strength to fight with gods. Although all this is George's guess, even if an immortal species of this age does not have such strength, it is almost enough. In that era, all the gods who were manipulated by the 7 gods were at least on the level of Garoxter. The most important thing is that dragons are more resistant to ghosts and heroic spirits. There are a lot of dragons here, but those baby dragons are okay. He can clean them up instantly. But the dragon flames of those young dragons, as well as the 5 female dragons, were extremely harmful to ghosts and heroic spirits. If he didn't have to, he would still be unwilling to send out the army of heroic spirits and ghosts. However, today, the most critical thing is not the frontal battlefield, but these crystals. Just stand up the crystal there in the Duke's bedroom, and that's the end of it. When the time comes, Dragon Nest will not have to lose many dragons, and its side will be unscathed. Thinking of this, George couldn't help but put down the map in his hand. He looked at the crystal arrays that were being restarted one by one. These crystals are a composite crystal based on Endora Energy Crystal, although most of them are somewhat damaged. In fact, they are just small pieces of crystal in the damaged parts, and some cracked parts that can no longer provide energy. According to Ibrahimovic, the energy on these crystal arrays is actually used to maintain their position. The ancient Kashia people used the position in the array to control dark matter, so the real fuel is the latter. The energy in the Endora crystal is actually just a primer. But even the energy in these crystals alone is enough to provide the demonic center with huge energy. Or it may act as an accelerant for the sun in the cherubim's dream. It is said that this thing can jump the spacecraft directly from the ground to far Earth orbit. Mr. Black Dragon Duke is obviously not as big as a spaceship, nor is it as heavy as a spaceship. So later we just need to set up the crystal array in the Duke's bedroom. Now, the damaged part of the crystal in the entertainment room has made the overall structure missing. Ibrahimovic is guiding Palos, Daphne, Lorna and others to redraw those nodes on the main body. After finishing, they can be restored. The array here, plus the array next door at Duke, will be able to form a cluster. Under the alliance, even if the Black Dragon Duke had any means, it would be difficult to break free from the jump. Chapter 633, Miss Luna, who works as a coolie. Rona and others were not the only ones among the group of wizards busy at the crystal array. Among them is Eileen. And Eileen seems to be doing very well. As a result, Peros kept praising her for her talent indeed. She should be praised by Peros. After all, the archangels of the moon goddess are all masters of magic. Amidst Palos's compliments, the real Miss Luna in front of him pretended to be open-minded and teachable. And whenever Palos praised her, she would secretly look at George. It's as if he is afraid that the boss will not see how capable he is. Humph. You stinky girl. I hope you are good today. George saw Irene looking secretly at this side again. So he glared at Irene fiercely. The girl was so frightened that she started working even harder. It was as if she was telling George through her actions that she was very good, and that what she was doing was more meaningful. Originally, George planned to throw Irene into Siljak's dream while he was playing with the Duke. During that battle, let Soraya take a good look at who her little sister is, of course. She may continue to pretend that she is Irene, and then hinder Soraya and others. When they fight, they will have to take care of this weak woman. Indeed, according to this girl's coaxing of Soraya these days, if Soraya knew her true identity, then Irene would be beaten by Soraya again after being beaten by the dragon. In fact, the girl who brought Irene here today was actually Soraya, who was deceiving her in the name of engineer. And then she dragged Irene over. But she was also good, and she put in a lot of effort, which greatly increased the efficiency of the entire team. When the Duke restores the crystal array later, time will be very tight. The faster you go, the less trouble you have. Therefore, what Irene did today was indeed very smart and allowed her to escape. Damn girl. Seeing that you are quite sensible, I won't beat you today. I'll let you go first. George thought viciously. At this time, there was a sudden wave of energy around him. George looked back and found that Ibrahimovic and Palos had already begun to restore several crystal arrays. Okay, your engineers are really smart. However, these arrays have not been used for a while. I'm going to let them cycle for a while. Give me a few more minutes. You can take a look at the status of the array on the scroll first. Let me take a look. George flipped through the Book of Dawn and checked the status of the Styx scroll through the back door. After the 7 gods obtained the Styx scroll, it became the property of the kingdom of heaven no matter whose hands it is. The real owner is the 7 gods. Or angel of creation. He changed all the back doors left by Morpheus. This time, after the scroll was returned, George discovered that the kingdom of heaven had completely transferred the authority of the scroll into his own hands. It seems that the creation angel did it conveniently. After checking it, George found that the teleport function in the scroll was on. Within the coverage area of the phase crystal array, the divine scroll can teleport nearby people and groups to a certain area within the coverage area. You can also teleport some people directly from Dragon Nest to the distant Moon Island Temple. Paris had previously used the Dragon's Nest array to save his life. He was the first tribesman to use the ancient Kashia technology. And therefore, he was also the only hero to survive. In fact, when the Kashgar people climbed from extraterrestrial orbit to the ground, they jumped directly between the crystal arrays. So in theory, the short distance of a few thousand kilometers between the shelter and the crater can still be teleported. If he now has the authority to bend the crystal array in the Forbidden Sanctuary, then the Sanctuary and the Forbidden Sanctuary will be completely connected. But if this is the case, some additional equipment will be needed to replace the Divine Scroll. At this time, the entire entertainment room suddenly became dreamlike. Then many dragons fell into a deep sleep. George turned around and realized that it was Ibrahimovic who did it. He absorbed the energy of the crystal array and released this magic. This magic is somewhat similar to Siljak's dream maze, but it is also very different. After thinking about it for a while, he knew whose magic it was. George didn't know the effect of Irene's use of this magic, but compared to Silyak, Ibrahimovic's level of this magic was still far behind. It seems that he is not yet proficient. But the first time he used this trick, it had such an effect. The Kashia people's attainments in magic are indeed extraordinary. George, Soraya suddenly looked at Ibrahimovic with a strange look on her face. How does Ibrahimovic know the tricks of Ariadne? George rolled his eyes and didn't bother to explain to her anymore. It's finished. It's very good. They can maintain this magic for a long time. In addition, these arrays are the original crystals in the mothership, not comparable to those in the temple. If you recharge those ships next door, it won't take long. Well, George looked at the time and ordered the stealth team. Aji, Brenda, take some people to other areas to create some chaos. Let's go there and wait in 2 hours. No matter whether the dragons are scattered or not, we will set off. After you complete the mission, you don't need to contain those dragons. Just return to the tribe directly. After finishing speaking, George gave the maps on the crystal recorder to the Night Dyers. Aggie and Brenda nodded, knowing that the boss planned to make it easier to enter the Duke's bedroom. After discussing the tasks of infiltration and attracting monsters, they took Hongua and others away. Suddenly there were only a dozen people left in the team. Except for wizards. They are all guys who can resist beating. Let's go and see my alien flies and my treasures. With that said, George returned most of the magic spiders to Lost Paradise. He saw that Alexander was still holding his magic halberd, with a mournful face. So he patted him on the back and said,
"Don't feel bad. I'll lend you my hammer for now. I'll give you a good weapon later. My weapons are placed in the temple."
Alexander put back the bent adamantine magic halberd in his hand as he walked. The creaking sound made Palos next to him feel frightened.
"I hope there's something I can take advantage of over there."
George naturally thought that the temple Alexander was referring to should be the temple here in the crater. Chapter 634 Silver Shuttle. There are many luminous minerals in this crystal cave. The ground was also covered in crystals. It looked like a cave made entirely of crystals. Many crystals and ores have completely melted. Some shuttles were wrapped in the melted crystal. Some were half-wrapped, while others were placed on the ground. Each one is about the size of a truck and appears to be mithril in color. There is no jet, and it is impossible to tell the head from the tail. It looks very smooth and round, like a mirror. George knew that those shuttles should be the alien spaceships he had long admired. George noticed that many crystals were solidified again after flowing on the ground. This degree of melting seems to be a good thing done by the Black Dragon Duke. It seems that he has been spraying and playing here for so many years. But after so many years of spraying with dragon flames, they remained unscathed. Not even a speck of crystal got on it. And they have stayed here for so many years. And they have not been moved to the lair by dragons. It shows that their appearance is extremely smooth. If I could get a damn water drop, wouldn't I be invincible? George took off his iron gloves and stretched out his trembling hand, wanting to touch it. But it suddenly stopped. No. 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 If you get frostbite from absolute zero, it's time to stop eating. Not even with gloves. At this time, George saw Ibrahimovic and Palos looking at these things curiously, and his heart suddenly thumped. Drafted? Isn't it just another Survivor's Pump product? George's mind was slightly dizzy. He couldn't help but look at Ibrahimovic and asked suddenly,
"Do you know this thing?"
"No. It should be our lifeboat or detector." Ibrahimovic said very boldly, "These devices can withstand the impact of meteorites and will not cause any vibration. Under the influence of their stance, they can glide in space and are not affected by inertia. When encountering problems, they can be jumped directly to certain areas. But now it seems that the jump array in the starship should have broken down before them." Hear Ibrahimovic say not don't know. But such a sure boast. George couldn't help but feel relieved. He looked at the shuttles in front of him. And the more he looked at them, the more excited he became. And he felt the blood all over his body rushing to the top of his head.
"Hurry up and open it for me."
"Where is the door?" Before Ibrahimovic finished speaking, George's eyes widened and he saw Alexander flying up and kicking the shuttle to the wall.
"Alexander! What are you doing? I think this is the door."
Alexander pointed at the back of Nasua's, but said he didn't know how he recognized it. He saw his boss staring at him without speaking for a long time. So he touched the back of his head and picked up George's hammer.
"My sister?"
George flew over, grabbed Alexander's big arm, hung on Alexander's arm, and cried and begged.
"Please, Alexander, please stop making trouble."
His hammer is something of the light of dawn, capable of changing shape and even mass at will. He didn't understand the principle at first, but now it seems that it must be a real creation of the ancient Kashia people. Although I usually don't find anything powerful about hammering. If this thing really looks like an edge, and is suddenly smashed by Alexander with a hammer, it will be over.
"No, I can open it,"
Alexander said very decisively. But he did not move. Seeing this guy's eyes always glancing at his pocket, George cursed in his heart, and quickly took out the cigar box in his pocket with some heartache.
Okay, Alexander, let's smoke a cigar and take a break."
George took out 2 cigars, one for each of Alexander. After the little plan was successful, Alexander sat down on the stone pier and started smoking. George, with a cigar in his mouth, stood in front of the thing and observed it. He did not hear any sound when it hit the wall just now. The ground where this thing was before was also soil, and was not wrapped in crystal. This confirmed his suspicion. What made him a little confused was that, logically speaking, Alexander shouldn't be able to kick it because it was extremely smooth. George. At this time, Soraya, who was staring at the other shuttle, suddenly interrupted the 2 guys showing off their tricks.
"There does seem to be some gaps behind the buttocks. Sorry, I was wrong. It should be just a little dent." "Dent? Impossible, my Miss Sun God."
George picked up the cigar from his mouth and was about to explain the principle to Soraya. But when I turned around, I saw Soraya and Irene touching around on it. And Morna sat down on it. Twisting her little butt back and forth, she didn't fall down immediately. Although it looks like the thing under the butt is very slippery, it doesn't seem to be absolutely smooth. George's face suddenly turned pale. He walked to the detector numbly, stretched out his hand and touched it. I found that not only did there seem to be gaps at that location, but there were also some unevenness in some places. Just because its appearance is a bit smooth. I didn't see it before. George turned his head in astonishment, looked at Ibrahimovic and asked,
"Isn't this thing absolutely smooth?"
I don't know. George's vision went dark, and he fainted in Alexander's arms.
"It's a hacking pump product again. So, this pump product is quite powerful."
George stood carefully on top of this engineering vehicle, constantly adjusting his body to prevent himself from sliding down. Seeing that he had successfully stood up, Lorna was so angry that she wanted to give it a try. But she tried several times and failed to stand up on this slippery thing. Obviously, the difference in physical coordination between the two people is too much. George rolled his eyes at Lorna's attempt. Although this thing is not absolutely smooth, it can travel through lava. Resistance is like traveling through air. Just now, he asked Daphne to try the thunder staff, although it was not completely deflected. There was some scattering, and it didn't leave any traces. And Ibrahimovic's body couldn't penetrate it.
"It should be Eugene, which is an energy alloy made using Andorra crystals. It has excellent magic channel ability and can be mass-produced. It is the easiest advanced material to manufacture for survivors,"
Peros said with great certainty.
"Sir, according to records, there are many mining vehicles using this material,
which can not only block elements, but also block gravity, and even spiritual bodies. Many such vehicles can work on stars. Although the Eugene used in these cars does not seem to be very up to standard, there is still no problem in destroying buildings by ramming them. Although I don't recommend this.
Palos doesn't have much confidence in the quality and functions of these pump products.
I believe it can be done."
George pursed his lips.
After all, Alexander can do this with stones.
After listening to some of Palos's description, George reluctantly asked Ibrahimovic something. "It is difficult for products with strong interaction to leave behind wreckage in wars. After they are destroyed, they will decompose as a whole, my dear father. You should be able to understand that all weapons that can pose a threat to this world have been almost destroyed by the 7 gods. None of the wreckage left behind will be this type of product, however. I believe there should be more things in the experimental laboratory in the desert. According to the database, there were many weapons used for self-defense there."
"Okay, Ibrahimovic. But do you really want Alexander to open it?"
George jumped off the shuttle and asked,
"Can you retrieve its module?"
"I don't have permission to these post-made things, but I think they shouldn't be able to be opened." At this point, Ibrahimovic was a little unsure again. "Let's first take a look at what the structure is like inside. Once you understand it, you should be able to crack it." Having said this, Ibrahimovic extracted some of the energy from the crystal array next door. Immediately afterwards, he stretched out his long kelp claws towards the shuttle. Then, everyone saw that the space in front of them began to twist and turn, and the shuttle turned over like a sock. Chapter 635 Pump Technology. Lorna was sitting on top of the shuttle. When the shuttle was bent, she was also affected. Part of her body was like scattered water patterns, floating around the shuttle body. But she didn't seem to feel anything. After she noticed the changes under her buttocks, she covered her skirt with a yes sound. But he found that the situation was not what he imagined. Then she was attracted by what she saw, and looked around curiously, not knowing what she saw. Everyone's mouths opened up during this change. Only Soria and Irene breathed a sigh of relief quietly after looking at it for a while, and then curled their lips. At first, they thought that Ibrahimovic used his power to forcibly bend space or expand dimensions. But then I discovered that he was just reflecting what he saw. For the gods, they have observed many things in high dimensions, even peeking through the barriers of the world to see things in other people's kingdoms. Although I have lost my divinity now, I can't do this. But these things are not that strange in their eyes. Seeing how calm these two girls were, George quickly calmed down his old-fashioned expression. After coughing, he put his hands behind his back and pretended to observe them as if nothing had happened. Then his expression became extremely wonderful. There are 3 layers of structure inside these shuttles. The outermost layer is Eugene, although it is indeed not that thin. It is only a few millimeters thick. Further inside, there is a honeycomb-like structure. I don't know what it should look like in a 3-dimensional view, but now it looks a little scattered. They do look a bit tall in some places, honeycomb-like substances composed entirely of colored light, like objects composed purely of photons. They flowed freely, and the runes kept jumping in the light. George couldn't help but think of the sacred bridge when heaven guided the angels to return. Come to think of it, This part of the thing should use some real technology. But other places are so punk. It's completely made up of crystals. There are dense runes drawn on it. But it's a bit messy. It makes people afraid that they will suddenly spark during operation. These crystals seem to have been forcibly combined with the light matter by the survivors. Further inside, there are many bubbles of light. Inside each bubble, there are different substances. Some are precious crystal minerals, and some are metal sand fine gold, mithril, and trace elements. All look quite complete.
Why does it look messy? It looks like the sweater that Lorna knitted.
George couldn't help but blinked. He felt that it was because he did not understand these alien high technologies. Those things seemed to be a mess.
But in fact, the way these things were composed should have rules that he could not understand.
These arrays!
Palos looked strange.
These arrays have created this kind of virtue. It would be a miracle if they could be used.
Hearing this, George's face couldn't help but look ugly.
Can you understand it, Palos?
Palos quickly shook his head. His expression seemed to say who the H.L. knows what they are doing? George's vision went dark. He saw Ibrahimovic also looking confused. He couldn't help but take out the Book of Dawn. While shining it towards them, he prayed to the god of creation in his heart, Otaku Boss. If there is something wrong with this thing, you must help me fix it. I can't point out those two losers. But surprisingly, there are no construction drawings in the book this time. Nor does it show the degree of completeness and analysis. At this moment, lines of notes appeared in the book. George, bring those modules back to me and study them. Although the quality of the engineering vehicles manufactured by these survivors is very poor, they are much more advanced than those in the kingdom of heaven. But it's not beyond our comprehension. After I update it, after researching with the wizards, it should be possible to imitate some functions Maragathas can imitate it. And we should be able to imitate it. George thought it was Antony who was speaking, but suddenly discovered that this guy called the God of Wisdom by his first name Antony was a worshipper of the angel Cherubaeus. And he called him Prometheus. 80% of the papers in Forbidden Sanctuary are from this boss. He is a true master of basic science. As for the Forbidden Wizards, they are all engineers in applied science. Who are you?
Soliwood, I heard from Eileen that there should be many modules in the temple. If there are these finished arrays, I think some things should be slightly improved whether they are broken or not. Don't forget, bring them back. The cars in front of you should be able to be transported. George was slightly dizzy. This otaku usually kept silent. But after seeing the novel gadgets in the past 2 days, he took the initiative to open his mouth. I heard that after the separation of the Kingdom of Heaven, this guy transformed the Xinqiao according to the new environment. It sounds like, for this guy, the problem with these things is copying and improving them, rather than figuring out what they are. After thinking about it, George communicated with him. No problem. If you have any needs, let Anthony make me a list. I'll collect them all. Do you know how to use these construction trucks? I matched the information you sent me last time with these things. You can show them to Colossus, whose computing power is very high. After reading it, you should know what those things are for. I think although they are messy, they should be in good condition, because the interior is a constant state. In these years, no one has destroyed their internal structure from high dimensions. After finishing speaking, several drawings appeared in the book, one of which was from these shuttles, and the other was the information that Ibrahimovic exported from the database. Creation Angel simply made a correspondence between each module on the shuttle and these data drawings. In fact, he just gradually drew a few strokes and gave some simple explanations. It seems that although the two are technically very different, their functionality is essentially the same. After a while, Creation Angel sent some explanations and guesses, as well as a correspondence table. It seems that there are some things that Creation Angel is not particularly sure about and needs to be tested by people on site. After Ibrahimovic scanned the information, he instantly calculated their feasibility. Your engineers are really amazing. It seems that these things are indeed mining vehicles modified by the survivors using rescue capsules, but the rescue capsule is too small, so only part of the modules are used. These modules have been changed so much. Ibrahimovic looked at the messy modules and didn't know what to say. The changes are indeed quite big. It can now be used to extract elements from the underground, that is, mining. In addition, judging from the array, in addition to the original jump function of the rescue capsule, it should also have some traction, decomposition, and construction functions. Farmer? George suddenly became excited. He gestured with his hands and described. Don't you think that thing is the size of a basketball? This. George looked at the thing in front of him, which was hundreds of times bigger than a basketball.
and couldn't help but twitching at the corners of his eyes, and understood what Ibrahimovic meant. Chapter 636, Incredible Counterfeit Products.
How do you use this thing? Do you use a magic wand?
George couldn't help but think of the magnetic gold shuttles Anthony mentioned. Those magnetic gold shuttles were probably also made by forbidden wizards, based on some things on the starship, and made magical modifications or imitations. And those wizards are controlled with magic wands. Later, after possessing the demonic nexus, these things could be remotely controlled by wizards using crystal balls. In fact, I am afraid that after Prometheus became an intellectual brain, he repaired some starship areas and allowed these magneto-metal shuttles to become part of his body for remote control. The survivors didn't have any magic nets or intelligence brains here, so George felt that the things they created should be artificially controllable. Magic wand? This is a good idea. You don't have nerve bundles, but you can establish a spiritual connection with them by relying on a magic wand. However, the magic wand method is only theoretically possible because it may be a bit complicated in operation. Ibrahimovic said, their combination locks are not complicated, and are just set up to prevent non-professionals from tampering with them. Now I've cracked them. They should still be able to open. At this point, blue light flashed on several engineering vehicles that were not sealed into the wall, as if the crystal array was filling them with energy. The ghost gold made by the survivors is still relatively up to standard. Not much of the energy stored in some vehicles escapes. After Ibrahimovic finished speaking, they floated up and then turned around a few times in the cave. George discovered that although these cars did not drive very fast, they had no starting speed, 0 acceleration per 100 kilometers. Then, these cars emitted a beam of light towards a vein on the wall, and then the vein shrank visibly to the naked eye. And there were a lot more metal sand and crystals in the car. After testing the mining function, several engineering vehicles illuminated the vehicle sealed in the crystal wall. Then all the crystals cracked and fell off the wall piece by piece. In the blink of an eye, all the engineering vehicles were freed. After Ibrahimovic tried it, he found that 5 of them were no longer usable. However, because the internal crystal array was not broken, only the punk circuit boards were broken. So although they lost some functions, they could still float. Maybe we can find someone to fix it. George's face couldn't help but darken. He found that the whole guy just followed the script. For things other than information, the level is somewhat insufficient.
I think it won't be a big problem to repair it. Sir,
Paolo said with a strange look on his face.
Eugene has completely isolated the inside and outside, and their appearances are all good. So I think it should be some kind of the line dropped on its own. Okay.
The corner of George's mouth twitched. He patted Ibrahimovic and said,
You brat. It's time for you to study hard, show me the traction and construction functions.
After George's words fell, Ibrahimovic picked a car that was almost full of energy. A beam of light appeared on its shuttle surface, and then a crystal larger than a human flew towards the vehicle under the irradiation. But when crystal hit the car, a strange scene happened. The crystal seemed to have entered a space and disappeared from beginning to end. This is the original jump function of the rescue cabin. But after the modification, the performance has become weaker, and you can only jump into the car within a short distance.
Try the next feature.
After George finished speaking, a colorful halo appeared on the surface of the shuttle. This halo slowly flows from beginning to end. As the halo flows, the crystal walls that seal other vehicles begin to crack. The cracked pieces also floated, as if they were weightless. George felt that his body was slightly weightless. He knew that this should be the traction that Ibrahimovic called.
When this thing is pulling, doesn't it distinguish between friend and foe?
I don't know. It seems like this. How strange. The traction beam was released just now during the jump. Logically speaking, range traction can also specify an area or a separate target. But obviously, this function seems to be impossible to implement, as Ibrahimovic said. And it has become very strange. George looked at his slowly floating body, and couldn't help but twitching at the corner of his eyes, and said,
Forget it. Add some oil, and see how heavy it can be lifted.
Add some oil? Ibrahimovic was stunned for a moment. But then, he understood what George meant. Immediately afterwards, George saw the halo on the shuttle, and accelerated the flow. The rocks, soil, ores, and crystals scattered around were also floating at this moment. In the end, everything in the crystal mine, including people, floated. Only those demon spiders were hanging on the ground and were not affected. Seemingly seeing the embarrassment of their masters, everyone's spider mount spewed out webs one after another, trapping everyone. Then the demon spiders pulled everyone over. I found that there is still a goal. It can set a range, and it can also set a center. Around the center, Traction is tremendous. At this point, George and others suddenly felt that all the suction on their bodies disappeared. It seems that the towing range has become an area near the engineering vehicle. At this time, the engineering vehicle suddenly increased its power. And then the weightless materials continued to gather together in the air, forming a huge ball. Countless stones, soil, and dust in the air were floating there. It was as if a planet was being born in the entire cave. However, Ibrahimovic seems not proficient enough in operating these things. As the power increases, the towing range seems to become wider. Suddenly, George suddenly felt as if someone was pulling him forcefully in the direction of the ball. Even his hair stood up in that direction. At this time, there was a sudden creak, and the claws of the demon spider hooked on the ground scratched a distance on the ground. It was not until 2 feet had been scratched that the demon spider hooked the ground again. Ibrahimovic pushed the ball a little further, and everyone suddenly felt that the traction force suddenly disappeared. But in the other direction, the rocks, soil, and dust that were approached by the ball quickly hit it. When it passed by the crystals that had cracked during the decomposition, these crystals also fell off and hit the huge ball like a meteorite. At this time, Ibrahimovic stopped. The halo on the engineering vehicle seemed to have changed its rhythm again. I saw that all the surrounding objects slowly fell down, and only the huge ball and the objects in the nearby area of more than 10 meters were still floating in the air. It seems that it is indeed possible to set goals. George nodded and looked at the huge ball. It was as if an extremely powerful giant had just held the ball together with his huge palm. It's almost as big as a bedroom. He estimated that it should be 20 cubic meters. The materials that make it up are mainly metals and crystals, plus the things floating around it. It's probably more than 100 tons. The things in the entire cave had been flying, and it seemed that this was not its limit. The power to solidify the ball would probably exceed the power to levitate these things. It wasn't until Ibrahimovic placed the ball on the ground, and it paused lightly when it touched the ground, that a layer of ripples of stone and soil fell off on the surface. But the structure of the entire sphere was not completely destroyed. It looks pretty solid. George casually picked up the flail behind William's back, walked over and tried it, and a large piece of the sphere shattered. There are also some cracks throughout, but not everything is broken. Chapter 637 Dragon Man.
It's enough for catching the dragon.
George patted the dust on his body and looked at the car.
But EV, how do you get out the ores that were sucked in just now? Let's put the things out first. They are too loaded. If there are too many, it will be inconvenient to catch the dragon for a while.
Take out? Well, that's okay, Ibrahimovic said. We usually build things directly using stance. The substances inside are directly filled, and this is its biggest function. Just like you save the alchemy process. But you can also take things out this way. You see, these constructions are automatic. After hearing Ibrahimovic's words, everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes. Even Soraya and Irene were speechless. A little unbelievable, this little car can create things. So isn't this little car as powerful as the gods in the Age of Gods? After hearing this, George's heart was beating wildly, and his hands and feet were numb with excitement. Ibrahimovic told him before that the constructor might not be able to be manufactured with current technology. But a low-end version appeared in front of me. The low-end version is also available. I have farmers, and he is also the most awesome summoning farmer. Doesn't this mean I have to double open an alien base? But then, George frowned again. He couldn't help but flip through the Book of Dawn. According to Thoriwood, these engineering vehicles can be broken down into multiple modules. Obviously they can be opened. Seeing everyone's wonderful expressions, Ibrahimovic couldn't help but smile proudly. He adjusted the shuttle and prepared to give everyone a good performance. Then, the back of the shuttle fell down with a squeak, and then it automatically stood upright, like a garbage truck, dumping all the minerals inside on the ground. Then the hatch on the boat closed again.
Aha! I just said that was the door!
Alexander clapped his hands and shouted. And there was silence in the cave.
It is indeed automatic. Ibrahimovic.
George nodded.
I was just thinking about how to repair a certain node in the honeycomb array structure. When it is damaged, the survivors do not have a builder who can directly repair them from the inside.
Palos touched the hatch and found that there were no gaps on it. It seems that after they are closed, they become a whole again.
The hatch should not be fixed. If operated by hand, it should be separated from any position, or even divided into multiple pieces. This is convenient for maintenance. It is really a smart design. Yeah.
George nodded and closed the Book of Dawn. Although those features that Ibrahimovic touted, these cars have none of them. But George was already extremely satisfied. It can destroy the Devil's Fortress, although its efficiency is not as good as that of Jerry Jones. They can crack crystals and metals. Moreover, demons below the level of demigods such as the fallen angels cannot destroy it. The traction alone can be of great help. It can be said to be a good helper for the robber. As soon as they passed by, all the treasures in the Devil's Fortress followed. Certain important items can also be stuffed into the butt of the car for transportation. Is this a real alien spacecraft? How to do it?
Okay. Ibrahimovic.
George stretched out his hand to summon Ibrahimovic, who was in a daze in the distance, to his side.
You don't need them anyway.
Dear you. This is considered robbery, Ibrahimovic said timidly. He knew that this robber was probably completely obsessed with these things. He really wanted to say, why can't I use it? But thinking of the starship in the Forbidden Sanctuary, he finally swallowed these words. I still call you I every day.
Don't worry, brat. These samples will be returned to you after my engineers make replicas.
I want new ones.
Then you have to behave well.
Afterwards, everyone played in the cave for a while, until George saw that there was only half an hour left before the agreed time. And then he took the people out. When everyone returned to the recreation room next door, the dragons tied up by the spider webs were still staying in Celiac's maze, because they had been injected with venom by the demon spiders. And at the same time, they were in Ibrahimovic, Emerald Dream. So they are still sleeping. However, George discovered that there seemed to be some more sleeping young dragons, and 2 small dragons in the cave. They should have just come in not long ago. The young dragons fell into a deep sleep after entering the maze because of their poor strength. However, the 2 little dragons were crawling around in the cave in a daze. There were some blood stains on their heads. It seems that he thought those walls were exits before, so he ran into them. Now they are crawling along the wall, seemingly intending to find the exit this way. But in fact, they are walking in circles. George somewhat understood the difference between Irene's magic and Celiac's. The latter could bend space when holding the scroll. Aaron, on the other hand, affects thinking and perception. Both of these little dragons are more than 10 meters long, but their bones and bodies are stronger than any other little dragons George has ever seen. And there are actually some gold decorations on their bodies of these 2 dragons. One dragon has a gold ring inlaid on its nails, and the other dragon also has a gold ring decoration on its chin. It's just that the craftsmanship of this gold ring is a bit rough. It looks like it was made after the financialization of dog heads. However, for such a large body, it is not easy to use materials to make small golden rings. George suspected that these 2 dragons might know subtle magic. After George and others entered the entertainment room, the 2 dragons actually glanced here, but they seemed to only sense that there should be someone in that direction, rather than actually seeing anything. However, this made George slightly surprised. Most of the little dragons that were more than 10 meters long that he had seen outside were only as strong as the Black Devil. But these 2 dragons have the strength of great demons. What surprised him even more was that the little dragon with a slightly larger system began to curse. But they spoke a language that George had never heard before. Kashyap people with higher psychic abilities can read directly through their spirits, and real wizards like Daphne can also do this.
They seem to be speaking dragon language.
Daphne's eyes suddenly lit up. The dragon had disappeared on the road for a long time, but many magics are written in dragon language, and the Forbidden Sanctuary has all the words. So Daphne understood their words. After hearing these words, Palos suddenly looked embarrassed.
Ahem. Sir, these should be the black dragons in the core area. Most of them are older and better developed. Their intelligence is no less than that of humans, and they can communicate.
After Palos finished speaking, he walked over, and after he walked near those dragons, the 2 dragons discovered him. Then George was surprised to find that the 2 dragons turned into ancient Kashyap people.
What did those dragons just say?
George looked at Daphne.
Boss, they seem to know that it was Palos, the old liar, who came to steal things again. He also said that his father would definitely tear him into pieces this time. Palos said that he came here to pay back the money.
During Daphne's translation, everyone's expressions became strange. It seems that this old guy Palos does a lot of bad things here. Chapter 638. Everyone has their own agenda. From the words of these 2 dragons, George could feel that these 2 dragons were slightly more knowledgeable than the Kashyap people. It seems that there are some inherited memories from ancestors, and their words and deeds were like nobles, which made him suspect that the ancestor of the Black Dragon Duke might indeed be a powerful person in the ancient dragon kingdom. However, these dragons are extremely arrogant. Even if they are in the maze, they still speak very arrogantly. They should be aware of Palos' strength. But one of the dragons actually pointed at Palos' nose and cursed him for a long time. From some of the words, George could tell that the thinking of these dragons seemed to still be in the era of the ancient dragon kingdom. And this crater is the territory of the Black Dragon Duke. I asked Palos if he had sent the last gift to the Red Dragon Queen. Later, after Palos's rhetoric, George gradually heard that the reason why these dragons appeared here seemed to be because they sensed something abnormal in the cave. But what's funny is that they seemed to be just for the sake of it. Here comes another thief, the old guy Palos. Therefore, many dragons went around to check the situation. These 2 dragons are one of them. It seems that Aji and his group did a very good job. Not only did they mess up the dragon's nest, but the dragons haven't discovered who did the good deed, or in other words, all their things have been hung up after seeing them. Originally, George planned to take advantage of the chaos to enter the Duke's bedroom. But now I have slightly changed my mind. He told Ibrahimovic to convey his words to Palos through the spirit.
Tell that old boy that he has come to redeem something from the Duke today.
Ibrahimovic's body lit up slightly, and he looked at the construction vehicles behind him. This guy Palos didn't steal anything today, so naturally he had to spend money to redeem it. In addition, Peros brought back some noble friends in the Kingdom of the Moon. They are all very rich and plan to negotiate a business deal with the Duke. Ibrahimovic said by analogy.
Boys can be taught.
George nodded. After Ibrahimovic passed on the words, the 2 dragons asked Peros to close the strange crystal and meet the nobles. They believed that this dream was caused by the crystal. George and others did not follow the instructions, but only opened a small area in the dream. At this time, the demon spiders had been put away by George, and Siljak had also possessed George. As for Evie, without a spiritual connection with him, there is no way to observe him in his invisibility. After a small area was opened in the dreamland, everyone appeared in front of Long suddenly. The small area in the center of the entertainment room returned to its original appearance. There is thick fog all around. The 2 dragons were a little curious about these humans, but they were not surprised. It seems that there are many things about human beings in their inherited memories. After that, the dragon people finally trusted Peros's words. And in the end, when the 2 dragons saw the ancient Dragon Kingdom gold coins that Lorna took out from her wallet, the matter was completely settled. Even though they took it out, the money was not much. But obviously, this time, Palos did bring money. Moreover, those thin humans were all wearing silver armor and large gemstone rings. It looks like they are indeed big fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered. Especially Lorna's little golden Daudu. The black dragons have a keen sense of smell, just like Aji. After seeing this wallet, they knew that it must contain more gold coins than they imagined. This made them so cold that they couldn't help but show a greedy look, just like George.
Mr. Duke George, please wait here for a moment. Under the protection of the maze crystal, it will be very safe. I am familiar with Duke Ninofari. He will not trespass into the dragon's lair.
I will be blamed. I will be back soon.
Palos took Lorna's purse and said,
I will try my best to negotiate the price.
The 2 dragons did not understand common language, but when they saw Palos taking the wallet, they guessed what he meant.
Peros, you rashly brought these strangers back from the human world. But you didn't ask the Duke for instructions. They must go with us.
In the eyes of the black dragons, this old guy Palos is like a slippery loach fish, impossible to catch. And this time, this damn old liar used those crystals to create strange magic. This magic turned this entertainment room into a maze. Letting these people stay here is almost the same as letting them go. The most important thing is that in the eyes of these 2 dragons, everyone here has been kidnapped, including the big silver eggs, engineering vehicles, that Peros wants to redeem today. They have no intention of letting them take them away. So naturally these people and these things cannot stay in this weird entertainment room.
2 adults.
Palos looked a little ugly. He looked at the 2 dragons and said,
There are too many dragons in the hall. My friends can't bear the powerful majesty of the holy dragons. You see?
Having said this, Palos winked and took out 2 pairs of gold bracelets and put them into the hands of a dragon man. This gold bracelet is extremely exquisite. The 2-headed dragon has never seen outside affairs, and its usual jewelry is also made according to its own imagination. The craftsmanship is naturally very different. This seems to verify the records in their inherited memories. The human world is very prosperous, and human craftsmen are also the best slaves. Palos's bribe made the 2 dragons become more greedy and determined that these people must stay. Not only that, this time not only these humans want to stay, but Peros also wants to stay. The crater is so small. They are going to the outside world. The way out is in the hands of this old liar. He must not be allowed to escape these few times.
However, these 2 dragons had bad ideas in mind, but their attitudes became better and better, and they were no longer as arrogant as before. But in reality, it is just to appease the humans in front of me. They said that the Duke has always had great kindness and curiosity towards human beings. At that time, I just want to chat with these humans and understand what the outside world is like now. After chatting, everyone was allowed to leave. Breaking into the dragon's lair without permission will not be pursued. Although Palos did not greet the Duke this time, he brought some new friends this time, which should make the Duke happy. Eventually, something was agreed upon. Peros used the excuse that it was difficult to close the maze array after it was opened. So he left all the dragons in the entertainment room here to sleep peacefully. The two-headed dragons know that the so-called difficulty in closing is actually the delusion of these people to leave a way out. As for those dragons, they were actually captives. Humans thought that keeping them would make the black dragons fearful. They are just some mentally retarded young dragons. They don't care whether they die or not. Finally, under the warm invitation of these two dragons, everyone followed them to the palace with anxious faces.
Boss, I have to tell you something.
On the way, Palos secretly crawled into George's ear and said,
Before, I arranged a blind date for the Duke. If he asks about it, you have to help me round it up.
Chapter 639 Black Dragon Temple. On the way, Palos secretly explained the whole story to George. Palos did more than one evil thing. He not only defrauded people of their money, but also defrauded their feelings. He deceived the Black Dragon Duke, saying that he had fallen in love with the noble Red Dragon Queen while traveling abroad, claiming to dress up for the Black Dragon Duke. For this reason, the Black Dragon Duke wrote a letter after thinking hard, and prepared a generous meeting gift to express his admiration. Obviously, all the money has gone into Palos's pocket, so that he got a duke's title from the Kingdom of the Moon. What's even more shameful is that this guy Palos pretended to be the Red Dragon Queen, and became the pen pal of the Black Dragon Duke for a period of time. In the end, he was kicked by others. For this reason, the Duke was heartbroken for a long time. As soon as he saw Palos, he asked if the Queen had changed her mind. There was even a time when he ignored the terror of the 7 gods and wanted to go outside to look for the Queen. I heard from Palos that His Majesty is living in the shadow of the 7 gods and is having a hard time now. This victim of online dating is really infatuated. Compared to the Duke, he never dreamed that the person he had been corresponding with was an old man. Palos completely rejected the Duke's plan to leave the crater. Although the Black Dragon and the Kashia people fight internally every day inside the crater, facing the 7 gods outside, they are like grasshoppers on the same rope. If the 7 gods discover the Black Dragon Duke, then the entire crater will be destroyed. But he promised very well, and even performed a play in front of the Duke for this purpose. In that scene, even if the Black Dragon Duke turned into a human form, he could not pass through the little door that Palos took. The reason is that the Duke's power is too great and cannot be contained by the outside world. But it was actually Palos who did it, because the power of this Duke is indeed very powerful. So he did believe it. But when the Black Dragon Duke saw these Moon Kingdom nobles, he would find that there were no dragons in the outside world. I'm afraid the fight will start immediately. After George heard this, he couldn't help but nodded at Palos with his finger. If you had told me about this earlier, and I brought Malim over to perform a play, wouldn't it mean that the Duke would be deceived directly? Went outside. After thinking about it, George decided to consider the matter in the long term. When we meet later, we can use this topic to delay it as much as possible. It would be easier if the array crystal could be erected in front of the Duke. While thinking, everyone followed the 2 dragon men to the core area of the dragon nest. This area is divided into several giant caves, the largest of which is the Duke's bedroom. It is hundreds of meters high and spacious enough for residents of a small town to live and farm there. Even a giant dragon can fly in this cave. On the ground, there are lava rivers and many semi-solidified lava. Many dragon eggs stood densely on the semi-solidified black lava. But apart from these dragon eggs, there are basically no other dragon activities. No one dared to disturb the Duke's sleep. George and the others went to a small hall in front of the bedroom. When he came to the door of the small hall, he looked towards the innermost Duke's bedroom, and saw the red light flashing from the door that was the innermost layer of lava. The fire came out. There is a huge figure sleeping soundly beside the lava river in the innermost part, and it was surrounded by various gems and crystals, and those crystal arrays were scattered there. George looked at the Black Dragon Duke. Although he knew that he was much larger than Malim, his huge body was still shocking at this time. I am afraid that he could drag a small castle on his back. His chin is also unusually wide, much wider than that of young Malim, very close to the Archosaurs. This seems to indicate that he is of great seniority, and might be from the same era as Malim's father. And his eyes are 3 pairs. But his descendants did not inherit this. This shows that it is the magic eye. George became more and more sure of his suspicion, this dragon might have escaped from the laboratory. I just don't know whether it was big or small when it escaped. And I don't know why he didn't destroy the descendants of those survivors over so many years. The dragon man with the nose ring saw George looking there, and couldn't help but glared at him, as if to warn George. This is an extremely disrespectful behavior. However, what surprised this dragon man was that dragon power was everywhere in this dragon nest. But these weak humans did not faint as soon as they entered. Amidst the dragon man's warning, George quickly withdrew his gaze and looked around. This courtyard is not as huge as the Duke's, but it is only 1/3 smaller than the bedroom. Many dragons, large and small, are entrenched here, lazily enjoying the heat blowing from the bedroom. The ground is covered with obsidian, and some slightly larger dragons occasionally fly in midair, breathing fire at the dragon eggs in the black lava, allowing them to maintain sufficient temperature for hatching. Although there are many strange rocks here, there are many shining crystals and minerals. Some are used to adjust the magical environment here, while others are purely for beauty and are moved by dragons as decorations. There are only a dozen baby dragons and little dragons here in total, and it seems that all the other dragons have gone outside. But there were hundreds of baby dragons, and they seem to have just been hatched in the past 2 days. Some of them live for as long as you can tell. The larger dragons force these young dragons to continuously breathe fire to maintain the magic power and temperature here. When their bodies are exhausted, they will die. Although the total number of dragons is only a few hundred. The dragon eggs here are all over the place. The number is probably tens of thousands. After George and the others came in, the dragons on both sides of the road were alarmed. They raised their wings and teeth and roared viciously at the crowd. Several larger young dragons looked at the 2 leading dragons, and then at Peros at the front of the team. He opened his mouth and seemed to be asking them something. Those young dragons were 20 or 30 meters long, with as many as 5 or 6 golden rings on their bodies, and they seemed to be full of wisdom. The dragon people were extremely respectful and careful in front of them. It seemed that those young dragons were much older than they looked. Then, a young dragon looked at Palos proudly. In this look, Palos showed a flattering smile and walked over to communicate with them. Humans like George were treated as dispensable bugs by the dragons. He didn't even look here from beginning to end, while these dragons were communicating with Palos. George looked around. Then it was discovered that there was an extra person in the team. Chapter 640 Robbery in Person. Aji smiled and stretched out his hand. Waving his fingers to the boss, George saw that this guy seemed to have a few more gemstone rings on his fingers. None of the dragons had these at all. Only the Duke had them. Something from Palos.
Boss, that dragon is very vigilant. That crystal thing is too big. I can't get it over. Where's Brenda? That old boy is not good enough. They don't dare to come over. But he is right next door. When the fight breaks out, I plan to join in the fun. Get some material for his biography.
George nodded, knowing that these audacious thieves did not go back first according to his instructions. He said,
For a while, you will mainly assist Alexander, and Celiac will help you. Don't always think about stabbing that dragon. There is no point in cutting him. The dragon, I should not be his weakness. I don't know if is.
Countless powerful Kashia warriors have tried to fight it, but never succeeded, including Palos. He didn't know how much damage Aji's light blade could cause to the dragon. But with this strength alone, he would definitely not be able to kill Garoxter. They should be of the same level. If you really want to kill him, you have to rely on the 10,000 people in the tribe and his sister-in-law. If Alexander wasn't afraid of being under too much pressure, he wouldn't even want to let Aji go. The trouble here will probably be no less than that over there in a while. Because once a fight breaks out, all the dragons in the dragon nest will rush here. After listening to George's words, Aji nodded. The dragon's skin, flesh and bones are more than 1 or 2 meters thick, and its body possesses great magic power. How deep the light blade can penetrate is still unknown. And just as the boss guessed, in so many years, this dragon has not lost a single eye. So I'm afraid that is not a weakness. So his job with Palos was mainly to distract the dragon. After seeing that Aji understood, George looked at the Duke and thought about what he said when chatting with the Duke for a while. But the Duke seemed to have no intention of waking up. And these dragons seemed to be planning to lead George and the others inside. I don't know what they were communicating. But after George took a look at the ugly faces of Palos and Daphne, he suddenly cursed in his heart. Dear, Ibrahimovic suddenly said in his mind, they seem to be dividing their guts in front of Palos. These shameless bandits. After George finished speaking, Siljak's maze spread quietly. But it is too far away from the Duke's location, so the maze does not appear in the surface world. But the Duke in the distance seemed to sense this obscure energy fluctuation. But it moved its tail lazily, and continued to sleep soundly. Seeing that the shadow of the maze stopped spreading not far in front of the Duke, George cursed in his heart. He knew the distance was not enough. But he had planned to alarm the Duke and let him come in on his own. But he didn't expect this guy to be so lazy. In time, he felt the strange magic power fluctuations, but did not move his body. Ibrahimovic interpreted what George was thinking. Then, the dragons who were having a heated discussion saw several shuttles rising into the air and flying straight towards the Duke's bedroom. Seeing the car flying towards that side, the dragons' eyes widened in fear, and they opened their mouths and shouted while flying towards the shuttles. This sound woke up the stunned dragons. They flew towards the car and tried to stop it, but their claws could not catch the thing at all. Some dragons tried to knock it away, but their coordination and skills were far inferior to Alexander's, and they all slipped away during the impact. Although it caused a little resistance, it was like a bird hitting the car with force, and it failed to affect the shuttle's movement.
Why does my flying saucer fly so slowly? Lamborghini! My old little Suzuki is faster than it.
This is already the fastest speed. George's voice reminded the two dragon men of these dispensable little bugs. It pointed at George's nose and shouted,
"What are you doing? You idiot! Make it stop! Everyone, don't forget what we are here for today,"
George said in Kashgar. And then he narrowed his eyes and looked at the dragon man who spoke.
"Also, you should call me the Duke."
As soon as he finished speaking, William raised the knife and dropped it. And then the dragon man's finger was cut off and flew off. Amidst the dragon man's screams, the shuttles had already entered the Duke's bedroom, no matter their size or number. They were not comparable to the previous detectors. The moment it flew into the bedroom, the Duke's body moved slightly. Seeing that the Duke seemed to be awakened, the dragons were so frightened that their scalps exploded, and they all lay on the ground and trembled. The screaming dragon man also closed his mouth in a state of extreme fear at this moment, and knelt on the ground with a cold sweat on his face, not forgetting to look back and stare at George with a hateful look in his eyes. After those shuttles flew near the Duke, the dragon finally lazily opened his 3 pairs of eyes and looked around, not even willing to raise his head. But then it stretched its neck and stared at the shuttles. The look in his eyes was extremely strange, and his mouth opened slightly in surprise. The moment the dragon opened its eyes, a huge mental pressure suddenly appeared in the entire hall. Some deformed dragons with fragile bodies collapsed to the ground unconscious. But those humans didn't react at all. The treasures on the Duke's body continued to fall down as it moved, as if it was raining. Its eyes followed the shuttles to the front of its treasure, and then saw those shuttles emitting beams of light. The broken array crystals seemed to be sucked away by flying saucers and flew into the air. It stretched out a paw and held down a large pile of gold. Then it looked strangely as it saw those flying saucers flying back outwards with the junk in its treasure.
"Peros, don't tell me that you brought Ariadne's bugs here just to steal this pile of rags into her dream of Palos."
The Duke was just halfway through his words when he saw all his treasures floating up and condensing into a large ball of gemstones and gold. He quickly flew outside. With a roar, it flew away the treasures around it and suddenly rushed towards the golden ball. Immediately afterwards, its body, along with the flying saucers and golden balls, all disappeared in midair. Only the Duke's angry roar was left. "Master, this dragon is extremely powerful. It's tearing my dreams apart. I can't hold it any longer. Summon my clone quickly." Chapter 641 Netherworld Labyrinth. In desperation, Siljak called out the Crystal Witch's real name, and as she screamed, the space in the hall suddenly became distorted vaguely. A huge figure holding a golden ball could be seen. It seems that the terrifying Black Dragon Duke is about to appear in the outside world.
"Tear Ariadne's dream to pieces? Just blow it. People will mistake you."
George calmly summoned the stick scroll from the light and shadow, and then threw it into the air. Immediately afterwards, the vision in the hall space gradually weakened as the Duke cursed loudly.
"This is not Ariadne's dream. Who are you?"
Amid the Duke's angry roar, the vision in the hall gradually weakened.
"You are so stubborn. You have never seen her dream."
As he said, George threw a golden beetle in his hand to Alexander, and threw the 16 silver beetles to Soraya, Irene, Palos, Aggie, and 6 to angels possessed by the Crystal Witch.
"George, why did you give the armor to Irene?"
Then, with Soraya's roar, these tanks, breasts, and auxiliaries disappeared. Only Irene stayed in place holding the silver beetle in her hand. Trembling all over then, she was teleported to Lorna. 10 more people appeared near the Duke's shadow. As the melee began, the vision in midair became weaker. At this time, the surrounding air suddenly became thicker, and it seemed that the Crystal Witches were already in their places in the maze. Finally, Hildak, who was trembling in George's body, was squeezed out by George's will. He looked at the little spider gradually appearing in his hand, and knew that she was frightened by the slip of her tongue just now. George didn't talk nonsense to her, and threw her directly into the maze. At this time, the vision in midair also completely disappeared.
Ariadne is probably not at this level now.
George looked at the frightened Irene in the distance, and took out his pocket watch.
This maze belongs to Morpheus.
With the sound of Gada, the pocket watch in George's hand remembered the time was very tight. And this black dragon was more difficult to deal with than he thought. From the Duke's unscrupulous plunge into the maze to George's series of smooth movements, only a few breaths passed. It wasn't until the vision completely disappeared that many dragons suddenly reacted. They looked at the weak human who had casually sealed their king, with incomparable fear in their eyes. But at this moment, the humans in front of them suddenly disappeared and appeared in the east corner in a blink of an eye. Where was the place where the array of crystals originally stood? The disappeared silver shuttles have now appeared over there. Inshua is unloading goods in a fully automated manner. And several girls dressed as wizards have been discussing there for a long time.
Don't let them move that thing. Those wizards want to seal Duke Nidofari. Huh? Idiot Soraya. If Irene was really a weak woman, she would have fainted from the power of the dragon when she entered the underground world and saw the first adult dragon.
George put away his pocket watch, looked into the air and thought, but later on, we need to improve Suryak more. In front of him, there is a huge blue light shield. This shield is composed of countless small hexagons. Like many blue scales, the dragons kept spitting flames towards this light shield. But in the shield opened by Ibrahimovic using the energy of the crystal array next door, not a trace of flame sprayed in. This shield is opened by the generator found in the office, which is also a punk product of the survivors. But these survivors were not foolhardy about saving their lives. The protective effect of the shield also looks very good. But George's face was very ugly, because this shield is not actually a single piece, but modular. When protecting, when an object approaches, a small area will be opened instantly. After successful interception, the shield will disappear. This can both block attacks and save energy. The people inside can also use the gap opened by the shield to fight back. In the beginning, this shield was indeed like this. Even if those young dragons hit it, they couldn't shake it at all. Not only did the sprayed flames fail to enter the shield, but the area where the flame spread was also effectively blocked by the suddenly lit shield. But these black dragons are very cunning. After they discovered this situation, they did not continue to spray flames stupidly. Instead, they went around the lair and sprayed the dragon eggs with flames. Under the urging of the giant dragons, the countless young dragons all hatched out of their eggs and crowded in front of the shield. After that, amid the flames of dragons of all sizes, the shield was fully opened without any blind spots. Originally, the shield only opened a small area for protection in a short period of time. Energy consumption is extremely low. But now, the shield is not only fully open, but also has no switching interval. Energy consumption increased by more than 100 times. Originally, the array crystal energy in the entertainment room was not satisfied and was still very damaged. And some energy will have to be left for a while to pour into the array here, so that the array can reach full energy for the jump. But now, the energy in the entertainment room is being consumed at a speed visible to the naked eye. If it continues like this, I'm afraid it won't be able to sustain it for much longer. Dragons from various dragon nests are also constantly flying over. And the first to arrive are the densely packed baby dragons. Although most of them have just emerged from their SHLs, the number is indeed too terrifying. The huge cave is full of their black dragon wings, and the webs of 200 demon spiders. They will be torn apart soon after flying out. I'm afraid it won't be long before the Duke comes out, and this shield will be broken. However, Ibrahimovic didn't operate those shuttles well enough. Just now, he finally adjusted the angle, allowing George and others to fall from midair, concentrating the traction on the dragons. But now, the young dragons are flying faster after losing gravity. Suddenly, there was a dark cloud in the sky. The dragons were like a swarm of flying bees swarming towards the shield, making everyone's scalps explode. The knights who had just landed on the ground quickly took out their restrainers and web projectors when they saw this scene, hoping to help relieve the pressure on the spiders. But the shield in front of him was always open, unable to release the cobwebs and magic. At this time, they saw many baby dragons and baby dragons flying over with groups of baby dragons not far away. This caused the knights to draw their swords while cursing, preparing to fight the enemy when the shield disappeared. In other words, he is preparing to work hard to survive in this swarm. Chapter 642 The Real Big Player.
No, okay. The energy consumption in the crystal is too great. In 2 minutes at most, we will be finished. Just over a minute has passed since the battle began. But according to the progress of the crystal repair, they need to persist for 15 minutes. However, no matter how those silver shuttles were pulled, they could not affect those dragons. Ibrahimovic tried many times to gather the dragons into balls, but the dragons in good health were able to escape immediately. The ones that were sucked away were the young dragons with incomplete or weak bodies. This actually helped the dragons to go. The competition brought all the strong dragons closer to the shield. Originally, these strong dragons could not hit the shield, but this time it was convenient for them. And whenever Ibrahimovic is about to successfully gather some dragons together, many dragons will rush into those silver shuttles. At this time, the silver shuttle mostly stops in midair, and the success rate of hitting it is much easier than when it is moving. Although many dragons slipped from the appearance of the silver shuttle, those dragons that were 20 to 30 meters long and had huge systems relied on their huge physical advantages and always succeeded. The effect they caused was no worse than Alexander's previous kick. Once the car collided and left the traction distance, the balls that were gathered together would scatter due to the loss of traction. The trapped dragons were all rescued. During Ibrahimovic's operations, the spider's web and shuttle also interfered with each other. This makes it impossible for the shuttle to pull away the real target. In desperation, some silver shuttles suddenly released their decomposition during Ibrahimovic's operation. And then, the dragon's teeth and horns disappeared. Some thin dragons also became suffocated. But he didn't die. He just became a little weak like anemia. At the same time, a lot of fragments of dragon teeth and horns, as well as some iron, suddenly appeared in the car. It seems that this trick is useful, and many cars have begun to use it. But all of a sudden, the outside became even more chaotic. Stop the car! Ibrahimovic! George pursed his lips and said, "This way we can survive for 2 more minutes." Sure enough, the situation was just as George said. After Ibrahimovic stopped causing trouble, the situation immediately improved a lot. It seems that I can't stand it anymore. George stopped the spiders to stop them from wasting their webs, and summoned Ibrahimovic so that he could share his spirit and thoughts with him. In his opinion, this matter does not need to distract Celiac from summoning Netherworld to come back. You don't have to think about how to do it. Just feel what I mean in spirit and execute it. After George finished speaking, he saw the silver shuttles moving. Ibrahimovic continued to read George's thoughts, and the efficiency was far beyond that of verbal communication. After he stopped thinking about decision-making issues, he seemed to have become a ruthless computer. In the process of executing orders, those silver shuttles actually gave George a feeling of being in command. There was not a single mistake in the whole process. And although there was a slight delay, it was innocuous. In order to allow George to operate better, Ibrahimovic projected his vision in front of George's eyes. Then a 3-dimensional map appeared in front of George's eyes, and he had a panoramic view of the situation in the cave. He picked a silver shuttle that was far away from the dragon and tried it quietly. He positioned the center of the traction force near the silver shuttle and tried to integrate the traction core with the vehicle. Then he discovered that the gravitational core only wrapped the silver shuttle, but the inside of the silver shuttle was not affected in any way. In the blink of an eye, the silver shuttle turned into a terrifying magnet, pulling some nearby things over. But that doesn't seem to be George's purpose. He made the silver shuttle move. And then, the things being pulled around were like satellites captured by planets. Under the influence of the relative speed difference, they started to revolve around the silver shuttle. But because the relative speed at the beginning was not enough, those big rocks hit the silver shuttle after spinning a few times. George frowned slightly, and then made the traction core on the surface of the silver shuttle move continuously. And then the stones rotating around the silver shuttle accelerated their speed of rotation as the gravity changed. It's enough for the young dragon. F***CK? Can you still play like this? Give me. Me too. Indeed. This is indeed a very simple principle. But before that, Ibrahimovic failed to stay calm during emergencies. Stop talking and be your mouse. After trying it twice, George removed the suction on these shuttles, as if he no longer intended to use this function, and let the silver shuttles fly towards the shield in an ordinary way, quickly sticking to the surface of the photomask. The flight went. Although the speed of the silver shuttle is not lightning fast, it is still like a big truck with more than 100 kilometers. In the blink of an eye, the young dragons crowded near the light shield were scattered by more than a dozen shuttles. Several big dragons saw the silver shuttles causing trouble for them, and followed them closely. But although those silver shuttles were very slow, they were extremely flexible. They bypassed obstacles without slowing down.
Many of the silver shuttles also made sharp angle changes in direction during their flight. But the dragon following behind had no time to break and hit the stalactite. Seeing these silver eggs displayed in front of them, the dragons were mad with hatred. But whenever they forced the silver shuttles to an open place and were about to catch them, the silver shuttles would dive into the lava. It's like getting into water. When I came out, I didn't know where I was. After a while, the dragons suddenly discovered that there were only 3 silver shuttles chasing in front of them. The dragons with a slightly larger system were actually seduced far away by them. But the shuttles that kept passing around the photomask didn't stop. When they realized that they were trying to lure the tiger away from the mountain, they found that the area around the light mask was already in chaos. Many young dragons are spinning continuously with those silver shuttles as the center. In the main hall, it was like a dozen tornadoes suddenly appeared. New baby dragons are constantly flying in from other channels. But they are constantly joining this tornado. In the chaotic airflow, these weak young dragons were easily captured by the traction force. The young dragons were dizzy in this rotation, and could no longer escape the control range of the silver shuttle. When the rotation speed of these young dragons reaches a certain level, the silver shuttles will approach the dragon group. After the flying baby dragon hit the flying baby dragon in the tornado, it was knocked to pieces. Many tornadoes don't even need to hit the group of dragons. Those weak young dragons will lose the ability to fly due to the chaos of the airflow, and will be captured by the gravity of the moving silver shuttle. More than a dozen tornadoes were constantly moving around the light shield. In such a short time, they almost cleared the area, and the human Duke was waving his arms to the silver shuttles like a musician in the Mask of Light. Chapter 643. Ginger is still spicier when old. Obviously, the controllers of these silver shuttles have been quietly replaced. Compared with the previous situation, it is like a rookie calling out his high-playing cousin. The big dragons didn't expect that the bad guy would actually pull this trick. Dozens of big dragons cursed loudly, dropped the 3 silver shuttles in front of them, and rushed towards the tornadoes. At this moment, the traction force suddenly changed. The dizzy young dragons in the tornado were accelerated by the centripetal force and thrown out in the same direction at an extremely fast speed, like a scroll that was suddenly pulled away. The dizzy group of young dragons suddenly rushed towards the big dragons and kept spinning around the big dragons. For a moment, the big dragon's eyes were covered with the sky, and the sun was covered with crooked baby dragons. The speed of rotation was extremely high. Fast, like a group of meteorites that were thrown out by Jupiter and then captured by the gravity of the sun. The tornado formed by the young dragons also caused complete chaos in the airflow around the dragons during the churning. This makes them completely controlled by the traction force. And for a while, they can no longer break out of the traction range with their powerful bodies. Those dragons that were not wrapped by the young dragons had nothing around them. Just as they were about to rush over to rescue them, they saw more than 100 or 200 spider webs flying towards them. Before they could break free of the spider webs, those humans and some crystals, the colored demon spiders, had already taken advantage of the chaos to jump on them. Those adventurers and crystal spiders are either extremely powerful or extremely fast, and they also have all kinds of magic props and vicious curses. Although the number was small, it could not cause fatal damage to the dragons, but it scratched their fleshy wings. The dragon whose wings were not scratched was treated by the cobwebs. But this time, because there was no obstruction around, the spider web was tied up smoothly. In this short period of time, the demon spider, the adventurer, and the group leader worked closely together, as if they had practiced thousands of times. A dozen dragons survived. When they bumped into the young dragons that were wandering around their companions, although they rescued their companions, they were inevitably knocked unconscious by the tornado. But when they landed and stood up, they were shocked to find that the dragons who were supporting them had all had their flesh wings slashed and were struggling in the spider webs. They suddenly discovered that the so-called tornado and the so-called surrounding the dragon were all tricks. It's all a pretense. The leader had only one goal from beginning to end: to clear the open space and get rid of these elites first. Just when they wanted to support their companions, the tornado in the hall appeared again. In the blink of an eye, the eyes of more than a dozen dragons were covered by the black young dragons. A few big dragons survived, was also tightly entangled in the cobwebs. This time, the rotating young dragons also suddenly tightened their circle. Under the strong traction and the double wrapping of spider silk, they suddenly gathered together to form a huge meatball. And the dragon in the middle of the meatball couldn't move even under the wraps of those stupid young dragon teammates. New baby dragons are constantly flying in from other passages, and tornadoes are constantly forming. The dragons that broke free from the cobwebs and threw away the adventurers were constantly wrapped in new tornadoes, and then entangled in the cobwebs to form meatballs.
The freed adventurers and demon spiders began to deal with the trapped fish. Suddenly, in this situation of 1:10,000 between the enemy and us, there was actually a situation where there were more people than others. After a while, the hall returned to silence, and a hill formed by dozens of dragon balls appeared in the center. The weight was so heavy that the dragons at the bottom almost fainted. The demon spiders began to walk out of the light shield, climbed on the hill, and repaired the spider webs unscrupulously. Ibrahimovic looked at all this with his mouth open, and finally understood the gap between the two people. It was not a gap in operation or knowledge, but this guy's routine is really too deep. 12 minutes. George put away his pocket watch and looked towards the wizards. Most of the crystal array has been repaired, but at this time, the void in the hall has become more and more distorted. George looked at several passages in the distance, where there were many dragons rushing towards this direction. But the number of both young and large dragons was no longer enough. At this time, Ibrahimovic was controlling the silver shuttles by himself. He was imitating George's previous routine. And in a small area like the passage, the difficulty was greatly reduced. As soon as the dragons appeared, they were controlled by Insua in the small passage. Now those passages are almost full of dragon balls. Some demon spiders have already rushed over and gradually blocked those passages. Siljak's voice rang in George's mind again. Her voice was very weak and was almost reaching its limit. George withdrew his gaze and learned about the situation in the maze through Siljak's vision. In the maze, Soraya was half kneeling on the ground, seemingly exhausted. Several virtue angels were supporting each other with her. Their bodies were charred, and their wings were broken. They all seemed to have suffered considerable injuries, especially Soraya, whose armor was in tatters. George knew that Siljak had pulled them out of the battlefield a few minutes ago and hid them in the corner of the maze. Throughout the battle, these TS went up and down the battlefield several times one after another, and now they have been drained of their last bit of strength. Only Alexander stood on the battlefield from beginning to end. Siljak's magic power is almost dry, and she is trying her best to prevent the dragon from breaking through the maze. And she kept trying to convince the Duke with words. She coaxed this guy, the one who came here today, was a real master. However, Siljak's words obviously did not play a role in delaying time. It seems that in the Duke's view, even if Morpheus is standing here today, he still wants to let that idiot have a taste of dragon fire. After seeing this, George ordered Siljak to remove the maze. Then the void in the hall suddenly broke open, and Soraya and others suddenly fell from the void. Then, a huge figure covered in flames appeared on the ground of the hall. The dragon's wings were burning with red fire. The wings were in tatters, and there were many wounds on its body. But those wounds are like magma that has been cut open, recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Only a huge wound on his back, under the influence of a divine power, caused truly horrific damage to it. That was Soraya's full blow, which had already damaged the Duke's spine and caused some inconvenience to his movements. The Duke was using his forelimbs to angrily slap the void in front of him. Then a huge demon spider was photographed out of the void, and it was photographed hundreds of meters away and hit the wall in the distance. After this blow, the Duke wanted to catch up and tear the hateful spider into pieces. But then his dragon claws were caught fiercely by two huge arms extending out of the void. Under the huge force of the attack, the Duke's dragon claw was turned over, and the painful dragon suddenly roared to the sky. Immediately afterwards, a golden armored giant more than 5 meters tall appeared from the void. Chapter 644, Wrestling with the Dragon. Under the power of Anubis, Alexander, who was wearing the high-level temple armor of the gods, turned into a golden armored giant more than 5 meters tall. However, under the huge body of the dragon, he was still very small, like a ferret dueling with a tiger. Previously in the maze, due to Hilyak's timely movement and the pull of his teammates, the main T had remained in perfect condition just for the last few minutes after coming out of the maze. And the big guy has lived up to the expectations of his teammates. He has persisted for so long and still has no tendency to lose strength. It's like a perpetual motion machine. He was tightly holding the Duke's 2 fingers with his arms. The dragon and Alexander seemed to be wrestling. In Alexander's roar, the Duke's dragon claw was twisted a little more. During this capture, the Duke let out a painful roar, and his whole body tilted up. Suddenly, a phantom appeared behind the Duke. The dragon's tail flicked suddenly at this moment, and then Aji was thrown out of the void while vomiting blood. At the same time, there was a sudden click on the Duke's hand. Amid the dragon's wail, his 2 fingers had completely deformed. Alexander took this opportunity and raised his shield with an uppercut, hitting the dragon's chin hard. The dragon's wail stopped abruptly with this blow.
His huge head was raised slightly in this blow, and a piece of burning blood spattered out of his mouth. After one blow, Alexander pulled George's hammer out of the air, jumped up, and hit the dragon hard on the mouth again. This shot directly knocked out one of the Duke's teeth. But the Duke's two forelimbs also settled on Alexander's body at this moment. Then the Duke flapped his dragon wings and grabbed Alexander and flew up. The entire duel took just a few breaths, when the Duke grabbed the rat in his hand and flew into the sky. Siljack had just fallen to the ground. She was dazed after hitting the wall. When she looked up, she saw the giant dragon in the air, spitting out a stream of flames with red electric light towards her. The raging flame scared Siljack to the point of being stunned. She hurriedly picked up the divine scroll and wanted to unfold the Styx curtain. But the remaining magic power in her body was obviously not enough for the curtain to withstand this blow. At this moment, her body was suddenly taken over by her master. And then the panic on Hilyak's face suddenly disappeared, and he looked coldly at the flames ahead. Siljack calmly stretched out his hand and pulled it, using his last magic power. Then the Alexander in the Duke's hand suddenly disappeared and appeared 20 meters in front of Siljack, just blocking the oncoming flames. The moment the flames hit Alexander, the golden armor on Alexander's body flashed with energy, and then a blue light shield appeared. Immediately afterwards, Alexander held up the shield with one hand and the hammer with the other, walked backwards in the flames, unfolded 12 huge wings of light, and jumped towards the flying Duke. George saw through Siljack's eyes that Alexander's light wings were no longer broken like before. Many places had completely regrown, but many places were still very damaged. They were all very huge, and they were constantly fluttering in the air as Alexander moved forward. At this moment, the flames spurted from the Duke's mouth splashed around the cave as Alexander moved backwards. The demon spiders on the ground clung to a little bit and started burning with painful howls. Those cobwebs that were not afraid of fire were instantly wiped out after being contaminated by the flames. Many of the dragons trapped by the cobwebs on the ground were also burned to death in the flames that sputtered everywhere. But most of them are young dragons, and those inside the cobwebs did not receive any damage. In the blink of an eye, Alexander had flown in front of the dragon's mouth and hit the dragon's nose with another hammer. This made the Duke close his mouth in pain. Then one person and one dragon spread their wings and fought again in the air. Stand up. During this fight, the Duke was mad with hatred for the warrior in front of him. He looked stupid, but in fact, he was extremely cunning, and the strength is like a monster. When it explodes, it is like a swift adult dragon. The most important thing is that this warrior's body is extremely flexible, with the blessing of the god's armor and light wings. Not only does he move surprisingly fast in the air, but the armor is also extremely weird. That armor is similar to the one of Palos. There is a big difference. Palos can use the power of armor to hide better, while this suit can twist and turn in the void in a small range during action. Often, there will be an afterimage when it moves. In time, with the Duke's eyesight, it was difficult to tell his exact location instantly. This warrior is not only difficult to catch, but also extremely resistant to beatings. When the hammer in his hand hits his face, it often causes the Duke pain for a long time. He hadn't felt pain in a long time. This man was like a flexible and powerful spiny mouse. What made him even more angry was that although the warrior's sister had been defeated by him, she had been disturbing the battlefield with those angels from a distance. The resistance of the guy in front of him is frighteningly high. Finally, if a control magic is cast on him, the angels in the distance will be instantly dispersed. The seamless cooperation during that period made the Duke feel incredible, as if these people had practiced this kind of battle hundreds of times. Not long after, Peros also joined the battle with another little mouse. These two mice were more flexible, and the weapons in their hands could not be ignored. The Duke had to be distracted on the battlefield. Although the Duke was absolutely sure that he would eventually crush these three rats, he could not deal with them with thunder and lightning. Suddenly, 3 people and 1 dragon were fighting back and forth in the air. George took this opportunity to feel Siljak's condition, and found that her magic power had completely dried up. But under George's control, the dream maze was released from the hands of 6 crystal witches at this moment, pulling everyone on the field except Alexander to his side. At this time, the crystal array had begun operation. The arrays in the distance are pouring energy into the side, accelerating their operation. At this time, the Duke's burning dragon wings were constantly inciting, and all the solidified lava in the entire cave melted. All the unhatched dragon eggs were hatched at this moment. The dragons trapped in the spider webs wherein the Duke also broke free from the dragon's breath. These dragons instantly blocked the view on this side, and rushed over overwhelmingly. Oh my god! George looked at the time. couldn't help but sigh, and jumped on Siljek's spider back.
Close the shield and inject energy as planned.
After George's words fell to the ground, the light shield in front of his eyes suddenly disappeared. And then the knights activated the protection of heaven one after another to resist the dragon flame spewed by the dragons. Immediately afterwards, George reached out and pulled the stick scroll in Helyek's hand. And then the scroll appeared in his hand. The Queen of the Netherworld, wearing a crown, flew out of the scroll at his call. The moment the queen came out, a heart-rending wail appeared in the hall, and a terrifying telekinesis swept across the hall. Amidst this terrifying magic, the young dragons in the hall fell to the ground silently. Dragons of all sizes were also in a state of confusion, falling to the ground and not getting up for a long time. It was a huge soul shock. Suddenly, a dragon rain fell in the hall, and most of the flames in the hall were extinguished in the blue wind. The hall was cleared instantly. The Duke in the distance couldn't help but turned his head suddenly and stared at this side. Then he saw the ghost stretched out his hand ferociously back. Using all his strength, a forked lightning was released. In this blow, the Duke actually felt that a corner of his soul was torn into pieces. He suddenly fell from midair amid waves of dizziness. Why didn't you use this trick earlier? I was scared to death. Ibrahimovic couldn't help but curse as he looked at the dragon rain falling in the sky and the flames that were constantly being extinguished by the Queen of Netherworld's spirit.
A living dragon is much more expensive than a dead dragon. Do you know how much money you and I lost this time? Do you know that it's not easy for you and me to make some money?
Do not talk. I feel so bad too, dear. Hurry up and trick that stupid dragon over here. A piece of cake. Chapter 645. Do you want money or life? The Duke woke up halfway through his fall and fell to the ground in a somewhat embarrassed state. He shook his head, opened 3 pairs of eyes, and blazing flames emerged. He looked at George's side angrily. George waved to Alexander, who was above the Duke's body. The big man spat, looked at the Duke coldly, and slowly flew towards the boss. Many dragons on the ground, looking at Alexander flying past in the sky, all gave way to a path in fear and continued to retreat towards the Duke. On the human side, they all gathered behind the leader, drew out their swords, and prepared for battle. At this time, the Duke finally knew who the culprit of all this was. What human title did that human claim to have? It didn't matter. He couldn't remember the name of the insect. No matter what happens today, that vicious spider, that shameless human being, and that cunning warrior must all die.
Your Excellency Duke Ninofari, I think we can actually talk about it,
George said.
Actually, I only want your money, and I don't intend to kill you.
Having said this, George threw the scroll in his hand to Ibrahimovic.
This way, we can all save some trouble. Ha 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 ha, ridiculous human being.
Duke Ninofari felt that he heard a huge digestion. He laughed angrily, and in his rage, he threw himself in the direction of George. But just at this moment, the scenery in front of him suddenly distorted just like when he was pulled into the maze before. But this force was even greater and terrifying, so powerful that even his body could not resist it. This made him suddenly feel extremely fearful. The time and space released by that human being was far beyond the level of that demon. During the struggle, the Duke bumped into a wall, and gravel continued to roll down from his head. He shook his head, raised his head in surprise, and found that he was not pulled into the maze. The scene in front of him was no longer the Black Dragon's lair, but a huge pyramid. On the pyramid, there is a golden dragon, talking with its head held high. And below the pyramid, tens of thousands of Kashia people are listening to the dragon bragging about the story of the dragon god. The Duke of Black Dragon suddenly appeared, and the steps at the feet of the golden dragon collapsed. The golden dragon and the crowd opened their mouths and looked at each other with Duke of Black Dragon. The body of the golden dragon in front of him was so huge, but it was still 2 times smaller than the Duke. However, the aura emanating from her body, although far less powerful than his own, gave the Duke a sense of awe from the depths of his soul. Then, the Duke looked back at the bottom of the pyramid and saw thousands of Kashia people. In the surprised gaze, the Kashia people lit up their weapons and light blades in anger. The Duke looked at the crowd, and the lake behind them, the entire island, was enveloped by a force. Many mosquitoes, birds and beasts in the lake collided with the invisible light shield and were directly killed on it. In the memory of Duke Ninofari, he has seen this thing, and the pyramid in front of him also looked so familiar. He couldn't help feeling dizzy, and then his scalp exploded under the gazes of thousands of pairs of people just as promised. The Kashia people had regained control of their artifact, and he was also summoned. But the people who came to summon him and the process were a bit too surprising. A foot suddenly stepped on the Duke's head. Duke Nanafali's 3 pairs of eyes turned to the top of his head and saw those cold gazes. He suddenly laughed and said very gracefully,
"Your Excellency, Duke Yongfeng, I think we can actually have a talk."
After Duke Nanafali surrendered, he turned into a mature-looking human man with black hair and black eyes. After putting on the clothes of the nobles of the Moon Kingdom in the clothes rack of Palos, this Nenafar Duke Li's every move has a very elegant temperament. If it weren't for the fact that his pupils occasionally stood up, anyone who looked at him would have believed that he was a high-ranking, serious, wise, and slightly arrogant human duke. Even if you look at the duke with the eyes of a king, you can't help but feel a little respect in your heart, and you will think that he is a model of nobility. It's just that when he occasionally strokes his mustache, it slightly spoils this temperament. It makes him look a little cunning and flattering. Presumably in the future, the duke will definitely get along with these 2 old fools, Palos and Brenda. What made George feel extremely weird was that when the duke treated him, he didn't treat him like a defeated general treating a victor, but like a junior treating his elders. From the duke's words, George learned many things. I was indeed right about many things. This duke was indeed one of the first creatures to escape from the laboratory, and this time is earlier than any living thing, because he was brought out by the survivors. During that period, the ecological zone, although not destroyed to the extent that it would later be, was no longer suitable for storing large numbers of organisms. The young duke was very lucky. He did not die in the nutrition cabin or at the mouth of other monsters. Instead, he was adopted by the survivors. During that time, the ecology of the entire crater was extremely harmonious. The survivors' ship repair plan has been proceeding in an orderly manner, until an unexpected accident occurred. In that accident, a problem occurred in an important module on the ship due to incorrect repairs. The psychic riot swept through the entire ship. If it were not blocked by various areas of the temple, the entire hull in the temple and all the survivors would have been destroyed. But what's worse is that after this disaster, the energy in the ship was completely out of balance, and many of the energy nodes in the temple were destroyed.
According to what they said, there was a leak due to this malfunction. But in my opinion, what was leaked was not just some living creatures, but the evil god.
Duke Ninofari showed deep fear in his eyes. At the beginning, this evil god did not show his face, but lurked. When the survivors repaired the energy nodes in the temple, the evil god had devoured everything in the biozone and parasitized the bodies of many Kashia people. All Kashia people who were able to take up arms entered the temple and went to the battlefield with their friends and pets on that day. And Duke Nanafali is one of these pets who deserted. Those Kashia people who entered the temple could not come out in the end. After that day, the temple was completely sealed by the people inside. Chapter 646, An Extra Grandson. Today's Kashia people are the descendants of these warriors, but in the end they failed to inherit the glory of their ancestors, but gradually returned to the original state. Duke Nanafali doesn't understand technology. According to alien standards, this dragon belongs to the indigenous people of the native planet orangutans, dogs and other uncivilized Homo sapiens. Due to limitations in knowledge and cultural differences, there were many things that he could not explain clearly. But after reviewing the story, George had an accurate understanding.
So, many of the survivors survived, but all the temples and senior engineers died in the temple?
The Duke is not sure what engineer refers to, and the Kashia people don't call their craftsmen that way either. But after thinking about it for a while, he understood what George meant. He looked at the silver shuttles floating in the air outside the window and said,
"When the temple was closed, the wizards who created those witchcraft and wonders did not have time to escape. But there were still some in the Kashia camp. Wizards. These wizards also communicated with me later. We also reached many agreements after that."
George nodded. He knew that in the Duke's eyes, all Kashia people who knew magic were wizards. The Duke continued his story, according to what he said. During that period, the Kashia people did not seem to have completely given up on restoration plans, and firmly believe that one day they will be able to go home. The Duke also believes that one day in the future, this divine realm shrouded in the crater will be completely opened. You will also gain true freedom. So the Duke also cooperated with a lot of work. But that temple has never been reopened. In order to leave some hope, he has been protecting the descendants of these Kashia people. These words were very well said, and the profound righteousness expressed in the Duke's words moved Soraya and others to tears. But after George and Irene looked at each other, they couldn't help curling their lips. "George, I'm afraid it's thanks to this Duke that the people of Kashia are now like this." After hearing what Irene said, George nodded. "Well, he's the most suspicious. And I suspect that your beliefs and teachings were also passed on to the Kashia people by this guy. What is my faith? The Duke's so-called hope to be free is actually bullshit. The outside world is too scary. In the minds of the descendants of the Black Dragon, the most powerful person in the world is their Duke, and they are very eager to go outside. But in the Duke's memory, there is the terrifying shadow left by the 7 gods. The Duke was very happy in this crater. He didn't dare to escape, and he didn't want to be taken away by the Kashia people. So I won't really help the Kashia people at all. But the relationship between the Duke and the Kashia people is extremely complicated. On the one hand, he needs these Kashia people to protect this temple for him. On the one hand, he was also very afraid of these Kashia people. Although the elite of the Kashia people are dead, and their number is very small, but the living people all master some real skills that the gods should have. Later, although the Kashia people gradually became lonely, but their number continues to increase with loneliness. But the Duke can do some things such as sneaking around and setting fires to cause chaos. Most of those magic books and witchcraft and miraculous objects were destroyed by the Duke. He even tried to destroy those silver shuttles, but he failed. It has never been successful. When these materials were destroyed, coupled with the theology that hindered the development of technology, the Kashia people slowly became primitive people. The forces in this crater are completely balanced. Next, George and the Duke had a very good chat. George discovered that although the crater was very closed, the Duke had unique insights into many things, has deep wisdom. On the one hand, this stems from his long-term communication with Palos, and also from his inherited wisdom. That night, after Ibrahimovic and Palos left, the Duke and George talked for a long time. This time, there are no Ibrahimovic or Palos. The Duke confided the true words in his heart to George. The situation is basically consistent with what George guessed. What surprised George was that the Duke seemed to smell a different smell from Alexander and others. He did not say anything in front of Alexander and others, but he mentioned something about his father. His father once faced the 7 gods.
Given the favor of the gods, I have also tried to understand the light of the stars. It is very wonderful, and its power is majestic and vast. It can even make the gods willingly surrender to his arms. If there are gods in this world, there should be what I believe in. I believe it must be the existence of this level. But unfortunately, my understanding is too poor. I really can't understand their theology.
At this point, the Duke couldn't help but glance at Soraya and Alexander. There was a hint of strangeness in that gaze, as well as a hint of deep fear. He didn't know whether this fear came from the deep impression these two people had left on him before, or from a certain fear deep in his memory. His sensitivity towards the 7 gods is unimaginable by people in the outside world. Compared to Garoxt, Phillips, who once doubted Alexander's true identity, Duke Ninofari has a more sensitive sense of smell than him.
Sir, I am presumptuous. There are some things that I would like to discuss with you alone,
Ninofari said meaningfully. George nodded. He knew what this guy wanted to say to him, and he also planned to reveal a little bit about the situation in the outside world. But after seeing Soraya pricking up her ears nervously, George changed his attention. If he had a secret conversation today, he would openly tell Soraya that he already knew her true identity. This guy who cares about face is not as straightforward as Irene. It will be difficult to accept it for a while, and it will be difficult to lead this team in the future. He said,
Your Excellency Ninofari, we are all our own people here. There is nothing to avoid.
He planned to make some corrections in person. When the Duke mentioned the identities of Soraya and others, it might be more appropriate to let Soraya explain the current world situation. After hearing George's words, the Duke made a sudden look, and he once again strengthened his guess. So he stood up, performed the weird etiquette that Hiliak had done with the night demons, and said solemnly,
Lord Morphus, everything that happened today was really a misunderstanding. Speaking of which, my father has some connections with you according to seniority. I should have called you uncle.
Having said this, the Duke bowed his head to the ground, just like when George met Bishop Avery. Showing that extremely flattering look, the Duke thought that maybe calling him Morphus was not accurate anymore. Now he is probably reborn from the cocoon and has completely replaced the 7 gods' former positions.
Your Excellency Ninofari.
The corners of George's mouth twitched and he said,
I think you may have misunderstood.
Upon hearing this, Duke Ninofari was stunned for a moment. Then he raised his head and showed a meaningful smile.
Uncle, I understand what you mean.
When the incarnated master lurks in the hero's body, he is often unable to distinguish his identity. Of course, even if this person is not Morphus, he is definitely not an ordinary human being. Look at the archangels in this bedroom. In their eyes, there is only this person, not their gods. So calling him uncle won't hurt you. And no matter what, he had to climb into this relationship, seemingly understanding what the Duke meant. under the disdainful gazes of Soraya and others. George pursed his lips, finally nodded and said,
Nenofari. Who is your father? Dragon of Darkness Taglianos.
After hearing this name, Soraya and Irene's pupils shrank slightly, and they stared at Duke Nenofari. It seemed that the name had left a very deep impression on the seven gods. No wonder this guy is so shameless. Aaron suddenly reminded, his father is a shameless domestic slave with 3 surnames. Don't believe his sweet words. None of the black dragons of this lineage are good. George also nodded suddenly, although he didn't know who the dark dragon was. But obviously, the Dragon of Darkness not only has some connection with Morpheus, but is also related to the moon god. Eileen, you are right. It seems that the generations of uncle, father and mother are indeed a bit unlucky. George nodded and stood up.
Nenofari.
I want to correct you. According to seniority, I should be your great-uncle.
Nenofari was stunned for a moment, then looked back into the room. Finally, his eyes turned on Lorna and Irene, and landed on Irene. Then he smiled suddenly, as if he was extremely happy with the recognition from the adult in front of him, and didn't care at all that his seniority had dropped. At this moment, everyone in the room couldn't help but show deep contempt. Only Irene's face turned black. That night, George asked Soraya to tell Nenofari about the current state of the world. After that, George told the Duke the true purpose of Aloysius. Although many things were speculations, as soon as these things turned around in Nenofari's mind, he understood their possibilities. If Aloysius, a guy who crazily worships the ancient gods, really controls the light of the astral world, the consequences will not be as simple as the fall of the gods. After hearing these things, the Duke suddenly had a new perspective on the person in front of him. He felt that he might not be Morpheus, and even if he was Morpheus, he might have already fallen into the arms of a certain light of the star boundary. In the end, the Duke quickly digested what everyone said, although he was a little shocked. As a Duke who had lived with the gods, he had seen the real world and could no longer be said to be a complete native. So when he expressed his attitude, he was somewhat calm. What surprised George was that the attitude shown by the Duke was extremely politically correct. And the angle of view is also very high. He not only said that the Black Dragon will participate in the war as a vassal of the Dawn Lord, but also said that this will be a life and death battle between the natives of this world and the outside gods. The Dragon Clan is bound to fight this battle, and he had received the teachings of the light of the Star Realm, and he had great expectations for the light of dawn, the entanglement between the Black Dragon and the 7 gods that has long since become history. Now that the ancestors have all fallen, what should have disappeared has disappeared. In the new century, we must look forward. As for Aloysius, the complete madman, only a madman would come together with him. Although this guy was speaking in nice words, George could tell that when it came to fighting against the outer gods, these outsiders were indeed leaning towards the side of the living beings. After all, this time, Aloysius does not represent HL. If he wins, the Black Dragons will not be as simple as changing relatives. Becoming a fallen angel and being swallowed by Aloysius is probably the best ending. After the Duke left, George looked out the window. The angel of the moon god surrendered the Black Dragon Duke, who still troubled the Kashia people. This is indeed something that all people can celebrate. For George, the dragon training plan in the crater finally came to fruition. But this dragon training plan was very different from what he had originally envisioned. And he never imagined that he would eventually have such a good chat with the Duke, and finally reach an alliance contract. Just as Duke Nenofari said, in the past tens of thousands of years, the Black Dragons have always kept the agreement they made. And starting from today, they will still keep the new agreement 10,000 years from now. George didn't believe a word of what the Duke said. In his eyes, the key to whether a contract could be abided by was the unity of interests. Not a simple sentence or piece of paper. But what he had to admit was that the suggestion put forward by the Duke Nenofari was indeed far better than the simple dragon training plan. The Black Dragons would work with their knight partners as comrades in arms. They appear on the battlefield together. Dragon Knights will reappear on the continent. And dragons and humans will work together for their common future. He promised the Duke that in the future, when the dark tide subsides, there will be a land in the world where dragons can survive. And the Black Dragon Duke will also become a member of the High Dawn Council. Outside the window, the people of Kashgar were having a bonfire banquet. At the Duke's suggestion, the 2 accompaniments, Peros and Alexander, were taking him towards the dining table where Meline was. As the Black Dragon Duke, he paid high respect to the princess like a gentleman. The silly little dragon was only focused on eating,
and didn't seem to understand what the Duke's courtesy meant. But George read the words in the Duke's heart from the extremely complicated eyes of the Duke. It seemed that at this moment, Ninafari had regarded himself as a knight protecting his young master. George knew that it was Princess Tianwu who really made this gentleman make this decision to surrender. George, Soraya pursed her lips and looked at the Duke's back with a very disdainful expression.
This guy is really more shameless than I thought. You don't really want to be his grandfather, do you? He is better than you, tens of thousands of years older. Moreover, if Ariadne knew about it.
Soraya's expression became a little strange.
Soraya, Malim often calls me uncle. Ninafari is a generation younger than her, so there is nothing wrong with calling me uncle.
Having said this, George patted Irene on the shoulder and said with a half smile,
Don't take it to heart. Let's just discuss it ourselves.
Irene forced out a smile with an ugly face, and Soraya couldn't help but roll her eyes. Oh my god. George Guy is still obsessed with Irene. Chapter 647 Dragon Night. The third day. In the past 2 days, the dragons in the tribe and the black dragons in the swamp have become active. Dragons of all sizes are hovering in the sky of the tribe, helping the Kashia people to build the last batch of crystal arrays on Moon Island. In the pergola, George and others were drinking herbal tea and chatting. A strange young beautiful woman was diligently pouring tea for Mr. George and Mr. Ninafari. She seems to be eloquent, knows how to adjust the atmosphere, and has a very good eye. This woman's dress is a bit strange. If you look closely, you can see that there are 2 long dragon horns on the top of her head. The dragon people around her were extremely respectful to her. She was the Duke's eldest daughter and wife. However, during the chat with George, this woman, who was already a married woman, had a spring in her eyes. From time to time, she would use her big almond eyes to hook the old man, which made Soraya and others feel goosebumps. When he looked at George, his eyes were already a little evil. This Duke Ninafari is not only contrary to human ethics, but also extremely shameless. You can figure out what your intentions are without even thinking about it. His daughters are also shameless. It's simply disgusting. The most annoying thing is that this guy George is still talking and laughing with her. Obviously, he and the Duke are of the same species. At this time, another group of dragons came over in the distant sky. Soraya snorted and did not intend to watch the slut's performance again. I called a group of knights and went to Lorna's side. The wizards were sorting out the dragon eggs. After this batch of dragon eggs came over, they were somewhat overwhelmed. Not long after, several young dragons slowly flew down with dragons of all sizes. With the cooperation of the crowd, the spider silk webs they were holding onto fell to the ground smoothly. Duke Ninafari put down the tea bowl and suddenly sighed.
Most of the children of this generation have problems. This makes most of them die from the abuse of their brothers and sisters.
At this point, the Duke suddenly paid a slight greeting to George and said,
Sir, thank you also for giving these children a chance to be reborn. You not only gave them more life, but also gave these children, who could not grow up originally, can have a strong body, although their congenital intellectual defects cannot be solved. Beasts also have the happiness of beasts, and in the future battlefield, they will also shine brilliantly, when what they could not obtain in their lifetime. Glory.
Hearing this, Eileen, who was acting as the tea-making girl at the side, couldn't help curling her lips fiercely. This guy is really more shameless and shameless than his father. The Duke's flattery made George blush. He smiled and said,
We would also like to thank Duke Ninafari for his support. It is a great honor for us to be able to become comrades with the Black Dragon. Sir, your words make me ashamed. In our eyes, you are our new leader, the lord of our entire Black Dragon clan, and it is our duty and mission to be loyal to the Lord.
The two began to compliment each other again, and Irene couldn't help but turn her head away and retched. But to be honest, this original birth plan did change under George's rhetoric. Nowadays, wizards no longer use these young dragons for experiments, but to cure them, solve the fertility problems that still plague Black Dragon. The situation is as the Duke said. Less than 1% of the normal dragons hatch from this generation of dragon eggs. And among this 1%, there will be many dragons with congenital deficiencies if they can survive in time. Most dragons can only grow up to 10 meters in its lifetime, although these dragons cannot exceed 30 meters in length in their lifetime. In the eyes of the Black Dragons, they are dwarfs. It is a disgrace and the lowest servant. But at least there is no problem with his intelligence. And he is not a deformity. The rest are mostly deformed. Moreover, most of them have problems with their intelligence. Just like wild beasts, these inferior Black Dragons are a shame in the eyes of the Black Dragons. So basically no one can survive to grow up. After George talked to the Duke, he changed his mind. Planned to spawn only those inferior dragons. There are enough of them. And after Rusgard chatted with Ibrahimovic, the biological expert also believes that before these dragons hatch, there is still a certain chance that the medicine will allow them to be cured as long as it is not. It doesn't matter if he's missing arms or legs, or if he has an extra thing on his body. Surgery can solve it. Under the stimulation of medicines and hormones, their originally weak bodies will become as strong as normal black dragons, or even stronger. Of course, the price is also huge. There will be huge shortcomings in lifespan and intelligence. Idiots are usually extremely strong. For George and the others, these dragons don't need to know any magic. They just fight fiercely and can breathe fire. And normal adult dragons can still command them. In the wizard's training, they performed no worse than the Jasper Steel Spine, whether they are used as mounts, pets, or as comrades on the battlefield with the knights. They are reliable enough. However, in the final analysis, this matter still needs to be thanked for the full support of Duke Black Dragon. If it were another family head, even if these dragons died, they would not let these shameful people grow up. After all, this Duke still has a very clear understanding of the current situation and the pressure in the future. Unlike those stubborn dragons, Duke Ninofari is very flexible. This also made his boss like him even more. After a while, something else came over in the distant sky. Duke Ninofari had excellent eyesight. He could see at a glance that it was the Dragon Wizard and the Dragon Knight who had returned with the silver shuttle. In the battle at the Dragon's Nest, more than 20 people participated in the battle. Individuals were recognized by the Black Dragons immediately. The first person to be recognized was George. The Duke's 5 daughters were all vying to be his knight attendants. Finally, the Duke introduced George to Anita. Although not the strongest Black Dragon, she was the smartest and the fastest of all the Black Dragons. As for Anita, what about other aspects? In the past 2 days, this beautiful maid went out alone with her master several times in the name of accompanying her master on hunting and teaching flying. From then on, the master liked her more and more, judging from George's satisfaction with the Duke afterwards, and the Duke's deliberate alienation from the concubine to avoid suspicion. It seems that there are indeed many stories that happened in the woods. Judging from this shameless behavior, George and this shameless Duke are indeed the same breed. As for Alexander, although he commanded the Duke's great respect, but he didn't seem to like his mount very much. Alexander felt that the Duke was a bit too big, and he couldn't wield his spear on it. However, George felt that this big man might just not like his mount to be smarter than him. This actually relieved the Duke's embarrassment a lot. At the same time, the Duke also made a suggestion. So in the past 2 days, Alexander consulted the Duke's suggestion and went to the deep forest to find a special illegitimate son of the Duke. The Duke said that it was the fruit of his love with a god. Chapter 648, The Black Dragon Duke, the super rich man who donated to the country. This illegitimate child is called Gon. Strictly speaking, it cannot be said to be a dragon, because it is a product of the Duke's planting seeds everywhere. As for what species the mother of Gon is, this is the topic that George and the others are chatting about now. George felt that this sworn Duke might not know where his son came from. He had seen Gon several times in the ring volcano, although Gon looked different every time he met him. The Duke recognized his species at a glance. Different from many black dragons, Gon is not only stronger in body, but also proficient in magic and transformation, but his head is a little bit unclear. Therefore, many times, the magic released by Gon is often not what he thought. But the Duke boasted that his own son, whom he could not remember, was one of the few in the world. He said that Gon was extraordinarily strong, and that he was the only one among his many children who could surpass him in the future. After the Duke mentioned this Gon, Palos remembered a strange guy in the crater. From time to time, this strange guy will appear in the form of a dragon. He looks very special. From time to time, he would wander among certain animal groups in the form of certain animal leaders. Palos calls it the elf of the elements and forests. Only those who are destined can meet that elf. Among the many songs of the tribe, there are many legends about this elf. People in Kashia mistakenly thought that it was the child of the moon god. Palos believed that there were some hidden gods in the crater. He even met some demigods. But I don't know whether these gods escaped from the experiment, or whether they were new gods born during these tens of thousands of years. The environment and state of the crater have always remained the same as they were in the age of the gods. However, if Gon is the child of the Duke and a certain god, Palos will not dare to help the Duke. But it is indeed possible in theory. Because between gods and gods, or even between gods and humans, it is indeed possible to give birth to elves or demigods with divine nature. I wonder if the Duke had any inspiration in the story of Palos. He said, "Gon is the result of my encounter with the forest goddess." Ahem. That's right.
As you know, I am the king of the fire element in the crater.
The corners of George's mouth couldn't help but twitch. In any case, it seems that this simple-minded and well-developed goon should be able to get along well with Alexander. According to the Duke, his son with outstanding talents will definitely become Alexander's best partner. The only thing that worried George was that the big man had to catch the horse by himself. I don't know if Alexander can successfully meet Goon. But according to the agreement, no matter what the result is today, Alexander will come back. Thinking of this, George couldn't help but glance at the Book of Dawn, and his expression couldn't help but become weirder. While George was chatting with the Duke, the silver shuttles had already flown many oars to the vicinity of the tribe. Suddenly, countless oars followed the silver shuttle across the sky. Some of the oars near the silver shuttle were very scattered, while some were gathered together. This makes the speed at which they fly somewhat different. Occasionally some oar fell from the sky. However, when George saw this scene, he nodded with satisfaction.
Yes, this time, no one is left behind.
Hearing this, Palos smiled and said,
It seems that the effect of these new manipulation crystals we have made is good. Once the wizards are familiar with them, they should be able to transport them in large quantities.
In the past 2 days, Palos led some people to make some crystals specifically used to control the silver shuttle according to the drawings in the office. You can cooperate with the wizard to connect the silver shuttle. However, the operation of these pump products is a bit cumbersome and not as simple as the cooperation between George and Ibrahimovic. Even with the clever minds of wizards, it may take a month to fully control it. But there is no problem for transportation. The silver shuttle is extremely efficient for transportation. When it is fully loaded, although it does not fly too fast, it can still reach a speed of 50 or 60 miles. At the same time, the amount of things transported is more than 20 times that of the land shuttle. It can transport 5,000 to 6,000 tons of ore in one trip. The black dragons that have been going back and forth in the past few days have almost littered those near caves and swamps. The ore was emptied, seeing that the batch of goods had landed near the tribe's newly built warehouse. George and others stopped chatting and walked over there to check it out. This batch of goods was specially selected by the people over there in the cave. It is the inventory of the survivors in the Black Dragon Cave mine. So it's all metal sand. And it's all rare metals. For this batch of goods, the Black Dragon searched the lair frequently. The Duke said there must be one, but he couldn't remember where it was. It wasn't until this morning that Palos repaired several detectors that the wizards found the location of the warehouse. It had been buried underground in the earthquakes over the years. If you don't pay attention, it can easily be as a vein. According to what the wizard said, there is still some ore there, but it has basically been integrated with the stone and soil. Because the boss said that he planned to transport this batch of goods to the shelter. So after selecting them, he did not organize them there, but rushed back first.
Sir, these inventories have now been returned to their original owners. In addition, I have some small gifts.
Having said this, the Duke looked at the sky. It turned out that there was a large army behind this group of troops. The Duke's 4 daughters, with a group of dragons carrying batches of spiderweb bags, are flying here. Under the sunlight, the things in the net bag glowed fluorescently. After a while, the dragons descended on the ground and piled the goods into a small mountain. That volume could probably fill the large wine cellar under Johannes' old mill. Countless gems and gold dazzled everyone's eyes. George stretched out his hand and picked up a fist-sized original stone, and found that it contained full of magic power. His eyes suddenly lit up, and after picking out a few more rubies and sapphires, he found that most of them were magic gems. Not long after, the wizards gathered over. Rona and others looked at these gems and couldn't help but wipe their eyes. Her little follower Malene was even drooling after seeing them.
George, these things are actually lava fire diamonds.
Soraya picked up a gemstone and said in surprise.
Although some of them are not magic gemstones, they are also fine products. After a little polishing, they become its priceless.
Salmon threw down the gems in his hand, clapped his hands and said with a smile,
If the craftsmen of Elda throw these jewels into the furnace and use them as firewood, they will definitely be reluctant to part with them.
Indeed, this Duke may have accumulated more wealth in these tens of thousands of years than the entire Kanglan family. It can be said to be a truly wealthy country. Today, Salmon finally knows why those adventurers are so keen to go to Dragontooth Canyon to find the Duke of Skywrath. Compared with the Black Dragon Duke, who has never been robbed by the gods, Duke Tiamu is almost a poor man. George, Irene's voice suddenly rang in George's heart. Look. The combined volume of these things is almost exactly the size of Ninefari. This old immortal must have more stock. God is starting to get jealous. Chapter 649 Alexander's attendant. The giant god Goon. After hearing what Irene said, George smiled in his heart. No one around him has a fuel-efficient lamp, so he has long been accustomed to these people's little thoughts when they open their mouths. George knows what kind of shit they plan to shit. What Irene actually means is this old and immortal black dragon obviously thinks that money is more important than life. Although what this guy Eileen said was true. He who had always been thinking about this in his heart knew that Nanofari had already taken out all the magic gems he had saved over the years. And the so-called volume is exactly the same who the H. I can tell that at a glance. Nanofari is a smart man. And he would never give gifts like this. So Irene's little divorce plan didn't work. George responded mentally, leave something for Nanofari, and leave it for Meline to play with. After hearing this, Irene's face turned dark.
Sir, my former friend liked fishing very much. And the lava river is obviously the best place for fishing.
Duke Nanofari touched the mustache on his lips, and said with a proud smile.
Although there are not many things that pass through the fish areas every year, I have indeed accumulated a lot of inventory over the past tens of thousands of years this time. I can make the best use of these things. I hope these donations can help our country helps.
The words our country made George couldn't help but nod his head. This Black Dragon Duke not only mastered the essence of gift giving, but also the essence of pleasing leaders. If this guy means giving it to the Lord, that is pure gift giving. And this gift may not please George very much if he is greedy. He will think that this thing is his. If one were not greedy, these gifts would be a bit heavy. But now, these gifts are not only given out as donations, but also come with their own recognition and belonging, showing their attitude.
It's rare that you bothered. Nanofari, I believe these things will really help our future.
George's words were very light. But after Nanofari listened, a big stone fell in his heart. He knew that he did not express his position in vain, and the boss already regarded him as one of his own. After finishing speaking, George looked around and shouted,
Wally? Wally?
After the words fell, a black dragon with a gold ring and a gold bracelet on its head flew over not far away. It turned into a human form in midair, then ran over and knelt down in front of George. The smile on his face was flattering, and the words in his mouth were full of flattery. Like a eunuch. If you look closely, you can see that there is a severed finger on his hand.
After a while, after the wizards have done the classification, you select some people and follow Gale.
At this point, George looked at Gale.
You take the black dragons and silver shuttles and sort out a group of people first. The goods are sent to Sky Eagle. Leiden will know which ones should be sent to the shelter, and which ones should be sent to Dawn Chamber of Commerce's workshops in various places. I will tell Gale later where to hand over. You should be careful on the way, and fly as high as possible. One thing. Don't be seen by others. After delivering the goods, take the black dragons directly to the shelter.
Now, there are enough materials for wands and even magic armor. The military workshop should be operating at full capacity. The scraps of those gems, as well as ordinary gems, are of great value. Whether it is selling the magic dust used by scholars to cast spells, or as the operating expenses of the workshop, it is enough. After hearing what George said, Wally and Gale immediately agreed.
Right.
George suddenly thought of something, took out a list from his sleeve, and handed it to Gale.
Put it together based on this, and send it to Anthony.
This list was given by Thorleywood. After George asked Solwood to sort out his needs, he went to the library that day and stored the long list and a pile of drawings in a fixed location in the library that was where Anthony Shirchong and George bookshelf for exchanging information. George was in the Duke's bedroom at that time. After seeing it at night, I asked the librarian and I knew who this guy Sollywood was. He is a technical advisor to Anthony. Usually I just deal with information and don't talk much. No one thought that this person was the creation angel. He joined the Forbidden Academy as a wandering wizard after it was established. There were a lot of refugees moving to the valley in those days. Therefore, after going through the review of the arbitration nights with this guy, he was introduced to Anthony as an erudite ordinary scholar. And this guy is usually too low-key. If it weren't for the occasional suggestions that solved many problems for Anthony, this forbidden wizard with eyes on the top of his head suddenly understood that there is a world outside the world. And there are people outside the world. I'm afraid Thorleywood, a technical geek, is still working as a small assistant in the laboratory. Now Anthony already treats this great master as a teacher. But this guy Sollywood seems to have no feeling for Anthony's sudden change in attitude. It seems that this guy doesn't care at all about other people's attitudes or names. In my heart, I only have his skills. This guy is only interested in things he is curious about. If Forbidden Academy hadn't been making new toys in the past 2 years, I'm afraid he would still be playing with the toys he has played with for tens of thousands of years in the kingdom of heaven. George, Soraya suddenly pulled George. George looked in the direction of her gaze, and found that in the forest in the distance, there was a knight riding a giant flaming horse, galloping all the way. That giant horse has a shoulder height of nearly 3 meters. There are 2 huge horns on the top of his head, and 6 horse hooves under his body. His whole body looks like it is made of lava. If you look closely, you will see that it is not skin, but a kind of elemental armor. As the knights continued to ride their horses, the dragons on the roadside couldn't help but fall to the ground in the smell of this strange horse. Soraya stared at the strange horse with burning eyes, full of envy. She actually felt a hint of divinity in this horse.
Ha ha. How about it? My son looks like me. Right.
The Duke laughed heartily. The corners of George's eyes twitched, wondering what the resemblance was. Seeing that Alexander was coming on horseback, Soraya rushed over excitedly. She happily stopped her brother and couldn't help but act coquettishly, insisting on riding this horse. But after Alexander got off the horse and replaced Soraya, the horse actually spit out a breath of fire from its nose in a somewhat unhappy manner. Then it turned into flames and ashes and burrowed into the ground. Then, not far away, another strange-looking long-tailed fire rat appeared, and with a swish, it climbed onto Alexander's shoulders. He roared at Soraya. Judging from the way the teeth and claws are dancing, it seems to be imitating a dragon. Then, he seemed to find that something was wrong with his appearance, and changed several times, and finally turned into a tree stump. But it didn't last long before it burst into flames, turning into a strange-looking burning tree stump with horns. He got into the crowd and disappeared. It seemed that this guy felt the aura on Soraya's body, and was a little afraid of her. Soraya quickly chased after him. The corner of George's mouth couldn't help but twitch. He knew that the guy was probably planning to turn into the form of a dragon just now to scare Soraya. But Goon is not like Palos and the Duke. He is not only extremely smart, but also has undergone systematic training. It all depends on imitation and talent. So several transformations failed.
Ahem.
The Duke said with some embarrassment.
Sir, I have not fulfilled my father's duties to Gong before. Although he is extremely talented, he cannot control his own power, and he inherited the things from his mother. Too many. This prevents him from understanding anything from the inheritance of the Dark Dragon. Sir,
Palos suddenly said to George,
I am more proficient in the art of transformation. If the Duke doesn't mind, I am willing to teach Gong in this aspect.
George nodded. This suggestion is not bad.
Boss, I caught a dragon.
Alexander walked up to George happily and shouted towards George. In the excitement of the big man, 2 motions he sprayed the Lord in the face. George wiped his face while listening to Alexander talk about his mount with a smile. I don't know how this guy came to believe that Gong is a dragon. However, George noticed that no matter what form Gong took, he always had 3 pairs of eyes.
I plan to teach him wrestling and some swordsmanship later. This little kid is very talented and very big. He is a real giant. I want Goon to be my knight squire. He will definitely become a powerful magic swordsman.
After saying this, Alexander waved his hand excitedly and almost slapped his lord away.
Boss, you have to help me build a giant sword later. Just 20 or 30 meters long. It can move.
In his excitement, Alexander kept describing the appearance of Goon. Its body seemed to be huge, and it sounds like this attendant was actually tricked by Alexander. However, after hearing the words Gong in Alexander's mouth, George's expression became even weirder. He couldn't help but look at Duke Black Dragon, and found that Gong's father's expression was also very strange.
Ahem. Sir, he is indeed Gong, but I really don't remember who his mother is.
Relative. Ibrahimovich suddenly flew over and said to George, the array crystals have been fully charged. Let's go to the temple and have a look.
Are you sure you don't need to bring some help, Ibrahimovich?
According to the database of the core module, when Paros opened the temple for the first time, some defenders were still active for a period of time. I think there should be no problem. Hearing this, George curled his lips, as if he didn't have much trust in Ibrahimovich's guarantee. According to the Duke's previous words and Ibrahimovich's guess, that evil god might be something on the level of Aloysius. He planned to listen to some auspicious words, and saw that Soraya had caught Goon and was busy playing with her pet. So he hooked his fingers towards Irene, called her over and asked,
Come on, Miss Destiny. You must have overheard what Ibrahimovich said just now. Tell me your fortune.
An ugly smile appeared on Eileen's face, and she said,
Sir, you are auspicious and your trip will go smoothly.
Hearing this, George couldn't help but smile. He had seen all of Irene's little moves while drinking tea. And this damn girl even kept saying bad things about herself to Soraya and others. Thinking of it at this moment, he couldn't help but feel itching with hatred.
Humph. Okay. Irene. I remember what you said. You said that the evil god is dead. If he is still alive, I will tie you up and throw you into his lair.
After hearing this, Irene gritted her teeth in anger.
Ha ha. Ariadne. You are indeed a magic stick.
George's words almost made Irene faint from anger. When she saw Soraya walking over, she glared at George with gritted teeth and ignored the pervert. But she felt a little depressed. Although she is no longer the same person she once was. But it is true that some vague lines of fate can be seen. But she couldn't see any fate line between George and Ibrahimovic. One of these two people comes from an unknown different time and space. Even the time is different from this world. And the line of fate connects the unknown star field in the distance tens of thousands of years later. Can't see clearly at all. The other one is completely uncertain at all. Everything related to them will become uncertain. Anything that happens to them will have countless possibilities. To put it bluntly, they did not choose people from their own world in the first place, because people in unknown time and space far away would have the characteristics of the apocalypse. Soraya had already walked over at this time. And when she saw Irene's aggrieved and cautious expression, she knew that George was doing something good again.
George!
Soraya glared at George fiercely and said angrily,
Can you stop teasing Irene? You are such good sisters.
George curled his lips.
Let's go to the temple. Miss Fate said that I am a lucky person. It seems that this time, even if there are any evil gods or monsters over there, they will be killed by me. Collect and feed the pets.
This time everyone can be said to be mobilized. Even Irene was forcibly dragged into the office in the temple by George in the name of engineer. After everyone entered the temple, the entire temple was resealed by the crystal array outside this time. The office was also sealed inside the temple. If something unexpected happens, and everyone wants to leave this temple, they must first return to this office. Then let the temple seal return to its original state. Therefore, the office will become a safe house with access to the outside world. Although all the crystal arrays outside the temple have been set up, the seal range and seal status of the temple can be changed at any time. But according to the plan, the crystal arrays that everyone passes by need to be repaired, so that everyone can be teleported back to this office at any time in an emergency. In addition, when Eugene is stimulated by different energies and is in a special state, it will affect the jump and teleportation. Each area in the temple is now in this state. So let the array crystal cover them and change this state. Therefore, according to Ibrahimovic's suggestion, it is best to move the crystal arrays in the office together and make some adjustments. This way they can radiate farther. At the same time, it is also convenient for him to charge up and cast spells at any time. After listening to Ibrahimovic's explanation, George understood. The biggest function of this gate in the office is actually to shield the fold to a certain extent or to strengthen the sealing effect. So after the array crystals here are arranged, there is no need to open the office gate. While the wizards were busy, George and Ibrahimovic carefully sorted out the information and documents stored in the crystal by the survivors. The two remembered that they had seen many design drawings before, among which there were gods. The design drawings of the temple also include new and old starships. Chapter 650 Ancient Kashia Temple. Not long after, Ibrahimovic found the data, and he projected the three-dimensional design of the temple. George went over to take a look and found that it should be the blueprint of the old ship. Its appearance is somewhat similar to the ship in the Forbidden Sanctuary, but it is much smaller. According to the data, it is about 12 kilometers. It seems that the one in the sanctuary is the main ship, and this one is the auxiliary ship. It looks like an equilateral triangle as a whole, with a slightly raised semicircle in the middle. It looks a bit like a triangular dome mushroom. But every corner of this old ship is far apart, as if it is made up of many fragments. Don't know what is used to connect it. George noticed that most areas of the image were marked red, as if they were broken. Only a fifth of it remains. It seems that the survivors should have used the remaining one-fifth to build a new ship. Thinking of the punk skills of the survivors, George couldn't help but lament in his heart. But when Ibrahimovic released another picture, George couldn't help but his eyes widened. Huh? It seems to be almost finished, Ibrahimovic said, as he released another image. That is the image of the entire temple. And at the bottom of the temple, there is a flat, acute-angled triangular starship. Unlike the old ship, it is a whole body. It looks all black, with a simple and solemn appearance. It seems that the survivors have greatly modified their original starships, and are using relatively old technology. But it seems that on this new ship, the survivors are not fooling around at all. Old ships are generally used for near-Earth work. Originally it was collected, captured and transported. There are also some research functions. I think the survivors had limited manpower. So the new ship was about 2 kilometers long. But its structure is very perfect. Although small, it is fully functional. It can be called a complete small mothership. It seems that they used all the materials from the old ship. According to the log, it seems that it is almost completed.
How well equipped is it?
George couldn't help but ask. The dimensional space-time shield that distorts the entire crater. It's what's on it. The core and engine of the old starship are completely retained on the new ship. It can be said to be a small horse-drawn cart. If necessary, this small new ship can still make a small fleet invisible in the void. Hearing this, George couldn't help but get excited. The crater is about the same size as the valley. If this ship reaches the sanctuary in the future, humans will be invincible.
Our current location is above it?
George couldn't help but want to take a look inside the ship. That's right. Ibrahimovic looked at a gate not far away and said, "This passage well can reach the middle of the temple. And further down is the shipyard." George looked at the middle of the temple, which seemed to be the center of the laboratory. And there were some ecological areas nearby. According to the latest data, most of the area there has been destroyed. The previous battle should have happened at that location. In addition, each area of the temple seems to be modular. Ordinary building materials are used inside the area, and gold or another material is used to separate the areas. According to Ibrahimovic, there was not much gold stored in the old ship, so the survivors used another substance to replace it. This substance is a metal with space-time crystal added, which can also be used to a certain extent, has the effect of gold. It's just that although the shielding effect of this substance is good, it is far less strong than Eugene. So they are sandwiched in the middle of Eugene, mainly to save materials. But what surprised George was that he did not see any connection to the ground floor throughout the temple.
How do we get to the lowest level? Let the array cover it, and then jump over.
The bottom floor of the temple has a jump shield. But between each platform, there is actually a passage that can be jumped, very similar to the gate to hell you have seen. This technology, time and space gate, is also used between the various platforms of the Forbidden Sanctuary. But it seems that the survivors should have isolated the bottom floor of the temple from the outside in time after the accident. However, as long as each array in the temple is activated, I have a way to reopen these passages. George nodded, looked at Lorna and the others, and found that they had almost completed the array. So he called the other team members around. Some arrangements were made. After the arrangements were completed, the wizard was also finished. Then Ibrahimovic flew near the array crystal. And then the energy of the array crystal continued to change the frequency within a certain wave range. After a while, the gate changed its status as if it had received a password. Then, a large area behind the gate was displayed in the crystal image. There are no living creatures. Dear, we can rest assured.
Don't worry. Let them take a look first.
Then, George asked Siljak to release 2 banshees. And then he took out a detector himself. Let Ibrahimovic jump them to a channel below through the array crystal. But not long after they walked out of the passage, they were destroyed by something. But in the image display, no one saw any enemies. The same is true in the Book of Dawn. This situation was a bit strange. But George and others breathed a sigh of relief. This. George rolled his eyes at Ibrahimovic's words. He had long known that this guy was unreliable. Fortunately, I didn't rush down. Otherwise, I would have been in trouble.
It should be a good thing done by the defenders,
Brenda said, stroking her mustache. During these days, he and George had already done their homework. They had been studying what was in the temple for a long time.
These defenders have been activated for a while, and I am afraid they have walked through each area. It seems that evil gods should indeed no longer exist.
Those defenders are actually things prepared for the new ships, and some are for the base. Their prototypes were, in fact, constructors, but due to the limitations of the survivors' technology and materials, they were redesigned. Strictly speaking, they should be a multifunctional construct. In addition to assisting survivors in manufacturing and repairing things, it can also be used as a swarm drone. So not only are their numbers terrifying, but their attack power is also extraordinary. The survivors should have used their power to purify the temple. In other words, they were able to cooperate with the survivors to eliminate the evil god.
Well, turn off the crystal first. Those defenders can also jump up within the range of the crystal array.
George waved his hand and ordered. According to his and Brenda's analysis of the data, Hilyak's maze should be able to isolate the jump. But it's better to be careful about this matter. Chapter 651 Ancient Kashia Temple. Well, the good news is, Our enemy is gone. But the bad news is that there seems to be some problems with the programs of these defenders, Ibrahimovic said, but don't worry. Relative. I have a way around them. After all, I can be considered a high-level temple. George rolled his eyes. He was already used to Ibrahimovic's unreliability. He couldn't help but look at Soraya. Seeing George looking at her, Soraya put her hands on her hips and said confidently,
It's a small problem. George, it's just some dolls. I went to Golden Ahem before. Don't worry. There will be no problem.
George nodded. This time, he did bring a reliable person here. George couldn't believe Soraya's confidence. But he believed that if Ibrahimovic didn't handle something, Soraya would be able to wipe his ass. This girl had been to the larger base before as a real invader. The things belonging to the Kashia people may pose a threat to the evil gods. But in front of the 7 gods and the heavenly armed forces, they are completely restrained.
My Miss Helios, what suggestions do you have for this exploration?
George suddenly asked. Relative. Just ask me. I know these defenders. And you were not the day before yesterday.
Shut up. Yes. You can just ask Ibrahimovic. You can also ask Nanafali. He has never lived here.
Soraya avoided George's eyes and said covertly.
I can. Any suggestions? Stop pretending. Girl. Ariadne has already told me that you have been to the Kingdom of Gold.
When Soraya heard this, she and Irene looked at each other strangely. Then Soraya thought that the Ariadne in George's mouth should refer to the rightful owner in heaven. She couldn't help but curse fiercely in her heart that damn girl betrayed her sister for her own benefit. When I go back this time, I must teach her a lesson. Seeing Soraya's ugly face, Irene looked at George with an ugly face. When had she told him about this? Ahem. Under George's gaze, Soraya's face finally turned red, and she forcefully explained,
Although I have never been to that place, I do have some memories of Father God. His Majesty Sodalea has been there before.
During George's questioning, Soraya described the defenders.
They are like those superior angels who can create a field. In this field, any defense is meaningless in front of their magic, including things like silver shuttles, which cannot be completely blocked. At the same time, they can also ban magic. Any magic in front of them will collapse into harmless elements. Moreover, they are difficult to observe and have absolute defense. But the level is not as good as Ibrahimovic.
When Duke Ninofari heard this, he couldn't help but nodded.
Indeed, those things are very difficult to deal with, except for the special methods of the heavenly weapons created by the 7 gods. The beings under the demigods cannot deal with them at all. Indeed,
Soraya said,
Heavenly Guard can indeed effectively defend them. And if the power of heavenly arms or stigma is injected into the weapon can penetrate their defensive field, destroy them. Their insides are actually very fragile.
During Soraya's narration, George nodded slowly. In fact, as the leader of the group, he already knew the situation of this copy clearly. Brenda also wrote several plans and programs specifically for this purpose. But through Soraya's perspective, he had a clearer understanding of these things. At the same time, he also discovered that Soraya's understanding of these things was far greater than that of Ibrahimovic. One is just data. The other one has been practiced. After listening to Soraya's description, Ibrahimovic's face gradually became ugly. He said to George alone, This is simply cheating. The 7 gods were once our light brains. Their database is more complete than mine. Learn about design holes in all our stuff.
Ibrahimovic, do the defenders have any weapons of mass destruction?
Relative. The defense systems in the base do not use weapons of mass destruction. Otherwise, if an explosion occurs, the equipment will be affected. In addition, because the base is mainly isolated from various areas by gold, with such a thickness, even the spiritual storm of the high-level temple cannot penetrate. Recently, Ibrahimovic has been teaching magic knowledge, or energy usage techniques, to wizards. The wizards in the
Forbidden Dawn Society
use red punishment with real damage, which is actually the same as the Kashia people's energy use. The method is very close. Now, the magic system of the Dawn Wizards has become more and more complete. George heard this spiritual storm when he was listening. The Kashia people believe that everyone has their own spiritual universe, and wizards feel that they are like gods in this spiritual universe. And Eileen believes that this spiritual universe is the prototype of the kingdom of God. Kashia people stir up their own spiritual universe, thereby causing ripples in the space of the spiritual universe. And when they put their violent spiritual world into the real world, and let the spiritual world overlap with the real world, this ripple will affect the real world. Not only will it produce a violent and terrifying energy storm, but the storm's scope can also span multiple dimensions. This terrifying magic is extremely penetrating and almost ignores any defense. Currently, among the things known to the Kashia people, there are only 3 things that can weaken its damage. One is the domain type of defense, the protection of the kingdom of God, and the kingdom of heaven. One is the thick enough Eugene. Eugene disperses this energy purely by virtue of its properties. Attacking the kingdom of God is an attack on another world, but it cannot be completely blocked, because the kingdom of God will still be swept by this energy. Ibrahimovic believes that the stronger the willpower, the more terrifying it will be when using this power. But unfortunately, everyone has just started to learn it, and is still far away from the use of this kind of spiritual storm. Only Lorna and Irene. I slightly touched the edge of this level. After some discussion, everyone agreed that it was not suitable to fight in this environment until the wizards learned the extremely penetrating magic of the Kashia people. There is no way to attack the defenders, so there is no wizard in the team this time. Gasper and several light angels will also stay here to serve as bodyguards for the wizards, in case any defenders come up during the gap between the opening and closing of the crystal array. This actually made Aaron breathe a huge sigh of relief. Indeed, there is no longer an evil god in the temple. It won't be too late for the wizards to wait until the situation below stabilizes before going back to work. At this point, George patted Irene on the shoulder. Thank you for your hard work, Irene. Mississippi. Aaron squeezed a smile from her face in response. She was thinking about what kind of mistakes would be appropriate when adjusting the crystal array in the office later. This damn pervert harassed her all day long. This time, I have to make this hateful guy have a longer memory. After the discussion, George left a shadow demon as his correspondent with the wizards above. After they go down for a while, the wizards will turn off the array. George then released several more detectors. This time, with good luck, the detector found a safe location. The Banshee wandered around the area, but didn't encounter anything. Immediately afterwards, George asked Siljek to put away the maze. And then Ibrahimovic quickly seized the time and teleported everyone there. As the scene in front of everyone began to change, everyone finally appeared in a dormitory. Miss Irene looked at the surrounding situation in confusion. She and Soraya looked at each other in surprise, and then looked at George blankly. Oh, it seems there was a little mistake. At this point, George frowned and looked at Ibrahimovic. What happened? Ahem. Okay. It was my mistake. Chapter 652, A Strange Ecological Zone. This dormitory is closed, and for so many years, there is not a trace of dust inside. The surrounding walls and doors all have a metallic texture. I don't know what materials they are made of, but there are still no signs of decay after so many years. However, the door of the dormitory seemed to have been squeezed out by some kind of creature, creating a hole more than 2 meters high. Most of the walls of this room were covered with a disgusting flesh and blood. The flesh and sarcoma resemble red vines or blood vessels. He is indeed dead. Duke Ninofari tore a piece of flesh into pieces with his hands. George noticed that the flesh looked like it had completely lost its moisture and was completely weathered. It looks like exploding rubber. George nodded, looked at the locations of the Ghost Scouts in the book, and then walked in the same direction with everyone. This area is connected to the ecological zone, and as everyone continues to advance, there are more and more flesh and blood in the passage. In some places it is even 20 or 30 centimeters thick, and when you step on it, the ground creaks. The flesh and blood are like the intestines of a monster, twisted and intertwined. They crawled everywhere. In a hall, everyone also saw many dilapidated biological cabins. They were wrapped in flesh and blood, like raised sarcomas, and their original appearance could be clearly identified. Occasionally, someone would lift a bulging piece of sarcoma, and they would find the survivor's equipment wrapped inside. If the temple is cleaned up properly afterwards, there should be a lot of good things. In addition, they also found some activated array crystals in this hall, which seemed to have been done by the defenders. Ibrahimovic checked these crystals and discovered some new data. According to the data, the defenders in the temple will activate themselves every once in a while to perform repair and maintenance tasks. The area where these defenders go each time is the ecological zone. Later, Ibrahimovic unfolded the image in the crystal and found that in the entire temple, except for the central ecological zone, most of the crystals in various areas had been activated. I have just gained access here, but the defenders cannot fully control it. I suspect they may have been superimposed with a new layer of combination locks by the survivors. I can try to crack them after I see them later. George nodded and looked at the map. After Ibrahimovic gained authority here, the distribution of defenders has been displayed on the map. It seemed that although most of the defenders had been destroyed when fighting the evil god, but later, these defenders performed repair work. This makes the number of defenders here very terrifying. Together, there are more than 1,000. That should be it. Dear. George didn't fully believe Ibrahimovich's words. He asked Silyak to release hundreds of ghosts and explore the entire area before he felt relieved. After that, the group went directly to the ecological area. According to the programming, every time the defenders are activated, they will patrol the entire temple, clean up dangerous creatures, and carry out repair and maintenance work. Then the secondary task of cleaning up harmless creatures will be carried out. For the defenders, there are no more dangerous creatures in the entire temple, so maintenance work is being carried out while cleaning up those harmless creatures. Certain things in the temple, like George and others, are all harmless creatures. After knowing the target, the group quickly walked out of the area and walked towards the ecological zone. As they continued to advance, the flesh and blood gradually disappeared. Instead, there are many plants. The area covered by flesh and blood makes it difficult for plants to survive. But plants are constantly expanding their living space. In the end, stimulated by the chemicals leaked from the ecological zone, these plants evolved into a form that could adapt to the new environment. In the process of continuous growth, it has gradually been able to absorb the nutrients of the dead flesh and blood. Today, these plants have spread out from the ecological area purified by the survivors, and many creatures that have never been seen before were born. In the passage, George and the others saw such a creature. They look like twisted balloons of flesh floating in the sky. They are like plants and creatures. With a whoosh, Alexander shot an arrow, and then the thing was nailed to the wall and shot to death. It seems that although these creatures are ugly, they are not chaotic species. It seems that the evil god has been dead for many, many years. Otherwise, there would be no such creatures, and there would only be corrupted chaotic species wandering around. Next, as we continue to approach the ecological zone, there are more and more small creatures like this. They are all strange things that I have never seen before, although they are ugly and twisted. But they are all normal stuff. When everyone arrived at the ecological zone, they found that the flesh and blood here had been completely replaced by plants. They envelop clusters of array crystals and grow extremely well in the energy of the crystals. But at the same time, they also take up energy needed by the defender. The defenders ignored the small creatures in the ecological zone and were cleaning up the plants wrapped in the array crystals, so that you can regain your energy supply. Through Ibrahimovich's spiritual connection, everyone saw what these defenders looked like. They seemed to be numerous and divided into several types, but most of them are only about the size of a football. Seeing that they were all busy working, no one bothered them. Silyak suddenly said in surprise,
"What are they? They actually understand my maze?"
After hearing this, Ibrahimovich couldn't help but glance at Silyak in surprise, and then suddenly realized the effect caused by the shields on the defenders is indeed somewhat similar to that of the Hilyak labyrinth. This kind of shield is somewhat similar to the dimensional shield of the crater, but it's a lower level. However, they can still distort the environment around them in a small range, so that both energy matter and non-energy matter can be blocked by the shield. This not only makes them immune to physics and magic, but also makes them unobservable. The defender's attack method was a kind of psychic lightning. After touching the plants, they seemed to be directly annihilated and turned into pieces of ashes without any burning in them. If you look carefully, the ashes don't seem to be entities. Rather, they are elements that escape during annihilation. The power of these elements can be recharged by the array crystal. Plants cannot sense these defenders, but after being attacked, they release spores all over the sky. These spores are harmless, but they are the seeds from which the plant is reborn. The defenders are not designed for these unknown plants. Although they can clean up the plants, they cannot clean up those tiny spores. This allows the plants to start over and over again for tens of thousands of years, and also allows the defenders to sleep and continue. The ground was activated, and the work of cleaning and repair was continuously resumed. However, some crystals can no longer be repaired by the defenders due to the constant destruction of plants. Their level of intelligence is not enough to repair such a degree of damage. This leaves fewer defenders activated. The adventure team stood at the door and got along with the defenders peacefully for a while. It was not until the defenders completed part of the work and cleaned and repaired part of the array crystal that one of the defenders turned around and moved towards George and the others. At the same time, Ibrahimovich also used the crystal energy here to unfold the protective shield and try to crack these defenders. The defender, like two fishes, wandered outside the protective barrier for a while. It seemed that under the influence of Ibrahimovich, he re-identified the identities of these visitors. But it didn't take long for them to identify all of these visitors as enemies. Immediately afterwards, a halo of light flashed over the defender's body, and then a bolt of lightning struck the defensive cover. Chapter 653 Multifunctional Defense Structure. During the defender's lightning strike, the defensive shield fluctuated violently, which made George frown slightly, because according to the data, the energy consumed by each strike of the defender is equivalent to the consumption of punishment by a trainee priest. But now it seems that its destructive effect is close to that of the Thunder God's staff. I don't know if they are very good at destroying energy structures, or if they use energy very efficiently. It took a long time for the defenders to attack once. Soraya didn't give them a chance to play anymore, and casually dealt them a golden punishment. Immediately afterwards, the defender turned into ashes. The appearance was very similar to when the defenders were cleaning up the plants. But obviously this kind of punishment in the hands of the Archangel is more targeted. The degree of strength is also higher. As a result, the defender was completely annihilated in the air, leaving no debris behind. Seeing this scene, George patted Soraya's arm and motioned her not to do anything yet.
Soraya, this thing is more valuable than the silver shuttle. Ahem. George. In fact, I just attracted them here on purpose.
Soraya's face turned red, and she explained forcefully. Indeed, just as Soraya said, the defenders in the distance immediately stopped what they were doing after sensing the situation here, and roamed over densely like groups of fish. It seemed that her blow caused all the defenders to instantly position their secondary cleanup targets as the most dangerous enemies, the seven gods. Failed, my god. The defenders in the entire temple are coming here. Gather them together quickly.
Well, I can see it.
George sighed and waved to Hilyak. Then Hilyak's maze enveloped the entire ecological area, and the defenders suddenly disappeared.
Master, these little things are so powerful. They are constantly passing through my maze. I can't hold on for long.
To them, the maze is not a maze, but water. They can travel freely through the maze. If Silyak wants to trap them, he must constantly change the maze like creating a whirlpool in the water. But obviously these currents can't trap them for long. After Silyak finished speaking, Ibrahimovic stretched out his hand and fiercely absorbed energy in the direction of the array crystal. In a moment, the flickering crystal dimmed. It makes people wonder if Ibrahimovic's body is a bottomless pit. At this time, in a small area in midair, several defenders had emerged from the void. At the same time, a space of about 40 meters in midair also suddenly fluctuated. In that fluctuation, countless silver lightning shone, looking like lightning storms in the clouds. These lightning storms are byproducts of the collision between spiritual storms and elements of the real world. They cannot cause any harm to the defender, but the twisted space can completely tear the defender's body from the inside out. Groups of defenders continued to appear in the distant passages, and they were constantly pulled into the vortex of the maze by Celia. With the support of the array crystal, Ibrahimovic's spiritual storm continued in the vortex of the maze, and the defenders were constantly eliminated. It was only when the storm finally disappeared that 5 or 6 defenders, who were finally pulled into the maze, escaped. Seeing them flying over quickly, George threw out the square hammer in his hand. The square hammer circled around the 5 or 6 defenders like lightning in midair, and then their fragmented remains fell down on the ground. At this time, George asked Ibrahimovic to reopen the map. After looking at it, he found that most of the defenders had been cleared. Only a few defenders are still carrying out work tasks in various parts of the temple. They don't seem to have any intention of coming. It's impossible for them not to notice the exception here. It should be caused by more errors in the program. According to the data, their programs were rewritten by the survivors. So after running for so many years, many errors will inevitably occur. Although the defender can repair the body, it cannot change its own program. This makes these erroneous defenders become unsociable. Originally worried that the Heavenly Kingdom's armed forces would cause unnecessary damage here, George did not open the Heavenly Kingdom's gate. But now, these remaining defenders are no longer sufficient. So George opened the Book of Dawn and notified the shelter. Dear, the situation here is basically clear. Ibrahimovic looked at the three-dimensional image and said, the staff from outside can come in first to clean the dormitory area behind us. Indeed, as Ibrahimovic said, it can be seen from the map that the entire temple is no longer in danger. If the defenders want to reach the dormitory area, they can only come from their position.
Yes,
George nodded and said,
Peraz, go back and bring everyone in. You will have the tribesmen clean up the dormitory area first. There is a lot of work to be done there.
After the arrangements were made, many heavenly arms and heavenly servants also flew out from the heavenly gate.
Soraya, it's okay for Silyak and I to stay here.
George looked at the three-dimensional image in front of the array and said,
You take the heavenly arms and accompany Ibrahimovic to clean up the remaining defenders. The main thing is to see if you can catch some alive. And the crystal which will cooperate with you. I think among these defenders, there must be some deaf and blind defenders.
Right. If you give me some time, I will be able to program them, Ibrahimovic said as he got into Soraya's arms.
Okay.
Be careful. After Soraya and the others left, George ordered the servants of the Kingdom of Heaven to collect all the debris on the ground, and let them try to classify the wreckage according to the drawings. George believed that by piecing these wreckage together, he should be able to make a few complete ones. These multifunctional defense structures can now be said to be priceless. Since the survivors were able to repair and manufacture these things, the shelter should be able to do the same. At least there would be no problem in reassembling them. After finishing these tasks, George reached out and picked up the remains of a defender on the ground. The wreckage was very complete, and was destroyed by his own square hammer. The situation when the defender was crushed before was completely different from those described by Soraya. It seems that the square hammer did not directly annihilate the defender's structure from the inside, but directly shattered their shield, and deflated the defender's golden SHL.
His grandma's. This hammer I have is not originally a construction hammer or anything like that.
Chapter 654, Structure Repair Work. The cleaning work of the temple was quickly completed, and Soraya and others lived up to expectations and helped Ibrahimovic control 2 complete defenders. George was on the crystal array side, listening to Palos translate the data for him, and observing the situation on the map. So I saw the whole process. After seeing Ibrahimovic's success, he couldn't help but enlarge the image and carefully observe the appearance of the 2 defenders. And when he saw the 2 defenders, under the command of Ibrahimovic, repairing the wreckage around them, George couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although it seems that because the light arrays inside the defenders have been annihilated, there seems to be a small problem after the repair of the wreckage. But they have changed from fragments to whole. At least they look perfect on the outside. George knew that due to the technical limitations of the temple, many materials could not be manufactured unless the new ship could be launched, at which time it would be able to collect these special elements from the gaseous planets. But the problem with materials is actually not that big. The big deal is to dismantle some things. In this temple, it can be said that there are temples, so the difficulty in repair actually lies in the process. These multifunctional defense structures are the key to solving this problem. According to Palos, it would be extremely complicated to repair these defenders through artificial means. If repairing these multifunctional defense constructors is like building a house, then if you use manual means to do the work, it is equivalent to starting with making a hammer and repairing the factory. When all these tools were prepared, the first thing to do was to repair the engineering vehicle, that is, to repair the first multifunctional defense structure. The initial work of the survivors was extremely difficult. But now, everyone is on their shoulders. With these structures in hand, it will be easy to repair them or restart the workshop in the temple.
Is this the god servant our ancestors once created for the moon god?
Hongguo looked at the enlarged defender in the image and couldn't help but ask curiously. That look was completely different from what she had always imagined. She had thought that the defenders would be like the servants of heaven.
Yes, Hongguo. Your ancestors are very great.
George nodded and said. The success of Soraya and the others made him feel very good.
This temple is actually your ancestor, from you brought by my hometown.
According to what George just saw from the data, this temple was indeed brought by the Kashia people from their hometown, because most of the materials used in the entire temple actually come from the broken parts of the old ship, that is, the wreckage and fragments. The old ship was 12 kilometers long and 2 kilometers high. It is much larger than the 3 kilometers long and hundreds of meters high temple. Some workshops, and even dormitories in the temple were actually originally areas on old ships. George's words made Hongguo's eyes gradually shine. Originally, when she entered this temple, she had a pilgrimage mentality. But after entering, the curious nature of the Kashia people was slowly aroused. Nowadays, compared to the moon god, they have more curiosity and worship for their ancestors. In other words, in their eyes, those who can build this temple are like gods. And a person who can carry such a big thing from one world to another is even more like a god. Hongguo gradually began to believe George's words at first. Her ancestors were exiled here and became sinners, and the reason why they continued to work in this temple was to obtain salvation and return to the embrace of God. Undoubtedly, their ancestors failed due to the evil god's obstruction, but it left a future for these descendants. Now that the evil god is completely dead, they should continue to pick up the baton in the hands of their ancestors. After George said a few words to Hongguo, He suddenly remembered that this girl was supposed to work in the dormitory area. He couldn't help but turn around and found that the gate was already crowded with curious Kashyap people. Some lively and bold guys have already gotten into the ecological zone on the pretext of talking to the knights. And there are a lot of guys like Hongwa who usually get along well with the knights. They are already looking around in the ecological zone. So George simply asked Palos to bring those people in and help the wizards modify the array crystals. Many array crystals need to be rearranged. And after that, each area in the temple will change state again and be truly connected to the bottom layer. Although these Kashyap people who came to the temple have not completely gotten rid of the shackles of faith, many of them have accepted Ibrahimovich's memory infusion. And now they have enough knowledge. It's just a lack of practice. Wizards have extremely high practical experience. And without shackles, they are more creative thinkers. They can lead the Kashyap people in their work. And the two just happen to learn from each other. George could see that the mentality of these Kashyap people was extremely complicated. They both have a pilgrim mentality and are extremely curious. Curiosity made the ancient Kashgar people break all the shackles of their thoughts and finally walk side by side with the gods. And now, the descendants of the ancient Kashyap people are breaking their own ideological shackles again. George thought maybe some priests should be sent over. The residents of the sanctuary are doing very well amid the excess of faith. And the Kashyap people should also be guided by the priests of the dawn as soon as possible. From the embrace of the moon god to the embrace of the light of dawn. Not long after, Soraya came back with some people. After that, the large army carried out the cleaning, collection and modification of the crystal array in the temple in an orderly manner. George and the others studied those structures. Regarding these structures, the happiest thing is actually Thoriwood in the distance. Because once these technologies are applied, the servants of God created by him can be upgraded in all aspects, or in other words, from workers to engineers. At this time, the constructs had already begun repair work. And George used crystals to record the data generated in the process in accordance with Thoriwood's requirements. In this restoration work, the materials are actually ready-made. All it takes is to rearrange the wreckage. This time, George really saw the kind of automation that Ibrahimovich called. Not only are their functions more complete than those of silver shuttles, they are also more advanced. After they established a connection with the crystal array, they released the reconstruction beam. And then, the remains were gradually decomposed into elements and particles. Only a very few things were not decomposed, but were carefully preserved by the structure using light bubbles. These things seem to be modules on the light array. And once they are decomposed, they will completely dissipate. For a moment, those elements and particles were constrained in an area in midair like a nebula. Subsequently, with the assistance of the crystal array, these elements began to be continuously rearranged and reorganized according to the model of the structure. The whole process is extremely slow, and it may take a day for the one-to-one repair of the structure. However, Ibrahimovich could see from the data that all the wreckage added together was only enough to repair 5 structures. George knew that this was because most of the light arrays in these wreckage were annihilated if the amount of this material was enough. All the structures would be able to be restored. How many of the light array materials are there in the temple? The so-called materials are actually everywhere. But once part of their structure is annihilated, the module area of the destroyed structure will turn into energy and dissipate. Therefore, among these wreckage, there are very few light array modules left. Ibrahimovich said, before the new ship is completely launched. With our current capabilities, we cannot process the light array. We can only reorganize the existing light array modules. However, there are indeed some ready-made light arrays in the temple. Having said this, Ibrahimovich flipped through the data on the crystal array. But this requires dismantling part of the equipment. Some light array modules removed from old ships were originally retained in the inventory. But after the death of the evil god, all used by the constructs to repair their companions. So if we want to fix them, we have to tear things apart. But I don't really recommend doing that. Having said this, Palos unfolded the images of the data. After George looked at them, he found that although some of these devices with light array materials were non-essential, they could be replaced by pump products. But structures are not the only ones that need these materials. These things are needed to repair the unfinished parts of the new ship according to the survivor's final plan. They plan to gradually dismantle most of the equipment in the temple to meet the needs of the new ship. But I have a plan. There are a lot of these materials in the silver shuttle. If its light array is completely removed, at least more than 100 structures can be repaired. But the traction function of the structure cannot reach the power of the silver shuttle. And the structure is not suitable for mining, so there is a trade-off between these two things. Ibrahimovich, although those silver shuttles cannot attack, their role on the battlefield and logistics is greater than these structures. George shook his head and said,
Before they can be completely replaced by copycats, they cannot be dismantled. Lose.
As for the copycat product of the Silver Shuttle, Solwood has already led Anthony and the others to design it. The initial design sketches are out. It's what George really wants. Chapter 655 Godhead. In those initial design sketches, the shelter's engineers did not plan to use light arrays, because the cost of the light array is too high, and the new Silver Shuttle has so many functions. At the same time, if the internal structure of the light array is combined with other materials, it will also be very unstable, and this is a major factor that limits its flight speed. As for the phase shield, there is no need at all, because an ordinary energy shield is enough, and if it can fly high enough and fast enough, then it doesn't even need a shield. Therefore, this new product that does not use light array will be more than 10 times larger than the Silver Shuttle. As a result, engineers aren't planning on using Ghost Gold either. It's completely unnecessary, as the new Silver Shuttle isn't intended to travel through lava to mine, as long as it can weather the storm and is durable. That's all. The engineer's idea is actually very simple. This new product must be large enough, because in addition to being able to transport a large number of people to the battlefield anytime and anywhere, it must also be able to carry a super large Thor weapon. This thing will be used to deal with those so-called golems, Anubis, and those so-called magic immune destroyers in the sky. Secondly, it must fly fast enough and high enough. It will disappear without a trace in the future, helping shelters, destroying those so-called indestructible demon fortresses, and killing those so-called unkillable demons. Then drive those invaders completely into the future Landry tsunami.
Ahem. Sir,
Palos said with a strange expression.
As for the light array, I actually have a better suggestion. I thought about it too.
George nodded with an ugly expression. In his eyes, the size of the structure increased many times, from the size of a football to a large round table. At the same time, a word flashed in his mind: pump technology. But this thing is enough, because it doesn't need multifunction, let alone stealth and defense attack. As long as the new ship can be repaired, that's enough. 10,000 small multifunctional defense structures are not as good as one big guy. After the discussion, everyone decided on the structure. The design work will be carried out by the Sanctuary, and then some Kashia people will be sent to the Sanctuary to enrich the Sanctuary's research and development team. After that, everyone checked the database of the temple. Although the structure could not physically remove the flesh and blood, many things covered by flesh and blood were not displayed in the data. But the last records of the survivors' era are almost comparable to the number of things in the temple now. After seeing the documents and materials about healing the Dragon Clan, both George and the Duke breathed a sigh of relief. Although according to the situation, the formulas of these potions need to be redesigned. With the support of these materials, the wizards will soon develop them.
Ibrahimovic, you can sort out these data in the past few days. See what things are not used in the new ship,
George said.
It is a waste to dismantle them all. And those things that must be dismantled will not be used after being replaced.
We can't just leave them here to gather dust before we dismantle them.
Right. George plans to use these equipment to create some crystal arrays, and also plans to transport some of the equipment to the shelter to help with the construction of the shelter, so that the shelter can also produce advanced things. These things will allow the shelter to have the defensive capabilities of teleportation and shielding. They will also be able to charge magic gems. As for the demonic nexus, George didn't intend to give up. On the one hand, the materials used in crystal arrays will limit their production. On the other hand, industrial development also requires a transition. And many of the technologies in the Forbidden Sanctuary that are based on the demonic nexus are actually very practical. With the array crystals and structures, the construction of the demonic hub actually didn't take much time. The equipment that Anthony and his team could not manufacture before due to tool limitations not only no longer has the problem of not being able to be manufactured, but with the help of new structures, they will also be able to be mass-produced. Ibrahimovic had no objection to George's words, because whether it was a temple or a sanctuary, they were actually factories. It is beneficial to the work of both parties. And when the transmission matrices on both sides are completely established, these two factories will also be operating at full capacity. Now we are all grasshoppers tied to a rope. Time is still very tight. If eternal night comes and the faceless man's eyes are attracted to that stupid Aloysius, then everyone will have to finish playing together.
Sir, I found many strange things in the database.
Palos suddenly frowned and said,
They are in the lower level, restrained by some crystal arrays.
After George and others heard this, they went over and took a look. It was a bunch of data codes composed of Kashia language. This made George look at Palos angrily. Obviously, no one can understand this kind of technical stuff. After seeing the boss's face, Palos quickly reached out and fiddled with the image, projecting that area in front of everyone's eyes. It was a hall, and inside the hall, there was a golden light group and a black-blue light group. The golden light group was enshrined on the high platform of the hall by the builders like a tombstone, and it looked extremely solemn. The black and blue light group was thrown next to the golden light group like a collection. They all appear to have been collected by the constructs after the survivors died, because they are not displayed in the old data of survivors. There should be many other things in the hall, but Palos only showed these two, as if they were the most representative and valuable things among them. George pulled the two light groups closer and examined them carefully. It was found that they looked a little like the structure of the dawn light, but they were not composed of nebulae, but an energy body composed of a mantra similar to divine patterns. The runes on it were densely packed and constantly flickering and jumping. It seemed that it was not a kind of energy, but a huge amount of information. When everyone saw the appearance of these two things, some people's faces became even weirder. However, although George did not know what these two light groups represented, he did recognize some words in Kashia. And above the golden light group, there is a name written in Wadsworth's spiritual heritage. As for the black and blue name, it is experimental subject number 3. After Duke Ninofari read those words clearly, he touched his mustache and nodded slightly. It seemed that he was right. At this time, Ibrahimovic also suddenly started to mourn. It seems that our leader has died together with the evil god. Soraya and Irene suddenly felt dizzy in their mind's godhead. Chapter 656, The Will of the Gods. After Soraya and Irene knew what it was, they began to feel a little uneasy, because they discovered that the states of these two gods were extremely special. They are not contaminated by any power of faith, and they do not need the power of faith to maintain their existence. This means that these gods cannot be corrupted by the ancient gods. Certain entities with their own strength and powerful existence can indeed reach the level of gods by virtue of their own strength. The ancient gods are one of the typical examples. The same is true for the Light of Dawn, Duke Ninofari, the Dragon of Darkness, the Lich of the Forbidden Sanctuary, EV, etc. Their own state is extremely ancient and primitive, and they do not need to draw on the power of faith to strengthen themselves. So strictly speaking, they are individuals with divine power, not gods. Originally, in the eyes of the 7 gods, this was a flaw because if they did not draw on the power of faith, they would not be omniscient and omnipotent gods. They would not be able to be integrated with the will of the world, let alone influence the rules of the world with every move. Follow your words. This makes their growth extremely slow. At the same time, it is impossible to mobilize the power of the entire world. So when they duel with the 7 gods, the result is naturally self-evident. But after being baptized by the ancient gods, Soraya and the others suddenly discovered that the shortcuts they had taken made them vulnerable. Although it is extremely powerful, it is far less practical than moving forward step by step. But through the knowledge of the Kashia people, it is still possible to follow the words. This makes these former rags become the most valuable treasures in the eyes of the 7 gods. After the 2 sisters discovered that George and others did not realize what it was, they chatted about other topics in a tacit understanding, while diverting everyone's attention. He mentally threatened and lured the Duke and Siljak. These 2 guys can definitely see it. At the same time, they also thought about how to sneak into the temple secretly and take away these 2 things, otherwise these things would be destroyed by the guy George. But obviously, because they cared too much, what they did became a little too impatient. After hearing Soraya's words, the Duke's face became extremely strange. He coughed awkwardly and said nothing. Master! Hilyak suddenly raised his hand and shouted. Irene said that was the Godhead. She said she would give me the evil god's Godhead and let me keep it a secret. George glanced at the sister Carr speechlessly. Irene's face turned pale at this glance. Soraya, on the other hand, turned red, pretending that she had done nothing, and whistled while looking around. George couldn't help but roll his eyes when he saw Soraya's expression of being a dead pig who was not afraid of being scalded by boiling water. Ninofari had already told him what it was, and even if the Duke didn't need to say anything, he had already seen all those notes the moment they communicated with Siljak. These 2 guys are truly good sisters. At the critical moment, it can be said that it is heart to heart. Godhead? Ibrahimovic looked strange. It's just a key to the dimensional world. Wadsworth is just an ordinary person, not an omniscient and omnipotent god. Soraya rolled her eyes when she heard this. The Kashia people are a race of gods. Aren't ordinary people in their eyes gods? Although, they are indeed a key to opening the door to the dimensional world.
But we believe that this is just a spiritual will and a spiritual inheritance that contain the experience of predecessors and their understanding of the world. When Ibrahimovic said this, he displayed the entire image of the hall with his hands, but the spiritual inheritance of these high-level temples has never found a suitable successor. As the image slid, everyone saw the panoramic view of the hall, and were shocked to find that there were dozens of things similar to the light group. There was a bang, and Soraya's vision went dark. She grabbed George's arm, stared at the image, and said ecstatically,
"You should give me a gift. Xiao. George."
Eileen finally couldn't help but speak.
"If these gods are not used properly, they will be too cruel. Our future enemies will be extremely powerful. Didn't you say that we must unite everything? The power that can be united. Use everything that can be used."
George shook his head. He knew that Irene and Soraya had actually been worried that they would destroy the Godhead. If it had been before, he might indeed have had such an idea. But with the change of thinking of the archangels, George no longer worried about certain things. The ancient gods once proved one thing to the 7 gods: they are just ants. And during this journey to the crater, the Kashia people once again proved it to them, even if an individual is as powerful as that god. The power of technology was incomparably small before. As Ibrahimovic said, Wadsworth is just an ordinary person. And even people like Wadsworth, who have reached the divine level, still believe in the light of the astral world. This is a thought that can truly connect all living beings. Now the archangels have not only fallen into the embrace of the light of dawn, but their thoughts have also undergone great changes. No matter how powerful those gods are, they cannot compete with them. Compared with those technologies, developing individuals is never as good as developing a community with a shared future. The most obvious point is that, after these 2 girls discovered that there were so many gods, their faces were not ugly, but they were extremely happy. If according to the decadent old concept of the 7 gods, only one of these gods is the best matter. Therefore, their desire for godhood is actually no longer a desire for their own power, but a desire to make the entire collective stronger, and to play a more important role in this collective. Now, the entire kingdom of heaven is under the control of himself and the light of dawn. With the emancipation of the world's minds and the popularization of science, worshipping the so-called all-knowing and all-powerful God will no longer exist. Nowadays, their collective is no longer the kind of place where a random god can fool everyone and return society to the feudal era. The sanctuary is heading towards the path taken by the Kashia people, and their collective is now enough to accommodate the existence of any god.
"I didn't say what to do with these things."
George grinned and pulled Soraya's hand away, saying,
"Let's go take a look first."
Then, George glanced at Irene, and then ordered Palos to activate the array crystal and jump everyone there. Indeed, it's time for everyone to upgrade this time. But this girl Irene needs to be trained well. Chapter 657. Similar people often hate each other.
"Let's go take a look first."
After George finished speaking, Palos began to jump. However, there was a slight mistake in this jump. Irene was not teleported. She watched everyone disappear around her, and couldn't help but sit on the ground with a gloomy face and burst into tears. It wasn't until half a day later that the scene in front of her suddenly distorted and changed. And she was also teleported. And she was teleported with many other people in the ecological zone. When Irene opened her eyes, she saw that the crystal array in the entire hall had changed its connection structure and was all connected together. And the numerous light groups were already floating in the air at this time. Beside the firstcomers, there were already some light groups trying to get close to them, but it seemed that only a few were chosen. As for Soraya, she was flying around in the sky, dancing and ordering the heavenly armed forces to help her chase those light groups. But none of the light groups she was interested in seemed to like her very much. Instead, some light groups that she didn't like were already surrounding her. However, Soraya waved away the light group with a look of disgust on her face. Seeing Soraya's disgusted look, George shook his head and said,
"Sure enough, people with similar personalities often hate the other person."
Having said this, George waved his hand and once drove away the blue light group that was close to him. Seeing this scene, Siljek beside George couldn't help but hold his tongue. She had already longed to see through that blue light group. But the master hasn't made a choice yet. How can he take action first? And I can't seem to catch it myself. After being driven away, the blue light group flew around in the sky. But no one chose it. It looks like no one cares about it. Perhaps because of being rejected. The blue light group began to fly randomly in the sky, like a bully, alarming all the light groups. For a moment, colorful light groups were flying in all directions in the sky. Only the golden light group remained motionless in the middle, and although the blue light group was extremely arrogant, it seemed to be extremely afraid of it. The angels also felt a little afraid of the golden light group. The pressure of the golden light group was stronger than the blue light group. After Erin saw the scene, she knew that everyone had been working here for a while. She glanced at the large motionless golden light group and black-blue light group in midair. After frowning, he discovered what was going on. Those two light groups were too special. The black and blue light group belonged to the evil god. No one was willing to understand his divinity. On the one hand, it is because this light group is too powerful and difficult to be integrated. On the other hand, it is also because it is too evil if it is inconsistent with the nature, or if the willpower is not enough. It may lead to mental disorder after understanding, and even the body may undergo strange changes. Among the entire team, the only ones suitable for this divinity are probably the demons. As for the golden light group, the spiritual power of the Kashia people is extremely terrifying. They are the only race of gods that Erin has ever seen that can distort the void with their spiritual power. The spiritual power of a person whose strength reaches the level of Wadsworth is even more terrifying. If the fusion is forcibly carried out without the approval of Wadsworth, then the spiritual world of the successor will definitely be broken by the backlash of the divinity. Of course, if someone's willpower is extremely strong, then there will be no problem in forcibly merging him. Erin knew that Soraya's willpower was far stronger than hers. But even Soraya may not be able to meet this requirement. Erin thinks there are probably only two people in the world who can achieve this kind of willpower. One is the one who carries the body of Aloysius. The other one is the human being chosen by all the Heavenly Kingdom arms, George. Thinking of this, Erin couldn't help but sigh with gratitude and regret. But it doesn't matter. The quality of divinity does not entirely depend on the strength of the predecessors. The weakest divinity in time. If you choose the right person, your future will be limitless. When Irene was thinking wildly, a small pink ball of light suddenly floated past her eyes and waved in front of her, as if it was deliberately teasing her. Little bitch. Watching the pink ball of light go away leisurely, Irene raised her eyebrows and was about to chase after it. But at this moment, Irene suddenly felt the hairs all over her body stand up. She couldn't help but secretly glance back and found George looking at her with a half smile. This look reminded Eileen of something. She stood there with a pale face. After thinking about it, she came to George's side in a flattering manner. George looked at her with a half smile, but said nothing. This girl is quite smart. If she had really moved just now, she would have been trapped in the maze by Silyak and teleported back.
Ibrahimovic, are these things divine?
Everyone has a different understanding. In our opinion, they are just a spiritual inheritance. Ibrahimovic said slowly. Just like Mr. Ninofari's dragon heritage, each of his descendants has his inheritance. And each of his descendants is also qualified to inherit his title, including those deformed baby dragons. But how can those young dragons be called gods? However, inheriting this will is indeed a shortcut, just like a blacksmith's son, who suddenly has the opportunity to inherit the inheritance and title of a noble relative. If you make good use of this inheritance right, you will completely break the hard-to-break class barriers and get a key to the upper-class society. Maybe in the future it will be possible to break through the previous steps and become a duke or king. Ibrahimovic said, the same is true for these spiritual heritages, they are a key to more dimensions. Of course, whether you can really use this key depends on yourself. George nodded. He had slowly understood. In Ibrahimovic's view, these things inherit a kind of spirit and ability. According to Ibrahimovic, all Knights of the Dawn are inheritors of the light of dawn. The light of the astral world is different from all gods, sharing everything about himself. As for whether he can finally comprehend all his mysteries and enter a more powerful realm like the Kashia people in the past, in the final analysis, it still depends on himself. He somewhat understood what Ibrahimovic once said to him, we who also believe in the light of the astral world are all the same people. Thinking of this, George couldn't help but look at Alexander's side. There was no light group approaching him, and he was not interested in any light group. Among the crowd, there were three others who were in the same situation as Alexander. One was Duke Black Dragon, and the other was Palos. The other one is Lorna. The light group did not approach the Duke and Palos, because these two people had already touched the edge of the god level. Especially the Black Dragon Duke, whose strength has already surpassed the level of the fallen angels, and divinity is like worthless in their eyes. As for Lorna, she is the heir of Morphus. So strictly speaking, among these four people, only Alexander after rebirth is immortal. George suddenly remembered Goon. Alexander firmly believed that it was a giant, but Alexander and Goon did not fight. So naturally they did not see their true form. Maybe it wasn't that he was talking nonsense, but that he couldn't see the real thing, including Soraya and Irene. And he couldn't see clearly what Goon really looked like. This seemed to indicate that Alexander was already at the forefront of everyone without even realizing it. He is the person with the purest mind and the strongest inner strength of all people. He was the last archangel to come into contact with the light of dawn. But among all others, he eventually became the first to understand the secret. His strength has surpassed Michael's, which is much further than Aaron and Sariah. George shook his head, waved his hand, and once again drove away the evil god's light ball. Chapter 658.
Now it's George's.
Kiss him as if he particularly likes you. Ibrahimovic remembered what George just said. Similar people often hate the other person. Spiritual will has no subjective consciousness, so it will actively approach those who are similar to itself. But people have subjective consciousness, so they do hate certain things. Ibrahimovic could tell that George didn't seem to care whether the spiritual inheritance belonged to the evil god. He seemed to simply dislike it. This spiritual inheritance is actually very powerful. Its spiritual attribute is void. That evil god once blew up many people's heads just by relying on his spiritual power. The spiritual power has very strong penetrating power. You don't have to worry about what will happen after the fusion. It is just a piece of information. Of course, after the fusion, you may be considered by his descendants and believers as their father god.
Well, but I hate him very much.
George touched his chin and suddenly asked,
Becoming father god Ibrahimovic, you said before that the Kashia people believe that those who inherit the spiritual will of their predecessors are their descendants?
The relationship between Ibrahimovic and George is a typical example of inheriting the will of the predecessors. So in the eyes of the Kashia people, to a certain extent, George is Ibrahimovic's father. Anthony had told George before that because the Kashia people are mainly spiritual and supplementary with the physical body, the death of the physical body does not mean death. And their spirits are naturally able to touch more dimensions, which makes the Kashia people understand the world in a completely different way from humans. They even believe that all matter in the world is made of spirit. So it is an idealistic creature through and through. So George thinks that these Kashia people may believe that reproduction is not to reproduce physical genes, but to reproduce spiritual information. The situation seemed to be what George had guessed, and Ibrahimovic gave his answer.
Yes. In our eyes, the division of species is not genes.
It's about spirit and civilization. Creatures like gods are indeed the same as us in some points of view. It's just that the way of understanding is a little different. At this point, Ibrahimovic's tone became arrogant. Of course, the original gods are often very ignorant, so I can understand their thoughts.
Humph.
Irene curled her lips and said with some displeasure,
Ignorance? Aren't those who integrate these spiritual powers the successors? So what's wrong with those who inherit the will of the old gods? They are the new gods?
Ibrahimovic opened his mouth and wanted to refute something, but was interrupted by Irene's impatient wave.
I know what you want to say. But, Ibrahimovic, you are the gods. Go and look at the new gods in the crater. You are just like them. Even if you are weak when you are born to use the power of the rules of the world.
Irene's words left Ibrahimovic speechless.
Stop talking nonsense, George.
Eileen looked at George and said,
If a person can understand the secret and give birth to this power by himself, it will undoubtedly be much better than inheriting what the predecessors left. But you should know what kind of person you are. You simply cannot understand the meaning of the light of dawn. Also, whether these light groups should be called divinity according to us, or they should be called divinity according to Ibrahimovic, known as the key to exploring higher dimensions. They are extremely useful to you. Without them, you are like a deaf and blind person in front of the gods. Even to see some elemental creatures, what you see is just the tip of the iceberg.
Indeed. Ibrahimovic suddenly became solemn. George, I hope you can inherit the will of Wadsworth. Ibrahimovic could tell that Wadsworth had actually selected George. I didn't come here just because I wanted to test this person, because although this person's willpower is extremely strong, he seems to have extremely poor talent. And there's also a bit of a sense of not taking yourself seriously. Maybe he's a loser. In comparison, Wadsworth prefers Alexander. But unfortunately, Alexander's spirit is incomplete. This is a congenital deficiency. He is not suitable for using the magic of the high-level temple in the future. In the words of Dawn Light, wisdom is the failure. After hearing Ibrahimovic's words, George did not answer, because he never thought that he could break through the limits through his own strength and understand the secret of the Dawn Light. And he never took these inheritances seriously. It's just that he thinks everyone should give it a try. It's not that I pick everything. And it's not that I'm partial. But none of you can do it. Thinking of this, George stretched out his hand, grabbed the blue light group next to him, and threw it to the eager-looking Siljak. Then, he stretched out his hand and slightly scratched the image of the crystal array. Immediately afterwards, the position of the array began to change as he operated. And then, The golden light group in the center of the sky was pulled to George's side under an irresistible force.
Mr. Boromir, no one wants your title. So I, a prodigal son, have no choice but to do it. Don't worry. Your inheritance and title will be put to good use.
Kiss you by the wrong name. It is the legacy of Wadsworth.
Now it belongs to George.
Having said this, George reached out and grabbed the ball of light. After inheriting the spiritual power of Wadsworth, George felt that the power of dawn in his body was slowly becoming more pure and solid. But if this change is compared with what happens in some people's bodies, the gap is a bit too big after Siljak absorbed the light group. He fell into a deep sleep and penetrated into George's body. Now, the movements that happened to George came from the movements caused by the evil god's inheritance. Siljak couldn't suppress it, and George was helping her suppress it. The evil god's will was extremely powerful, and George felt the extremely violent power, which made him feel a slight pain in his head. It seemed that thing was trying to destroy Siljak's spiritual world. However, after the mental connection between George and Siljak, the manic power had begun to be effectively suppressed by the combined efforts of the two, and Hilyak's body is also beginning to undergo earth-shaking changes. And it seems that he is using this power to break out of the cocoon for the third time. Compared with the reaction that occurred in Siljak's body, the gap in George's reaction was really too big. There has to be a process. The situation of demons is very different from that of humans. They can adapt to new changes in a very short period of time. So presumably the inheritance of the evil god will torture him in an extremely violent way. In comparison, Wadsworth will be much softer. I think, maybe starting from tonight, you will have many dreams. Through these dreams, you will gradually learn many things. Ibrahimovic said, you can also give it a try now. For example, follow the methods I have told you before to fluctuate your spiritual world. George shook his head and suddenly asked with a strange expression.
It won't be digested into stool in my body. Right.
Chapter 659 Two Inheritances.
It won't be digested into poop in my body. Right.
In Ibrahimovic's silence, George opened the Book of Dawn and decided to take a look at his situation. Later, he discovered that there was something different in his eyes in the light of dawn. On his body, there is a huge golden light group. And on this light group, there are some golden symbols representing dawn and purification that are constantly flashing. Although the number was very small, it was clearly observed by the light of dawn. And through the eyes of dawn light, George could see that these symbols jumping out of the golden light group were gradually integrating into his body. The golden light group is also gradually getting smaller and smaller. This should be the attribute of Wadsworth. In addition, in the eyes of dawn, his wisdom has now become, which is exactly the same as Alexander's physical condition. As for the physique, it seems to be growing slowly. According to Dawnlight's assessment, it will eventually reach around the number 50. This is the data for an adult unicorn brawn. According to Dawn's analysis, Wadsworth's power should be more spiritual, and his physical growth is because there is a large amount of spiritual energy left in this power. Originally, this force would enrich the spiritual power under the influence of instinct, and according to Wadsworth's thinking inertia. But if the successor's will is strong enough, then this force will be in the successor's subconscious. According to here comes the idea. However, George felt that Dawnlight's analysis seemed incorrect. He rubbed his increasingly painful forehead, couldn't help but flip through the Book of Dawn again, and checked Siljak's status. He discovered that the evil god's godhead seemed to be missing a part of it inexplicably. Dawnlight believes that these may indicate that in the CO's subconscious mind, physical strength is far more practical than mental strength. According to Ibrahimovic's words, it is the muscles in your brain, more than neurons. Light of dawn. I know this is what you want to say. Having said this, George suddenly felt some changes in his body. He stretched out his hand, and suddenly a flash of lightning passed between his fingers. However, the electric light was not the golden one he imagined, but black and blue. It looked a little familiar. He suddenly looked at the Book of Dawn and found that Siljak's physique was also growing. There is a huge blue light group in her body, and there are some symbols representing immortality and void, which are constantly flashing out from the light group and integrating into Hilyak's body. There were so many of these symbols. They were like springs, and the blue light group was getting smaller and smaller, many times faster than himself. George discovered that many symbols were flashing, jumping out of Siljak's body, spreading into his own body, and integrating into his body like those golden light groups. Perhaps the power that stimulates my physique comes from the influence of the evil god's power? George put this matter aside for the time being. He believed that he would gradually feel changes in the future. Just when he tried to shake his spiritual world, he suddenly discovered that it was not as unresponsive as before. And he did feel a golden light in the spiritual world. According to Ibrahimovic, the evil god should have died in the spiritual storm of Wadsworth. He believes that he will be able to understand it in the future.
Let's go, Ibrahimovic,
George said.
The crystal array should be ready. Let's go take a look at the new ship.
Compared to things like Godhead, George is still more interested in black technology. Ibrahimovic agreed very much with George's words. He also believed that the ship was far more important than the things here. And since everyone's interest has been attracted here, let's go and see it first. Anyway, if too many people go there, they might break something. Speaking of this, George looked at Eileen. After hearing that George was leaving, that girl looked extremely nervous. She hadn't even caught a hair yet. And that hateful little pink ball of light had been flying in front of her eyes for a long time. If George took her with him, gone. Moreover, when George was helping Siljak get the light ball just now, Irene saw it with her own eyes obviously. In George's heart, there will always be benefits to the little bitch who behaves well. Such a clean little cutie like me. Really. George said what Eileen least wanted to hear.
Miss Eileen, haven't you always been interested in your creator? Let's go and see the greatest creation of the Kashia people.
George looked at Eileen with a half smile and said, obviously this little guy still remembers how did Irene play tricks on him in the first place. And the guy Irene just now, on the surface, was persuading herself to take good care of this inheritance. But in fact, she was speaking for herself. The archangels cannot fight the master like blind men in the future. Eileen was right. But this girl was usually too naughty. Sure enough, Irene was afraid that George would not understand her hint. So she stumbled and hinted again. However, before Eileen could finish her words, George ignored her ugly expression and waved directly to Ibrahimovic, activating the jump system in the temple. But this time around, there seemed to be a small mistake. Erin looked pale as the two people in front of her gradually disappeared. But the space around her showed no reaction for a long time. Suddenly, Erin realized something. Feeling both ecstatic and uneasy in her heart, she couldn't help but look at the little pink ball not far away that flew towards Soraya on purpose. She became extremely entangled in her heart and fell into a logical cycle of thinking. I thought about whether that guy George would deliberately wait until he was about to catch that thing and then jump away. In this entanglement, Eileen finally clasped her hands together and prayed with a tearful voice.
Boss, I was really wrong. I will talk to you properly from now on. And I will never be naughty with you again. Nor will I ever go against you again.
I promise that I will be as obedient as Siljak in the future.
After praying, Irene chased the pink ball of light regardless. And until the end of today, the jump Irene was worried about had never appeared. Maybe it's because the light of dawn conveys Eileen's voice. Or maybe it's because George has already anticipated what Eileen will want to write. But no matter what, today, George let Eileen off. Of course, if George really hears that prayer, Irene will definitely suffer a lot again. Because that girl Siljak is always the most disobedient when she is not taught a lesson. Eileen naturally knows what kind of guy Siljak is.
The dead girl who needs to be taken care of. Don't pass on my words. The light of dawn. Just pretend I didn't hear anything.
George closed the Book of Dawn. He looked at the starship in front of him. George had a feeling that although this new ship, which concentrated the essence of the old ship, was small, it was far better than the big ship that had been magically modified by Cherubaeus. Chapter 660, Doomsday Plan. Departing from the Moon Country. Star Array is activated. As the sound sounded, countless stars shone in the core of the ship. During Ibrahimovic's operation, the image began to be continuously enlarged.
And finally a planet was pulled closer. That was the planet they were on. But this planet is not shrouded in fog. It seems that the data stored in this star array is not updated in real time. After reading this, Ibrahimovic zoomed out the image. And then, the entire galaxy appeared in front of their eyes. In this image, there are already many marks of survivors. And there is a turning point near the star. It seems that their plan has been completed. According to the survivors' plan, when all work is completed, the power in the temple will help the ship jump to near the sun. There, it will complete the final charging. And after that, it can be used casually here. I would like to thank the creation god, god of creation. If it hadn't been for him for so many years, he has been maintaining that sun umbrella. Otherwise it will be a bit troublesome. George nodded. Until 300 years ago, that guy from Sollywood was still doing this well. But now, not only does he no longer have the ability, he also no longer has the knowledge in this area. According to the function of this ship, although it can also be charged in the sun, but without the help of a sun umbrella, it would be impossible to make an over-limit jump. In fact, the old ship can carry the entire fleet on a jump. But this new ship needs the power of the sun. In addition, I discovered that the survivors plan to adjust the Sun Umbrella after the rebellion of the Seven Gods. The authority of the Sun Umbrella had been taken away by them. However, in recent days, it is possible to use the backdoor to regain all permissions. George suddenly thought of a question.
Ibrahimovic, does Cherubaeus have this ability?
Maybe it could be done before he fell. But now it's not that I look down on them. Even if they are extremely smart and can study the Sun Umbrella for a long time, they still cannot crack it. 300 years of research is simply not enough. The only way to change the parasol, I think, is through heaven's permission. Ibrahimovic's words made George sigh in relief. Although he believed that Cherubim would not be so stupid as to do something where you and I would die and everyone would die. But this possibility still needs to be ruled out.
Ibrahimovic, how much power does this kind of transformation require? Will it affect the sun?
George couldn't help but think of that eternal night. Don't worry. That's a tiny amount of energy for the mass of the sun. The star is losing 5 million tons of mass every second. And most of it is wasted. So we used each small sailing boat to create a stand to wrap it up to collect and manage this energy. Although the energy collected is not very much. But the largest ship's dark matter engine I've ever seen still doesn't compare to its power. So let alone warping. It is enough to concentrate these forces on one point. Open a wormhole connecting various galaxies. And allow several legions to travel through it repeatedly, of course. This must have foreign matter. It's not enough energy to open a wormhole and consume our entire galaxy in time.
Don't talk to me so much, Ibrahimovic. That's not what I care about right now.
George had seen that kind of time and space gate the gate to H.L. So he knew that although the door made by the demons was very small, but crossing two worlds is not very difficult for some species. George said,
there is a saying of eternal night in the mouths of demons. I just want to know whether the eternal night is related to the sun not shining. You just said that you have used your stance to cover the sun.
No, Ibrahimovic was just halfway through what he said when he suddenly thought of something else. So it changed its mind. I think there may indeed be some connection originally. The Sun Umbrella could be adjusted to radiate the sun's energy to certain planets. This is no different from normal lighting, but consumes only a little bit of energy. But if there are some objects that are too powerful and use a parasol to jump, all the energy in the sun will be used intensively. The energy radiating onto the planet will also temporarily cease. At this time, from the perspective of our planet, the sun is temporarily extinguished. George pursed his lips and said,
for example, that object is an ancient god.
Ibrahimovic was silent for a while and said, it's very possible. George's mind was slightly dizzy. That was the real doomsday. Soraya once said to herself when she was in Dragon Tooth Canyon, after the kingdom of heaven split, most of the rights of the Sun Umbrella have gone to the other side. Demons don't know how to use this kind of thing. Only the minds of the Kashia people know how to use it. Among them, Chuangzhou has the strongest technology in this area. Others just know how to operate. These people who know how to operate are all moon god type guys. Although compared with Solwut's technical capabilities, they are equivalent to the difference between technical users and R&D engineers. But it was enough to operate the Sun Umbrella and open a door for the ancient god. The angels of mercy have fallen, and the angels of wisdom are preparing to escape in the forbidden sanctuary. The authority of the parasol is not in their hands, but in the heaven in the holy court. Of all the unknown angels, only the angel of generosity remains unknown. After the death of the seven gods, the few angels who ran away from home all chose a place to face the future doomsday with their own ideas. The angel of mercy chose to seal the netherworld. The god of war chose to reincarnate in the southern wilderness in the hope of killing the thing with his own hands in the future. And Irene chose the kingdom of stars in the hope of delaying the end of the world. The angels chose the forbidden sanctuary to create an ark of escape. What if there was another angel who chose the holy court and planned to face the doomsday head-on? Then it is indeed very possible. But apparently, he failed in his confrontation with a certain master. He was possessed by Aloysius.
Ibrahimovic, if there is really something that intends to travel through the future, can we solve this problem?
I think this is not difficult in theory. Either the ship takes back the authority of Perihelion, or you take down Aloysius, and we get the authority back. As long as the authority is obtained, we can slightly adjust the parameters and jump the faceless man to our hometown, and let the gatekeeper deal with him. After a pause, Ibrahimovic said, or use the power of the sun to kill it when it comes. When the power consumed by the sun is concentrated at one point, even this world cannot bear it, let alone it. Both options will not affect this world. Although the body of the faceless man is extremely powerful, it is extremely small compared to the sun. Its death will have no effect, at best causing some flare. If Soraya were here, she would definitely say that she likes the latter plan. Indeed, the sun god is the most powerful.
What's the success rate? Ibrahimovic. You know, if we fail to get permission,
George pursed his lips and said,
we have to consider this issue.
On the one hand, George is worried that Ibrahimovic will not be able to take back the authority of the sun umbrella. On the other hand, he is also worried that the madman Aloysius will choose to destroy the sun in heaven when he sees that his own end will come before the ancient gods. Umbrella console. By that time, the program has been executed and the real Doomsday channel will be opened according to the planned time. As for repairing the console, I'm afraid it won't be reparable in a short while. So they were in a race against time. If they couldn't win and let Yongyi come first, they would lose everything. Won't fail. Ibrahimovic became solemn as never before. George, I am the apocalypse. You have to have confidence in me. I guarantee it with my life. If it dares to come over, then it will die. For the future of his own people and the future of his friends. Ibrahimovic is willing to sacrifice everything. George believes in Ibrahimovic's words, and he believes that Ibrahimovic can do it. Because he knows that Ibrahimovic may have one last plan that he has not told him. The trip to the crater was coming to an end, and George and the others finally stayed for a few more days. In the past few days, they organized the equipment and documents according to the plan, and also made arrangements to cure the Black Dragon. During these days, those who accepted the spiritual inheritance of their predecessors gradually showed their differences. This point shows very little change among the Knights of Dawn. This is related to the fact that they themselves have a deep understanding of the power of Dawn. So their improvement is only in terms of strength. But those Kashia people have changed from the inside out. Those who accepted the inheritance no longer believe in the so-called moon god. Although George rarely dreamed much during these days, these people seem to have dreamed a lot. The only pity is that the spiritual inheritance of those high-level temples do not seem to love their descendants. Instead, they love those knights with pure thoughts. Most of these knights are people with extremely pure faith in the light of dawn. Most of the Kashia people who were not selected were people with ignorant ideas. In fact, people like William. Even if you don't get this spiritual inheritance shortcut, you will definitely be able to understand the meaning of the light of dawn in the future. This made George sigh and feel a little sigh. What he lamented was that these high-level temples had died in time, and the wills they left behind still retained their own thoughts. All species were treated equally in their eyes. They did not show preference to those who were their descendants. In their eyes, the distinction between people is based on their thoughts. And in this matter, they maintained absolute impartiality. Undoubtedly, this is a very noble character. So noble that George cannot fully understand it. According to his selfish ideas, in this matter, he must choose his own offspring. In fact, George hopes that these Kashia people can gain more inheritance. First of all, this is the selection of Kashia people. The chosen ones are those who can truly unlock the shackles of their minds. Secondly, there is a high probability that these people will truly believe in the light of dawn if they obtain these spiritual inheritance wisdoms. In the end, George and Ibrahimovic have discussed this matter. The Kashia people who have received the inheritance will stay in this world forever in the future to guard the light of dawn until Ibrahimovic returns next time. In addition, when the two of them leave here this time and go to the Kingdom of Stars and the Kingdom of Gold, someone will also need to take care of the temple. Although according to the plan, after the temple's array crystal is moved to part of the shelter, the connection between the two sides can be established, so that the people of the shelter can manage this place in the future. But there was a blank period. Moreover, the Kashia people in the old tribe have not changed their minds yet. Therefore, until the tribe's thoughts are liberated to a certain extent, those Kashia people who inherit the will of the survivors are undoubtedly the best people in charge. But no matter what, there are still 10 Kashia people selected. Although they don't know how to guide others, they can be regarded as fully enlightened engineers. Miss Hongwei is also among them. She is the only successor who has been taught knowledge by Ibrahimovic, but still prefers to use muscles to solve problems. In the final analysis, she was too obsessed with force. But no matter what, these 10 people should be about the same. In fact, all they need is some professional help to help them deal with the people of their own tribe. The shelter has such people. The flight team composed of Silver Shuttle and Black Dragon had already gone to pick up these priests. And George believed that after the Black Dragons brought back some priests from the sanctuary, under the leadership of this new team, the temple should be able to operate as planned. When George and others made plans for the development of the temple, and things began to proceed in an orderly manner, the flight also returned. Insua can be said to have solved a big problem during this transportation. They brought back 20 more newly manufactured wind shuttles from the shelter. The priests and the cargo sat in them, and had a thorough experience of making an airplane. Many people vomited during this flight. I heard that a certain wizard did not operate it well, and caused a car to fall down halfway. Although they were caught by the black dragons in time. For the people inside, this experience was really like a nightmare. Among the people who vomited was the Wendell whom George named Dan, and others would come over in the next batch. And George believed that Wendell, the great master who he had trained by himself, was the most suitable for this kind of early-stage fraud work. Dan and others are more suitable for managing ideological improvement classes. George believed that with the experience and methods of Wendell, the Forbidden Priest, he would be able to help Hongwa and the others train the entire Crater group. Now, this Miss Hongwa no longer believes in the moon god. She would often avoid George, as if feeling a little ashamed of her foolish thoughts. It seems that her dreams must be wonderful.
Damn! Why haven't I had a dream?
George rubbed his eyes that were red due to lack of sleep and said,
Maybe it's because I've fallen asleep these days?
He couldn't help but feel Celiac inside him. She slept more deeply than he did. But it seems that she dreams a lot. If you have time to look back, you have to go and have a look in his dream. Thinking of this, George shook his head, took the riding whip from Wendell's hand, and rode on his little William.
Ahem. Sir,
Wendell said,
this may be related to the fact that you have had too little rest recently. We say goodbye today. You are on the road, so you should have a good rest.
Chapter 661, Business and Crooked Business. Wendell's words made George slightly embarrassed. During these days, he helped with a lot of serious things and also was busy with a lot of crooked things. After coughing, George said,
Well, Wendell, if you have time during these days, you can take more people to the Hall of Inheritance. There are more than a dozen high-level holy churches with spiritual inheritance, but they still haven't recognized anyone. We can't let those things gather dust here.
George felt that he had to say something before leaving, because Wendell was a bit arrogant. Like Jack and others, he all feels that his own things are better than others, of course. Whether it's Wendell, Jack, Dan, Ian, or Hunter, anyone who wants to go to the battlefield in the future, whether they are willing or not, must come here in batches to give it a try.
I will strictly follow your instructions. Sir,
Wendell said,
there is another matter. I have communicated with William many times in the past few days. We feel that in this matter, we should not completely follow the rules of the Kashia people. System and techniques. Human beings' thinking methods and body structures are somewhat different from theirs. Following their route may not be the fastest and best. According to the suggestion of Dawn Light, we plan to sort out this knowledge and reorganize it. Share system.
George nodded. And that was indeed the case. In the past few days, William was the fastest among all the people to master the skills of using the power of the Kashia people, just like he understood the forbidden academics at the beginning. This may indeed be related to his statement William and others, after inheriting and studying the spirit, integrated it and made it their own, rather than completely following the route of the Kashia people. In just a few days, William had already understood the psychic lightning. Although this power is very similar to the forbidden punishment modified by Dawn Light, there is still a huge difference between the two. Wendell's progress in this area is not slow. It can even be said that it is not much worse than those Kashia people who have inherited the spiritual inheritance. I am afraid that those Kashia people still need a transformation process in their thinking. In comparison, today's Dawn priests are more like the Kashia people of the past, or, in other words, more like the ancient Kashia people who were in a period of technological explosion and ideological liberation.
Let's put together a plan and communicate with the Light of Dawn more about this matter,
George said.
In addition, don't let the matter of the transmission channel fall behind. Pay more attention to it, and don't let this news leak out. When we arrive in the Kingdom of the Moon later, there may be a business group going to the outpost. There might be some spies inside, so handle the connection well. People who have not received confidentiality training cannot go out.
In fact, regarding the transmission channel, George was not only referring to how to establish it, but how to interfere with it. There are some documents like this in the temple. The bottom floor of the temple uses this technology. Now, both the team at the shelter and the side of the temple have classified this matter as a secret plan. Both the Forbidden Sanctuary and the demons have already mastered this teleportation technology. According to Sayer's report, the demons are planning to build this kind of thing between various demon fortresses. Therefore, whether it is to interfere with their fortress or to truly destroy the time and space anchor and the gate to H.L., this interference technology is indispensable. Compared with the technology of the Kashia people, the things of the demons can only be said to be primitive. So George believes that even if it is a knockoff, even if it is punk technology, it is enough for them to drink a pot.
I understand. Sir,
Wendell looked at the dragon men and nodded. According to the boss's plan, the residents in this crater will be the descendants of a group of nobles from the Moon Kingdom who migrated here thousands of years ago. Palos has already communicated with the dragons about this matter, and even compiled a family tree. They are all the descendants of the great wizard Count Palos. As long as these dragon men do not deliberately expose their horns during transformation, every move of each of them is a model of the nobles, especially the arrogance and arrogance. They are exactly the same as those nobles of the Moon Kingdom with eyes on the top of their heads. George nodded. He believed Wendell could handle these things. Within a month, the connection between the shelter and the temple should be established. By that time, there will be more humans in Wendell's team suitable for contact with the caravan. After chatting for a few more words, George refused Wendell's farewell and rode towards the caravan. The vehicles of the Liming merchant group have been modified in the past few days. This time, the wizards also specially installed tempered glass for the caravan's vehicles. Now, everything is ready, and the caravan is ready to go. And this time, there were many more people in the Team Dragons.
Master! Master! It's almost here!
Under Priyanka's pushing, George, who slept like a dead pig, finally slowly opened his eyes. The ride was a bit bumpy, going up and down like a roller coaster. The wind outside the window was blowing loudly. If it hadn't been modified before leaving, I'm afraid the wind alone would have blown the car apart. The speed of 60 kilometers per hour is still a bit too fast for these carriages. George rubbed his eyes and looked around the car, finding that everyone seemed to be gone. Only Priyanka kept sitting on the edge of the bed with a pale face.
Where are Soraya and the others? Miss Anita took them for a walk outside,
Priyanka said cautiously. After thinking about it, she added,
while you were sleeping, Miss Irene also came over. They went out together.
In fact, while George was sleeping, a good show was staged, which made Priyanka addicted to the eyes. The new dragon girl Anita didn't know the rules very well, and with Soraya, Irene and others jointly cleaned up the meal. Speaking of which, that dragon is also powerful. The two eldest sisters, Soraya and Irene, have not spoken to each other for a long time since they came out of the temple. This time, the two people got back together because of this incident. Priyanka felt that that little bastard Anita deserved her misfortune. She just pestered her boss all day long and often said bad things about others in a weird way. But that's nothing. The most important thing is that he actually showed her face when the big boss was angry. This can be considered a bad luck. Obviously, Soraya found that he couldn't deal with this cunning dragon girl with his own brains, so he found a more powerful backup. Thinking of this, Priyanka couldn't help but feel a little uneasy when they went out. Irene glanced at herself. Fortunately, I am usually good enough. Otherwise, I would definitely have to take myself out for a flight today. Priyanka felt that maybe Soraya and Irene had been secretly discussing today's matter for some time. If you don't do it right, today will be just a show. Irene is really awesome. The handle they grabbed is so hard to fault. It was easy to make Anita submissive. Priyanka felt that by now, the little jackass should have completely understood his identity. Not only that, she should also know by now that certain people can definitely ride the master's mount. Snort. Thinking of this, Priyanka began to whisper in the master's ears with added fuel and jealousy. Hey, the more beautiful the girl is, the more thoughtful and disobedient she is. George sighed secretly, patted Priyanka's little butt, and agreed with a smile. Pretend you didn't hear those words. In the final analysis, after the recent big events, I have done too many wrong things. Chapter 662 God's Perspective. After hearing what Priyanka said next, George knew what was going on. He couldn't help but sigh secretly. I was depressed for a long time. These days, although there are many girls around him, this scumbag Mrs. Sophia Moore, and more she never talks nonsense. He felt that maybe he should really follow what Sophia said in her letter, and take a look at the aristocratic cultivation and brainwashing by stories of ancient heroes. He had indeed fallen a bit during these days. However, he then forgot about this matter. He had too many things to do. George never said much about the girl's affairs. Maybe he would be overheard by someone else. So after he dealt with a few words, he put Priyanka's voiceover behind his mind and looked outside. The outside was filled with clouds and mist. 3 silver shuttles formed a triangular formation, and 40 wind shuttles were floating in the middle. There was a loose lock connecting the 2 cars that didn't matter. But when I was bored, I was drifting away in Palos. The wind made his clothes rustle, but the old guy didn't feel anything. Even the hammers and nails floating around him didn't move. George clearly saw that there was an invisible position around Palos. This old guy was not actually blown by the wind. And the swing of his clothes was entirely caused by him on purpose. With this guy's nature, he will definitely wander around his car for a while. If the boss can't see him working today, he will never go back. After shaking his head, George looked at Lorna in the other car. Bana was sleeping soundly with Malim in her arms. Then, his vision began to look elsewhere, and he found that Aji was disobedient and went out to play with Alexander riding a certain dragon again. Gong was like a huge flaming cloud, covering the entire flying team. The black dragons were constantly shuttling between the clouds and up and down Gong's body. After a few glances, George saw Soraya and others in the distance. They looked so happy that they had not seen them for many days. Apparently, the two sisters had sex at the head of the bed, and then at the end of the bed. While at the temple, the idiot Irene finally showed her true self in desperation. Although Soraya, a fool, had been thinking about the Godhead at that time and didn't pay too much attention. But it was too late to think about it. Coupled with George's two provocative words, the matter was settled. George had been angry with Irene for so many days, and Soraya had helped him out in the past few days, judging from Irene's red and swollen eyes. Soraya had beaten her good sister that day. After being beaten, the two didn't talk to each other for a while. Soraya must have felt a little distressed. But this time, these two guys took the opportunity to vent their anger. Thinking of this, George couldn't help but look at Anita with some concern as she dragged the girls around. It looked like she was having a lot of fun. You girl, you really don't have any persistence at all. You should scare them from the sky. George sighed again. He knew that from today on, there would be one more little spy by his side.
Sir, have you seen them? Isn't it right there?
As he spoke, George stretched out his finger, and then his scalp suddenly exploded. He suddenly realized that the thing in front of him was the car wall, and the place where he pointed was also the car window with no curtains opened. But just now, he seemed to be looking down from the sky, and he could see clearly the conditions inside each car. He couldn't help but wipe his eyes, and found that everything in front of him was still the car wall. He reached out to lift the curtains, and found that the view outside the curtains had been blocked by another car. The so-called black dragon can't be seen at all. At this moment, a figure floated past the window. Take a closer look. It's Napolos. He saw the boss looking out of the car, stroking his chest slightly in greeting, and specifically showing the wrench in his hand as a courtesy. Palos couldn't help but secretly feel proud. He didn't wander around the boss's car in vain. This work must be seen by the leader. Otherwise, who would do it? George closed the curtains numbly. He recalled the scene just now, and found that he not only saw those things, but also heard many sounds. Many elements are perceived. It was like he was there for everyone. What did I dream about last night? George shook his head. He couldn't remember clearly. I just remember that I dreamed that there were three-headed dragons breathing fire in the sky, and the human army on the ground was scattered in all directions. In addition, Fernando, who was still dreaming, must be missing them. In fact, he still dreams every night. But he is sure that they are ordinary dreams. But the scene in front of him today should be some kind of precursor. He had a hunch that after a while, he would be able to see something he should see. Regarding the situation that just happened to him, George communicated with Ibrahimovic in his mind. But the answer Ibrahimovic gave was hallucination. You must have fallen into a special dream, just now, like Siljek's maze. Ibrahimovic conveyed in his mind, there is no such thing among all the spiritual inheritances I have seen. Neither Warrenworth nor experimental subject number 3 will have this kind of God's perspective. Wait until you really when you wake up. What you see should be the same as what I showed you in the crystal cave that day. Okay, George felt he should listen to the professionals. However, he couldn't help being stunned and continued to search for that feeling. But the scene just now never happened again. While George was in a daze, the flight was gradually going downwards. After hearing Priyanka's reminder, George flipped through the Book of Dawn and checked their current location. They set off from the crater yesterday afternoon and have been flying all night. At present, we have reached the border of the tropical rainforest. In 15 hours, we walked more than 900 kilometers. It is 2 or 3 times faster than the fastest express station in the world, and it is equivalent to the speed of a large truck on the highway. Now, they were in the sky near a small town, and that town was a territory of Palos in the Kingdom of the Moon. It was right on the edge of the River of Stars, and there was a large dock. This is a large-scale town closest to the crater in the entire tropical rainforest, with a population of 20,000. This will be the outpost of the crater. In the future, with the influx of businessmen, it will definitely develop into a city. While thinking about it, the flight has landed. The location is by the river in a rainforest 2 kilometers away from the town. The rainforest here is no longer as dense as that near the crater. There are still many palm trees and sea thorns growing along the river. Strictly speaking, these sea thorns cannot be said to be trees because their root systems are often extremely long and grow in the sea, and in an area by the river that was not covered by sea thorns. George also saw a beach. He couldn't help but look at the river in front of him. It was so wide that it stretched as far as the eye could see. In the distance, he also saw many huge three-masted galleons. They were somewhat similar to the Spanish galleons in his impression. They were all slender, tall ships. The huge sail was so scary that compared to those sand ships, it looked like moving castles on the sea.
Bah! Why is it salty?
Alexander spat out the river water in his mouth and looked at George aggrievedly. George put down his toothbrush, spat a mouthful of white foam on the beach, and said,
"Don't use the water in this river. Big guy. Strictly speaking, it is actually an inland sea."
Indeed, since leaving Iberia, they have been walking southeast, and here is already the River of Stars. Looking back, George looked towards the forest and found that the convoy was almost ready. Those who should take the deformation potion took the deformation potion. Some draconians couldn't take off their horns, so Rusgard specially designed a new deformation potion formula for them. The 3 silver shuttles were all loaded into the wind shuttle, and the carriages were also taken out of the wind shuttle. By the time George finished brushing his teeth, everything was over, and the team began walking along the river bank toward the town in the distance. It seems that because it is near the River of Stars, the gray fog here is extremely thin, more of water vapor. George stood at the front of the car, stretched out his hand to catch the breeze in the sky, and for the first time felt the ubiquitous element, the light element in the sky above the distant River of Stars, surging like a river. They start from a huge halberd enshrined in the temple of the City of the Sun and end with a bow and arrow in the temple of the City of the Moon in the eastern part of the continent. These 2 things are the most powerful sacred objects of the Sun God and the Moon God. They purify everything and resist the gray fog. These surging light elements, under the power of these 2 things, span the entire continent, declaring the majesty and vastness of the power of the 7 gods. He also swore an oath to the unyielding will of the Sun God and the Moon God. Chapter 663, the most developed country in the world. The castle of Palos is built on a high cliff by the river, and the city walls embrace the entire town. Under the high cliff is a huge dock. You can enter the town by taking a detour from the town. As everyone walked towards the town, they could see the scene on the pier below from a distance. As a relatively important supply point in the River of Stars channel, there are many ships coming and going here. Boats docked near the pier met each other, and there was a lot of traffic between the port and the town. People were sweating there. On the high cliff near the dock, George also saw several transport platforms. The path leading to the high cliff where the town is located is not suitable for vehicles. Many goods and vehicles moved from the dock went straight up the cliff through the transport platform. Only the main structure of the thing was made of iron sheets, and the other parts were made of wood. Together, several transport platforms can transport hundreds of tons up and down at a time. Goods. And George actually saw tall and large chimneys erected in several shipyards near the transport platform. With white gas billowing from the chimneys, it seemed to be a steam engine. Obviously, these transport platforms are not human-powered. The shipyard also took advantage of steam power.
Although because magic power is extremely popular in the Moon Kingdom, this mechanical technology has not developed significantly. The size has not been reduced,
Palos said.
However, although many ships do not have these gadgets installed, many workshops use them. They replace furnaces.
At the end of his transformation, this guy looked like an old wizard with long beard and white hair. If the Kingdom of the Moon was the ancient celestial dynasty, then in the eyes of the Emperor, this old god must be the immortal Wind Crane Bone. But in George's eyes, he is like Gandalf. George nodded. He had heard Palos say before that in order to be able to load more cargo, many ships did not load power centers. Instead, the magic sail was used. The magic array on the magic sail uses batteries, magic gems. This technology is lower than the wind wings on the wind shuttle, but because they are not used for flying, and the wind on the sea is not small, so they just collect wind elements to assist navigation. So the level of consumption is very low. 3 magic gems are often enough for a magic sail to travel hundreds of miles on the sea. And because the Moon Kingdom has a lot of magic hubs, for the official caravan, the cost of magic gems is almost zero. For ordinary nobles, it only costs a little to recharge, less than 1/10 of the tax for one trip. George couldn't help but look at the ships on the pier below. This time, because the distance was not very far, he could see their appearance clearly. He found that many ships had hit the metal armor, and those armed merchant ships also had 40 or 50 cannons. I am afraid that in another 100 years, steel ships will appear in this world.
Sir, there should be our hired ship there,
Palos reminded. George nodded. When Duke Ninofari joined the team, some black dragons went out to make arrangements. So George knew that among the large ships docked near the dock, there was the ship they hired, because there are too many ships on the dock below. I don't know which ones are being hired, so they didn't take a special detour to see the ships, but went straight to the town. After seeing Paros, the private soldiers of Paros hurriedly called the garrison chief and led the team beyond the castle. Palos rarely communicated with the soldiers, but these soldiers were extremely afraid of this great wizard during the days when he was visiting the crater. George had seen this guy use high-level malicious transformation to turn a group of velociraptors into a bunch of toads. There must be many terrifying legends about this wizard circulating in this town. The castle is on the edge of the town by the river, a few kilometers away from the city wall here, but you can see the magnificent castle from a distance. It is actually not too big, and cannot be compared with the castles in Qingyin and Basin, but it can still be regarded as one of the big castles. And it's quite unique, it seems, that no pirates around here dare to attack the Great Wizard's territory. In other words, the biggest black sail pirates around here are the people of Palos. As for the distant southern wilderness pirates, they still dare not enter the territory of the Moon Kingdom. The Moon Kingdom, like Landry, is the overlord of the sea. The river patrol team pinched the pirates of the southern wilderness just like pinching the chickens. And even for those armed merchant ships, many use three-masted sailing ships as their flagships. Many pirates in the southern wilderness also pay attention to boarding battles. Obviously, the degree of armament of the Moon Kingdom's caravan is not something that any ship in the southern wilderness can withstand. That is to say, the Sun Fleet that the Sun King inherited from the Iberian King can have a head-on collision with the Moon Kingdom's fleet. But if you really do it, you will only be looking for teeth all over the place. The roads in the town are very wide, and there are many busy people around. George noticed that the stores here are mainly hotels and pubs. People in the town also seem to come from all over the world. Those with delicate skin, tall, thin, and handsome figures are mostly people from the Moon Kingdom. They don't have beards, and most of them wear silk. But the style is a bit old, and many people's clothes have been washed and turned white. They are a bit poor and elegant. Most of those with bronze skin, wearing gauze or linen clothes, and beards are Saudis. They dress extremely low-key. Salman also wears linen clothes all day long, but their status can be identified from their beards. Those who are trimmed very short and beautifully are all nobles, because the people doing the work don't have time to take care of it every day. On the way, George also saw many people from the southern wilderness. Wherever these bullies go, everyone will avoid them. However, after seeing the flag on the Dawn Caravan, they would stop and bow in greeting. The large car of the Dawn Caravan was somewhat conspicuous in this town, but except for the people in the southern wilderness, no one paid much attention to the caravan, because George discovered that there were actually some large vehicles like the Fengxing shuttle in this town, and they all looked weird. But one thing is the same, they all have some runes on them.
Sir, those are actually land ships,
Palos said.
Many large ships cannot dock at all ports, so they are used for supplies and delivery. There are many wizards in the Moon Kingdom, and they know how to do this. Toy. This thing was originally used for warships, but now it has been commercialized for businessmen. Time is not only money, but also life.
There are many pirates on the River of Stars, especially in the free ports. These land ships allow the caravans to complete supplies and loading without staying in the port for long. The time you save in a year means you can travel more. Once some caravans encounter pirates, usually Sun City's official pirates, if they fail to win the battle, the land boat can often escape with the people and goods. George suddenly discovered why Anthony valued the Magic Hub so much. All these technologies were based on the Magic Hub. With it and without it, the fuel cost is vastly different. He also understands why Avali said that the Kingdom of the Moon has the same strength as the Holy Empire and can face the devil head on. The Holy Empire uses Iza from the Kingdom of Heaven, while Nanwang uses the one who protects the Rangers, Grey Fog. The Kingdom of the Moon uses real technology and productivity. It can be said that if there was no Holy Empire in this world, and there was no belief that restricted thoughts, people all over the world would be extremely repulsive to the belief in the Moon God. Then the Kingdom of the Moon had already unified the whole world before the Grey Fog came. This time, he must completely tie the Kingdom of the Moon onto the ship. Chapter 664, Higher Wizarding Academy in Palos. When George and others arrived at the castle, the knights and servants who had received the news had already come out to greet them. These servant knights treated Palos not like a lord at all, more like worshipping a god. Palos has lived too long. And this castle has a history of more than 300 years. Therefore, whether it is a knight, a servant, or even every soldier here, the ancestors are followers who followed Palos around the world. Therefore, the people here are not only Palos' die-hard fans, but also his family members. George and others planned to leave today, but because they were worried that the vehicle would have some problems during the flight, they all sent it to the workshop in the castle for maintenance and modification, replacing Anthony's design on the Finching shuttle. Complete recovery. On the way down the road, George no longer plans to use Jerry Jones to save on transportation costs, because there is a miniature magic hub in the High Wizard Tower in Palos.
You can't find anything even if you wear iron shoes. And it takes no effort to get here.
George sighed and said,
Palos, you have really spent a lot of money in this territory of yours over the years.
Palos coughed awkwardly and couldn't help but quietly glanced at the Black Dragon Duke not far away. After discovering that this guy was playing with Malim, he felt relieved.
I'll tell you the truth. My lord, this magic hub is not cheap. The number of nobles in the Kingdom of the Moon is countless. And so are the rich people. However, among the earls, there are no more than 3 with a magic hub. Personally, because this thing is useless only with money.
Palos touched his beard and said with some pride.
And among these 3 people, my magic nexus is the best, sir. This is Theodoric. In order to honor my teacher, specially purchased the latest model from the Forbidden Sanctuary.
Theodoric is Her Majesty the Queen of the Moon Country. Obviously, this Kashia man is completely immersed in human identity and is proud of it. George nodded. He didn't need to ask. He could guess that this old guy didn't get these things for use, but for show.
It seems that this wizard tower is also famous,
George said while touching the moss and vines on the wall. It has to be said that although this wizard tower is not as good as the specifications of the Forbidden Academy, but with the addition of these moss and vines, it becomes far more powerful. The most important thing in this kind of magic academy is often the age.
Indeed. Sir, this wizard tower was built by me in my early years more than 300 years ago. The period after I left the Holy Court,
Palos said with sigh, to be honest. I really don't know whether it's more fun when I'm in the Holy Court, or whether it's more interesting when I'm in the Kingdom of the Moon. Unfortunately, after that incident, he could no longer stay in the Holy Court. He could only change the identity of the great cardinal into his grandfather.
You know, I usually stay here either in the Moon King's capital,
Palos said.
Although I haven't been here much in the past 2 years. My disciples and grandchildren are all here occasionally. I will arrange some interesting things for them. The subject, many of the things in the Crater Temple have many contributions from them.
George could see that the Wizard Tower was very well equipped. It could be said to be a higher education institution. So this is very attractive to wizards. The wizards around Palos are also very cohesive. Many people in the Moon Kingdom believe that the great wizard Paros is more powerful than the wizards in the Forbidden Sanctuary. In fact, this is indeed the case. After all, the knowledge of the forbidden wizards comes from the Kashia people. During the visit, the housekeeper reported some things. Master, there have been many guests here these days. They carry your letters and claim to be your relatives.
After George heard this, he knew it was Redman, the chief of a small tribe of Kashia people and the Dragon Clan.
Relatives indeed. They came here in advance, mainly to sell items in the crater, purchase various goods, and recruit workers. Among the items purchased, there are not only infrastructure items, but also many materials and tools. The alchemy industry system of Moon Kingdom is already very developed, and many things can be used. Moreover, the Moon Kingdom has a lot of contact with the Forbidden Sanctuary, so many of the purchased materials can be used not only by the shelter, but also by the temple. As for the recruitment, it is purely for the shelter. According to Palos, both craftsmen and wizards in the Moon Kingdom are very good. If you pick anyone at random, they will at least be at the level of an apprentice in the Forbidden Academy. Although a place like the temple is not suitable for outsiders to visit, but they would be a great help to the shelter. As long as enough money is given, people will come. Moreover, the current academy of the sanctuary can be said to be the second in the mainland, and its research on magic and technology is also the most cutting edge. In addition, those dragons are attracted to wizards. So once the wizards go there, they will never leave again. Most of these matters are currently being handled by this old butler said to be a butler. In fact, his ancestors have been students of Palos for several generations. Grandpa Zing was also canonized as a baron by Palos, and now this title is above the butler's head. It can be said that the housekeeper is someone Palos has seen since he was a child, and Redman is now in charge here. So when these two people work together, both in terms of security issues and confidentiality issues. It will make people feel at ease.
By the way, sir,
The butler said to Palos.
there is also a nobleman who has been specially named to wait for His Excellency Duke George.
Having said this, the butler greeted George respectfully. Although the butler did not know who George was, he did know who was the leader among these people. How many dukes could there be in this caravan?
The noble said that when you arrive, let me know. And please don't leave in a hurry. He went to town this morning. I just sent someone to call him. What's his name?
George couldn't help but ask. The messengers have all returned in the past few days, which may be a more important matter.
I'm sorry, sir. He didn't say anything.
The butler said awkwardly.
He said he wanted to give you a surprise.
These words made George frown slightly. At this time, some dragon messengers had returned from outside. After George saw these guys, he arranged for the others to rest with the housekeeper. He led his staff and messengers to learn about the situation directly in 1.5 study rooms in the college. In fact, these messengers had already traveled to various parts of the world more than 10 days ago. In addition to Avali, Elda, and Sanctuary, some black dragons also went to Landry and his uncle Charlie, King Rodent, Adeline's eldest son. The crater is on the east side of the continent, and it is much closer to Landry and Charlie than to the shelter. Now Wendell and others have arrived, so the messengers have all returned. George let Brenda and others handle the other replies. He first read Landry's reply. It was signed Jillian, Duke Jumbo, but the seal belonged to the prince.
My lord, Prince Jillian asked me to take him to greet you,
the dragon man said.
When did the prince become a prince?
George felt a little confused. He opened the letter and asked.
It seems that a lot of things have happened in the past 2 years. How is the situation with Landry? What did this guy Jillian say?
Chapter 665 The Power of Dragon Descending from Heaven. Next, George read the letter and listened to what the dragon man said.
For your proposal, His Royal Highness Prince Jinbao strongly supports it. He also said that he will definitely come to the Moon Kingdom in person to attend the appointment,
the dragon man said.
In fact, sir, during the few days when I went to Landry, Prince Jillian, they are discussing this matter in the King's Conference. They have sent people to the Moon Country many times to ask for help. However, the Moon Country has always used the threat of the southern wilderness as an excuse and has not given substantial help. So, although the Kingdom of the Moon has sent some interesting things,
there has been no substantial progress in this matter. This makes the king, prince, and others turn their heads with worry. So this time, after His Royal Highness received your letter, he was extremely surprised.
The dragon man continued.
He has great trust in you and said that he will personally lead the team to the Kingdom of the Moon this time. When we come back, by the time his fleet was ready to set off.
George nodded. The content of the letter was actually very similar to what the dragon man said. It was just that there was a lot more nonsense and reminiscences in the letter.
It seems that my face is quite useful.
George put down the letter, looked at Salmon and others and said,
But it seems that Landry's life is not easy these days. Indeed, sir.
Brenda put down the things in her hands and said,
Judging from the news reported by Sayer, there is still a little mistake in the prediction we made. I think Landry is already on the hot pot now of ants.
By using the information provided by the cultists caught by Daffy's team, the fallen ones, like Sayer, have successfully penetrated into the demons some time ago. They are the demons who came to this world alone through the cracks in time and space. Judging from the situation, although these demons are powerful, their internal structure is loose. There was even constant internal fighting, because they have the foundation of being captives of cultists and having various secrets provided by high-level acolytes of Darkans. These spies not only gathered the forces belonging to these captives of cultists on Violet, but also competed with some demon lords, got into a lot of relationships, and because Sayer and others are not only powerful, but also very good at assassination, they are also attracted by many demon. Sayer's first surrender was to assassinate a big devil who was against his backer. Now Sayer has not only found a backer, that backer is a little more powerful than the original Celiac, and Sayer has also become a minor lord. Now, Sayer is responsible for causing trouble in an area on the Landry border, and he's doing a very good job. Judging from the intelligence of these spies, there was indeed a mistake in the predictions made by George, and the others. Those arrogant demons actually plan to advance in 3 directions at the same time. They are going to Shelter, they are going to Elda, and they are going to Landry. Really desperate. But this is indeed a disaster for Landry. Judging from the appearance of the Landry border, the nobles of Landry are now like ants on a hot pot. Because there is no natural danger between Landry and Days Bay, the outer circle near Violet. The situation is much worse than Elda's Swan Lake. In recent days, demons have cleaned up various small countries to the north and east of Days, and Landry has been harassed. Those Landry nobles, who had enjoyed themselves a few years ago, saw the real end approaching this time. Now he is shivering. But apart from the Holy Court, they had no support at all. By the way, according to the letter, there is also a small country that provides help to Landry's southern Rodent. Charlie and the others said 20 knights, although there were only 20 knights. They were all old judges brought out by George. Although these people are very extreme, their cruel methods are exactly suitable for Landry's current situation. They trained many people and captured many demon spies and cultists. It can be said that the most important areas of Landry are clean. Judging from the situation, Charles and Prince Jumbo have always been in contact with each other. When Charlie and the others crossed Jinjin Mountain, the first place they went to was Landry Prince Treasure's fleet, and supplies provided Charlie with a lot of help. After Charlie arrived at his destination, Jillian's maritime fleet was lent to Charlie for a period of time. Until later, Jillian had been supporting Charlie's development, the Enclave of Rodunk, just northeast of the Moon Kingdom. It borders the Holy Empire and the Kingdom of the Moon, covering an area of more than 4 million square kilometers. It is the place with the most small countries on the entire continent. Some of these small countries are independent. They can be regarded as buffers between the Holy Empire and the Moon Country. Some are small countries affiliated with the Moon Kingdom, and some are small countries affiliated with the Holy Empire. The remaining lands are enclaves owned by powerful people in certain countries, mostly relatives who failed to fight for power, or vassals who were sent there to manage them. Although Charlie is currently weak, Prince Jillian has great trust in these old people in Biswee City, and Charlie did not disappoint him. In fact, after Prince Jillian had seen the situation in the east of Old Rodunk, he was now very unoptimistic about Landry's future situation. Helping Charlie can also be considered as leaving a way out for Landry. Perhaps Charles had given the prince the title of Rodent and promised land.
"Where's the letter from Charlie?"
George asked.
"Gita and the other 3 guys haven't come back yet?"
Several dragon messengers looked at each other and reported after understanding the situation.
"Gita came back last night, but only one of him came back. And he also brought a human noble with him. This morning, he followed the nobleman out."
George nodded. He didn't need to think about it to know that one of Charlie's staff had used money on these black dragons. As for the 2 dragon men who have not returned, they are probably helping Charlie fight the war. These things were actually expected when George sent Gita and the others, so he specially sent a 3-headed dragon. However, he specifically asked not to reveal his identity unless it was an emergency. Although these black dragons love money, they would never dare to disobey this uncle, unless there is a particularly good reason. It seems that the situation on Charlie's side should be very bad. Otherwise, the Dragon Clan will not take action.
"Do you know the situation over there?"
George asked the dragon messengers. A dragon man who usually had a good relationship with Gita spoke.
"I heard him say something."
According to this dragon man, the 3 Gita people did not find Charlie in the royal capital of Southern Rodent at the beginning. Later, I heard from the Prime Minister of the royal capital that His Majesty Charles went to the battlefield in person. So he hurried over that day. Later, it was discovered that the Knights of the Iron Wall were facing the coalition of nobles alone. Seeing that it was okay, the 3-headed dragon came down directly and took a mouthful of dragon flames. Chapter 666, The Great Uncle Charlie I. With the support of these 3-headed dragons, the so-called coalition of nobles was completely defeated. Now, many nobles believe that Charlie is a dragon knight with the help of a real dragon. Therefore, although the entire war is not completely over yet, in this battle, the lords captured by Charlie have basically surrendered. After listening to the dragon man's description, George nodded. He knew that except for the 2 superpowers, the Holy Empire and the Moon Country, the rest of the South were all weak and small countries. Since they have not been baptized by nomads, they have not been baptized by the Doomsday. Therefore, the power of the Dragon Clan in this kind of battle is decisive, even more terrifying than that Black Devil. If the troops of these countries do not allow Charlie to train properly, they may face the same situation when facing the demons in the future. After listening, George flipped through the Book of Dawn. Then he followed the area where the Black Dragon messengers had walked and turned to the South Rodent side. Now, in a large city on the border of South Rodent, there are 2 bright spots. I think this war should have come to an end for the time being. The role played by these black dragons on the battlefield is extremely terrifying to the militia forces of the lords of those small countries. George always felt that the situation Charlie was encountering now was likely to have a lot to do with the lurkers in the Holy Court adding fuel to the fire, because that area is located in the southeast of the Holy Empire. Its geographical location is very important.
Once it is controlled by a large number of cultists, the impact will be very terrifying. It is very likely that no one will have time to take care of it. Next, become another Rodent-Ease territory. And if a large number of sources of disaster appear in that area when the demons attack Elda, Landry, and Jinjin Mountain, then the Kingdom of the Moon will have no time to support the North. And the Holy Empire will also be in dire straits. It is very likely that Jinjin Mountain will be destroyed without any attack. Thinking of this, George couldn't help but turn the pages of the book and looked over to Volpe. George flipped through the pages of the book again, and found that Volpe was still in the Holy Court South Rodent. He had probably never been there much. And he probably didn't participate in this war. But one thing that is certain is that Volpe still believes in the light of dawn. Otherwise, he would not be seen in the book. But what made George feel a little strange? Although Charlie is an outsider. But he has many elites who have experienced the battle in Biswi City. Although there are only 70,000 to 80,000 regular troops, there are countless militiamen. He brought many refugees with him. So when he goes there, in the eyes of various small countries, he is like a super boss. Therefore, it is too late for various small countries to provide for him. And logically speaking, they should not fight with him. Moreover, the nobles of Rodunk still have many noble relatives. They're the relatives who were sent there by the nobles of Rodunk. Although they had some grievances in the past. But now everyone is a person who has subjugated his country. In addition, Charlie can bring them huge benefits. So it is still very centripetal. And through the relationship between these noble relatives, it is easy to establish relationships with the kings of various small countries. With the level of Charlie and his team of staff, they can easily manipulate these small countries into submission through the art of vertical and horizontal alliances. Unless there is some big force causing trouble. Judging from Charlie's current bad situation, I am afraid that all the small countries have united to deal with him. And there may be troops from big forces secretly participating in this war as mercenary knights. At this time, there was a sudden knock on the door. After the person outside the door received George's response, the housekeeper walked in. "Sir, they are here," the housekeeper said. And two people had already walked in from the door. It was Geta and the human noble. George looked at the human noble and was slightly startled. The gray hair made George unbearable. But this guy recognized George from the crowd at a glance. He came over and gave him a big hug. "Your Highness, it's been a long time no see," Fernando sighed and said. "Charlie asked me to take him to give you my most sincere greetings." Speaking of this, Fernando couldn't help but glance at Salmon. He finally felt that the guy dressed as an attendant, wearing linen, looked very familiar. It had been less than 2 years since they last parted. But this time they met. They felt like they hadn't seen each other in 10 years. In fact, George knew very little about the situation on Charlie's side, except that Charlie and Walp were still alive. So George was extremely happy that the old guy Fernando could escape. After exchanging pleasantries, the two of them sighed deeply. So much has happened in the past 2 years. And George noticed that when Fernando called himself, he said the word Your Highness many times. This made him feel a little confused. The word Your Highness may be more appropriate to use with Sophia. But I am also half of Charlie's younger brother. So I don't know what to think of this, Your Highness. "Your messengers came at the right time," Fernando said. "After we read the letters, I came immediately. In fact, Your Highness, we have sent missions to the valley many times." Fernando shook his head with a sigh in his tone. From George's letters, he knew that the messengers failed to arrive successfully. When talking about the dragon messenger, Fernando briefly described what happened after they separated. That long march was far more difficult than everyone imagined. Too many people died on the road. During Fernando's narration, George couldn't help but think of the conversation he had with Charlie when they parted. And Charlie has always fulfilled that agreement. Charlie led his people to defend Biswi City, buying time for the valley to transfer Rodunk's materials, elite craftsmen, scholars, etc. During his escape, he resisted demons and escorted the refugees to the safe zone in the south. But this safe zone is not safe. It can be said that Charlie took all the most difficult things on himself. He did not hesitate at all when facing the heavy burden on his shoulders. He never thought of leaving the burden of leading people to escape to George. This is a true king. After briefly describing these things, Fernando did not mention the current difficulties in South Rodunk, but talked about some things about North and South Rodunk. After hearing some of what Fernando said, George found that Charlie coincided with many of his own views. Charlie believed that beneath the glorious appearance of the Holy Empire, it was already rotten. In the face of this real doomsday, its fall is only a matter of time. So he wanted to build South Rodunk into an ironclad wall. With Charlie's eyes, He should be able to see that no matter how strong the copper and iron walls are, no matter how strong the copper and iron walls are built in this small southern Rodent, they will eventually fall like the Holy Empire. Southern Rodent, which has just begun to be established, is far inferior to Northern Rodent, which has already matured. Charlie should know that he doesn't have enough time. Everything is in vain. But he did not choose to continue to lead the people to escape, but decided to stay there. Perhaps he has only one purpose in doing this, and that is to buy some time for the Kingdom of the Moon, the Valley of the Northwest Wind, and the entire world in the future, just like what his father Adeline did back then. Fernando didn't say so many things, but from everything Charlie did, George could already see it, but he was far more optimistic than Charlie. Because Charlie is not without a backer. Chapter 667 Prince Regent George. George did not express his position immediately because he heard that Fernando's trip seemed to be about an important matter. So he remained silent and let Fernando finish his words first. In Fernando's words, George could hear that Fernando seemed to want to know his attitude, whether he was still supporting Charlie. Now, in the eyes of outsiders, Rodunk has been divided, and can even be said to have been destroyed. Rodunk in the south now has a crown, while Rodunk in the north has no name. Therefore, many people are still creating topics on this, saying that Duke Yongfeng in the north has established himself as king. This matter means the attitude of various countries towards Charles. So it is very important whether the opinions of the north and the south are unified. George naturally knew the importance to Charlie of whether North and South Rodent were united. In essence, it was George who brought back the crown and recognized the king, and who first suggested that Charles establish a royal capital in the south. George has very complicated feelings about Charlie, his brother-in-law. Although the two didn't spend much time together, Charlie always regarded George, his brother-in-law, as half a brother. And whenever George thinks of Charlie, he will think of Adeline and Linyu. So in George's heart, he actually regards Charlie as his relative. At the same time, Charlie is the only one who can be trusted by George among all the kings in the world. Fernando. George stood up and looked solemn. In my heart, Charlie is my brother and my confidant. If there is a king in this world who is worthy of my allegiance, then it is only His Majesty Charles. There was one sentence that George did not say in his heart. This was the only king he recognized in the world. After George showed his attitude, Fernando nodded. The two brothers had the same idea. No matter what topics those people have been creating, Charlie has always believed that George has never changed his original intention and has been moving forward in the same direction and future with him. Fernando stopped talking nonsense and turned the conversation to the real thing. George, I am not here in person this time to reminisce about old times. At this point, Fernando's expression suddenly became solemn. Now the crown of Rodent has been inherited by His Majesty Charles. But His Majesty has never been able to. Later he had already planned to crown you as a prince, as the crown prince of Rodent. Having said this, Fernando looked at George. George, you should know, the so-called king and throne have no meaning in this period. But there are still many people who value this. This is related to the attitude of various countries and those stupid nobles and lords. Rodent cannot live without a king, and Rodent in the north cannot live without a name. And we should let everyone see that we have always been. It only works as a whole. Having said this, Fernando took out a letter and a seal from his arms. Then, he took off his hat and stroked his chest, knelt down on one knee and solemnly said, Okay. In Rotunk's culture, this courtesy from Fernando was second only to the standard for the king. Ordinary princes would not enjoy this treatment at all. Seeing Fernando's courtesy, a flash of lightning suddenly flashed in George's mind. He suddenly remembered the incident of Prince Red Dragon. Originally, this title was created by Phillips to deceive Jagger and others. And now, Charlie has completely vindicated the name of the nameless northern Rodent in the noble's mouth, the regent. In other words, there is no longer any distinction between North and South Rodent. There are only the southern and northern parts of Rodent. And when Charles dies, Rodent will continue to exist forever. Because the crown prince of Rodent, Charles's brother regent, will inherit his crown. George suddenly understood why Fernando came in person to care for Charlie. He solemnly took the seal, and the tears in his eyes could not stop falling. His grandma, do you think that you will definitely die? Your supporter has arrived. Perhaps. Charlie believed that no matter how many troops there were in the valley, water could not quench his thirst. But George had a different point of view on this matter. George already had a plan on how to solve Charlie's problem. He and his staff had been working on this plan for a long time. And this plan was not formulated solely for Charlie. But this plan can completely solve all the dilemmas for Charlie. However, he was not in a hurry to discuss it with Fernando, but first asked a few things to confirm the situation. so that you can make targeted adjustments to your plan. George first asked about Volpe. From Fernando's answer, George learned that Volpe had completely cut off his relationship with Charlie and others, and plunged into the lurker side. The only thing that made Charlie happy was that this guy Volpe was currently, he has not yet participated in the battle in southern Rodink. Perhaps in the eyes of the lurkers, the little southern Rodink is not worthy of their attention at all, its demise is already doomed. Volpe, I hope you can keep your heart. That muddy water is not so easy to stir up. If you are not careful, you will fall into the quagmire. After shaking his head, George put the matter down and asked, I heard that Lord Treasure heard that Jillian has become the regent, and he also helped Charlie a lot? Indeed, Your Highness, Fernando said. The incident in Blue Water City had a great impact on the old king, Landry. After that, he fell ill and retreated to the second line, you know. They originally planned to annihilate how to carve up Rodink after the Kuroshio. So there is really no shortage of capital. Hearing this, George couldn't help but secretly shook his head. Most of that capital was obtained by this guy Fernando. During the more than half a year that George stayed at the Blue Water Palace, he was the most critical node that the three parties were fighting for. He often used the nobles of Leiden and Landry to make false accounts for Fernando and Duke Adeline. And in the end, not only these capitals, but also many of Landry's noble troops died in Biswee City. Therefore, Landry's old king indeed lost his capital and his wife this time. Therefore, amid the angry appeals of Landry's nobles, the old king's resignation was inevitable. And those nobles who carved up the Rodent faction were bound to be completely crushed by another new faction of nobles, who took advantage of the opportunity. After the old king stepped back, he left it to his two sons to show off their talents. Fernando continued. To be honest, this situation is extremely rare in history. But the nobles of Landry, after seeing the devil in the north, they are now united. Jillian and his brother have also completely abandoned their past feud and are working together to deal with the outside world now. Jillian is mainly responsible for the entire Landry navy. These two brothers, who have been fighting for the throne for many years, now completely trust each other. Unfortunately, it is already a little late. However, judging from Jillian's attitude in the letter, he will definitely be involved in the plan this time. It can be considered as a way to make up for the situation. But in the end, whether Landry will be like Rodunk's Eastland, in addition to everyone working together, I'm afraid it also depends on luck. Chapter 668, Borrowing the Dragon. From Fernando's narration, George learned that Jillian was not only very helpful to Nanrodunk, but also secretly transferred a lot of the royal family's property to Nanrodunk, which was actually an investment. Jillian's fleet also helped Charlie fight a war and expanded the land to the coast. And this land is now allocated to Landry's royal family as an enclave of the royal family, so they don't put all their eggs in one basket. But it's a pity that these sea coachmen don't know that there will be a terrible tsunami in this world. Recently, Charlie is fighting with surrounding countries, judging from the mentality of those southern nobles and the interference of lurkers. I am afraid that war is the only way to end the war. If the surrounding area is unified by Charles, the land area will be 4 million square kilometers. Not only is this the rear area of the Holy Empire, but also in the future, if the demons really break through the Holy Empire, this deep area on Charlie's side will. It is indeed enough to cooperate with the Kingdom of the Moon and draw the demons into another protracted war. But at the same time, because there are many countries and the geography is complex, therefore, it is far more suitable as a disaster location than the Holy Empire. It all depends on whether Avery and the others can reach out to those small countries and remove the nails of disaster just like they did in the Holy Empire, unplugged one by one. So in the final analysis, the situation on Charlie's side is actually a competition between the good and evil forces in the Holy Court. In the view of Avery and others, the place must be cleaned up. Disasters cannot occur. Otherwise, once the demons launch a general attack, the place will suddenly explode. Then don't talk about a protracted war. Even the Kingdom of the Moon will be unable to fully support the Holy Empire because of the disaster that broke out there. Therefore, once Charlie is finished, the Holy Empire and the Moon Kingdom will all have to stop. Therefore, Avery and others are extremely hopeful that they can completely nip the disaster in that area in the cradle, even if it is detonated in advance. It will be much better. Charlie was the hand extended by Avery and others. His arrival could be said to mess up the plans of the lurkers. The strength of this group of people is comparable to that of a Superstaff Knights Templar. Unless the demons show up, there is no way to defeat them. But if the devil appears, then not only will all the small countries unite to stand on Charlie's side, but the Holy Court will also take advantage of the period when the Violet Devils are preparing for the war, and send the Judgment Knights of the Inquisition to sort out the South. So now the lurkers are relying on pushing various small countries to unite against Charlie, and secretly sending troops to join these small countries to clean up Charlie. And outsider human beings can kill each other for the sake of justice. Therefore, in the eyes of those who still cannot see clearly the current doomsday situation and believe that the Northern Devil must be destroyed, Charlie is a bad guy. Even those who see the situation clearly can't tell which side is righteous between Charlie and those small countries, and which side is the believer of the devil. Therefore, the Kingdom of the Moon has not taken action. And because some of their subordinate countries were there, some nobles also called for help to those small countries. Their reason is that if there is real reunification there, it will not be a good thing for either the Moon Country or the nobles of the Moon Country. Her Majesty the Queen of the Moon Kingdom did not agree with this matter. She had met with Charlie, and she felt that these heroes who had resisted the northern demons were trustworthy. I also believe that this king is not launching a unification war over there for personal gain. But it is a pity that the nobles of the entire Moon Kingdom think that the so-called doomsday is nonsense. The devils in the north have been beaten by the Holy Court and dare not move. It is only a matter of time before the Black Tide is eradicated. This view is partly due to the low profile of the demons. They have only made serious moves against Sanctuary and Blue Water City so far. The fall of Bisui City can be attributed to the freezing of the river, and the war in the Sanctuary is unknown to outsiders and does not believe it. On the other hand, it is also related to the capricious attitude of the Holy Court. The two parties have been fighting openly and secretly. Each leader said something different. Therefore, the competition between good and evil has entered a fierce stage. In this competition, whether it is the small country on Avery's side, or the lurkers, or the Moon Country, they are actually just outsiders. They don't care about the so-called devil at all. Because in the hearts of these small countries, the Holy Court is invincible. They only focus on their own interests, whichever side wins. Anyway, Avery and the lurkers all represent the Holy Court. Whoever wins is righteous. The Dragon Clan's sudden attack was considered a big chess piece. Many outsiders have fallen over now. Avery and the others took this opportunity to win over many bishops from various small countries. Only a few stubborn small countries are still causing trouble with the support of lurkers. But the situation is also very delicate. This competition is gradually turning from light to dark. Now everyone hopes that the disaster can be brought out in advance. But the cultists are calm. This made Charlie and the others panic, because this shows that there are a large number of cultists and lurkers in the country. That's why they have no fear of winning or losing the apparent war. Therefore, whether it is to completely win the victory of the human civil war or to clean up after victory, it is extremely important. Ending the civil war as soon as possible will buy more time, and the degree of cleanup of cultists in various countries after the war will mean the degree of chaos within the south when the demons move south in large numbers. After Fernando told the whole situation, he began to plead guilty to George because the current period was critical. George's important assistants were retained, but he promised that the two noble black dragons would come back within a week. In fact, it is the most critical period. How can it be done in a week? And even if all the small countries surrendered, they became the principalities of Rodunk. This is just the apparent stabilization of the situation. The real secret war has just begun. In this secret fight, Avery and his Judgment Knights can indeed be of great help. But without these dragons to hold them down, the situation in this secret contest would be difficult to predict. But in the eyes of Fernando and the others, these three black dragons are probably the top combat power of the shelter. So Fernando and the others were worried that if they borrowed both ends at once, George would be reluctant to part with them. Therefore, Fernando used a little trick of retreating to advance. He did not mention the intention of borrowing a few more days, but just made their difficulties clear. He believed that after George learned about the situation, he would leave the two dragons with them for a while.
How can a week be enough? Fernando, those small countries have support, and Charlie is not without people behind him. Let them stay for a while. Otherwise, those wallflowers will jump up again after seeing the dragon gone.
Here, George stretched out his hand, randomly named 8 nobles in the semi-study and said,
7 of you, go over together.
Fernando turned his head in surprise, and then saw the 7 nobles bowing. And then the 7 nobles followed Gerda and jumped out of the window. Immediately afterwards, Fernando was stunned and saw 8 giant dragons rising straight into the sky. Chapter 669 Big Shot. Teleportation Network. In George's mind, Charlie's territory is a very important place, because this place will be at horns with the Moon Country in the future. What's more, even if there was no such reason, he would not ignore Charlie. At present, Sanctuary does not need so many dragons. And if Charlie's side develops well, whether it is Sanctuary or the Holy Empire, there will be little pressure in the future.
How can a week be enough? Fernando,
George said.
Charlie needs the support of these black dragons. Otherwise the gang of wallflowers will definitely jump up again after seeing the dragons gone. So let them stay for a while.
Fernando did not expect George to agree so readily. So after hearing George's promise, he was both excited and touched. What's exciting is that with those two dragons here, the battle situation in southern Rodent will stabilize soon. Although these two dragons alone were not enough to make all the surrounding small countries surrender, they were enough to create a truce. By then, they will also have time to clean up the lurkers and cultists currently on their territory. What was touching was that my side had borrowed two of these three-headed dragons at once. So the other side of the valley would definitely be under a lot of pressure.
Your Highness, don't worry. We will definitely let them return after the war situation stabilizes. No need, I said. Let them all stay over there.
At this point, George stretched out his hand and nodded 7 more people, and said,
And Gerda, the 8 of you should follow. You 10 just stay there personally. 10 people?
Fernando was slightly stunned.
Yes.
George nodded and said,
Don't worry, Fernando. The number of lurkers in various small countries will not be as serious as you imagine. The demons did not expect that the initial suppression of Sword Mountain Blitzkrieg would end up because of it turned into a protracted war because of the King of Kins and Blue Water City. So all the deployments were aimed at that Blitz war. Therefore, they had no time to make too many deployments in those small countries. These 10 dragons are all young people. Those above the dragon are comparable to the bosses on the devil's side. And whether they are intimidating power, Aoi cough cough, or dragon breath, they are more terrifying than the Balrog. It is enough to tip the balance of this secret battle. Completely tilted. As long as they are here, the source of disaster on Charlie's side cannot be overturned.
When George said this, Gerda had already jumped out of the window with 7 dragon men. Then, while Fernando was stunned, they turned into huge black dragons and soared into the sky.
Introduction. Fernando.
With that, George stood up. Then, Fernando saw George extending his hand to a nobleman not far away. The nobleman had black hair and black eyes, and had an extraordinary bearing. After Fernando came in, he had quietly looked at him many times in this room. All the nobles except the Knight of Dawn respected him extremely. Apparently he was of average quality. This guy has a daughter. She looks about 12 or 13 years old. It seems that he is afraid that she will disturb the adults' conversation. So he has been playing with his daughter not far away. At this time, after George looked at the noble immediately came over with Malim, bowed to George, and then nodded reservedly towards Fernando.
Fernando, this is the father of Baron Gerda, Duke Ninofali.
As he spoke, George touched Malim's little head again and introduced like a big brother.
This is Shia's Gedesant, Her Highness the Raffle Princess. The two of them are the leaders of the Dragon Clan. I can send so many people to help Charlie, so you have to thank them 2 more.
As George spoke, the nobles in the hall all bowed their heads and paid tribute. Fernando looked dizzy at the nobles, and then looked at the Duke Ninofari in front of him in surprise. He suddenly realized that these people were not nobles at all, but real dragons. The person supported by the true dragon is not in the east, but right in front of you. Because George had been busy talking to Fernando before, George had not had time to introduce the people around him to Fernando. So he took this opportunity to introduce everyone to Fernando.
This is Count Palos, the chief palace wizard of the Moon Country.
Palos bowed slightly. Fernando looked at the legendary Count with a shocked expression. He knew this man's name very well. They and their group tried every possible means to get in touch with this old guy. Because there are 3 major forces in the Moon Kingdom. And this old guy represents one of them, the mentor of Her Majesty Queen Theodoric of the Moon Kingdom. Her Majesty the Queen treats the Earl as her own father. And the disciples of this Earl are all over the Moon Kingdom. Therefore, as long as we pull this old guy over, we will pull over 1/3 of the Moon Kingdom. It's enough to have a huge impact on the current situation in southern Rodent. Fernando had done a lot of research on this legendary wizard before. It was rumored that he was over 300 years old, and his grandfather was a famous Red Archbishop in the Holy Court. The reputation of this Cardinal Archbishop is even more famous than that of his grandson, and it will definitely be recorded in the history books because he almost became the Pope. But now, I'm afraid none of this information will be used. This guy seems to have entered George's staff.
This is Count Salmon from Kanglin.
Salmon bowed slightly. The name Salmon struck a chord with Fernando, no matter it was the Public Assistance Association or all the businessmen in the world. No one knew the name of the Kanglan family. This is not just because the Kanglan family is one of the 3 richest people in the world. It's also because the eldest son of Duke Kanglan is in charge of the Kanglan Chamber of Commerce. Whoever wants something must look at the boss's face. Because this guy controls the entire Southern Wilderness tribe. No Chamber of Commerce can travel back and forth between the East and the West without Kanglan's consent. And among the senior officials of the Public Assistance Association, there is a mysterious rumor the core of the Public Assistance Association is in Kanglan. After Fernando listened to George's introduction to Salmon, he saw George pulling over a tall female knight attendant beside him. The female knight has the face of an angel, and every move she makes is very elegant. But her height was terrifying. Fernando originally thought she was Alexander's biological sister. George patted Bonna's waist, it was too high, and introduced him solemnly.
This is Her Royal Highness Princess Bonna. Miss Bonna is the guardian of all the ladies in our caravan, all the way from the southern wasteland for this success. I would also like to thank Miss Bonna. And this time she went with me to the Kingdom of the Moon. Representing the 8 major tribes of the Southern Wilderness, she is the chief of the Buck tribe, the niece of the Sun King, Ava Lee's cousin.
Bonna nodded slightly in greeting. As George said, her mission with the caravan was not just to act as a bodyguard. He also has the important responsibility of representing Southern Wasteland and Moon Country for further peace talks. During George's introduction duties, Fernando couldn't help but feel numb all over. He looked at the members of the caravan again, and suddenly realized that this was not a caravan, but a super mission of huge scale. Among this mission, there are representatives of 4 countries and forces from all directions. And each of the representatives of the 4 forces has the power to influence the development of the world. No, it's not the 4 forces, but the 5 forces that Northern Rodonk has long become an important force that can influence the direction of the entire world. And the region of Rodonk in front of him is the leader of all these forces. He couldn't imagine how the region brought these forces together, maybe just like when he went to Biswi City. Wherever he went, people would follow him unknowingly. None of the people introduced by George were simple-minded, except for Xiao Malim. So when everyone saw how George introduced the caravan, they knew that before the visit to the Moon Country was completed, the boss might not planning to let his old friend go. So the human spirit Nanofari spoke first and brought up the topic.
Your Excellency Count Fernando, since you are here, please stay for a few more days and have a good time with His Highness. You don't have to talk about the situation with His Majesty the King. Don't worry. We will come back again. When you want to leave, we will take you back at any time.
After hearing this, George nodded and said,
Fernando, you really should stay a few more days. This time, I am going to visit the Kingdom of the Moon, and you just happen to go with me to talk about the topics you previously communicated with her. Let me mention it again. Those small countries have the support of the Holy Empire, and we, Southern Rodonk, should naturally strive to gain another backer.
George felt that although the shelter could not quench the thirst of the near, if the Moon Kingdom took action, the situation in South Rodonk would be completely stable. The attitude of the Moon Kingdom was extremely important to the Holy Court. This country can determine the attitude of those interests in the Holy Court. Is Charlie's battle and Avery's assertion just or evil? The Kingdom of the Moon has the final word. At that time, even if some people in the Holy Court want to challenge Avery, they will not be able to make any waves in this general trend. In this matter, there should be a representative from Charlie's side. As for himself, he naturally represents Avery. This place is not that far from the Holy Court. The Black Dragon only needs to fly to a certain no man's land in the Holy Empire, and then through Salmon's relationship and the channels of the Public Assistance Association, it's easy to send a letter unnoticed. At that time, Avery only needs to send one person over, and everything will be justified. This time, representatives from Rodonk George, Holy Court Nusek George, Small Country Federation Fernando, Elda Salmon, Southern Wilderness Bonna, and Landry, Prince Jumbo, are considered gathering in the Kingdom of the Moon. George believed that he would be able to have a good talk with Her Majesty the Queen. And those arrogant nobles of the Moon Kingdom should weigh the tsunami thing this time with the opinions of these representatives, and the rumors spread by Irene's men. Even if the tsunami thing is false, it's going to become real. However, the whirlpool stirred up in the Kingdom of the Moon this time will definitely be turned upside down. The lurkers will certainly not stand idly by. Therefore, George believed that in the Kingdom of the Moon, he might have to have a real fight with the lurkers of the Holy Court. After some discussion, everyone had their meal and took a short rest. Fernando was extremely capable. By the end of the meal, he had already digested what George had told him. He temporarily joined George's staff team. After having a meal, he went to a certain place with Irene, Ninofari, Palos, Brenda, Daphne, these 5 were the main members of the staff team, and others. Discussions began in the study room. As for George, he read the reports from Redman, a native of Kashgar, and the Palos housekeeper. Met with several more students from Palos. The Kingdom of the Moon has a large number of high-level talents, equipment, and materials. And this place is also the only area that has not been greatly affected by the fog. Food and other supplies are very abundant through the channels of Palos. These things can be settled first. In fact, there are 2 most important things for George and the others at present. One is the research and development base of the temple, and the other is the war center of the sanctuary. The research and development base does not require too many supplies. The main need is for the war center. Elda and sanctuary will soon go to war, and supplies will be extremely important in the future war. Ever since George came out of the temple, he had planned to build a transportation network. In Garvey's words, fighting is actually about logistics. According to the construction progress, a portal will be established between the crater and the shelter in less than a month. If manpower and resources are sufficient, each branch base will be built at a rate of 1 per month. And through this transportation network, the troops in the shelter will be able to support various places anytime and anywhere. From the perspective of transporting materials, even if only the temple can be built in the near future, it will be able to completely connect the 2 farthest places, the sanctuary and the moon country, and even from the capital of the Kingdom of the Moon to the territory of Palos. It only takes a week by water. It takes 7.5 days to transport it to the crater via silver shuttle. Once the supplies arrived at the crater, they arrived at the shelter, and from the sanctuary to Elda Swan Marsh. Whether it is air transportation or water transportation, it is also very fast. After the portal is established in the Wizard Tower in this outpost, the transport ship from the Moon Kingdom will be unloading directly at the dock of the sanctuary after arriving here. Now Elda and sanctuary are both in short supply. One is lack of food, and the other is lack of advanced armor. Neither Dome Eagle's food base nor Elda's various workshops can provide optimal satisfaction before the war. But if the various workshops in the Kingdom of the Moon operate at full speed, they can provide great supplements. Therefore, George is now supporting the pod getting rice from the Kingdom of the Moon. Today, he will set off to the Kingdom of the Moon to work on this matter. Chapter 670 Selling Dragon Goods. After George finished doing these things, he and Ibrahimovic wandered around the workshop area below the castle. This area of the castle is semi-open to the outside world in addition to the servants and workers in the castle. There are many vassals lingering here. And because there are always things made by wizards and apprentices here, it is very lively here. Those guys who had some connections with the people around Palos were all trying to come here to buy something. However, recently, this area has been completely open to the outside world, and many chambers of commerce and adventurers have come here. The roads here are very muddy due to the crowds, and the blacksmiths are sweating profusely. There are also many machines on the roadside that are being maintained by the craftsmen. George also saw many land boats being maintained. These land crafts don't seem to have any family emblems. And the customers who look at the land crafts here are full of anger. Without even thinking about it, George knew that those guys were the Black Sail pirates under Palos. To put it bluntly, this relatively free town is a pirate den. After walking around, George also saw many wizards and apprentices exchanging magic, notes, and manuscripts. On the front desk of the announcement hall, there are many tasks posted by wizards, because this place not only belongs to the tropical rainforest area, but also near the banks of the Star River. All kinds of magic potions are very abundant. Occasionally, there will be some monsters that escape from the crater. So wizards usually take this opportunity and issue some tasks. Most of these tasks are carried out by apprentices. On the one hand, it is to give them experience. On the other hand, although ordinary adventurers can also clean up monsters, they do not have as much knowledge as apprentices and have difficulty identifying potions. After looking for a while, George saw the stores that specialized in selling dragon goods. Some were for black dragons and emerald dragons, and some were for subspecies of dragons. Those subspecies of dragons are a lower level of dragons than black dragons and emerald dragons. They are already very rare on the mainland, but there are too many in the crater, and is something from the black and emerald dragon recipes. They also have magical elements, and entrails, hides and bones are extremely valuable to wizards. The dragon goods related to the Jasper Steel Spine are the same as these subspecies dragons, but the price is more than 10 times higher. And now the prices are getting higher and higher by buyers, especially dragon liver, which is needed for many ancient high-level magic potions. As for black dragons, they are all fossils such as dragon eggs, or dragon dung, horns, nails, and dragon companions. George and the others did not sell the body parts of these two dragons. On the one hand, this was too wasteful. And on the other hand, it was somewhat disrespectful to the Duke and Malim. Among these dragon goods, there are also some dinosaurs. These dragon goods are somewhat meant to cheat money. But as pets of wizards, they are extremely popular. Now, among these mysterious cabins, there are crowds of people at the door. And many wizards from the academy have come to watch the fun. In addition, in this entire area, if you want to buy such high-end goods, you must use magic stones and empty magic stones. The change in the store is in gold and silver currency. The price of the void magic stone is the same as that of ordinary gemstones. 10 silver foxes per carat. 2 carats of 30 silver fox. 3 carats of 90 silver fox. And 3 carats and above. It all depends on the quality. Prices are rising exponentially. The pigeon egg gifted by Nino Fari on George's waist weighs about 10 carats. If a void magic stone of this quality were sold on the market, it would be enough to buy a manor. It can be said to be priceless. So gems are very expensive. In future wars, the bigger the battery, the better. And this is not only the view of Sanctuary, but also the nobles and wizards of the Moon Kingdom. They all regard those big gems as strategic materials. After all, no matter whether the magic stone still has energy or not, it can continue to be used after it is charged. So money alone is useless. Real strategic materials cannot be bought with money, but the dragon goods can make them take out all these gems happily. Seeing this, George couldn't help but feel slightly satisfied. The efficiency of the butler and Redman was pretty good. This policy should have been issued recently, because during the war, a large amount of magic stones were needed. So these two people used goods that others did not have to concentrate the magic stones on the market. In fact, the Kingdom of the Moon uses more magic stones. Most of the magic stones from all over the world will eventually flow here. But generally speaking, each store specializes in acquiring this kind of thing, rather than using it in transactions. After all, this thing is rechargeable. After charging, as long as it is sold to other countries outside, the price can often increase tenfold. Therefore, generally speaking, large chambers of commerce with magic hubs, or adventurers who are related to these large chambers of commerce, will generally keep empty magic stones in their hands. But because there are many high-end goods in Palos that are not available outside, it is very suitable to use this method to acquire magic stones. George asked the shop assistants, who sold dragon products, and heard that some chambers of commerce had recently organized groups to come. There are also plans to organize an auction in the castle. The auction item will be some dragon eggs. These plans were actually made by Brenda and the others when they were in the crater. They would first remove the fossilized dragon eggs that could not be hatched from the crater, and then gradually sell some of the dragon eggs that were difficult to hatch. Finally, those inferior young dragons will flow into the market. As for this kind of auction, if buyers want to buy what they want, they cannot use currency entirely. Instead, use materials of equal value. These supplies will eventually flow into Elda and Sanctuary. After walking around, George saw the servant who came to call him. I learned that the meeting with Brenda and the others had ended. So he returned to the castle, changed his clothes with everyone, and prepared to enter the Kingdom of the Moon as a student and friend of Palos. Otherwise, when this envoy arrives at the Moon King's capital, the lurkers in the Holy Court will explode after receiving the news. Although this is a matter of time. The later the group finds out, the more obstacles they will have in meeting the Queen this time. The smaller the stool. Then everyone went directly to the castle's workshop and checked the status of the vehicles. Thanks to the craftsmanship of Moon Country craftsmen, the maintenance of the caravan vehicles was much faster than George and others expected. After checking the vehicle, Jerry Jones, who was holding the wind shuttle, was completely replaced by the magic stone. Now, the wind shuttle no longer needs to use Jerry Jones to save the cost of mana consumption. It's time to restore its original functionality. Although the wind shuttle has 2 more magic stone slots than the land shuttle, it consumes 20% more. But the Fengxing shuttle was able to consume all the magic stones at the critical moment and fly 2 kilometers away. After checking the vehicles, the caravan headed to the dock. During the next journey to the Moon Country, George did not plan to use the silver shuttle again. Otherwise, if the Moon Country checked, it would be found that the caravan had passed 0 places, which would cause a lot of trouble. This is already the border of the Kingdom of the Moon. And from the castle of Palos, follow the River of Stars to the east, and walk a little further to the famous world wonder Ariadne's Vale, that retrograde waterfall. If the River of Stars is an inland sea, then this waterfall is the mouth of a sea. It is also the boundary between salt water and fresh water. Occasionally, at the mouth of the sea, there will be a tidal phenomenon. And at this time, the water will flow backwards. According to the predictions of the wizards, the tide will be in these 2 days. So the reason why everyone is in a hurry is to take a look at the wonderful scene. Judging from the distance, after passing that wonder, we can reach the Moon City in less than a week. On the pier, George and others followed the dragons and found the ship's 3 three-masted sailing ships. There are also a dozen frigates, and together they are considered a medium-sized armed merchant group in the Moon Kingdom. If the Kingdom of the Moon wants to go to war and requisition these ships, then these armed merchant ships can be used as warships with a little modification. These armed merchant ships were actually hired by the dragons through Irene's channels. In other words, these ships belong to the Public Assistance Association. Chapter 671 Overlord of the Sea. This time, George finally had the opportunity to take a closer look. When George saw Duke Jumbo's ship, he was already a little amazed by the development of the world's oceans. If the ships of Western countries are still in the medieval era, then Landry's ships are already have reached the colonial era of the 17th century. And the ships of the Moon Kingdom are more than a century more advanced than Landry. The ships of the Kingdom of the Moon already have a complete system, and are strictly classified according to guns, decks and displacement. The division of Elda's ships still remains based on volume. The carrying capacity is also very different. Erda's 1,000 material ship can carry up to 300 to 400 tons of cargo, while a random 3-masted ship in the Moon Kingdom can carry 400 to 800 tons of cargo. Spanish galleons were even more advanced. As for the large sailing ship of the Moon Kingdom, it has been loaded with a lot of metal decks, and its displacement has reached more than 1,000 tons. These 3 ships are all about 600 tons, which can only be regarded as medium in the Moon Kingdom. But wherever it is placed, it is still a giant on the sea. Leiden's ships are twice as small in front of them, and George discovered that the cannons used on these ships were not bronze cannons, but steel cannons. The thickness of the bore walls also varies greatly. The chamber walls of these ships' guns were almost as wide as the palm of your hand. Elda's cannons only have 1 finger, which is like a layer of skin compared to the Moon Kingdom's cannons. Moreover, the appearance of these artillery pieces is as bright as a mirror. They are obviously not clay-molded cannons, but solid drilled and bored pieces. Even the workshops that George had just developed in Dome Eagle were not yet up to this level. Elda's cannons and New Kingdom's cannons are not products of the same era at all, just like the British Army and the Qing Army. If there were a fight, let alone the issue of the Elda cannon's explosive chamber, the range, rate of fire, and accuracy would all be very different. They would only get beaten. In addition, George also discovered that these armed merchant ships were also equipped with mini land ships, and each large ship was equipped with 10 to 15 ships. According to the sailors, the land boats on the Moon Kingdom warships are truly complete. They can run extremely fast on the water, are equipped with small steel cannons, and can fly more than 10 meters high for a short period of time, and can directly use to log into enemy warships. It is said that the Moon Kingdom is studying a very large ship. It will be fully equipped with land boats and use wolf tactics in war.
Is it made of all steel?
George couldn't help but ask.
I don't know,
said the bosun.
But I think that if the Moon Kingdom goes to war with other countries, there will be no need for steel ships. These ships with steel armor are enough. Currently only Lon Deli's main fleet can pose some threat to the Moon Kingdom's warships. But after the fog, Landry has also given up artillery. Their ship is in the fog, and the detection range of our ship is not as far as ours, let alone aimed.
George nodded. He had heard from Leiden before that the ships in the Moon Kingdom carrying special magic arrays could see the ships in the fog in the display of the magic disc. Those ships were red. You can easily calculate distance, speed and other parameters based on proportions. Wind direction and wind speed are even easier to identify. Therefore, it is only necessary to equip an experienced artillery commander, and based on the calculations of his deputies, he can command the artillery crews and rely on the number of naval guns to hit the enemy in this fog with their eyes closed. It's still very raw though, and a little bit punk. But this kind of fleet is still invincible on the foggy sea. As for the Moon Country, the biggest enemies in the world are Landry's pirates. Jillian is the leader of these pirates. His ships even often plundered large consortiums escorted by the Moon Kingdom fleet. George remembered that Jillian's fleet could also sail easily in the fog. It can also detect rocks at sea. After all, for Landry, the most terrifying and common thing on the sea is not the fleet of the Moon Kingdom. They are across the sea from the eastern border of Rodunk. Before the fall of the royal capital of Rodunk, they then started to encounter all kinds of strange things at sea. Therefore, although there is still a gap between Landry and the Moon Kingdom in terms of artillery. Several of Landry's secret paints can make the Moon Kingdom ships difficult to detect. Moreover, Landry's sailors are experienced, and the ship is frighteningly fast. Therefore, when fighting against, Landry's fleet was like the rangers of the southern wilderness, often able to fool the Moon Kingdom around. In Paulos's account, George learned about the differences in the development of maritime technology between the two countries.
Your Highness,
Para said,
in recent years, the Moon Kingdom ships have mainly developed in the direction of defending against ghosts. On this sea, the most terrifying thing is not these warships, but those ghost ships. They don't have to be big at all, and they're not sinkable at all.
The demons had begun to plunder ships and use them to transform ghost ships many years ago. Compared to the Moon Kingdom, Landry encountered more such weird things. George had seen the power of these ghost ships with his own eyes. As long as those ghosts fly to the enemy's ship and pass through the crew members, they will all die.
How is Landry's fleet doing in this regard?
George couldn't help but ask. Landry and Moon Country are both maritime hegemons, but their development directions seem to be different. The maritime environments of the two countries are very different. If it weren't for the Moon Kingdom, he would often have to fight with Landry, and would also often go to the Forbidden Sanctuary. I'm afraid I won't study too much technology related to fog.
They are not entirely using technology,
Bosun Dao said,
but judging from the situation in the past few years, they are more powerful than the Moon Kingdom in dealing with ghost ships. Landry's fleet can often trick ghost ships. It's spinning around. In the past 2 years, judging from the intelligence on the frontal battlefield, Landry has also made a lot of achievements, although they have very few wizards. So things like magic hub technology are not as developed in Landry as in the Moon Kingdom. But because they have the best relationship with the Holy Empire, so they have many priests. And Landry's experience in dealing with ghost ships is unparalleled. They seem to have information on all demon ships and understand the weaknesses and flaws of all sea demons. Even those dead-haired banshees can be easily dealt with.
George nodded, knowing that the guy had used all the information he had left for Jillian in the past few years. Back then, a group of them overturned the shipyard in Darkins. Dakin's laboratory was also turned upside down by them. The technical level of the demons in the lava purgatory at sea is almost zero. Therefore, the maritime technology of Aloysius and the others actually came from the Netherworld and the ancient Landry, the Ghost Sea General. He is Landry's ancient sea king, the Devil Sailor, and he was basically trained by him. Many documents in the hands of demons have now been burned. I don't know if the demons have any backup documents after the Nether Sea General took refuge in the Sanctuary. But now the most complete documents are actually in the hands of the Sanctuary and Landry. In addition to these documents, the Parthen birds also taught Landry's navy a good lesson. And Rusgard also left many secret formulas to Jillian. So now Landry's experience in this area is indeed very high. Judging from their records in the past 2 years, their experience in sea battles with demons has become more and more abundant. It can be said that their battle at sea is currently giving the demons a huge headache. However, if Landry falls and the demons annex all Landry's maritime power, then no matter how strong the Moon Kingdom's maritime power is, it will be difficult to resist the demons' new navy. Thinking of this, George shook his head and sighed. By this time, the caravan had completely boarded the ship. Many land speed ships were unloaded, and their slots were directly replaced by wind speed shuttles. Afterwards, the fleet set off at dusk. George stood on the bow of the boat, facing the sea breeze, looking at the sunset on the sea level, and fell into deep thought. Moon Country is actually an important node in supporting Landry. If the two countries unite, they will surely be able to seal off the demons on land and sea as they move south. But unfortunately, the relationship between these two countries has always been extremely poor. They are both maritime hegemons. Landry was a former maritime overlord and even established an empire on which the sun never sets. As for the Kingdom of the Moon, it is the new overlord. Its rise means that the sun no longer sets on Landry. Historically, there have been many grievances between them. Before the fall of the royal capital of Rodunk, the two countries have been fighting at sea. The Holy Court has also been secretly supporting Landry in attacking the Moon Country. During the Battle of the Forbidden Sanctuary many years ago, Landry was a staunch supporter of the Holy Court, while the Moon Country was a 25-year-old, young, so they can be said to be rivals. The deterrent power of the Forbidden Sanctuary prevented the Holy Court from openly punishing the Kingdom of the Moon after its defeat. But these hatreds cannot be forgotten. Now, when Landry is facing life and death, Moon Country occupies a unique geographical location. Therefore, the mentality of Moon Country is very subtle. Therefore, it is not an easy task for the two parties to completely abandon their previous differences and cooperate wholeheartedly. This is not because of hatred, but also because of interest. Judging from Yugua's current attitude, they obviously have the mentality of watching from the other side and profiting from the situation. After all, it's not just the demons who want the Holy Empire to end, but also the magical country of Moon Country. If both Landry and the Holy Empire are finished in this war, the Kingdom of the Moon will become the ultimate winner, and it will be obvious. And those arrogant nobles also firmly believe that as long as they intervene at the end of the war, the demonic and holy empires that have exhausted everything will become the cake in their hands. The entanglement of interests in Bisui City at that time is still vivid in my mind. Its fall was largely due to the competition of interests. Before the battle was over, they were thinking about how to carve up Rodenk in the future. What George fears most is the fall of Bisui City happening again. This time, no matter how hard we try, we can't let those idiots tear each other apart before the end. Chapter 672 Wonders of the World, Star Falls. On the ship. In a certain cabin. Your Highness, the time for tide has come. I learned this today. Palos touched his beard and said with some amazement, I have to say that you are really talented in the language of the Moon Kingdom. I have traveled to many countries, and nobles elsewhere cannot understand their grammar. You should call me boss. I'm used to hearing boss boss. George closed the book and said, the word boss was originally coined by Alexander and Martin. George refused it at first after all. It sounded a bit like a bandit. But now that everyone calls him that, he is a little uncomfortable with the sudden change of title. Damn it! Why does the Moon Kingdom use cuneiform as its language? Soraya closed the book and cursed. These words all look the same. How do the people of the Moon Kingdom tell them apart? After hearing this, George and Irene couldn't help rolling their eyes at Soraya. No wonder people from the Moon Country don't believe in the sun god. But for Merce's sake, the Moon Country also uses common language after all. Normal communication should be no problem. It won't be like Nanwang, where everyone can't understand what they say. In addition, the wizards have a basic understanding of the language of the Moon Kingdom. After all, Anthony is a Byronian, and Byronic language is a required course for wizards. Let's go, everyone, George said in Mandarin. He looked out the window. Outside the window, he had already heard the sound of surging water. That's it for today's class. Let's go see the wonders of the world. Dot. After George finished speaking, those guys who had been napping all became energetic. Everyone neatly packed their things into their desks and followed the boss out of the cabin. As we continue to travel towards the Moon City, we pass more and more tributaries. The water becomes lighter and thinner, and the channel of the River of Stars becomes narrower and narrower. By now, the river channel has become normal width, and the river water has completely turned into fresh water. But even the normal width is 2 kilometers wide, which is the same as the Senas River next to Bisui City. When George and others walked out of the cabin and onto the deck, the first thing they saw was the huge mountain range shrouded in clouds and mist in the distance. Clouds and mist refract sunlight, forming countless rainbow apertures. It is like a huge dam, spanning from the end of the sky in the north to the end of the south. The river flows down the huge mountain range, forming a huge and magnificent waterfall. But the strange thing is that this waterfall is not so fast, but flows slowly just like an ordinary river. At this time, a group of birds flew over the mountain range, and people saw a strange scene. Those birds were flying sideways against the cliffs of the mountain range. They were flying perpendicular to the mountains, and what they saw was the back of the bird, as if they were looking down at the birds from the sky. Under the bodies of those birds on the cliffs of the mountains was covered with green vegetation, like a dense tropical rainforest. If you look carefully, you will also find it. The branch crowns of those trees do not grow upward, but perpendicular to the mountains. It's like the whole world is bent 90 degrees in this mountain range. At this time, the sound of the water flow near the ship suddenly became louder, and the water in the waterfall on the distant mountain gradually stopped flowing. Then the water flow in a section of the middle area actually cut off, exposing the sediment at the bottom of the water flow. The crowd couldn't help but exclaim, and George couldn't help but look around. In fact, there were many other ships around George's ships. Like George's fleet, they have been waiting here for a long time, just to wait for this tide. Many people think that if you happen to catch this tide when crossing the waterfall, the ship will be stranded on the mountain range, but in fact, there are actually ships crossing the mountain range on the tide. But this has never been the case. No strandings occurred in the mountains. However, when crossing the mountains on the tide, it is indeed very scary from the outside. The boat speed will increase many times with the current. But the strange thing is that according to experienced sailors, when the ship passes through the mountains on the tide, There is no sense that the water becomes rough at all. However, it can indeed be seen from the skip scenery on both sides of the river that the speed of the boat has become faster, as if there is an invisible big hand pushing the air, water flow, and boat forward together. In other words, at that tide, things on the river will start to slide in space. As the current in front continued to retreat, the tide gradually came. The water waves near the ship suddenly grew larger. The sailors suddenly sang loudly, climbed up the masts, and lowered the sails. Then, many ships were chasing the waves and sailed towards the mountain range. As they got closer, everyone's perspectives began to change. The whole world seemed to be slowly turned upside down before their eyes. And during the whole process, no one felt any change in gravity, as if they had been traveling on a straight channel. In the end, under their feet were the cliffs of the mountains, and behind them was the overturned horizon. In the waves, George and others excitedly jumped onto the roof of the building boat and looked towards the horizon behind the boat. At this moment, the entire river of stars stood before his eyes, and the river seemed to be falling straight from the sky and down. It was so majestic and vast that it occupied all his vision.
It's so spectacular. Our land turns out to be so big.
Everyone kept discussing in excitement. After George got excited, he also chatted with Palos and others.
Sir, you see? Those white dome buildings are all observation stations established by the Kingdom of the Moon here.
Palos stroked his beard and said,
They have been collecting data here for many years. I have seen many information. But apart from the fact that the magic field here is slightly stronger, no special data was found. Many people suspect that there are some ruins buried in this mountain range, but they have never dared to dig out because they are afraid of damaging the place. If the waterfall suddenly stops flowing, then the most fertile land in the Moon Kingdom will be completely submerged by the Lake of Stars. Yes.
George nodded, looked at Ibrahimovic and asked,
Ibrahimovic, have you retrieved any data?
This is a typical space twisting phenomenon. But dear, Ibrahimovic suddenly said strangely, according to my database, this mountain range already existed before we came to this world. But it has indeed become a lot bigger now. These words made George slightly surprised, because it showed that everything here was not caused by the Kashia people. He couldn't help but look at the earth, mountain cliffs, under his feet. Suddenly, his field of vision widened again, overlooking the entire land. Not long after, he saw a strange energy in the mountains. And then the mountains became transparent before his eyes, allowing him to see the many big objects buried in the mountains. These big objects are scattered throughout the interior of the mountain range. The largest one is larger than the Dawn Light, new ship. But if you look closely, all the fragments are actually fragmented. Even the largest piece was also made up of many small wrecks. His vision kept getting closer, and he carefully observed the wreckage. But he found out strangely that these remains were not the creation of any Kashia people, but more like the fossils of some kind of creature. This mountain range stretches for hundreds of kilometers. If the thing buried there were the remains of a creature, how big would it be? Chapter 673 The Power Gradually Awakens. George woke up from the sage state in shock. He looked at Ibrahimovic with some surprise and asked,
Apart from man-made things, are there any creatures or gods that can create this kind of environment?
It does exist, Ibrahimovic said. Some of our technologies are learned from these creatures, like some special stars. They can collect, restrain and even produce a lot of special energy, and can even sense and collect to foreign matter. Therefore, these creatures can not only sail through curvature, but also avoid being squeezed into pieces by the force of time and space when passing through the unstable wormhole. They are called Leviathans. Some gods call them old gods. Some Leviathans born in certain planets are considered to be planetary wills, but in fact these views are not entirely correct. Because the ancient gods, that is, the evil gods of the three experimental subjects, are far from as powerful as Leviathan, and can only be said to be their descendants. As for the will of the planet, it is the predecessor of the light of the astral world. Most of these Leviathans were born in nebulae or near special stars. But there are also records of being born in planets. But without exception, if these creatures exist in certain galaxies, then that galaxy will definitely be able to give birth to high-dimensional creatures, gods. Some opinions believe that this is just the environment in which Leviathan was born, which is also suitable for the birth of gods. In some cases, higher-dimensional creatures are often born from the remains of Leviathan. Some Leviathans have existed for who knows how many billions of years, older than our civilization, like dinosaurs compared to you humans. According to our previous observations, Leviathan was once born at the birth of this galaxy. I just don't know whether it was successfully born or which star field it wandered to.
He is dead.
George pursed his lips and said, I have seen his remains within this mountain range. It is indeed possible. Wait, how did you see it?
It's that kind of high-dimensional perspective,
George said strangely.
I told you a few days ago, I also had a lot of strange dreams.
He couldn't help but think of those strange dreams he dreamed of Fernando and saw him. I had a dream about a three-headed dragon breathing fire. That must be what happened before Gita and the others returned to the castle. So I saw the future and the past. Therefore, he suspected that even if he absorbed part of the evil god's power, in fact, these powers only had a stimulating effect on his body, thus giving birth to new abilities. He informed Ibrahimovic of these circumstances. This is not something Warnworth can see. George, Ibrahimovic's tone became weird. His psychic properties cannot see time and space fragments. Your performance is that the thing in experimental subject number 3 existed in a world earlier than the 7 gods. With its power, it can indeed see these things.
Experimental subject number 3?
Soraya couldn't help but widen her eyes. She looked at George and said,
Isn't that the evil god?
George couldn't help feeling dizzy.
Xiao. George, take a look at your body to see if there is anything special growing on you,
Soraya said, as she began to touch around George's body. When George heard this, he couldn't help but touch his body immediately. But the location was his pants. Then he felt slightly disappointed and patted Soraya's hand away. As he turned around, George saw Irene. Not far away, the girl was blowing her nose secretly. After discovering that this indecent scene was seen by George, Irene gave him a fierce look. He suddenly remembered that he had had a special dream before dreaming of Ariadne secretly wiping her nose with his sleeve. And this situation happened before he absorbed Warnworth as Godhead. So he doubted whether he had such abilities originally. And after getting the key, he really opened a door in this regard.
No, Ibrahimovic. I have dreamed of a similar situation before,
George told Ibrahimovic about Irene. In addition to experimental subject number 3, there are indeed other cases. The Light of Dawn and the 7 gods can do this. However, the former is more distinctive and clearer than what you see. The latter is actually the same as experimental subject number 3, and it also has some disadvantages. According to Ibrahimovic, the Brick Master, George's ability obviously comes from that evil god. In fact, there is another situation that Ibrahimovic has not mentioned, that is the apocalypse. These comforting words from Ibrahimovic made George even more uneasy.
Will I be okay?
Judging from your current situation, you should be fine. George rolled his eyes fiercely. He suddenly realized that he was asking a quack doctor if the patient is not dead. Then he will be fine. He asked about the more professional personnel Dawn liked. Judging from Dawn's answer, he didn't notice anything unusual about George. He just felt it. George became closer to him. At the same time, the Light of Dawn also felt that his vision became clearer in his nebula. The stars that were once isolated by the fog were slowly establishing connections with him. And this hub is George. George thought that key may indeed have brought him closer to the Light of Dawn. But at the same time, the influence of the evil god should also exist, but judging from Celiac's condition and the current state of the evil god's godhead, although he may have absorbed part of the evil god's power, this power did not cause any trouble under the joint suppression of the two. According to Dawnlight's observation, both Warnworth's power and the evil god's power disappeared after entering George's spiritual world. What was finally born was a new kind of power. This was the same as George's initial guess. These two forces had an impact on his spiritual universe. And finally, under stimulation, a new power was derived. And this kind of power originally existed in Weiwei. Dawnlight believes that the CO and Ibrahimovic are very similar. In a sense, you can indeed be called father and son. Dawnlight said such words, but perhaps because he was worried about something, he did not discuss this topic further. He just said, your specialness cannot be observed by the ancient gods. With the power you have gathered, you cannot be isolated by the ancient gods. At the same time, Soraya, who had been thinking, also spoke.
That's not right,
Soraya said with a strange expression.
I won't say that kind of prophecy. But your god's perspective. The Light of Dawn once showed me this should be his power. George, you are a spokesperson recognized by the Light of Dawn. I wonder if it is that key that completely connects you to him,
so that you can draw on his power?
Having said this, Soraya couldn't help but look at the Book of Dawn on George's waist and said,
the kind of help I had before probably doesn't count. What's the use?
What's the use? Ibrahimovic said, maybe you can use the Vitality Bomb? Chapter 674, the butterfly that disrupts all fate lines. However, this world has been polluted by the faceless men, although the power of Dawn will not be affected. Similarly, in areas where the fog has not been dispelled, the power of thought derived from their hopes cannot be conveyed to you unless you are like me and cannot be disturbed by the faceless men. At the same time, you must have a carrier. Otherwise, your body will not be able to carry that power. In the midst of Ibrahimovic's blow, George nodded and understood he had a big move. He could ignore the fog and gather the power. Everything he saw from God's perspective was not hindered by the fog. But they are still unable to see clearly the power in the hearts of those struggling in the fog. And since George merged with the Godhead, the nebula of the light of dawn can also gradually perceive the stars in the fog through George's perspective. But those stars have not yet been connected to the nebula. George couldn't help but think of the magic lamp in the Golden Kingdom in the prophecy of the sun god. It could collect all spiritual power. According to the records of the Kashia people, this magic lamp was originally created to assist Alpha. Thinking of this, George's expression suddenly became strange. If you get this magic lamp, you might really be able to release the vitality bomb. Would that be a super cleansing fire? At this time, Saraya, who had been deep in thought, suddenly said to Ibrahimovic,
Ibrahimovic, what are the disadvantages of the vision of the 7 gods that you mentioned before?
George was equally interested in this issue. He couldn't help but ask.
Yes, I can see those things now. So what problems will there be when using my vision? What should I pay attention to?
In this kind of observation, what is actually seen is what happens in the bubble universe in the parallel world. It's okay if you are observing past information. As long as you don't come into contact with it, it won't have any impact. We have always looked up history in this way, and we can observe this past information in the black hole. But if what is observed is in the future, there are 2 situations. One is calculated by looking at the string. This has no effect. One is a real observation. This causes collapse. In this kind of real observation, if you realize that the things you see are the real future, they will change, that is, they will collapse. And if you don't realize that's true, the consequences are unknown. So, the more accurate a prediction is, the less accurate it is because it often changes. George asked,
are there no accurate prophecies? Is God able to do this?
Indeed, there are such as astral light. Ibrahimovic said, the dimension of the light of the astral world allows it to exist in all time and space at the same time. In the past and the future, so they are truly immortal and almost unkillable. At the same time, because they themselves are a will born from the universe. As long as they do not tell the results of what they see, the future will not change. Occasionally, we will predict something through the light of the astral world. But there will also be some effects, such as the butterfly effect. George suddenly understood why the light of dawn always talked about it. He could only hint. And this kind of observation also has great disadvantages because it will attract attention. Ibrahimovic said, it is like an ignorant civilization sending the message, I am here, to the outside world. After Saraya and others heard this, their faces were a little ugly obviously. They were once this ignorant person. The one that can truly observe everything, and has fewer drawbacks, is string calculation in theory. It can calculate the future of everything. But it was later classified as a taboo due to an accident and was eventually sealed. Ibrahimovic said, therefore, we do not believe in luck, we believe that everything is determined and determined by fate. Hearing this, George couldn't help but frown. He remembered that when he had just woken up in this world,
the light of dawn once said something to him, all destiny has changed.
Isn't there a butterfly effect in this calculation?
Unless that butterfly comes from the bubble universe, that is not a constant of this universe, not included in the initial calculation results. And if the creatures in the bubble universe of a parallel world are brought into this world, all the fate will be completely changed. No creature or calculation can completely see clearly what they see is not changed. It is what should have happened according to the constants of the past. And it is a false history of the future. It's an illusion. George's expression became strange. Could he be considered a phone creature pulled into this world by the light of dawn? At this time, Ibrahimovic suddenly sighed. Quietly tell you a secret, I am actually a kind of phone creature. I am somewhere between existence and non-existence, unobservable by the faceless ones. The moment I came into this world, the fate of this world had changed. I was the savior. This is the mission of the revealed ones. There is one thing that Ibrahimovic hasn't said, yet it can kill things that can't be killed in all time and space. For example, the light of the astral world, or the so-called ancient god, the faceless one. In the words of Ibrahimovic, George couldn't help but purse his lips and remembered the hint of the light of dawn. You are the same as Ibrahimovic. Regarding Ibrahimovic's words, George replied,
I am the savior of his father.
Ibrahimovic's face became a little ugly.
Ibrahimovic.
George suddenly remembered a question, and he suddenly asked with a strange expression.
If something absorbs the light of the astral world, wouldn't it also exist in all time and space and become a truly immortal existence? God above gods?
Indeed, Ibrahimovich's tone suddenly became heavy. That's the case with those Kashia people who betrayed their faith. In the midst of Ibrahimovich's words, a word suddenly flashed in George's mind: faceless man. They are more terrifying than the light of the astral world if there are some ignorant high-dimensional creatures who deliberately observe the future and are observed by them in an attempt to influence and change everything. Then those creatures will collapse. Yes, it is understood that one will die after just one look. The question that had puzzled Soraya and others for more than 300 years was finally answered. The 7 gods fell because of this. If it weren't for them swallowing Alpha, then they might not even have a chance to be reborn with the light of dawn. This made Soraya and others sigh. She was so arrogant that she destroyed her creator. They foolishly and arrogantly believe that they do not need the useless knowledge in the hands of the creator. So I chose to be ignorant of this world, and thus have perfect control over it. In the reincarnation of heaven, these 7 gods who closed themselves off eventually perished because of the seed of ignorance they planted. Soraya and Irene couldn't help but look at the sky, at the light of dawn that was thousands of miles away but right beside them. They have gradually understood some of what Dawnlight said. Fall and rebirth are indeed painful and torturous, and a shame that cannot be forgotten. But this shattered their previous fantasies and dreams and allowed them to see their true future direction. I also understand why the wise angel decided to flee. The existence of the faceless men is something they cannot even understand. Chapter 675 City of the Moon. In Ibrahimovich's words, George saw it from a different angle than Soraya and others. In the story of the fall of the 7 gods, what he saw was collapse. The faceless men actually relied on the laws of the universe to kill them. In essence, it is still a crushing on the cognitive level, rather than relying solely on his own strength to kill the terrifying 7 gods with one glance. This shows that he is not invincible, just like the ancient gods facing the 7 gods. Among those gods, there is also an ancient high-level god, like experimental subject number 3, who is close to the level of Leviathan. The power contained in their bodies is actually greater than the energy of the 7 gods. But this kind of extremely powerful master of the old world was easily crushed to death, like ants in front of the 7 gods and other foreign gods. This is actually a crushing on the cognitive level, rather than a question of strength. Once the enemy's weakness is known, even an Orion, Hunt's father, can stab the so-called unkillable and so-called invincible blood demon with a dagger. Of course, the easiest way to solve the problem of the faceless man is to prevent him from coming. Although Ibrahimovich has his own plan, George believes that solving Aloysius is the easiest. Ancient god, George sighed. He understood why Aloysius considered himself a descendant of the ancient god, the faceless one. He can indeed have the opportunity to become the truly immortal, invincible ancient god. Half of Alpha, that was broken into 2 halves, is in his hands. And if the light of dawn and the light of shadow are both absorbed by Aloysius, a new faceless person may be born. The reproduction of the god of chaos that the gods talked about is indeed appropriate. George remembered what Dawnlight had said to him. Aloysius firmly believes that you are Morpheus, and there will be a battle between you and him. Indeed, Aloysius believed that Morpheus was also doing this. Therefore there must be a battle between them. The Moon Country is the most special country among the 7 countries, because it is not just the imperial power and the divine power that rule here. Here, colleges and consortiums also occupy a dominant political position. Of course, most of the colleges and financial groups here are actually in the hands of the royal family, nobles and temples. The biggest difference between the Moon Kingdom and other countries is that here, every king or queen of the Moon Kingdom is not a great wizard, but also a person with deep research in this kind of knowledge. The port of Moon City was not built outside the city, but was connected to the entire city. This is somewhat similar to Biswi City, but the ports here are more numerous and larger than those in Biswi City. The port is filled with various cargo ships and cruise ships. People come to this city from all over the world, and goods in the city also flow from these ports to other parts of the world. When George and his fleet docked, it was already approaching dusk. They happened upon several cruise ships about to depart. These ships were bound for Saudi Arabia, and gold diggers crowded these large ships. Their relatives waved tall hats and handkerchiefs to see them off at the port. Since the Sand Kingdom was trampled by the Sun King's iron hoof, some lords have taken refuge in the Sun King, while those who have not taken refuge in the Sun King have regarded the Moon Kingdom as their backer. This has caused many areas in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to be controlled by the consortium of the Moon Kingdom. And the Moon Kingdom has long been keen on the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. It was not without reason that the ancient Kashia people were interested in that location in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. There is the largest and most abundant crystal mining area in the world. As long as a gold mining team from the Moon Kingdom discovers a crystal vein in the Sand Kingdom, a new consortium may be born as a result. At the same time, that area was also called the Death Mine. The environment there is not dangerous, and there are no monsters. But in that mining area, the ugliness of human nature is often exposed. After watching the excitement for a while, George and others noticed that it was raining slightly. So he asked Gale, Salmon and other heads of the Chamber of Commerce to stay and unload the goods. During this period, George discovered something. Aaron still calls Salmon uncle. It seems that under Aaron's deliberate secrecy, Salmon still doesn't know her true identity. He just thought that his niece, illegitimate daughter, was very close to the boss because of her clever mind and getting along well with Soraya and others. As for the fact that the boss often said that Irene is Ariadne, Salmon hopes that Irene is really the incarnation of Ariadne. Salmon is in this matter the view is completely different from Soraya's before. However, Salmon and his niece should also communicate regularly. Occasionally, Irene would discuss some matters with Salmon, probably with some precautions. Judging from some of Salmon's recent words, he should now think that his good daughter has gotten lucky and used Kanglin's power to get into the upper echelons of the Public Assistance Association, which is much more powerful than himself. So much so that Salmon often told his boss that because his niece controlled Kanglin's business, she had more channels in the Moon Country than he did. What a liar. George shook his head. After chatting with Salmon for a few words, George and others disembarked from the ship and left the port. Moon City is divided into 7 major areas, and the center of each area is as prosperous as the city center of Kanglin City. On that street, George and others were riding horses and watching the flowers pass by. All the houses I saw were at least 3 stories high. In the most prosperous commercial street, Sanchiku, there are many advertising plaques hanging on the huge buildings. Revolving doors and large glass windows can be seen everywhere here. But although there are many buildings using glass, there are even more buildings with paper windows. The style of these buildings is extremely unique. There are no large white ashlar stones used to highlight the majesty of the building. Nor are there any huge squares and statues that can be seen everywhere. It does not like the Victorian style like Biswi City. Nor does it like Roman domes like Kanglin City. The Moon Kingdom likes the structure of brackets and brackets. Every small building is covered with wind chimes. The semi-open corridors are filled with vegetation. The buildings here are very delicate, and each building is very close to each other. They are connected together high and low, and the large buildings surround the small buildings. As the hills in the city rise and fall, building complexes are formed. These buildings look like hills stacked on top of each other. It seems that because there are more tropical rainforests in the Moon Country, most of the buildings here are made of wood. The more high in the building, the more wooden materials are used. And these buildings are also colorful. If you look closely, you will see that those buildings are not specially painted with any dye, but because the craftsmen who built these buildings cleverly used white ivory wood, golden silk sandalwood, green dragonwood, emerald nan, and other precious woods are combined together. In the city, the main roads are very wide, but when you look up, you can see the beautiful eaves above your head. Occasionally you can see the magnetic shuttle or wind boat flying over the eaves. The buildings here are passed through by winding alleys, making them appear quiet and mysterious. And in every alley, there is often a mysterious cabin.